Chapter 3. A Commoner's Past. Zhu Wei did not care too much about who was right and who was wrong. It was clear that this young master had intended to let their actions slide today, had it not been for the provocation of his followers. Thus, Zhu Wei decided to take out some of his annoyance on one of them. He was calm and collected as he looked the young master in the eye, and even the young master felt his soul tremble from the overwhelming killing intent and the sudden illusion that it brought with it.
"Who are you?"
Although he was shocked and scared, the young master managed to calm himself enough to ask the question without his voice trembling. But the truth was that he felt weak inside. He had wanted to gain a beauty, but now it seemed he might have offended a great warrior.
"A genius from a backwater place is nothing,"
one of the followers spat out, but a slap from the young master instantly silenced him.
"Excuse him, he knows nothing,"
he said apologetically. His voice was slightly trembling by now, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Although this young master was aware of his strength, he also knew that he had met someone much more dangerous than he could imagine. The many friends were shocked when they saw the slap, but upon thinking a bit for themselves, they realized that their young master was protecting them. If Zhu Wei was capable of making one of them pee his pants and lose consciousness from a glance, then who knew what would happen to those who truly enraged him? The various experts that listened in on the conversation all approved of the actions of the young master. For now, the most important thing was to stay alive. After that, he could always return for revenge. Zhu Wei knew that this young man was not as saint-like as he might seem. He was being slapped in the face right in front of his followers and had to lower himself in a well-renowned restaurant within the inner city. It would not take long before rumors about his experience would have traveled across all of the inner city, and he would lose a great deal of face from it. It was clear that he needed to wash away this shame somehow, but to do so, he had to be alive. Right now, he was not sure he knew what exactly he could expect from this insane man in front of him.
"You keep calling us country bumpkins and that we come from a backwater province, but do you even know who it is that is in front of you?"
One of the nobles from Chang'an City suddenly sneered, and the young master had a strange gleam in his eyes, but everyone suddenly got interested. Could this young man with peculiar strength and overwhelming killing intent have some backing just as shocking?
"You might be some young master of the capital, but this young man is the only living relative of primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei."
The noble who spoke was a previous follower of Li Jian, but right now he took pride in being on the same side as Zhu Wei.
"He is Zhao Lei's nephew, and the reason that Zhao Lei has spent 5 years not hunting for primordial beasts. He spent 5 years looking after this nephew of his, and he dotes on him so much so that he would kill commoners who talked bad about him."
This young noble did not hide anything at all. He had a hideous expression on his face and a loathing gleam in his eyes. He had constantly been pressured by Zhu Wei's identity back in Chang'an City, and he knew just what it meant to go against Zhao Lei. Now he wanted others to feel the same pressure. The expressions on the faces of everyone else turned serious. Had this noble mentioned any other primordial beast hunter, they would have scoffed at him. But he mentioned Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was the most successful primordial beast hunter in the entire kingdom of Heiping who had killed most primordial beasts, and he was still going strong. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but he was a true hero of the entire kingdom.
"Anyone can claim that they are Zhao Lei's nephew,"
one of the followers mumbled, but the young master's face alternated between pale and red. It was clear that he, too, wished not to believe it, but he did remember some drama 5 years ago when the capital had heard about Zhao Lei taking in a nephew. Then he frowned.
"Zhao Lei's nephew was rumored to be trash," he finally said. "Utter trash, unable to cultivate. That rumor even reached us here in the capital. You claim that this guy is his nephew? Since when did he turn from trash into expert?
You don't need to understand, but he has a special physique, another nobleborn said. Zhu Wei said nothing. He just stood and frowned, not sure he was happy with how much these nobles on his side were saying. But at the same time, he knew that it would be investigated later, and thus he could not keep it hidden. Since that was the case, they might as well use this chance to intimidate their enemies. A special physique? Everyone present frowned. It was no secret that there existed special physiques in the world, but they were so rare that not many knew about it. The moment the young master heard about it, though, his eyes bulged and a vein started throbbing on his forehead. The observing experts were also shocked beyond words. They had heard about special physiques before, but to think they would see a genius with a unique physique was truly unexpected. What are the special traits of this body? One of the experts could no longer stay quiet and asked the question that all wanted to know. I don't know, the nobleborn who had spoken before said while shaking his head, disappointing everyone. But he did continue. He managed to go from being a mere mortal to being someone at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank within half a year. He is also much stronger than any average expert on the same level, and his chi is denser. He has more chi than others of the same stage, so he is capable of challenging those of a higher rank. The experts were baffled when they heard this. 6 months to reach the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank? Stronger than average cultivators on the same layer, denser chi and more of it? This was simply a heavenly blessed physique. As long as Zhu Wei did not die young, he would without a doubt become the next glorious primordial beast hunter within Heiping Kingdom. The young master also paled. He understood that the value of such a genius far outstripped even his own value, and he could not help but feel inferior for the first time in his life.
Well, I am honored to meet such a genius today. He finally managed to squeeze out the words, attempting to be polite, but he knew that it was impossible. Spare the chatter. I know you don't feel honored, Zhu Wei sighed. Anyway, we have no more to discuss with one another. We are here to find an inn for the next week's time, and not to make enemies or friends. Let us just pretend that today never happened. The young master felt partly grateful for the fact that Zhu Wei was not going to pursue the matter further, but he was also filled with blazing jealousy and an unreconciled heart. He could not accept that he had lost face in front of everyone in the inner city. The conversation between the two groups had gone on for a short period of time, but many had stopped close by to see what had happened. Everything the young master was involved in was always entertaining for the common noble, but this time he had truly dropped a stone on his own foot. Not only had he failed in the acquisition of a beauty, but he had also managed to lose a great amount of face. Although no one dared to tell him that to his face, everyone knew it, and they would be gossiping about it for the following year. Zhu Wei wasted no more time as he strode past the tables filled with people and into the restaurant. The group of nobles from Tiankong City were first stumped by his actions, but they quickly scrambled to follow him. As the group of 50 youngsters entered the restaurant, the entrance got incredibly crowded, but instead of shooing them out, the manager hurried to greet them politely. "Young masters and misses, please follow me into the inn," he said as he was rubbing his hands. The manager had long since heard about the drama that was unfolding outside the restaurant and had listened in on everything that had been said. He had heard that Zhu Wei was Zhao Lei's nephew, which alone gave him special treatment, but to have a special physique on top of that made him a truly important guest. "We would like to rent some rooms," Zhu Wei said as he looked at the innkeeper. "We are 53 experts, 17 women and 36 men. Please arrange our lodgings so that women and men do not share a room. That is, if you do not have enough for us to have individual rooms," Zhu Wei requested.
That is no problem. We have 5 rooms with space for 5 that can easily hold 25 of you young men. Then you can have another 5 twin rooms for the other 10, and finally a single room for the final guy. For the girls, we can also provide 3 of our 5-man rooms, and then 1 twin room. That way, all of you will not be alone in the rooms, as I can imagine it is unnerving to be all alone when you are new to the city. You have to decide on one guy to be alone, though. The manager of the inn was lightning fast in planning who could go where, and no one questioned him.
That sounds great,
Zhu agreed readily, without asking the others for permission, and then he withdrew 10 gold coins. Although 10 gold coins was an astronomical figure, it was just barely enough to cover the rent for a week for 53 experts within the inner city of the capital. This, of course, included breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Zhu, you take the individual room, all of the youngsters said in unison. Take it, so we do not interrupt your cultivation.
The truth was that many of them still feared him, but after seeing him step up to help them in the situation they had been in before, they did feel much more comfortable around him. Receiving the keys, everyone split up into the groups they had agreed upon before, and then the manager led them up a set of stairs that were right next to the counter, to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. The inn was a beautiful building that had 5 floors and a cellar. The cellar was where all the wines and food were stored. The ground floor consisted of the kitchen and the restaurant, while the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor housed the rooms for the inn. The 4th floor was where the offices and rooms for the staff to live in were located. It was a beautiful building painted red and golden. It was made from some sort of heavy wooden material and seemed as sturdy as if it was built from stone. Everyone eventually settled into their rooms. The 1st floor held the 5-man rooms, while the 2nd floor had the twin rooms, and the 3rd floor held the single room for Zhu. It was also the floor with the best view of all the rooms belonging to the inn, allowing for one to have a great view over the skyline of the inner city. Chapter 4. Trouble was brewing. As soon as all of them had assessed their rooms and felt content with what they saw, they all went down to the restaurant. They had spent a month and a half on the road. All they had eaten were dried strips of meat or roasted fierce beast meat that had been bland because they had not had any spices to liven it up.
I apologize, but we do not have tables that fit a full 53 experts in one sitting. You will have to split up in groups, the innkeeper said with a smile on his face, and all of them split up into groups.
Shenmu, Lu Jiru, and Zhu Wei all stayed together at a small table in the corner, while the others moved about and found seats for themselves. It was a large restaurant, and it could comfortably hold more than 500 guests at once. Everyone was eager to start eating, and fortunately there were a whole 10 waitresses within the restaurant, not counting the one behind the counter dealing with drinks. The main topic within the inn was the loss of face that the young master had suffered and the emergence of a new genius. Although Zhu Wei's current strength was not overwhelming, the fact that he had reached it in such a short amount of time was shocking, and no one knew just how much strength he had.
I bet his cultivation base is incredibly unstable and that he is a paper tiger in reality,
one of the guests in the restaurant said loudly. He, too, was a 9th-layer ordinary warrior, but he seemed to be around 50 years old.
Old Wu, you're just jealous, another voice called out with laughter. You spent 40 years just to reach the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, but he spent merely half a year. I get why you are jealous, but don't forget the facts. This youngster managed to cause one of the children to collapse from a glance alone. Tell me, could you even make a mortal collapse from a glance alone?
The man known as Old Wu was silent. He simply could not respond as he knew that he did not have the strength to make anyone collapse without touching them.
Don't you think it was exaggerated? someone else asked hesitatingly. I cannot imagine that even an Earth warrior can make someone collapse from a single glance. Only at the Sky Warrior realm might one be able to compress their chi to pull off such a feat.
They say he has a special physique. I heard that it was something about him having the strength of 1,000 men at the same level, someone exclaimed.
As soon as the words had left his mouth, Zhu Wei almost choked on the drink he had ordered. It was not only him. Everyone from Tiankong City had strange and rather amused expressions on their faces, but no one spoke up to talk about him.
I saw the young man. He was a true dragon amongst men. Even his clothes, although travel-worn, had the aura of being worn by someone outstanding.
Zhu Wei was completely stunned with every additional thing that was being said by these experts. He had suddenly been placed up there as a real genius, one that the kingdom had never before seen, and this made him stunned, but also uncomfortable. If people honestly believe that I am that strong, then I will be killed fast. No one wants to allow for such a perverse genius to be born. Even the royal family will be against my rise, as I will be able to threaten them later on. Zhu Wei wanted to correct them, but he knew that even if he corrected the ones within the restaurant, it was worthless. The rumors had long since spread through the entire inner city, and they were just getting more and more colorful the further they went. Oh well, although the commoners might believe this, Zhu Wei sighed as he leaned back in the chair. I know that those that truly matter will not believe it so easily. They will make tests and examinations and ask that young master about what truly happened. When they hear how simple it was, they will leave me be. I hope. If all goes wrong, they have to reconsider since my uncle is Zhao Lei. Would they want to cause problems for the best primordial beast hunter of the kingdom, who is revered and respected by the public as their #1 figure? Thinking like this, Zhu Wei felt a bit better. But he was still rather uncomfortable with the conversations he heard within the restaurant. The stories were getting out of control, and some of them even claimed that this young hero who had emerged was a direct descendant of one of the heavenly war gods of the Dark Era. It was common knowledge that the war gods were all the ancestors of the Wayfarers, and if he were a descendant from one of these war gods, then he would be a Wayfarer. But Wayfarers never participated in the war, so why would he be there? Zhu Wei shook his head as he gave up thinking about all the strange rumors that were beginning to spread. Instead, a slight smile rose on his face as the first set of dishes were brought to their table by an attractive woman. This woman glanced at Zhu Wei clearly with curiosity, but she dared not say anything. As a result, she just hurried to place the plates in the middle of the table, curtsied to them, and scurried away with a face as red as the fire in the fireplace. Zhu Wei chuckled but said nothing as he looked at the dishes. He had not had real food for so long, and he was salivating as he looked at the dishes in front of him. He had expected plain dishes considering the food was included in the room's rental fee, but the dishes in front of him were anything but simple. There was a stew made from fierce beast meat and vegetables. There was roasted fierce beast meat. On another plate were roasted greens with garlic and butter. There was a total of 10 dishes on the table, and all of them had a scent so heavenly that Zhu Wei could almost not hold back. He picked up the chopsticks and his plate and took some of the food onto his own plate before quickly starting to eat. Seeing that Zhu Wei dug into the food, neither Lu Jiru nor Shen Mu held back and began eating too. Those two had also lived on dry rations and bland roasted meat for the last month and a half, and were now so excited to have some real food with great taste. Zhu Wei glanced at the other tables and saw that everyone from his group had been given the same food that was much better than what they could demand with their rental fee. The other tables belonging to people who were not from his entourage had food placed upon them too, but these were more humble dishes.
The wine that Zhu Wei and his friends were given was also a very delicious fruit wine. This fruit wine was fresh and delicious as it entered their throats, cleansing their palate after eating a bite. Zhu Wei, Shen Mu, and Lu Jiru spent a good hour in the restaurant eating the dishes, enjoying every last bite and chatting happily with one another about what they could expect from their time in the army.
We already know that we will be entering the same camp as the other ninth-layered ordinary warriors.
Shen Mu sighed with a bit of sadness, but also a bit of pride. Although he could not make it to the genius camp, he could make it to the next best.
Do you think you can make it to the genius camp?
Lu Jiru asked Zhu Wei with a bit of hesitation. Zhu Wei was only a ninth-layered ordinary warrior like the others, but he had a fighting strength that did not match that of his cultivation base. Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, he answered honestly. It quite depends on what exactly the test is. If there is a way to display my fighting strength, then I should be fine. But if it is about cultivation base alone, then I am not an earth warrior yet, and thus not allowed to join. Zhu Wei did not say anything about it, but in reality he hoped that it was a test of combat power. He sincerely wished to join the genius camp, not only for his own sake, but for the sake of his uncle and Wang Xiaoyun. If he wanted a chance to become stronger, then he needed the resources that he could get in the genius camp. Zhu Wei wanted many things. He wanted to become strong enough to make his uncle proud. He wanted to be accepted by Wang Xiaoyun's family. He wanted to regain his memories. Having read about the vast world from a very young age when he had no memories, Zhu Wei also wanted to be able to roam the rest of the continent. He wanted to experience all the wonders he had read about. He wanted to be the first person from the Heping Kingdom to transcend the heavenly warrior rank. Zhu Wei had many dreams. He was aware that to make these dreams come true, he had to do many things. But the first step on his road would be whether or not he could enter the genius camp. The rest of the meal was eaten with comfortable conversation before they had finished it all. The sun was setting behind the city walls, but even so, the inner city still bustled with life. Street lamps were lightening up the roads and streets. Small torches and lamps lit up the shops, and noise drifted out from every single restaurant and entertaining space in the inner city. Carriages and palanquins were transporting citizens through the bustling streets, while others were on horseback, and a few were moving on their feet. Just as Zhu Wei finished eating, he looked up and saw 3 figures entering the restaurant and going straight to the counter belonging to the manager. Here they spoke together with hushed voices, and soon after the 3 men were looking at Zhu Wei with eyes that neither displayed open hostility nor any respect and positivity. When Zhu Wei tried to sense their strength, a frown appeared on his face. These 3 men had an aura similar to the one Manager Su had, meaning that they were all at the heavenly warrior rank. It was even possible that they were stronger than Manager Su. Trouble is brewing, Zhu Wei muttered to himself, but he kept calm on the surface, and he did not lower his gaze when his eyes locked onto the eyes of the man walking in the middle of the other 2. The 2 looked at one another. Their wills clashed, and although Zhu Wei was much weaker than this heavenly warrior, his determination was not to be belittled.
Young hero, may I ask what your name is? The guy in the middle asked while they were still a bit away, and the entire restaurant quieted down as they observed Zhu Wei.
The inhabitants of the inner city dared not utter a single sound. Some of them were even afraid to breathe. It was clear that they knew who these 3 figures were, but since they did not speak about them, Zhu Wei was clueless. This young one is named Zhu Wei, Zhu Wei answered honestly and calmly as he cupped his fists and made a fractional bow. Chapter 5. Golden Chambers. When Zhu Wei only bowed fractionally to the man in the middle, one of the guys on the man's side took a step forward and harumphed. His voice was so loud that many people present in the restaurant started feeling uncomfortable. Shen Mu and Lu Jiru, who were right next to Zhu Wei, both felt like an explosion had ensued in their minds. Blood leaked from their ears and they were dizzy. None of them dared to speak. But Zhu Wei's eyes turned serious, and a deadly gleam appeared deep within. These men had not even introduced themselves. They had been rude, and considering their rudeness, Zhu Wei had still responded politely. They had even gone as far as to wound his comrades. As to why he was not injured, he did not know, but he felt a tremor in his soul when the expert harumphed.
Xiao Tang!
The middleman looked displeased as he glanced at the man who had acted, but although he seemed unhappy, he did nothing more. Following that, he once more turned to Zhu Wei, his face filled with a smile.
I am here on behalf of Crown Prince Dongzhi. He is holding a banquet tomorrow evening, and would love for you and a few of your friends to participate. Crown Prince Dongzhi is a good friend of your uncle, and he wishes to extend this friendship to cover you as well. He also wishes to get to know the rising genius who has appeared out of nowhere. It is not every day one is fortunate enough to encounter a genius with a special physique.
Zhu Wei was stumped when he heard that what these men were here for was to offer him an invitation to a banquet with the most prominent person in the entire Heiping kingdom. Right now, the crown prince was rather steady in his position, and the only one who could threaten him even slightly was the third prince. However, because of several factors, the crown prince had gained his position, and the king favored him heavily. The crown prince was born from the queen, whereas the third prince was born from a less popular concubine. The crown prince was older than the third prince, and he had cultivated for a longer period of time. Hence, his strength was superior. Although the third prince had more talent than the crown prince, and even though he was much more ruthless, everyone flocked to the crown prince's banner, and only a few experts and politicians decided to support the third prince. Even though Zhu Wei was an upcoming genius, he was the nephew of Zhao Lei. Anyone who reeled him in had gained a significant backing. Zhu Wei was perfectly well aware of this. What they wanted was not him, and although his talent was extraordinary and making them interested in taking him in, they would never go as far as to hold a banquet for him. Seems like Uncle has a great influence still. Zhu Wei smiled to himself, but he quickly nodded his head in response to the invitation. I would be happy to partake in the banquet, he said. Although he was aware that they did not want him at the banquet but his uncle, he was also aware that life would become very troublesome if he insulted the future ruler of the kingdom. Your lordship mentioned that I could bring some friends, Zhu Wei continued and looked at Lu Jiru and Shen Mu by his sides and smiled. I will be bringing two. They both know how to behave, Zhu Wei promised, and both Lu Jiru and Shen Mu felt warmth in their hearts, knowing that they were the ones he wanted to bring along. Although they were aware that this was a great opportunity for them, they could not help but feel slightly scared and nervous. They had always thought they came from a major city and that they were in the upper echelons of society. But now they understood that although they were nobles where they came from, they were nothing more than country bumpkins to these people in the capital.
Well, we have delivered the message from His Highness in that case, the person in the middle said, and gave a slight nod to Zhu Wei before he turned around and left. As soon as he left, the previously quiet restaurant exploded in an uproar.
To think that Duke Zhang made a personal visit to see this person. He is much more formidable than what I expected at first. Perhaps all those rumors are true,
someone exclaimed, and Zhu Wei was surprised when he heard that the person in question was a duke. One has to know that reaching the rank of a duke was very difficult. For the nobility, only one rank was above the duke rank, apart from the royal family, and that was the Marquis. Becoming a Marquis was near impossible. They were considered royal highnesses, and only the most heroic figures of a generation were given this rank. Not even Zhao Lei had been allowed to become a Marquis. Although becoming a Marquis was possible, there was currently no one who had been bequeathed this rank in the entire kingdom. But there were a full 5 dukes. 3 of these dukes supported the crown prince, while the other 2 were neutral. Duke Zhang was a duke that Zhu Wei had read about before. He used to be a primordial beast hunter as well, but he had only killed 2 primordial beasts when he was still active. Now he was an official at the royal court and held a high position as the Grand Chancellor, the highest-ranking executive official of the Heiping Kingdom.
I guess it makes sense that his guards thought I acted imperiously, Zhu Wei sighed. But how was I to know who he was when he did not introduce himself? Not to mention that his actions were overbearing to the limit of what even I can accept. Although neither Lu Jiru nor Shen Mu encountered great trouble or experienced any serious wounds, they were still bleeding, and it has made my first impression of them poor. Zhu Wei looked at Lu Jiru and Shen Mu, expecting to see anger on their faces after having been treated the way they had. But instead they were expressing excitement. "You will bring us to the banquet?" Lu Jiru asked with a voice trembling with excitement. Her eyes were glistening, and a smile that she could not control spread on her face. "Of course," Zhu Wei smiled and nodded his head. "I have to bring my friends, and you 2 are my friends," he said cheerfully, hiding the feelings of injustice he held within. But he had not forgotten it. He was very curious about how the crown prince would treat him and his friends. "We have to go shopping," Lu Jiru exclaimed. "We need to get our hands on a present for our host tomorrow, and I need to purchase a dress. I did not pack any pretty dresses since we were heading for the army, and I doubted that there would be any big banquets at the army camp." Lu Jiru blushed slightly, but both Shen Mu and Zhu Wei laughed at her. "This is the capital. The shops are open far into the night, so let us go and find something. But do we need to bring some sort of present to the crown prince? Will we be able to provide him anything he could be interested in?" Hearing that, the 2 others became quiet for some time before they gave Zhu Wei a wry smile. It was indeed impolite to show up at a banquet without a present, but at the same time their gift would just embarrass them. "We can always give him some beast cores." Shen Mu attempted to find something they had that they could give, but Zhu Wei shook his head. "We only have beast cores of fierce beast equivalent to ordinary warriors. Although it might be of use to us, the fact is that he is the crown prince. He has available to him the best resources our kingdom has to offer. He would not even pick up such a beast core if it was in front of him." Shen Mu hung his head, but Zhu Wei just shrugged his shoulders. "Well, we can go to the Golden Chambers. It is an auction house that spans the entire continent, and it is also the only auction house in the entire city. It has 2 branches in the capital, one in the outer city and one in the inner city. This auction house might have something valuable. They don't only do auctions, as you can also buy a lot of things in their stores, while it is all the rarer materials that are being auctioned off." Zhu Wei smiled as he spoke. "The Golden Chambers are never closed. They are open throughout the entire day, including the night, never missing business. And as the years have gone by, more and more of the shops in the inner city have matched their style and are open nearly all hours of the day. The inner city is mainly inhabited by cultivators, and as you know, although we are still considered mortals, we do not need sleep any longer. Cultivation can change our need for sleep, and thus we never know when we need to go out buying things."
Okay, Shen Mu laughed. "You have convinced us. Let us grab our bags from the rooms upstairs and go to the shopping streets to see what exactly we need. If we fall over something outstanding, we can buy it for the crown prince. If we can't find anything, then we still ought to at least get a dress for little Jiru. Although we are considered country bumpkins here, we can at least look the part as nobles." Shen Mu and Lu Jiru had been given a fair amount of money by their individual families, just like Zhu Wei. But Zhu Wei had at least 10 times their amount of money, as he was the sole heir of Zhao Lei.
Meanwhile, the Lu and Shen families had other youngsters. Both Shen Mu and Lu Jiru had other siblings, cousins, uncles, nephews, and so on. Together, the group went to their rooms, grabbed their bags, and got ready to stroll into the bustling city. Although the sky was dark, the city streets were lit by street lamps, and every shop had torches and other lamps to light them up. Many of the local inhabitants were on their way home after playing outside the entire day, but others were on their way out after having practiced all day. Restaurants and drinking dens were filled to the brim. All of them had experts walking in and out, and some were sober while others were drunk.
Well, where should we go first?
Shen Mu asked as they entered the busy streets. Both Shen Mu and Lu Jiru were looking around with big eyes filled with the wonders of the capital. Although Tiankong City was a major city within the Kingdom of Haiping, it was nothing compared to the capital. The capital was at least 10 times bigger. It had so many people living here, and the whole feel was different. It felt so much more luxurious and had a feeling of being from another world. Zhu Wei was leading his two friends. "We will go to the Golden Chambers first," he said, having made his decision early on. "I want to see if they have any interesting things, and at the same time we will be able to get rid of all our beast cores." Their bags were still filled to the brim with beast cores. It was natural for them to have acquired as many as they had after the fight with the beast horde, and now it was time for them to truly profit. "Although it is dangerous to sell all at once, that only matters in normal shops. Doing business with the Golden Chambers will be safe."
In that case, we know where to go,
Shen Mu decided, and Lu Jiru nodded her head. She truly did not care where they went, as long as she was capable of experiencing this wonderful city's nightlife. Chapter 6. Golden Chambers Pagoda. The walk towards the Golden Chambers should not have taken long. It was not that far away from the restaurant, but they were looking at every beautiful pavilion, pagoda, and all the other beautiful buildings on the way over. They stopped at every small bridge that ran across the smaller streams that were spreading through the capital and looked at the dark water that ran beneath them. Some of these streams had water lotuses sprouting from the dark water. Some of them were light purple and others were white and seemed celestial against the dark water. These water lotuses were unable to hold any medicinal properties, as they were mortal flowers, but their beauty was genuinely able to help make the inner city glow in the dark. Zhu Wei could not imagine just how beautiful it would be during the daytime. The trio made their way through the inner city. They heard rumor after rumor about Zhu Wei's sudden appearance and his special physique, not to mention his uncle being Zhao Lei, causing everyone to put him high on a pedestal and expecting him to be a dragon amongst men. Zhu Wei smiled wryly as he shook his head, while Shen Mu and Lu Jiru just laughed at it. After seeing the beauty of the city, they finally reached a massive pagoda. This pagoda was made of pure gold, marble, and the rare material wood jade. Wood jade was a kind of wood that had crystallized and looked like jade. It was the most expensive kind of wood, and although crystallized, it was incredibly sturdy. Not only this, it was often used to carve figures and statues. Wood jade could have different colors, but the most common color was pale green. Hence, it had been compared with actual jade since its discovery. Most cultivators had at least one carving of wood jade with them. Although it did nothing to one's cultivation base, it still managed to help one keep a calm heart. When one had a wood jade carving with them, they would be able to nurture their souls, something that was very hard to do otherwise. Although wood jade carvings were extremely precious, they were also incredibly expensive, especially those made from the hardest to find colors. Wood jade carvings made from green wood jade were as expensive as their weight in silver.
Wood jade carvings made from other colors could be even more costly than literally their weight in gold. Zhu Wei had long since planned on buying a wood jade carving, but it was impossible for him to buy one in Chang'an City. Since that was impossible, getting his hands on one had become one of his goals now that they were going to the golden chambers in the capital. It was also the reason he had suggested for them to go there and not to any other casual shop. Outside the pagoda were 4 houses, one to the east, one to the south, one to the west, and one to the north. These 4 houses contained the shops where one could buy and sell materials, items, and treasures. The pagoda itself was only used when it was time for the actual auction to be held. Zhu Wei, Shen Mu, and Lu Jiru had stopped in their tracks as they saw this beautiful building. The gold, marble, and wood jade glistened in the light of the thousands of torches that were hanging on the walls of the pagoda alongside the thousands of lamps scattered around the 4 houses. The gold, marble, and wood jade was glistening in the light. It was a sight to behold, and Zhu Wei, who had read about it, was almost breathless just looking at it. Not only him, but also Shen Mu and Lu Jiru were shocked to their cores. They had never before seen such extravagance. They had never before seen such a magnificent building, and now they were to enter it. Zhu Wei calmed his heart and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened them again, possessing a look filled with determination. Moments after, Zhu Wei, Shen Mu, and Lu Jiru moved towards the house in front of them. They were in need of a shop where they could discreetly sell all their beast cores and at the same time buy the necessities that they needed before the big banquet. The house they entered was filled with weapons and armors. It was clearly weaponry, and although everything within the store was of great value, it had nothing to do with what Zhu Wei and his 2 friends needed. Although the sun had set and the sky was dark, the inside of the shop was filled with light, and many cultivators could be seen within.
It seems that we are not the only group who arrived early, Zhu Wei pointed out as he saw a whole lot of smaller groups of experts that were salivating over quite a few of the weapons and armors. There were also genuine customers in the shop, and they were all accompanied by an attendant from the shop. These attendants were showing off the weaponry and armors, allowing for the customers to get familiar with the items before deciding whether or not they'd buy it. Seeing that there was nothing for them in this place, Zhu Wei, Shen Mu, and Lu Jiru instantly turned on their feet and left.
It requires quite a bit of self-control to leave this place, Shen Mu sighed. Although I have a decent sword I was given by my father, a single glance at the items in that store made me understand that my sword can at most be considered mediocre.
I feel the same way, Lu Jiru shook her head. I have a beautiful ribbon and fan, both of which has served me well on the way here from Chang'an City, and helped me kill multiple fierce beasts and bandits, but they were nothing in front of the weaponry in this Golden Chamber's shop. Keep in mind that everything that is displayed at these shops is considered the average ranked items, Zhu Wei said with a wry smile. If it were rare, it would be sold at the auctions. Shen Mu, Lu Jiru, and Zhu Wei were quiet as they headed for the next building, hoping that this time they had managed to find the right shop. As they entered the building, Zhu Wei's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. In front of him opened up a sight filled with herbs, woods, jades, minerals, ores, gems, and beast cores. This was indeed the correct shop, the place where they could sell their beast cores and at the same time purchase the wooden jade carving Zhu Wei wanted. As they entered, Zhu Wei headed straight for the beast cores. There were beast cores of beasts equivalent to the ordinary warrior, earth warriors, and sky warriors present, while the beast cores of the heavenly warrior equivalent usually were sold on the auctions.
The beast core of a beast with the strength of an ordinary warrior ranges from 50 silver for the first layer to 3.5 gold for a 9th layer, Shenmu said, his eyes blazing with excitement. Although he had brought a lot of gold, he now knew that his beast cores were worth much more than the gold he had brought with him. Zhu Wei saw his change in expression and laughed. Don't expect to get even half the price when they do a deal with you. The Golden Chambers needs to make a profit when they sell, so I will expect us to be given around 30% of the sales price. Although it sounds like a little, it is still the best way to get rid of the beast cores, Zhu Wei explained. We need to remember that out of those 70%, they need to pay for the assistants here in the shops, and they need to pay the taxes to the royal family, and they need to pay to keep their shops looking the way they look. Not to mention, on top of all that, they still need to have a profit themselves. But would it not be better to sell it somewhere else then? Lu Jiru asked with a frown. Although she did not doubt what Zhu Wei had said was correct, she could not help but feel that they were wasting their beast cores this way. I will be selling here, Zhu Wei said decisively. Here it is safe, he added. Zhu Wei said nothing more than that, but Lu Jiru seemed to understand what he meant, and her face paled slightly by thinking about what could have happened had she gone somewhere else. Shen Mu was the same. He had been temporarily blinded by greed when he had heard that he was only getting 30% of the sales price. But when he thought about it more deeply, he understood that this was indeed the safest solution. My lords and lady, what can I do for you? A gentle voice sounded next to Zhu Wei, Shen Mu, and Lu Jiru. There stood a lovely woman. She was not very tall, and although she was not a beauty that could ruin nations, she had a cute face and had a feeling of someone men naturally wanted to protect. When they looked at her, Shen Mu's eyes widened slightly, while Zhu Wei was utterly unaffected. Ouch! Shen Mu screeched out, stunning everyone present in the surroundings. Looking down, he saw that Lu Jiru had twisted the skin around his waist, wholly taking him by surprise. Although he was about to complain to her, when he saw her pouting, his heart melted, and a smile grew on his face. Zhu Wei grinned, and then cupped his hands to the attendant. I apologize, he said, and noticed that the girl too was chuckling slightly. We are here for 2 purposes, Zhu Wei said with a low voice so that others could not hear what he had to say. First, we come to sell beast cores. Although they are all of the beasts equivalent to the ordinary warrior rank, we have them in vast quantities. Oh? The woman lifted an eyebrow in surprise. How vast? She asked again. If the order were too big, she would have to fetch a manager or an elder. I have several hundreds, Zhu Wei said after contemplating for a bit. 500 or so? He said with uncertainty, but the number alone was enough to make the attendant's eyes open wide in shock. 500? She exclaimed in shock, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. My friends have a few too, he added. My lords and lady, please follow me. The attendant led them into some rooms that were behind the shop itself, in the back of the building. Here were the appraisal rooms, and she prepared some tea for them. She had already transmitted the situation to the manager through a communication orb, and were now serving the 3 of them while waiting for him to arrive. The item you are bringing is not of great value individually, she began, but when added up, they are a whole lot of money. I am not allowed to make such important decisions, and thus I have called the manager. Please be patient, he will be with you shortly. These attendants had the permission to sell any item and accept any payment without any limits, but as soon as it came to buying, they had quite a few restrictions, as they were not taught to be appraisers, but trained to know everything about every single item on sale in the shop instead. The 3 youngsters were not in a hurry. They all looked around and saw various art pieces adorning the room. They also enjoyed the tea, but they were all a bit fidgety. It was a lot of money they were trying to gain.
Sorry to have kept you waiting."
A voice suddenly sounded through the door, and an elderly man walked through. Although he was elderly, his eyes were as bright as the starry sky, and his skin was as smooth as a newborn baby. When he saw Zhu Wei, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then he smiled.
"To think that young Master Zhu Wei has graced us with his appearance."
He laughed and cupped his fists before giving a slight bow to the three. Chapter 7. Selling Beast Cores. Zhu Wei frowned. How did this person already know who he was? He had not even introduced himself, but this man had already exposed Zhu Wei's identity. Seeing the frown, the man just smiled.
"I am the manager of this store. Long ago, when we were informed that Zhao Lei had a nephew, we were all given a portrait of you to recognize you, should you one day appear in the capital. It was only after this that we were informed of the unfortunate situation that you were incapable of cultivating. Fortunately, it seems that you have gained a blessing in disguise and now have a special physique. But to be honest, I had forgotten all about the old picture. Yet when I heard about your illustrious arrival in the capital's inner city, it was impossible for me not to find it and examine it once more. Hence, when I saw you, I could instantly recognize who you were."
The manager chuckled.
"To think that our store would be honored by your presence this soon. I had not expected this,"
he continued, and Zhu Wei finally felt more comfortable. The explanation was reasonable. The fact that the Golden Chambers had done some research was also reasonable. Zhao Lei was, after all, the most prominent figure in the Heiping Kingdom after the king, and in some way he was seen as more of a hero than even said king himself.
"I've already heard the gist of the situation from Miss Qi,"
the manager said as he changed the subject to that of business. Although he kept his friendly smile on his face, his eyes were now sharp and calculating.
"I was told you have more than 500 beast cores. Although all of them are of varying strength and none exceeds that of a beast equivalent to a 9th layer ordinary warrior, this is still a large transaction. Fortunately, beast cores of ordinary warrior equivalent beasts are what we sell the most,"
the manager continued with a snicker.
"These beast cores are used to fuel many of our things. For instance, the lamps that lit up the palace are all fueled by this kind of beast core. They are needed to keep the fire alive in the smithies when they create cultivators' weapons. Even though they are not ranked treasures, if one wants to make a weapon that a cultivator can use, then the flame must be infused with the energy of a beast core. These beast cores are also used by certain restaurants, where the energy is fused with the fire when roasting meat to infuse even more energy into the meal. They are ground up and used in alchemy. They are used when making armors. Even the needle used to sew the clothes for cultivators are created from this kind of beast core. As such, we never have enough beast cores of the lower grade, and thus we would be more than willing to buy all the cores you have with you."
The manager had not needed to come with such a thorough explanation as to what exactly the beast cores were needed for, but because he respected Zhu Wei, or more importantly respected his talent and his uncle, he had decided to be straightforward with him.
"I cannot give you the full sales price for these items," he continued and shook his head apologetically. "Our shop needs to make a profit or we will be punished. Usually we will buy at around 30%, but because of your talent and the sheer amount you are bringing, I can offer 35% of the sales price. It is truly the highest price I can offer."
We are humbled that you are willing to go to such lengths for us. Zhu Wei was the one who answered. Although 5% more might not sound like much, but when it came to around 500 beast cores, the 5% suddenly became quite noticeable.
Okay, the big question is, how many beast cores do you have, and what layer are they? The manager asked, and then Zhu Wei picked up his bag and spilled its content all over the table.
We are going to be here for a long time, Lu Jiru could not help but say with a slight chuckle as she looked at the beast cores rolling all over.
This is indeed around 500.
The manager was equally shocked. Just how could one single person hunt down so many beasts at equal rank for their cores? Was he truly as prodigious as the rumors around him suggested? We encountered a beast horde on the way over, Zhu Wei explained. He knew there was no reason to be quiet about it, as the news would spread from the soldiers anyway, and the golden chambers would be some of the first to know about it.
A beast horde?
The manager was shocked. One has to know that although the beast hordes appeared on a weekly basis, it was where the armies were located. A primordial beast controlled each of the beast hordes, and for a primordial beast to find interest in their group, it was truly a lucky chance that they had survived.
What happened with the beast leading them?
The manager asked while almost holding his breath, but neither Zhu Wei nor the two others could answer him. We never saw the primordial beast, Zhu Wei finally sighed. One of the members of our group had colluded with the beast to have me killed, but he failed and paid the ultimate price instead.
A human colluded with a primordial beast? This is getting more and more outrageous.
The manager could not help but shout when he heard this, but Zhu Wei just faintly smiled.
I see. So because of this primordial beast and human working together, you were attacked. I assume it was a weak primordial beast, since it did not just do the deed itself. Makes sense for it to hide from your group, too.
The manager nodded his head repeatedly, as if he had just figured it all out.
Well, in that case, let us see how many beast cores you have managed to harvest, the manager said as he glanced at the cores that were stacked on the table, and a few had rolled off to the ground. You have 493 beast cores. Of those, 187 are equivalent to a 9th layer ordinary warrior, 201 equivalent to 8th layer ordinary warriors, and the remaining 105 is a mixture of random layers all beneath the 8th layer. As a sign of our consideration, we will set the price of all of those as 7th layer ordinary warrior rank cores.
After calculating how much this totaled, the manager mumbled to himself and waved his hand, after which everything vanished into thin air. Another wave of his hand caused gold to appear on the table.
This is your payment,
he said with a smile. What was that? Lu Jiru was the first to exclaim. All of them had seen something that reminded them of magic, but they could not completely understand how he had done it. Seeing their three shocked expressions, the manager burst into laughter.
This is a storage ring. You can get storage rings of all kinds, but they are incredibly rare and also very costly. Even if you had all the gold in the world, you would not be able to purchase one.
That expensive? Lu Jiru was shocked, and her petite hand covered her lips as she cried out.
Even the smallest of them are considered ranked treasures, and not even most heavenly warriors can afford one. In fact, only a minority of them can.
If they cannot be bought with gold, then do you need bloodstones? Zhu Wei suddenly asked. He had read many books and knew a lot of things, but he had never before seen a bloodstone. These bloodstones were different from ordinary stones.
They were considered the blood of the continent, imbued with a strange energy that one could extract and use to strengthen their cultivation base. These bloodstones were similar to beast cores, but where beast cores were violent in nature and hard to process, the bloodstones were gentle in nature. It was easy to draw out every single ounce of energy. The manager raised an eyebrow when he heard what Zhu Wei had asked, while Shen Mu and Lu Jiru looked puzzled.
Bloodstones?
They asked.
You will indeed need bloodstones to purchase a storage treasure. Any ranked treasure has to be purchased with bloodstones unless it is half a step away being a treasured weapon. Bloodstones are hard to get your hands on in the Kingdom of Haping. You can barely get your hands on a handful, as we have no bloodstone deposits, and all bloodstones are brought in from the rest of the continent. It is also because of this that we do not have any cultivator cities in Haping Kingdom, nor do we have anyone who has managed to break through past the Heavenly Warrior rank, though someone speculates that your uncle might have done so. Otherwise, he might not have been able to kill as many primordial beasts as he has.
Zhu Wei knew about the bloodstones, but he had never before heard about storage treasures. He could not help but feel an urge to get one deep within, but he also understood that right now he did not have the qualifications to own one, just as he were likely to be killed for owning too precious an item.
Well then, let us calculate your friend's beast cores,
the manager said with a smile, and began to sort out their beast cores into ranks and strength. After making a final count, he also paid them 35% of their sales price, and then he smiled at the three.
Thank you for doing business with us. Can we perhaps help you with something else?
This was what Zhu Wei had been waiting for, and he cleared his throat. I am looking for a wood jade carving. I am not looking for anything too outrageous, just a simple figure.
A wood jade figure?
The manager was surprised, but then he laughed.
Sure, he said. I can get you a wood jade figure. If you want a simple one, I can give it to you as a symbol of gratitude for having brought your large batch of beast cores to us.
Although wood jade carvings were expensive for commoners, they were truly nothing compared to the vast amount of beast cores that Zhu Wei and his friends had brought.
Miss T, bring me 3 of the horse figurines made from high-grade green wood jade,
he ordered, and the female attendant instantly bowed in acknowledgement before she hurried out of the room. Moments later, she returned with 3 fist-sized figurines, all shaped like horses in various poses. These horses were all made from high-grade green wood jade. All the different kinds of wood jade were categorized into low, medium, high, superior, and profound. A shop like the Golden Chambers did not even carry low or medium-grade wood jade. They only carried high and superior quality. The profound kind was simply so rare and hard to get one's hands on that when they did emerge, they would have to be auctioned off, and most of the time the price would be paid in bloodstones.
Take these.
The manager accepted the 3 horse carvings and gave one to each of the youngsters.
If you have more to sell in the future or to buy, then please come to our establishment again.
Having said that, the 3 youngsters all stood up and bowed deeply to the manager with cupped fists. Thank you for your hospitality, they said in unison before they all left the room, feeling excited beyond belief. Although they were not poor before, they were now relatively rich, and they had even acquired for themselves wood jade carvings, which made them incredibly happy. Onwards to find clothes and a present for now, Lu Jiru exclaimed as she grabbed Zhu Wei and Shen Mu around their arms and dragged them with her out of the shop. Chapter 8. Fabrics. They left the shop and headed for the next house. This house was filled with clothes, furniture, cutlery, and other things that one could need for everyday living. This was, fortunately, the next shop they had been looking for. As they entered, they looked around with eyes filled with wonder before they moved towards the clothes area. Zhu Wei looked at the fabrics and sighed in praise. They had all kinds of colors and patterns, from embroidery of flowers, phoenixes, dragons, to all kinds of mythical beasts. They had plenty of options. There was every kind of pattern, and the fabrics were all of the highest quality. Some of them had embroideries made from pure gold and silver. Others had the clothes weaved from various kinds of silk. There was even silk produced by primordial beasts. That was the silk from the thunder spider, a spider that would make a spider net at the top of trees and soak its body in thunder, which made its silk much more durable and carry traces of lightning. There was also another kind of silk made from a primordial beast, but it carried traces of immortality and was as expensive as a treasured weapon, and hence not easily accessible to people. The thunder spider made many nets everywhere in the forests, and coming across it was not too rare, but the silk made from the immortal larva was something completely different. The immortal larva was a primordial beast with traces of immortality. As long as it had energy in its body, it was impossible to kill, and the silk it spun was also impossible to break for ordinary weapons. This fabric was without a doubt the most expensive of all the fabrics present, but there was also the medium-ranked fabrics that had been created from fierce beasts before one went to the low-grade materials made from mortal beasts. Everything that Zhu Wei had been wearing so far had been created from mortal beasts. It was the finest quality that one could get, but it was after all still made from mortal beasts. As a result, it had no effect during battles. It could be penetrated by any weapon, and it held no extra power or abilities. "This is so expensive," Lu Jiru said with shock as she looked at the fabrics in front of her. Although they had just sold hundreds of beast cores, they could not afford clothes made from the thunder spider's silk. The middle-ranked clothes that were made from the silk of fierce beasts were more affordable, but even this made Lu Jiru's and Shen Mu's hearts sting with pain. "Well, we have been invited to the palace for a banquet," Shen Mu said as he grit his teeth. "I will not be happy if I am not looking dashing. This little amount of money, I will earn it again one day." With Shen Mu having said this, Lu Jiru seemed to have agreed as she nodded her head. Zhu Wei also agreed that it was a great investment, but his reasoning was a bit different. "Although we are going to the banquet, these are clothes that will prove beneficial to us in the future," he said with a slight chuckle. "Look at this fabric. It is made from the silk of a blazing flame spider. It has an inherited flame within, and has some resistance to fire. Even if you were to enter a burning house, your body would not catch on fire, and you would not even be able to feel any discomfort. Although this is useful in battle, I am more interested in the inherited flame. If you insert some of your chi into the clothes, you can even make the clothes spout fire out of nothing. Having fireballs appearing in the middle of a fight can be of great use." The fabric that Zhu Wei held in his hands was red like blood, and on it was golden embroidery of a dragon. "I will be taking this," he decided straight away, and turned to look for an attendant. Here the fabric had still not been turned into clothing, as every piece of clothing was tailor-made, but it could be finished within half a day, as they had tailors waiting at the back of the store, spending all their time sewing clothes for the customers. "I want this." Lu Jiru had also made a decision on what fabric she wished to wear. It was a blue fabric with a pattern of water lotuses made from a water lotus larva. It had its name because, although it was a fierce beast, it was usually found amongst the water lotuses in the wild. This fabric had a gentle nature of water, and if one injected energy into the fabric, one could summon water globs just like the fireballs of the fabric Zhu Wei had picked. At the same time, it was very sturdy and had a high amount of defense. When it came to what element was best suited for defense, it was without a doubt water and earth. Water was formless, able to both defend and attack, and this fabric had a beautiful balance of both.
I will take this then.
Shenmue made a decision too as he took a black fabric. There were no embroideries on it so far, but the material had a beautiful sheen to it, and when he ordered it made, he was likely to also ask for embroideries around the edges, just simple borders to make it more lively. This black fabric was the most expensive one of the three. It was made from a void larva, a fierce beast that was skilled in hiding in the cracks of the world. It was even capable of splitting the void and teleporting away, which made capturing it incredibly difficult, and finding its silk even more so. Seeing that all three of them had already found the fabric that they wished to purchase, 3 attendants came to their aid. "Please follow me," all of them said in unison as they each picked a roll of fabric and started walking towards the back of the shop. There were multiple rooms, and inside all of these rooms were various treats and drinks on a table to the side, but there were no chairs to sit down on. "Please stand in the middle," the attendant asked Zhu Wei as she took a notebook and pen from a pocket and a measurement tape from another pocket that she held up against him. Zhu Wei stood in the middle, and the woman measured his entire figure, after which she scribbled down his measurements on the notebook. "The clothes will be ready for you to pick up in 7 hours, the woman said, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "Please follow me," she continued, and they went to the counter where Zhu Wei was given a small gem. This gem had the character for the number 8 carved into it. "When you come back, please use this gem as proof of your order. You pay a deposit now, and the rest of the price when the clothes have been fitted to you." "Sounds good." Zhu Wei nodded his head in approval and placed 10 gold coins on the counter, which was the deposit. Another 17 would have to be paid when he came back to pick up the clothes. While he paid, Lu Jiru and Shen Mu also exited their rooms and paid their deposits after getting a gem each. Lu Jiru's had the character for 9, while Shen Mu's had the character for the number 10. "Well then, now we just need a gift," Lu Jiru said, but the 3 of them turned silent. It was not that they did not wish to purchase a gift, but who knew what was usable for the Crown Prince? "Well, we can always just give him some gold," Zhu Wei sighed. "Although he has all the resources that he can wish for in the imperial family to boost his strength, he has to have his own economy to bribe officials and pay his servants, keep his mansions thriving, and so on."
"Does he not get paid an annual amount of money from the taxes?"
Shen Mu asked, puzzled, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "All the children of the king get their yearly salary, if you will, as part of the taxpayers' money. But at the same time, the king has many children, and the kingdom is in constant war with the beasts, meaning armies are in constant need of being maintained. He cannot afford to splurge on his sons."
"I see."
Shen Mu nodded his head, feeling enlightened. Although the crown prince would receive some minimal allowance for simply being a prince, he still had to earn money elsewhere to afford the things he needed to pay for. "We have to be careful when we go to the banquet," Zhu Wei warned them. "We know no one there, and at the same time we have already drawn attention to ourselves. The Crown Prince is likely to try and draw us into his camp. But we have just arrived in the capital, so joining a faction just like that would be too reckless." Lu Jiru and Shen Mu were silent, but after a bit of thinking they nodded their heads.
"I think it is true that we have to be careful with whom we support," Shen Mu said after a bit of consideration. "But at the same time, I also need to be loyal to the royal family. I am, after all, the next city lord of Tiankong City. Serving the royal family will be for the best, and the king has long since favored the crown prince. As long as he is alive, he will be steady in his position."
"So you want to be reeled in by the crown prince?" Zhu Wei asked with a frown, and Shen Mu nodded his head hesitatingly.
"I understand why you feel indecision. But my family has never been close to any royalty, and this can become an opportunity for us to change this. If I manage to strike up a relationship with him, even if that is with me being his vassal, then I would be able to improve the growth of my family in the future."
"I see." Zhu Wei knew that it was pointless to try and discuss it with him, and thus he just respected his friend's decision. "I will do what Shen Mu does," Lu Jiru said after a bit of consideration.
I wish to be a supporter for Shen Mu, and I will follow his decision.
Zhu Wei had already expected this, so he just nodded his head.
Let us return to the inn. We still have quite some hours before it is time for us to pick up our clothes. The banquet is in the evening, so we should rest and cultivate hard.
Neither Lu Jiru nor Shen Mu disagreed with Zhu Wei. As a result, they rushed back to their inn, where they entered their rooms and sat down on their respective beds. Of the 4 girls Lu Jiru shared a room with, 2 were present, while the final 2 were nowhere to be seen. Seeing that they were there, Lu Jiru was as quiet as she could be as she moved to her bed and started cultivating. Shen Mu was the same. Only Zhu Wei was benefiting from the single room. Like this, the next couple of hours passed. The rooms were continually being entered and left by their roommates, but as proper cultivators, neither Lu Jiru nor Shen Mu were disturbed by this. It was not before Zhu Wei appeared outside of their doors calling for them that they woke up from their meditation. It was finally time to pick up their clothes and prepare for the banquet. Chapter 9. Towards the Banquet. It took them another hour to get the clothes fitted, and then they bought a small cloth made from Primordial Beast silk. This cloth was then used to create a purse where they together added 100 gold coins. This was quite a lot of gold, and it hurt all 3 of them to put that much money into it, but they still understood that the Crown Prince needed a great gift, and thus they accepted the losses. Well, we have gotten some amazing clothes that can be used both in battle and for banquets. Zhu Wei smiled. We also got our wood jade carving for free. Although we spent a lot of gold, all the gold we have spent is gold we have gotten from beast cores. We have not even taken any of the money we were given by our families out yet. Hearing this, both Lu Jiru and Shen Mu felt better. It was indeed true that they had not spent any of their money yet. The money they had spent was what they had gotten from the beast cores.
We should thank Li Jian for bringing such wealth to us,
Shen Mu joked, and Lu Jiru laughed while Zhu Wei just smiled. He was still uncomfortable about the female primordial beast he had seen twice now. Both times she had been wearing a large bamboo hat with a veil to hide her face and a large cloak to hide her body. Oh well, I should be safe for now, he muttered to himself. I am in the middle of the capital. Even if a beast horde appeared, I would be safe. If the primordial beasts could wipe out the Haping Kingdom's capital, they would have done so a long time ago. And the recruitment camp is placed right next to the capital, so the next year I should be safe, Zhu Wei decided. Still, inside his mind was a tiny part of him that could not be convinced. There was a constant feeling telling him that he was in danger. Shaking his head, his reason pushed this feeling of danger to the side, and he smiled with his friends once more. Together, the 3 made their way through the inner city. The palace was located in the midst of everything, and it was also here that the banquet was being held. Although the Crown Prince had estates outside of the palace in the city itself, he held all of the major gatherings at his chambers in the palace, and today was indeed a major gathering.
To think that His Highness the Crown Prince is holding such a grand banquet is truly an honor, Shen Mu said, a little bit astonished.
This banquet has been in the works for a long time in advance, most likely, Zhu Wei said. The Crown Prince has most likely made a banquet to wish all the geniuses of the noble families good luck in their endeavor when it comes to military service. We are likely to encounter a large group of experts today, and many of them will be young masters of the capital.
Shen Mu thought about it for a bit, and then nodded his head a bit, looking embarrassed.
That makes sense, he laughed. Thinking that he would make a banquet just for our arrival would be quite a stretch. I wonder if we can mingle successfully amongst them.
I am sure that some of them will be reasonable.
Zhu Wei smiled, but he thought that at the same time it was likely that many of them were arrogant. They had been brought up in the capital, and the majority of them were supposed to be earth warriors. They would never acknowledge the 3 of them as they were still ordinary warriors. The fact that they had been given an invite was already very shocking.
but it could be argued for since he had a special physique and his uncle was Zhao Lei. But Lu Jiru and Shen Mu had no such backing. All they could rely on was their relationship with Zhu Wei. "Oh well, it will be fine," Zhu Wei muttered to himself. "The main target will be me. I already insulted one of the nobles from the capital, and at the same time, I have a special physique. Having a special physique will make many of them jealous. Jealousy is ugly, but hopefully no one is overly hostile." Zhu Wei's eyes turned dark, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "If they do, then I do not mind teaching them a lesson." Zhu Wei was rather certain in his own strength. Although it was impossible for him to kill these noble-born youngsters, he could still teach them a lesson as long as they were at the first layer of the Earth Warrior rank. All of them were in deep thought as they made their way towards the palace that was towering in the distance, when suddenly they heard the sounds of horse hooves galloping behind them.
"Out of the way!"
someone yelled hostily, followed by the sound of a whip flashing. Zhu Wei stopped in his tracks and turned around to see what was happening behind him, and his eyes turned serious. A young man was riding a horse that was galloping through the busy streets. He was swinging a whip in his hand, and it landed on the face of a commoner, rupturing the skin and causing him to forever be disfigured. Zhu Wei did not see himself as a hero of mankind, but he was not so arrogant that he would treat others like ants. He knew how it was to be looked down upon, which as a result never made him underestimate or undervalue human life.
"You three, out of the way!"
the young man called as he looked at Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu, who were all standing in the middle of the street. Zhu Wei looked at Shen Mu and Lu Jiru and saw undisguised disgust in their expressions. Both of them loathed arrogant masters to the extreme, and the sight in front of them had filled them both with the utmost dislike towards this young master that seemed to be the same age as themselves. Zhu Wei nodded his head in high praise. The young man on top of the horse was clearly an earth warrior of the first layer. He was wielding a whip, and he was mounted on a horse. Although the horse was a mortal beast, it was still a beast and could prove to be a great assistance to the rider when speeding along like this. But in other situations, it could also become the cause of a disaster. Zhu Wei looked at the mortal beast, and as soon as their eyes locked onto one another, the horse neighed and started thrashing under the control of its young master. The young master held hard on the reins and used the whip to whip the horse so hard that blood started to seep down the hind legs. The horse was in a frenzy. It seemed as if it had lost its mind as it was thrashing around, neighing and bucking, trying to get as far away from Zhu Wei as possible. The young master on top of the horse could not understand what was going on. He was clinging on for dear life, feeling as if he would be thrown to the ground at any moment and lose all of his face. Right then and there, he had no mind to figure out what had happened. Lu Jiru and Shen Mu were also puzzled. Only Zhu Wei knew that he had caused this, but he was confused as to how he had managed to do so. He had been capable of scaring the black-horned mammoth just by looking it in the eyes, and now he had driven a horse to madness from doing the same. It was clear that he had some effect on beasts of all kinds, but he considered it a part of his special physique. Zhu Wei had read books about special physiques before, and one of them had included a physique that had the power of transforming one into a celestial human. Since that was possible, then it wasn't so far-fetched for someone to have some sort of control over beasts, too. Had it not been for the diviner already checking him, he would have feared that he was a primordial beast given that he had some traits like them. But the diviner knew what a primordial beast looked like, and he had already scrutinized him, making it impossible for Zhu Wei to be one. If he had a beast core, then he would have been captured back in Chang'an City. Zhu Wei put the thoughts about the origin of his special physique to the back of his mind and started laughing as he saw the unkempt appearance of the young master.
However, his laughter made the already maddened horse panic further, and it neighed once more, but lost balance and fell backward, landing on the young master, squashing him into the dirty street. Although the streets were neat and kept tidy in the inner city, they were still dusty, and a cloud of dust rose up as the horse managed to swing its legs around and get back up to its hooves again, running away as fast as it could on trembling legs. The young master, who had been smashed underneath the horse, got up with much difficulty. His clothes were no longer spotless, his tied-up hair was messy, and his pale skin had become gray from the dust on the road. "You!" he exclaimed and took a few steps towards Zhu Wei and his two friends. He raised his hand that was holding the whip, and his arm was trembling from anger. "What did you do to my horse?" he asked so furiously that his face had turned completely red. "Who did what?" Zhu Wei asked with a slight smile on his face as he spread his hands out to the sides. "Did you see us do anything? We were just standing there petrified when you came riding towards us. How can it be our fault that your horse went wild? Who knows? You might have treated it badly?" The young man was trembling from anger, and he raised his whip and swung it at full strength towards Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu, completely disregarding the difference in their strength, knowing full well that such a swing would easily kill a cultivator at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. Zhu Wei took a step forward and activated the Forbidden Rush movement technique before he vanished and appeared right next to the whip. He reached out his hand and infused it with chi to protect himself when he grabbed the tail of the whip from the air. A slight sting could be felt in Zhu Wei's hand as he gripped the whip, but he quickly continued to rotate the chi within his body. Following that, he shot out towards the young master. Shattering Mountain Palm. He released one of his strongest attacks right away, aiming it at the young master's stomach, intending to injure but not kill. Although he had been outrageous, Zhu Wei had long since realized he acted rashly because he had the ability to do so. Even if Zhu Wei had some protection due to personal clout, he could not randomly kill the youngsters of the noble class in the capital. "Watch it," Zhu Wei sneered as the palm connected with the surprised young master. Although he was an earth warrior, he had been raised in the capital and was lacking real fighting experience. He had been so shocked by Zhu Wei catching his whip that he never realized what had hit him before he was on the ground vomiting blood. "I will get you for this," he sneered with blood trailing from the side of his lips. But Zhu Wei paid no more attention to him and turned around. He knew that this young master would be no threat to him anymore. "Come on," he said with a smile to the stunned Lu Jiru and Shen Mu. "The banquet is starting soon." Chapter 10. Attending a Banquet. Shen Mu and Lu Jiru were rather befuddled as they followed behind Zhu Wei. Everything had happened so fast that they had not seen exactly what had happened, and they were in a trance-like state, trying their best to make heads and tails of what they had seen. The horse had suddenly gone insane. There had been nothing to warrant this madness. It had happened out of the blue. Lu Jiru and Shen Mu both looked curiously at Zhu Wei. Had he done something to be able to control the thoughts of a mortal beast, which seemed to be an impossibility? Together, the three made their way to the palace gates. Here the guards were looking fierce and strong. Each and every one of them was of the Sky Warrior rank, and their strength was magnificent in comparison to simple ordinary warriors like Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu. "Halt!" one of the guards called out as he saw Zhu Wei and his friends. He frowned. He knew that the Crown Prince was hosting a banquet tonight, but the usual guests were all Earth warriors. To see 3 ordinary warriors meant that their background was formidable, or they had some other redeeming qualities. "Please announce your name," the guard said. He was neither hostile nor polite, but he was very straightforward. His strength allowed for him to be smug, but he also understood that these children were the next generation's primordial beast hunters. They would become amazing figures, and insulting them would be pointless for him.
Zhu Wei, I brought 2 friends with me. Zhu Wei introduced himself. The moment he mentioned his name, an eyebrow on the guard's face shot into the air. He too had heard about the new unique genius that had appeared in the city from out of nowhere. He had stunned all the upper echelons of the capital with his brazen behavior, his shocking background, and his special physique. Everyone knew that he was only an ordinary warrior, but they were also aware that he had not cultivated for more than half a year. When taking that into consideration, his talent for cultivation was simply so outstanding that no one was able to catch up with him at the rate he was going. Even if he were an ordinary warrior now, it was highly likely that he would be an earth warrior in a month at most.
This way, please.
The guard bowed slightly and gestured with an arm, leading the 3 into the palace grounds. The guard led them all the way through the many gardens scattered across the grounds. There were stone gardens, bamboo gardens, flower gardens, and even lakes and streams. It continued on for a long time, and they walked past many mansions, palaces, pagodas, and pavilions on their way towards a beautiful palace in the distance.
This is the Green Jade Palace, the guard introduced. It is the place where His Highness the Crown Prince usually hosts his banquets. It belongs to His Highness the King, but he often lends it out to his sons when they have special events ongoing. The guard provided a quick introduction of the building where the banquet would be held, and he smiled with goodwill toward Zhu Wei. His Highness the Crown Prince values talent a great deal. It is your honor to be invited to his banquet like this. But be careful. Not all of the king's children look at the Crown Prince favorably, and those who flock to his side might encounter unknown danger.
The guard decided to warn him. He had a good impression of this young man who was neither too humble nor too arrogant. "Thank you for your warning," Zhu Wei said with genuine gratitude. Few people had shown concern for Zhu Wei in his life, and those who did were, in his opinion, worthy of him treating them with respect. Truthfully, Zhu Wei had already spoken with Lu Jiru and Shen Mu about joining a faction. He was not eager to join one, but he knew that they wanted to as soon as possible. Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu walked the final part of the way on their own. There was a beautiful trail leading in and out through the environment of a stunning stone garden. The trail led through many beautiful corners of the garden so that one would see the wonders of the place before reaching a building made solely from green jade and gold. This was the Green Jade Palace, and it was outstandingly beautiful as it towered in front of them, sparkling in the light of the setting sun. Bustling noises came out from the open gate, and another 2 Sky Warrior guards were keeping a watch at the entrance. There were no one else on the way towards the banquet, as it seemed that all of them had arrived already, but Zhu Wei did not feel any pressure. Instead, he leisurely strolled in and smiled at the 2 guards, whose faces twitched a little from the carefreeness that Zhu Wei displayed. Shen Mu and Lu Jiru were feeling uncomfortable showing up late, but they knew that they would be in the shadows of Zhu Wei, and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Zhu Wei had become a towering person to them, someone who would protect them from the rain and the wind, someone who would take all the troubles they might encounter and dispel them. As they reached the entrance, the 2 Sky Warrior guards looked at them, but they did not stop them. Instead, they just observed them as the 3 of them entered the palace itself. The moment they entered, a herald was waiting, and he looked at them with a dismayed expression on his face.
"Follow me," he said grumpily. "You are late," he continued to complain. However, since he was showing no respect to Zhu Wei, on the other hand, did not display any respect to him either. As they walked up a set of stairs, they finally reached a large hall that was filled with young men and women that were mingling with one another. A few were of the 9th layer ordinary warrior rank, but the majority were the 1st layer earth warriors. Some beautiful women looked like otherworldly fairies. There were young men who looked as if they cared as much about their appearance as these women, and there were men as burly as a bear.
Everyone was wearing their most outstanding outfits, and the majority wore outfits made from fierce beast materials. Some of the outfits were made with leather, others had fabric made from silk, and a third group was wearing fur. The experts were mingling together in groups. Some of them were standing at a table with drinks, sipping some wine, and others were at a table with food while nibbling on some snacks. There were also groups all over the floor chatting merrily with one another, a cup of traditional wine in one hand. Almost everyone present had weapons draped around their bodies, either swords hanging from their waists or on their backs, spears on their backs, whips hanging around their waist, and so on. It was clear that all of them were cultivators. Their senses were heightened, and their eyes gleamed with competitive spirit. Zhu Wei looked out over the entire hall with his eyes, and they narrowed as they landed on someone who stood at a podium while talking with a small group of experts, where there were even some second-layer and third-layer Earth warriors amongst them. This young man seemed to be between 20 and 30 years old. He was wearing the most exquisite clothes made from silk that was harvested from a primordial beast, and with a fur lining of primordial beast fur. This young man was not very old, yet when Zhu Wei looked at him, he felt an acute sense of crisis that he had only met when encountering Shen Bingwen, Li Fang, Manager Su, and the mysterious female primordial beast. It was clear that if he was not already a heavenly warrior at such a young age, then he was not far from becoming one. It was clear that he was the Crown Prince. He was an incredibly attractive young man. His skin was white as porcelain, his eyes dark and deep like a fathomless deep. His eyebrows were slanted upwards like a sharp sword, and his features were like the finest carving of a heavenly ruler. The moment Zhu Wei's eyes landed on him, the man stopped talking and lifted his head, looking straight at Zhu Wei. A smile then blossomed on his handsome face, and he said a few words to the ones surrounding him before he made his way towards Zhu Wei and his friends. Everyone had noticed what was going on. The moment Zhu Wei entered the hall, they noticed him, yet many of the ones present deemed him unworthy of paying their attention to, and thus they continued their conversations. It was not before the Crown Prince himself began moving towards Zhu Wei that people started wondering who exactly this unknown figure was. The ones who were smarter amongst the group of nobles instantly guessed his identity and smiled as they too tried to get a good first-hand impression from this young man. There were also those who disliked Zhu Wei from the rumors, but although they disliked him, they would not mention it when seeing the smile that had blossomed on the Crown Prince's face.
"You must be Zhu Wei," the Crown Prince said as he lifted his hand and gestured for Zhu Wei and his friends to follow. "I was starting to get worried that you would not join us." He laughed, and Zhu Wei politely smiled. "It is my honor to be invited to such an event, so of course we will show up," Zhu Wei said as he cupped his hands to the Crown Prince, showing proper etiquette. Everyone held their breath as they observed how the interaction between Zhu Wei and the Crown Prince transpired. Many were secretly wishing for Zhu Wei to insult the prince somehow, but so far that was not happening. On the other hand, others had a favorable impression of him and were almost nervous about their interaction, hoping that he would behave correctly so that he could become another pillar of support for the Crown Prince's side in the fight for the throne. "Come with me," the Crown Prince said, and from his tone, Zhu Wei could instantly tell that he was used to issuing orders and that he was used to them being obliged. Although there was a slight hint of an order behind this sentence too, Zhu Wei did not mind and followed behind the Crown Prince through the entire hall. He ensured to look around at the same time and saw that there was a massive platform just next to the podium he had been standing on before, and he instantly knew what this was for. Zhu Wei had read many books about the Kingdom of Heiping. In the Kingdom of Heiping's capital, it was usual to hold banquets amongst the younger generation. Furthermore, when they held these banquets, they also reserved time to exchange pointers. Thinking of this, Zhu Wei's face sank a little,
He had faith in towering over any other ninth-layer ordinary warrior with no issue. He was even confident in his chances against an average one-layer Earth warrior. But when it came to the 2- and 3-layer Earth warriors, his biggest chance was to escape. It would have been possible for him to kill them using sacrificial stab, and also taking advantage should they underestimate their opponent, but in the long run he could only run away. A sparring match where one party constantly ran away was not worth watching. "Oh well, maybe no one will challenge me," he muttered to himself with a self-mocking smile. As always, he understood that personal strength was all that mattered, and if he wanted to do good in this life, then he needed to stand above all others. Chapter 11. Challenging Zhu Wei. "Your Highness, please introduce us," a seductive woman said as she looked at the trio with curiosity. She was clearly aware of who they were, but she also understood that it would be considered rude if she just went towards him and began talking with this young man without addressing the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince smiled amiably and could not help but laugh slightly. "I do not believe that you have not heard of him before," he said with laughter in his voice. "It is Zhu Wei, the previously useless nephew of our primordial beast hunter, Zhao Lei. He has shocked the entire capital by displaying an outstanding talent for cultivation and having a special physique that gives him certain benefits compared to other cultivators. The other 2 are his friends, Miss Lu Jiru of the Lu family in Chang'an City, and Mr. Shan Mu, son and heir of the city lord in Chang'an City." As the Crown Prince introduced Lu Jiru and Shan Mu, they were both greatly shocked by the fact that he knew about them. They were of the impression that they were just unimportant followers, but the Crown Prince had gone out of his way to investigate them. As such, they were not completely invisible. "Mr. Zhu Wei, what a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The seductive woman raised her hand and hid her mouth behind it as she laughed slightly. "I have heard about your illustrious figure these last few days. To think that such a genius is amongst us." She continued to laugh as if she had experienced the funniest thing possible, and while Zhu Wei frowned a little due to her laughter, the Crown Prince and the other experts surrounding him were all smiling, as if it was natural for this particular woman to behave like this. But it did not seem as if the woman had finished yet. She also seemed to completely ignore the frown on Zhu Wei's face as she grabbed his hands and looked deep into his eyes. "Tell me, is it true that you killed a whole beast horde on your own? Is it true that you have gone from being a mortal to becoming a 9th-layer ordinary warrior in half a year? I also heard that your strength is many times greater than any average ordinary warrior. How are you able to tell? Have you measured your strength? How did you do so?" Questions rained down on Zhu Wei, and he was unsure of which question to answer, if any of them at all. Others were observing him curiously, waiting to see what he would answer. His words would determine how he would be viewed by many of these experts. "Our group was indeed unfortunate and encountered a beast horde on the way here," Zhu Wei acknowledged. "The beast horde was not as terrifying as the ones we have heard of. It mainly consisted of beasts as strong as ordinary warriors and a few equivalent to Earth warriors. They were being led by one beast of the Sky Warrior stage, and there were only a few thousand." The Crown Prince nodded his head with a smile as he praised Zhu Wei in his heart. To downplay the fact that they had met a beast horde would make others underestimate the young man. It was clear that Zhu Wei would rather be underestimated than be respected by these capital noble-born youngsters. The woman pouted when she heard this story. "That's it?" she asked in a disappointed way, but a few of the other boys were hesitating slightly. A few understood that he was underplaying the fact. A beast horde was never simple, and they were always controlled by a primordial beast. Even the simplest horde was controlled by one, and thus they were truly dangerous.
Others did not understand this point at all. They thought that the rumors had been blown out of proportion and that Zhu Wei had benefited from this. Many looked down on him. If this rumor was exaggerated, then for sure the others were too. Even if he had managed to go from being a mortal to becoming a 9th layer ordinary warrior in half a year, did that not just mean that his foundations were terrible? Everyone had their own thoughts about the young man in front of them. But while a few had understood that he was not as simple as he seemed, the majority of them looked down on him already. Some even snorted when he finished speaking. The Crown Prince was one of the few that understood what it truly implied to meet a beast horde. He also understood what it meant to cultivate through 9 layers in 6 months. Even if it was an unstable foundation, it was not something that just anyone could do. Not to mention, anyone knew what an unstable foundation meant. A few people from the capital had unstable foundations because they had been incapable of giving up on the sudden boost in strength, but the majority had their families knocking on their heads, telling them what a proper cultivation base should be like, and thus they cultivated steadily instead. Those with a cultivation base that was unstable were often looked down upon, and Zhu Wei had now been regarded as one of them. Sensing how the eyes that looked at him contained scorn and schadenfreude, Zhu Wei smiled slightly. This way, he had a chance on the dueling platform later if they were to challenge him, but he also understood that it was unlikely that he would be able to do anything other than draw a tie with anyone of the 2nd layer Earth Warrior and above.
Now that all my guests have arrived, please feel free to share your pointers on the podium. Be mindful of not wounding one another. This is an exchange of pointers, not a life-and-death battle. At the same time as that was announced, Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu were led by the Crown Prince towards the group of experts he had been standing with previously. Here, a few greeted Zhu Wei after having greeted the Crown Prince, but the majority deemed him unfit for their attention. Seeing this kind of reaction, Zhu Wei felt relieved. Some youngsters jumped to the podium right away, and the sparring started. It was 2 9th layer ordinary warriors, and their strength was equal in every aspect. They exchanged pointers in an orderly manner, taking turns to display their might, but in the end, they had to acknowledge that it was a tie, and they left the stage. Others jumped on stage and displayed their martial arts. All of them were doing their best to show off in front of the Crown Prince. They wanted to be hand-picked by him to be groomed into becoming a new primordial beast hunter or a pillar of strength for the royal family. Unfortunately for them, the Crown Prince was not observing the sparring on the podium. Instead, he was deeply focused on a conversation with Zhu Wei. "Your uncle has been out hunting for a long time this time," he commented, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "Your Highness, Uncle informed me that he would be busy for some years, might even be a full decade before he returned. He has gone hunting primordial beasts after all. I understand that it is impossible to know where to find these primordial beasts, and that one can at most hope to encounter them. I expect that he is killing a whole lot of fierce beasts too. If he can diminish the numbers of fierce beasts with strength equivalent to heavenly warriors, then that too will be a great accomplishment."
Zhu Wei nodded his head.
"Your Highness is too kind. I am sure that Uncle would be honored to know that even your Royal Highness is worried about his well-being. Still, I know the strength of Uncle, and he is not one to be easily done in. As long as he hunts in the Kingdom of Haping, he will be absolutely safe."
Zhu Wei was completely certain when he spoke. To him, Zhao Lei was the mountain that held up the sky and ensured that no matter what, the world would not collapse over him. Since this was the case, then it was clear that he would be able to survive anything that the Kingdom of Haping had to offer. He had hunted primordial beasts many times before, and he had always been successful. Zhu Wei's certainty affected the Crown Prince.
"He has nothing to fear in the Kingdom of Haping?"
he muttered to himself before his eyes turned bright.
"There is a rumor that Zhao Lei has long since transcended the Heavenly Warrior stage. Perhaps this is so, he muttered to himself so low that no one heard him, but his lips rose into a great smile. Getting a good relationship with Zhu Wei was paramount now. Many of the youngsters in the group were unhappy. They wished to strike up a relationship with the Crown Prince, but he was busy chatting with someone who they did not deem special in their eyes, and thus anger roared in the minds of many.
"I would like to challenge Zhu Wei," someone suddenly called out.
The entire place went silent, and the Crown Prince frowned. On one side, he was pleased with the fact that Zhu Wei would be trialed on the podium. He, too, wanted to see if he had any special abilities. On the other hand, he was very displeased with the fact that he was being interrupted in the middle of a conversation with someone. It was a lack of respect towards him as the Crown Prince. But his curiosity won over. He smiled at Zhu Wei.
"Someone has challenged you. The expert is a 9th layer ordinary warrior, and you are the same age. You have no reason to decline the challenge."
Zhu Wei laughed too. He did not fear anyone of the ordinary warrior rank, and thus he just shook his head and moved to the stage. He could have activated the Forbidden Rush movement technique and arrived on the stage with flair, but he was not willing to display his Forbidden Rush technique anytime soon. If he wished to have a chance against a 2nd layer Earth warrior, then he needed to depend on Forbidden Rush, which was his trump card. Walking steadily up to the stage, Zhu Wei looked at his opponent. It was a young man. His hair was tidy and neatly tied up on top of his head, with a small hairpin made from gold that kept it in place. He wore a set of clothes made from fierce beast hide, and his body was burly and filled with strength. It was clear that he had trained his body alongside his chi. It was quite rare for someone to train their bodies alongside their chi, as it was something that took time, and in the end, it was a pointless activity as one's body would be enhanced the more chi one absorbed. Eventually, even though someone had cultivated their bodies, they would be overtaken by others in the form of physical strength too. This young man held absolute confidence in himself. He was currently the expert in the capital with the most physical strength beneath the Earth Warrior rank. His muscles bulged under the fierce beast hide.
"You can always give up before we begin."
He grinned at Zhu Wei, who just shook his head. Comparing physical strength? This was something that he was actually quite interested in.
"I heard that you have a strength to match 1,000 ordinary warriors," the man continued as he looked at Zhu Wei. "But looking at your frail figure, you cannot have trained your body. Compared to me, you are just a weakling who has only cultivated chi."
Chapter 12. Communication Orb. Zhu Wei looked at the buff man in front of him and shook his head. "I want to defeat this guy, but I can't do it too cleanly," he thought as he wondered about what to do. The opponent did not waste any time and rushed at Zhu Wei. The entire podium trembled from the weight that landed every time he took a step. Zhu Wei narrowly dodged a few attacks. He had not clashed with the other because he wanted to gauge his own strength first. If he sent out an attack and defeated him straight away, he would have wasted all the time he had spent to make himself seem like a weakling. As a result, he was just narrowly escaping every time. He could feel the wind of the punch fly past his face, his body, and his limbs. The punches were indeed backed by a strength that Zhu Wei had never before seen amongst other ordinary warriors, but his own strength was similarly overwhelming. After a moment, he finally decided it was time to clash head-on with the burly youngster. The longer he spent dodging the attacks, the crowd started to progressively boo at him, yelling for him to stop being such a scaredy cat, and some even called for him to stop wasting time on the stage. Yet the judge and the crown prince looked on with a frown on their faces. They were much higher ranked than the other people present. They could see that there was no hesitation or panic whenever Zhu Wei moved. It was clear that he was not as backed into a corner as he seemed. At the same time, his eyes were completely calm. His actions were constantly under control. The Crown Prince smirked when he saw this.
Seems like I was not mistaken, he said to himself.
Zhu Wei threw out a punch that contained 20% of his strength. He was still testing the waters, yet when he threw out the attack, the majority of the experts in the hall looked at him with disdain. Everyone was waiting to see the outcome of the clash. The Crown Prince and the judge, who were of a much higher rank, could see that the punch that Zhu Wei threw out was a casual one, with not even half his strength, their eyes narrowing slightly. The two fists clashed, and a boom resounded in the hall. The burly young man was stopped in his tracks while Zhu Wei took 5 steps back. He then looked at his fist, which ached slightly, and acknowledged that he had overestimated his strength.
Well done! The burly man was shocked, as he had been stopped by Zhu Wei with raw strength. That had never happened before. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, was also shocked that he had been forced backward and that his fist was hurting.
No more underestimating. I am going to use half of my strength this time, he mumbled to himself. Although his voice was very low, both the judge and the Crown Prince heard him, their faces twitching slightly. They knew for a fact that when they were as young as Zhu Wei, they were likely not to be his opponent. The shine in the Crown Prince's eyes grew. He truly wanted to recruit this young man, and he decided to start with showing goodwill towards his friends. If he became good friends with Shen Mu and Lu Jiru, it was likely that Zhu Wei would join him too. Having decided on this, the Crown Prince shifted next to Lu Jiru and Shen Mu, where he began chatting with them about the outcome of the fight.
Zhu Wei will win,
Lu Jiru said straightforwardly.
He is much stronger than anyone else here, not counting your Royal Highness or the esteemed judge.
Lu Jiru was of the impression that Zhu Wei was a god that had descended from the heavens, someone who had strength like no one else and abilities that others could not comprehend. Shen Mu was a little more reserved about what he said, but in his heart he too had complete faith in Zhu Wei. The other experts surrounding the Crown Prince were looking at them with various expressions. Some looked on with loathing and complete disregard, while others had expressions of confusion and deep thought. Things did not add up. Zhu Wei had downplayed his abilities so far. At least a group of experts were certain of this. When they heard the certainty in Lu Jiru's voice, they felt even more sure of this fact. And when they saw how he had not been judged as the loser just yet by the judge, they understood that he was hiding a lot of strength.
This man is the nephew of Zhao Lei, one of them mumbled to himself. He has a special physique, and he is shrewd. This is a young man we should not make into an enemy.
While this guy made this conclusion, others had the same thought, but many were completely disregarding of his potential. The burly man on the podium charged at Zhu Wei again, but this time Zhu Wei was prepared, and half his strength was inserted into his arm as he threw out another punch. The speed of this punch far exceeded the speed of the previous one. The pupils of the burly youngster's eyes contracted, and he tried to avoid the collision, but he was too late. The two hands collided in the air, and he was the one forced back this time. His entire body trembled as he took a few steps back, and each step made small, almost invisible cracks appear all over the podium floor. From this, one could see how much strength was added to this attack.
I am convinced of my defeat. The burly man gave Zhu Wei a long glance as he jumped from the podium, and an uproar ensued in the hall. Zhu Wei cupped his hands to the expert and was about to step off the podium when a one-layer earth warrior jumped onto the stage.
Your physical body is strong, but this is an exchange of pointers. I wonder if I can make you serious enough to use your martial arts skills. That is, if you have any.
There was mockery within the voice of this other youngster. Zhu Wei looked at him and noticed that he was wearing clothes made from fierce beast silk too. It was purple with golden embroideries. His hair was half hanging, half tied up. His face could be considered handsome by some. This young man was another noble-born son of the capital. He had consumed a fair deal of medicinal plants for him to reach the level he was at, and he had decent talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make it to the first layer of the Earth Warrior rank at his age. Zhu Wei frowned. He had just engaged in a sparring match, and so far no one else had fought more than one battle at a time. In fact, no one had been up on the podium more than once. "You are not scared, are you?" he snickered, but Zhu Wei just glanced at him with a bored look on his face. "I find it unbecoming of me to hog the space on the podium when this is all for the geniuses present," he said casually. "Were the Crown Prince to enjoy watching me perform another exchange of pointers, then, of course, it is a different matter." Having said this, Zhu Wei was testing the Crown Prince. Allowing for the other youngsters to bully him when he was the host would be frowned upon, but the prince was likely also very curious to see his prowess. This was quite a dilemma to give the prince, and while the prince and some realized the point behind Zhu Wei's question, others thought he was just looking for a way to escape the exchange of pointers, and their opinion on him was constantly dropping. The Crown Prince thought for a moment, aware that no matter what he did, he would disappoint someone. His main aim was to recruit Zhu Wei, so it was obvious that he should not be disappointed. At the same time, it would also be righteous to stand up for Zhu Wei since he was being bullied. However, although this was the case, the Crown Prince was aware that Zhu Wei had used no energy in the previous spar and was at his peak condition. He was also eager to see just how many tricks this young man had hidden. Sighing, he stood up.
"We have many young heroes present who have not displayed their skills just yet," the Crown Prince said with a smile on his lips. "To ask for young Master Zhu Wei to participate in another exchange of pointers when he just finished one is not the act of a gentleman." The Crown Prince laughed. "I understand that all of you are eager to experience the strength of this young genius, but he should be allowed time to rest as well." The opponent on the stage had his face turning red after being told that his actions were not gentlemanly by the prince himself, and he cupped his hands before he quickly jumped off the stage. Zhu Wei followed him down the stage, feeling rather good. He had thought that the prince would not be able to contain his curiosity and request for him to partake in one more spar. But he had taken Zhu Wei's side and protected him from this bullying that the noble-born youngsters of the capital had planned for him. Zhu Wei returned to the prince's side and was surprised to find that the Crown Prince was speaking cordially with Shen Mu and Lu Jiru. It was clear that with the current relationship between the three, these two would succeed in forging a relationship with the Crown Prince and come under his wings. Zhu Wei could not help but praise the Crown Prince for his swift decision-making and his decision to not stop at anything to pull in Zhu Wei. He was also aware that the prince operated not for his sake, but it was for the sake of his legendary uncle, Zhao Lei. The rest of the night, no one else dared to challenge Zhu Wei. It was clear that the Crown Prince was looking out for him, and thus they were aware that going against Zhu Wei would be the same as going against the Crown Prince himself. The ones who had realized that Zhu Wei was hiding his power all came to talk with him. They wanted to leave a positive first impression, so they tried their best to be friendly with both him and his two friends. Others did not even deign to give him one look. They felt that he was riding on the coattails of the rumors and in truth was a paper tiger. Many went onto the podium to display their skills, but all the second and third layer Earth Warriors were staying down. It was clear that they did not feel a need to display their skills to be respected, as their cultivation base was already proof of their superiority. "Lu Jiru, Shen Mu," the Crown Prince called out, and the two hurried towards him and bowed deeply. He then handed them two bracelets made from braided black primordial beast leather. On this bracelet was a small, misty white pearl. "This is a communication orb," the Crown Prince introduced it. Each person's orb has a specific aura, and if you touch two communication orbs together, they will be able to find the specific aura again, and you will be able to communicate with one another on a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. They are rather rare, but all my followers have one each. I have already connected it with mine and your own communication orbs. This means that you can contact me or each other whenever need be.
Chapter 13. Leaving the capital. Bliss. The expression on both Lu Jiru's and Shen Mu's faces were that of utter bliss. They cupped their hands and bowed deeply to the Crown Prince, completely incapable of expressing their gratitude with words. Zhu Wei watched the scene with a smile on his face. He was quite satisfied with how things were progressing. Although he had no intention of siding with a faction, his friends were eager to do so, considering how much of a blessing it would be for their families. Zhu Wei knew that they were different from him, and he was happy for them. But he also understood that this crown prince was doing it for the sake of him and his uncle. "We will not let you down, your royal highness," Lu Jiru said while bowing. Shen Mu also said, "We will forever be your loyal subjects." The crown prince seemed satisfied with what they said, and he waved his hand.
"I look forward to working with you in the future," he said with an amiable smile on his face before he turned to Zhu Wei. "You might want a communication orb too?" he asked, tempting Zhu Wei. But Zhu Wei understood that accepting anything from this prince included being indebted to him. "No need, your highness," Zhu Wei laughed. "I have no one I need to communicate with. Had I known they existed, then I would have asked my uncle to give me one. But since I cannot get into contact with him, it is pointless." The crown prince was slightly disappointed, but this was what he had expected. He had a hunch Zhu Wei would do what he could to stay away from a specific faction, and his only aim with today's meeting was to sow a seed of friendship in his mind. Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu said their goodbyes to the crown prince and what other experts they met on their way. As they left the building made from jade, they found that the outside was completely dark, and that the only path they had to walk had been lit up by the most beautiful street lamps made from various colors of jade. "Thank you for allowing us to follow you to this banquet." Lu Jiru and Shen Mu would repeat the same thing over and over again like a broken record. "We were able to forge up a relationship with the crown prince, and now we will be able to see our families flourish in the future." Zhu Wei said nothing. He just smiled. There was truly no need for thanks between them, because they were true friends. As they made it back to the inn, they found that many of Lu Jiru's and Shen Mu's friends were waiting for them, eager to hear what they had encountered. They too were noble-born youngsters of Tiankong City, and they understood just how big an opportunity they had lost out on. Because of this, some of them held a grudge against Zhu Wei. They had wanted him to bring them too, but others understood that they had no great relationship with him, and thus it was natural for them not to be invited. Those experts were regretting never acknowledging Zhu Wei in the past, as Lu Jiru had done. Zhu Wei excused himself and slipped upstairs to the room he had for himself, where he sat down and started cultivating. He had gained a good understanding of the one person he had exchanged pointers with that day, and he had felt the power of his attacks. This man had practiced his body and qi at the same time. The qi would usually transform one's body, so the more qi one had, the stronger one would become, and the more powerful one's physical body would become as well. Qi was rebuilding the body. The burly man he had faced earlier, however, had walked down the unconventional path and had trained his body, resulting in a buff appearance. However, this buff appearance was not only for show. He also had at least double the strength of an average ordinary warrior. Still, Zhu Wei had only needed half his strength to force him back 5 steps and make his entire body shake and tremble from the impact. Zhu Wei was very well aware that his own body was not trained.
It was clear that he had not had the time it took to strengthen one's body, and the only strength he had was gained through his cultivation of qi. Still, he was many times stronger than the average ordinary warrior. It was clear that his special physique was quite unique. The next couple of days were spent in leisure at the inn. A few gifts arrived to Zhu Wei from the Crown Prince and a few other experts that wished to establish a good relationship with Zhu Wei, but otherwise he had peace and quiet to train. As the 7th day arrived, all of them checked out from the inn in the early morning and made their way to the allocated destination where they had to meet up with the captain, the commoners, and the guards. As they arrived at the location, they found that some of the other commoner youngsters were already there. They all looked rather different from before. Some were wearing fine clothes and looked almost like nobles. Others looked even more haggard than before. There was 1/3 of the commoners who had not appeared by the time the captain and the guards arrived, and none of them seemed shocked by this.
Flaunting one's wealth is the same as having a death wish within the capital,
he sighed as he shook his head and looked at the now much smaller group than it had been when they set out 2 months prior from Tiangong City. "It feels like a whole lifetime since we left," one of the commoners said with sadness in her eyes. She had lost quite a few friends on this trip, and she had the impression that this was just the beginning. Others nodded their heads when they heard her. They had been through life and death struggles on their way, had experienced the vastness of the capital, and had gotten rich overnight. But while some had managed to keep their wealth, others had lost it as fast as they had gained it, robbed by thugs in the outer city. When the captain saw that the entire group of nobles were still intact, in fact, all of them seemed to be better than when they arrived, he could not help but be surprised.
"Well done. I guess that you all went to the inner city?"
he asked curiously, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "We stuck together in the inner city. It is much safer than the outer city, and we had a few errands to run as well."
"Well thought," the captain praised them. "I did not think you would be smart enough to enter the inner city since it is much more expensive, both the entrance fee and the inn. I imagine that a group like yours would have cost around 9 gold, if not more."
Hearing this, the hearts of the commoners clenched. 9 gold was simply too much money. They did not even own that much after selling off their beast cores, so for the noble children to fork out such an amount for the sake of accommodation for a single week was simply unattainable.
"Well, enough about that. Now we are all gathered. We will wait another half hour, and then we will be going to the army camp," he decided.
The half hour went by fast. The commoners were gathered even more in groups now than they had been before, and some of them were paranoidly looking around and glaring at anyone who looked at them, trying to act menacing and intimidating. No one spoke with people from outside of their groups. Even the nobles were somewhat nervous and talked only with their good friends. Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, and Shen Mu were standing together. The 3 of them said nothing and just waited for the half hour to pass by. As the half hour was over, the captain finally turned away from the guards he had been speaking with.
"Time is up,"
he said with a stern expression. There were no more people appearing. Their group, which had started with around 1,000, now amounted to around 400.
"It is not often that our group diminishes as much as it has,"
the captain said with a bit of sourness in his voice.
"We lost both good guards and promising talents in the battle against the sand snakes. Even more were lost in our fight with the bandits, but most losses were occurred during the beast horde. We have also lost quite a few youngsters here in the capital. Their first visit will also be their last. I am saddened that so many died on the way, but I am proud of those who managed to prevail through these life and death trials. You have now experienced what real life is like. Your time in the army will be like this. Time and time again you will experience life and death battles. Many of you will not survive, but those who do will be stronger, and you will become the pillar of support for our entire kingdom."
The captain had not talked much before on the way to the capital, but now that they were on the final stretch from the capital to the recruitment camp, he was suddenly very talkative. They walked through the landscape outside of the capital towards the recruitment camp. Zhu Wei noticed that many other youngsters were moving in the same direction as them. The only difference was that there were not many big groups. Most of the youngsters were alone or escorted by a single guard, and all of them came from the capital. As they went further and further into the land, bigger and bigger groups of youngsters could be seen heading the same direction. As the many roads started to converge into one, more people appeared, and soon the entire road was filled with people. Although many guards could be seen on the roads, the majority were youngsters at the age of 15 and 16. These youngsters were moving towards the same destination, and soon they saw a city made from tents in the distance. The camp spread as far as the eye could see, and some tents rose into the sky, while others were small and could at most house one person. As they got closer, they saw a sea of people waiting outside the campgrounds, and even more people were arriving. Soon, Zhu Wei and the group he belonged to had made it to the grounds. As Zhu Wei looked around, he noticed that all these people were the arriving youngsters from every part of the kingdom. So many children were here, although the majority were men, but also many women had arrived. Only a few women had been tasked with other jobs than joining the army. The captain moved to the side and stopped.
Everyone, go and stand together with the other youngsters. Us guards will return to the capital to wait and hear news of how you have all made it in the rankings, and bring that news with us back to your families. We cannot guide you any further if you want to survive the next decade in the army. Take your life into your own hands and persevere.
Having said that, the captain saluted and turned around. He and the guards all vanished into the distance, leaving behind a large group of youngsters that felt a wide array of emotions. Some of the emotions ranged from confusement to excitement, but a majority of it was nervousness. They were at a loss for what to do, and they all started looking towards Zhu Wei, as he was the strongest in their group. Frowning, Zhu Wei scanned the area and saw the same happening all over.
Well, for now, we are going to do as Captain said and join up with the rest of the experts. I am sure that when all of us are gathered, we will begin some sort of dividing into ranks.
Chapter 14. Who Wants to Be a Genius? Having made a decision as to what he was going to do, Zhu Wei did not waste any more time and went towards the body of youngsters. As soon as he reached them, he calmly stood in line and observed his surroundings. More and more youngsters appeared and stood on the field in front of the tent camp. No one spoke to one another. There was complete silence. The only sound that could be heard was the rustling of clothes when the nervous experts shifted their weight from one foot to another as they waited for their turn to be integrated into the army and be told what division they would be placed within. The day turned to dusk, and the sun started setting, but youngsters were still arriving from all over the Haping Kingdom. When the sun had completely set, more than 200,000 young men and women had gathered in the field, and it was filled to the bursting point. Zhu Wei waited patiently like everyone else. He squinted his eyes as he looked at the many other youngsters surrounding him. There were so many different people waiting for the army camp to open. Some were wearing fine clothes, others were wearing rags, but all of them were cultivators of varying strength. As the sun set, the stream of youngsters that were arriving slowly died out, and everyone seemed to have made it in time for the beginning of their army career. But no one came out to fetch them. The hours ticked by slowly. The night was passing slowly, but no one dared to speak with each other. as everyone was patiently waiting for the army commanders to come out and greet them. Soon it was dawn, and the sun once more rose in the sky. It was not before now that there was some sort of movement in the tent camp that they were standing in front of. A group of 200 men stepped forward, and in front of them was a small, stout man. Although he was small, no one dared look down on him. He had a menacing air around him that was filled with killing intent, and a long scar on his face made him look sinister. The man was treated very respectfully by the others, and Zhu Wei could instantly determine that he was the commander. Zhu Wei looked straight at him. His eyes were clear and filled with curiosity as to what would happen now, while the majority of the youngsters around him had lowered their heads, unable to look him in the eyes directly.
"Welcome to the recruitment camp," the stout man called out. "I am Commander Chen. I have been leading this recruitment camp for the last 20 years, and I have seen heaven-sent geniuses every single year. My job is not to pamper you. My job is to turn you into a killing machine that will be able to kill primordial beasts in the future. The majority of you will not survive the decade you are in the army. But those who do are often those that have disregarded everything and done all their best in the recruitment camp. Follow our rules, and you will have a bigger chance of survival. Follow our training schedule, and you will understand how to fight. Depending on your progress, you will be able to claim better benefits, and everyone is ranked in the group depending on their layer and their fighting prowess. Right now, all of you will be checked by my captains. They will check your bone structure to ensure that you are as old as you claim. After that, you will be placed in a group of the others with the same layer of strength as yourself. You are allowed to challenge those one layer above you, but beware, the challenge is deadly. Still, if you have faith in your strength, then it is worth it. The reward is more resources and thus bigger chances at survival. Now, get in line."
Everyone did exactly as they were told, and now voices could be heard from within the group of youngsters. Everyone was excited.
"Zhu Wei, do you think that we should challenge the rank above ours?"
Shenmu asked fervently. He had a gleam in his eyes and a rosy color on his cheeks, but Zhu Wei shook his head. "I am going to attempt it, but I would not suggest you do so," he said honestly. "I have my special physique to save me, but you do not have anything like that. You heard the commander. The trial is deadly. It is not worth it to risk your life against such odds to join the genius camp." Shen Mu's enthusiasm lowered a bit as he thought about it, and Lu Jiru had latched onto his sleeves, her eyes displaying worry. She did not want him to risk his life to join the genius camp. "We will be here for a year," Zhu Wei continued. "In a year, the two of you will make it to the Earth Warrior rank for sure, and then you too can join the genius camp, and even do so without risking your lives," Zhu Wei persuaded, and Shen Mu seemed to have understood that he was correct as he nodded his head. The 200 captains were standing in a line, and the youngsters were heading towards each of these captains. The bones on their arms were checked, and their rank was examined. After this, each person was moved to a specific location depending on their rank, and then they all just started chatting with one another. Zhu Wei was rather far behind in the line of people, and it was not before the sun stood high in the sky that it was Zhu Wei's turn to be examined.
"Name?"
the captain asked curtly. Zhu Wei answered politely, and then he was asked about his age, about his rank, and then the man grabbed his arm. Zhu Wei felt foreign energy entering his body, and the killing intent in his innermost being started roaring and struggling within him. It was as if it saw the intruding energy as the enemy that needed to be eradicated. Just as the energy had entered his body, it dissipated just as soon again, and the killing intent within Zhu Wei slowly settled. But he was uncomfortable.
The chi that this captain had been using was different from the chi that Zhu Wei was using. It was completely white, while Zhu Wei's had an azure gleam. Did his strange body also change the quality of his chi? Zhu Wei was in deep thought when the captain called out to him. "Go to your rank. You are at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. There is a group of those. Find them on your own." The captain said nothing else and turned to the next person in line. Each and every one of these captains had to go through more than 1,000 people, and thus they wanted them to hurry up as much as possible. Zhu Wei casually walked towards the group of 9th layer ordinary warriors. There were a few familiar faces from the banquet, but the majority were unknown. It did not take long before Lu Jiru and Shen Mu made their way towards the same group of people, and they smiled to Zhu Wei, who was observing what was happening around them. It took a full day for the people to get split into groups, and once again dusk arrived with the chilled night. They had been forced to be outside one night already, and now they were forced to spend another night outside. Worst was that many of the youngsters had no drinks or food. Only a few had their dried rations and canteens from their travels towards the recruitment camp. The experts from the capital were aware of this and had meals with them, but the majority who had been on the road for so long were unaware of what had been expected of them. As the sun rose the second time since arriving at the recruitment camp, the stout commander appeared in front of the groups again. Looking at the groups, the one with Earth Warriors was the smallest, followed by the group of 1-layered Ordinary Warriors. After them came 2-layered Ordinary Warriors, 3rd-layer Ordinary Warriors, and finally 9th-layer Ordinary Warriors. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th layer were rather large groups, with the 7th layer being the biggest of them all.
Now we will make a few declarations. Those who have broken into the Earth Warrior rank will form our new Genius Camp. If you wish to join the Genius Camp, you have a possibility to do so. You have to be a 9th layer Ordinary Warrior and have the strength of an Earth Warrior. The trial is deadly, and we cannot guarantee your survival. In fact, only 1 out of 10 manages to survive it. Now, those who wish to challenge the trial for the Genius Camp, step forward. Zhu Wei gave a last glance at Shen Mu and Lu Jiru, and saw worry in their eyes before he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the group alongside another 17 youngsters. So, out of around 10,000, only 18 has the courage to take this test. Oh, it seems that this year has quite a few cowards. The commander laughed before his eyes scanned the 18 youngsters in front of him. Of these 18, there were 2 women and 16 men. The women looked like otherworldly fairies, and even Lu Jiru looked plain next to them, while the men were of different stature. Very well then, follow me,
the commander ordered as he turned around and walked into the figurative city of tents. The 18 youngsters dared not wait, and thus they all followed behind him into the camp. Amongst the group, none of them were any that Zhu Wei had seen before, and from this he made quite a few guesses. The test was truly to see whether or not a person had the same strength as an Earth Warrior. For an average ordinary warrior of the 9th layer, that would simply be impossible unless they had something special to rely on. And even those who considered themselves peerless geniuses in the capital understood that the true difference in strength between them and the Earth Warrior rank was too large.
Well, I have the advantage of having fought against an Earth Warrior before, Zhu Wei calmed himself. I know my strength, when pushed to the limits, is equal to a 2nd layer Earth Warrior, so I should be able to pass this trial. But as for the others, if they don't have anything to depend on, they will not make it.
Zhu Wei had no illusions about the fight in front of him. Although the honor and benefits were really tempting, one had to be alive to benefit from it. Zhu Wei shook his head as he kind of pitied the people who were together with him.
Yet as soon as the feeling was there, it was replaced by a sudden disregard. He felt complete disregard for human life, and could not even pity their loss of life in the slightest. The battlefield was a murderous place. He had already seen much death and murder on the trip, and he felt that his killing intent, his disregard for human lives, and his lack of compassion were constantly growing. He was turning into something that made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he did not have a long time to contemplate, as they had reached the very center of the tents, and there was a massive arena. The arena was one of the few buildings that was not a tent. It was made from stone and seemed to raise itself far above them.
"Welcome to your last stand,"
the commander laughed out loud as he rubbed his stomach. Chapter 15. Deserter. Everyone was curious as they looked at this arena. It was large and appeared to have various cages all over it. In these cages were everything from fierce beasts to humans. Some of them were ordinary warriors, some were earth warriors. There was no one above the 9th layer of the earth warrior rank. All of them were here for the sake of being sparring partners. But Zhu Wei could not help but feel curious as to what kind of enemy he would face. The only reason they could have been brought here was for the sake of facing off against a real opponent in a life-and-death battle. As they entered the arena, they found that there was a closed fighting stage in the middle, which was caged by a formation that made it impossible to leave without permission from the gatekeeper that controlled the formation. There were enough seats to house at least 20,000 observers in the arena, and Zhu Wei made a rough count of cages that exceeded 10,000, given that there were also some located beneath the ground.
"This is the Ring of Trials,"
the commander introduced the name of the arena.
"As soon as you enter the arena, only one will come out again. You can be facing a criminal, a deserter, or a fierce beast. Of these three categories, the deserters are often the trickiest to deal with, as they have already undergone survival training before deciding to flee for their lives. After them comes the fierce beasts. It needs no explaining, as we all know how dangerous fierce beasts are. Finally is the group of criminals." The commander laughed as he made a brief explanation as to what kind of criminals there were. "We have rapists, bandits, murderers. All kinds of criminals end up in our cages if they have the right cultivation base and have been sentenced to death. We promise these criminals that if they kill 10 recruits, they are allowed to be sent to another place where they will live much better than they do here. If they die, they get nothing, and their bones and flesh will be used to feed the fierce beasts in the confinement. Of all the creatures we have captured, only 1/10 are fierce beasts, and they are usually saved for the genius camp to use to get used to life and death battles against their kind. So today, you will either encounter a deserter or a criminal. I hope for your sake that you will encounter a criminal, as the deserters are anything but easy to deal with, even for someone above their rank."
His words caused some of the experts present to feel even more worried and uncertain about the decision they had made. Could they truly survive this? Zhu Wei was thrilled. He wanted to fight the opponent as soon as possible. His fighting spirit was rising with each and every word that the commander uttered. He could also feel his killing intent moving within him, bursting with the desire to leave his body and envelop everyone around him. The commander glanced at everyone with curiosity to see how his words had affected them. When he saw how some of them were already cowering in the face of such odds, he snorted. Then his eyes landed on the two women, and he nodded his head and praised them in his mind. They had not changed expression at all, their demeanor as cold and disconnected now as it had been before.
"Well then, go down and line up.
the commander ordered with a smile on his lips, and the youngsters dared not say anything as they all rushed down the stairs to the arena grounds. The first one to arrive was also the first to enter the formation and the stage. It was a young man. He was either 15 or 16 years old, and his body was rather underdeveloped. Still, he had a confident air about him as he stepped into the arena, and Zhu Wei frowned when he saw a few of the young man's movements. They were elusive, but not as formidable as the Forbidden Rush movement technique.
Well done,
the commander praised him from the very start.
To have a movement technique and already understand as much as he has, there is a chance that he might succeed.
Unfortunately, a movement technique alone was not enough to prevail against the criminal he was up against. He spent all his time fleeing from the attacks, and he found no opportunity to return with an attack of his own, causing him to eventually run out of energy and be decapitated by the criminal. The next person in line was one of the women. She too floated to the stage as if she was a leaf falling from a tree. Clearly, she too had a movement technique.
I thought that I was special for having a movement technique,
Zhu Wei mocked himself.
But it seems that I am not the only one who has one here in the kingdom of Haping.
Zhu Wei observed the fight. This woman was much more aggressive than the young man who had fought previously. She likewise used her movement technique to avoid attacks, but she wielded a sword, and her chi had a frozen attribute to it, so whenever she attacked, frost appeared on the blade and the criminal. This frost was not difficult for the criminal to disperse, but he needed to spend some energy to do so. As a result, the woman held the upper hand, though the fight was very bloody, wounds appearing on both competitors, and it was not before the criminal made a mistake that the fight ended with his heart being skewered by the woman. Panting heavily, she could not avoid gripping her fists tight as she knew that she had now made it. She was a member of the genius camp. After her, the other woman was eager to engage in battle. While the first woman had an ice attribute to her chi, this woman had one of fire. From this alone, one could see just how much of a genius the two women were. After seeing two women succeed in their trials, others became cocky and overconfident, and the challengers died one after another until the only one left was Zhu Wei. So far, no one had encountered a deserter. All of them had been common criminals, and all of them had been at the first layer of the Earth Warrior rank. Out of those 17, only 2 had succeeded, and now it was time for Zhu Wei to give it his all. The commander had not paid much attention to Zhu Wei, as all his focus had been on the 2 women, but now that he looked at Zhu Wei, he frowned. Most people who saw all the blood and gore that they had seen today would have felt bad or nauseous, but when he looked at Zhu Wei, it seemed as if the young man had become even more energetic, filled with fighting spirit the more death and blood he saw.
Most will feel sick when seeing this much blood and gore, but it seems it is exciting him instead.
The commander frowned.
Some youngsters who get excited by blood turn out to be our biggest enemies, with the rare few becoming our most revered heroes.
Zhu Wei could feel the killing intent threatening to burst out from within him, and he rushed to the stage where he was to fight someone else. Just as he stood on the stage, a malicious grin began spreading on his lips, a grin he could not control, and his hands were shaking slightly from excitement. It was clear that he was bursting at the seams to begin the battle, and that he would not hesitate to kill his opponent.
This kid has great potential if he can be molded. His fighting spirit is without a doubt proof of his gallant heart.
Right then, a person appeared on the stage, and the commander sighed.
He is done for.
He shook his head in disappointment.
To think that he would encounter a deserter, even if he has the ability to fight a one-layer Earth Warrior, there is a difference between the quality of the two.
The commander did nothing but feel that it was a shame that this youngster would die. but he noticed that one of his subordinates was fidgeting randomly and looking uncomfortable.
"What's wrong?"
he asked with a frown. These men had seen death many times, and they had been in beast hordes many a time. But now, this fidgeting subordinate of his seemed uncomfortable, as if he was watching his own son going into the lion's den.
"You know I got rescued by primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei once before?"
he asked tentatively, and the commander nodded his head. Everyone who knew this person had heard the story about when he was saved by the best primordial beast hunter of all time in the Haiping Kingdom.
"His nephew. This is his nephew," he exclaimed afterward, and the face of Commander Chen turned pale, then red, and then pale again. His eyes bulged out and his jaw dropped. Everyone in the capital had heard that Zhao Lei adored his nephew more than anything else, and that he was a piece of trash that could not cultivate.
"No, it can't be," he exclaimed with fear in his voice. "He was incapable of cultivating. He cannot be here now."
"He is the hottest topic of gossip in the capital right now," another person said hesitantly. "He has a special physique. He has trained as a mortal to a 9th-layer ordinary warrior in half a year. Not only this, the crown prince looks at him favorably. But most importantly, Zhu Wei is the most treasured person for Zhao Lei. Who is to say what he might do if he finds out that he died in the recruitment camp?" Thinking for a moment, the commander cleared his throat.
"We cannot change the rules just because of his background," he eventually said, sighing. "Everyone knows the mortality rate of the Genius Camp test, and this is why so few try it each year. Zhao Lei can blame no one but his nephew for his untimely death."
It was clear that no one thought he would be able to survive the encounter with a deserter. On the stage, the grin on Zhu Wei's face had turned as wide as it could. In an instant, the killing intent erupted from his body without restraint and locked onto the opponent, enveloping him. To the deserter, it was as if he had been thrown into a bucket of cold water. His hands started trembling and his mind felt feeble. It was as if he was struggling to stay awake. The cold was so invading that he could not understand what was going on, and cold sweat started dripping from his forehead. On the stands, everyone turned quiet, and a severe expression appeared on the face of the commander.
"This kid, what mountain of corpses has he walked through to acquire such a killing intent? I don't remember hearing about any cases where a lot of people have been killed. So has he been slaughtering fierce beasts in the thousands? Or is something else the origin of this intent?"
The commander knew that one was incapable of getting a killing intent without experiencing some terrible things in one's life, usually. To have this killing intent and only be 15 years old, it showed that Zhu Wei was truly special.
"Perhaps he will actually be able to make it through the trial,"
one of them muttered, but the others were not optimistic. At the same time, Zhu Wei felt like a free beast that had just been released back into the wild. He merged with the Forbidden Rush movement technique and vanished from sight. Although all the experts of the higher ranks could see his movements, everyone around the Earth Warrior rank had difficulty locating him. Chapter 16. The Prophet.
"What an elusive movement technique,"
the commander could not help but praise as he saw Zhu Wei's movements. But before anyone had time to react to the statement, Zhu Wei had appeared behind the deserter and threw out a palm attack. Shattering Mountain Palm. The deserter was incapable of sensing Zhu Wei's movements. Yet the moment the attack was executed, he felt an intense danger descend upon him, and he narrowly escaped the attack by rolling to the side. Zhu Wei's palm landed on nothing, but he did not panic. He once more turned elusive like the wind and vanished from sight. The deserter was the one who started to panic as he sensed the next attack descend.
The deserter completely depended on his instincts and feelings of danger to avoid the attacks, but the more he avoided, the more worried he became. The attacks did not seem to become weaker and weaker. Instead, they seemed to gather momentum, and at this point, one attack would be enough to kill him. At that moment, the worry had overtaken the deserter's mind. Moments after, a grunt escaped his lips as he was sent flying like a kite cut loose from its string. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he continued to stumble forward, but he had no time to say anything before he felt a coldness arrive at his throat and his eyes turned dim. The decapitation had been so swift and painless that the deserter never even noticed what had happened before he died. And even the experts on top of the observation platform were stunned, at a loss for words. The attacks had been flawless from beginning to end. Zhu Wei had used the Forbidden Rush movement technique to the fullest, making it impossible for the deserter to even know where he was. And although he had managed to avoid a few of Zhu Wei's attacks, they had become increasingly fierce as Zhu Wei felt his blood boil and his fighting intent soar. The moment one of his attacks had struck his opponent, Zhu Wei had materialized a sword in his hands and followed him, chopping off his head while he had no chance to defend himself. As the head landed on the ground of the battle platform, Zhu Wei also landed a bit away. His clothes were as immaculate as they had been before the battle, not a drop of dust to be seen on them. Unlike the other two, he was not out of breath. His appearance was calm, and he flickered his hand, making the materialized sword dissipate into thin air once more. As he stepped out of the arena, his killing intent had completely vanished, and now his eyes were calm and collected. The malicious smile and eagerness to do battle that he had shown before were nowhere to be seen. The commander and everyone else were genuinely shocked. They had never expected that this young man would be able to kill a deserter as cleanly and as easily as he did. This fight was the simplest of them all, and also the only one where the challenger had not been wounded. He had not been pushed to reveal much of his strength either. It seemed like the only thing he had to rely on was his movement technique.
"Congratulations!" The commander stepped forward, and he congratulated the three victors. "This year, more than the average number has made it through the test. But we still lost some amazingly talented individuals during these trials. We will mourn them. But this is the harsh reality of life. To gain something, you have to give something. You have to risk your life to gain lucky chances. And entering the genius camp is, without a doubt, a lucky chance for you. The other groups have been led to their respective areas. Now you will be led to the genius camp. Follow me."
With the commander having said that, the group exited the arena and went towards a small district of tents where a lot of chatting was happening. This was the genius camp. The closer to the center of the tent camp one was, the more talented the residents.
"Every division has its own ranking system," the commander explained. "And being 9th layered ordinary warriors, the three of you are ranked the lowest among the genius camp. The higher ranked you are, the more resources you will get. The way to rise in rank is to make breakthroughs in the different layers, or to defeat someone in a sparring match. If you defeat a first-ranked expert, you will swap positions, making you first-ranked, and your opponent is demoted to your rank. This is to encourage competition amongst cultivators, and to convince people to continue cultivating hard."
Zhu Wei contemplated for some time. He was currently just a 9th layer ordinary warrior, but he could match up against 2-layer earth warriors. As such, he was aware that if he wanted to gain a better ranking, then it was possible. But he had to be careful. If he were to go against the 3rd-layered earth warriors, he would have no other choice than to run for his life, and eventually he would run out of energy, making it impossible for him to keep up. As a result, he would be defeated.
"Fighting outside of official challenges is forbidden. Killing your opponent is forbidden, and stealing each other's resources is also forbidden. Everyone gets judged based on their strength, and this means you get what you deserve. We are here, he announced, and suddenly they arrived in front of a group of tents. There were around 10,000 tents, but only around half of them were occupied. Take a tent each and claim it as your own, the commander said. Your training will start tomorrow morning. For now, you should familiarize yourself with your comrades. In the future, these experts are the ones who will have your back. You need to trust them as comrades and as brothers. Zhu Wei smirked. He understood that in theory the commander was right in what he said, but he also knew that it was not that simple. Since they wanted competition between these geniuses, it was clear that there would be someone that rubbed others the wrong way, and there would be different grudges that could not be controlled. Oh well, that's not up to me to care about. Zhu Wei shook his head as he continued to smirk and look at everything that happened around him. Many experts had come to observe them with curiosity. Zhu Wei did not appreciate being a monkey in a show, so as a result, as soon as he noticed that the commander had no more to say, he saluted the commander before leaving the location and heading towards the tents, interested in finding one that suited him. All the tents were white. There were 10,000 of them, but 5,000 had been occupied already, and Zhu Wei was rather shocked by how many people the genius camp counted. As he found a tent, he sat down, crossed his legs, ate some of his dry rations, drank some of his water, and decided to cultivate through the night. The rest of the camp was busy and bustling with life as everyone started getting to know each other. But Zhu Wei had never been good at socializing, and he preferred staying in his tent, cultivating instead. The moon settled over the camp, and everyone had returned to their own tents, preparing for the following day where they were to start the first day of training. The following morning, Zhu Wei awoke from his trance and got ready. As he exited the house, he found that others were also exiting their tents, all of them looking around with curiosity. When their eyes landed on Zhu Wei, they all raised an eyebrow in surprise. Many of these experts had seen him at the Crown Prince's banquet, and they were surprised to see that he had made it to the genius camp. Some thought he had cheated or used some sort of treasure to make it to this stage, while others were even more convinced that he was not as simple as he seemed. Zhu Wei completely ignored them as he looked around. Seeing that no one moved, he too decided to stay put as well and observe his surroundings. Soon, a captain appeared.
Everyone, follow me, he ordered, and brought the group with him to a large, empty field that was located just behind the tent city. Here, a group of experts was waiting for them. Amongst those were the commander, a group of captains, a few generals, and finally a blue-haired man who seemed quite different from the others. He had a different air about him, and when Zhu Wei's eyes landed on him, the man also locked his eyes onto Zhu Wei's. As they looked into the eyes of one another, Zhu Wei felt danger. He felt an indescribable danger, as if he had encountered the most dangerous creature in the entire continent. The blue-haired man frowned when he looked at Zhu Wei. His frown was mixed with surprise and slight confusion, but his face quickly returned to the originally calm and collected, slightly mocking expression it had before. As everyone gathered in the field, Zhu Wei made sure to be at the back. He wished to draw as little attention as possible, as it was clear that this man was anything but as friendly and simple as he seemed.
Everyone, congratulations on making it to the genius camp. For this, I applaud you. We are very fortunate this year, the commander continued, and Zhu Wei noticed how he was groveling in front of this unknown blue-haired young man. He realized that he was someone very important. From the middle of the continent, the only prophet to exist in these lands of ours has come to the kingdom of Haiping on some personal business. We managed to convince him to come and view this year's Genius Camp, and he will divine us a prophecy for this year's Genius Camp. He will look at each and every one of you and give you an inkling of what we can expect from your lives. This is something that only your generation is capable of experiencing. This is something that only has happened this one time, and we ought to be very gracious and grateful to Mr. Lan for bestowing us this honor."
Everyone was excited. It was rare to encounter an expert from the middle of the continent, and it was even more exciting to meet the one and only prophet in existence. But everyone was eager to know what had brought him to the kingdom of Heping. Their kingdom was poor in resources, and had nothing amazing to speak of. For him to come here, was there some sort of hidden treasure? Zhu Wei did not think like that. All that was on his mind was how to avoid the encounter with this man. Staying at the very back of the group of youngsters, he spent some time observing the man. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had long, beautiful blue hair that was half hanging, half tied on top of his head, with a beautiful golden hairpin that resembled a crown. He was wearing a beautiful white robe that was obviously made from primordial beast silk. The white robe had a blue pattern of snakes embroidered on it, and a few flowers were also adorning the beautiful robes. He was clearly the most elegant person Zhu Wei had ever seen, even more elegant than Zhao Lei, and he seemed to be the most fearful expert he had ever seen, even more powerful than Zhao Lei and the primordial beast woman. Zhu Wei kept staring at him with a feeling of dread as he saw the line in front of him dwindle in size constantly, making it closer and closer to the time for him to be examined by this unknown prophet. Chapter 17. A Madman.
"Oh, there is only one left." The prophet smirked knowingly as his eyes landed on Zhu Wei. It was very much akin to a monster eyeing prey, and Zhu Wei could not help but feel uncomfortable.
"I am fine," he said hesitatingly. "I don't need to be told about my future prospects."
Now, young man, don't hesitate. It is not like I will bite you," the prophet said, and the smile on his face widened. It was as if he had found himself a new favorite toy, and that he knew something about Zhu Wei that Zhu Wei himself did not know. "Tell me about yourself," the prophet asked, and Zhu Wei hesitated slightly.
"I grew up in a small town when I was a child. I am an orphan now, and my uncle has looked after me."
Zhu Wei tried to say as little as possible. He had a feeling that the more he spoke, the more he'd regret it. "I see you come from such humble origins, but when I look at you, I see a person who will become a great person. You will become a great warrior who makes the world change. That is, if you manage to survive until you grow up."
Zhu Wei frowned. The words he said were basically useless. Is he just some sort of charlatan? His prophecy is so loose and anyone can fit the bill, he muttered to himself under his breath. But the moment Zhu Wei spoke, the eyes of the prophet glimmered and a toothy smile appeared on his lips.
"Well, I am done. Why don't you ask this young man to show me around?" Prophet Lan asked the commander politely while looking at Zhu Wei with attention on his face. But Zhu Wei quickly shook his head.
"I am new here. I am not able to show anyone around."
The commander frowned. He was an experienced man, and he had noticed how Zhu Wei had attempted to avoid this prophet a few times already. Yet every time Zhu Wei had tried to avoid him, the prophet had done all in his power to spend more time with the youngster.
Mr. Lan is a heavenly sent genius, even within the middle of the continent, and he is the only prophet that our world has seen.
The commander praised Prophet Lan to the skies, and with every word he said, Zhu Wei's face twisted.
Mr. Lan is going to be with us for a period of time before he continues on his adventures. While he is here, Zhu Wei is to be his guide.
Hearing this, the face of the prophet blossomed into a smile, and he gave a satisfied nod of his head. Zhu Wei is a great name, he said with exaggerated praise. I will be honored to deal with someone like you while I am here in the camp. Your destiny is bright and shining, your behavior is knightly and gallant. You are a dragon amongst men and a peerless youth. The more Lan praised him, the higher his voice got, and soon it boomed through the entire area, making every other member of the genius camp stare at Zhu Wei with animosity, jealousy, and complex emotion in their eyes.
He is doing it on purpose, Zhu Wei sneered with a low voice, and his eyes were blazing with anger. He is intentionally making the others hate me. But why? I have never met him before, nor have I insulted him. I just want him to stay as far away from me as absolutely possible.
I won't. A voice suddenly emerged in Zhu Wei's head, making him jolt in surprise. Now, don't act so scared. This is a simple trick of compressing one's voice and sending it with qi into the mind of another. It is frequently used in the rest of the continent, but I guess this backwater place is too uncivilized to know how to do it. Now you be a good boy, do what I am telling you to do, and show me around the army camp for the next 2 weeks, and I will in return teach you a thing or two. Zhu Wei was appalled. He clearly had no option other than to do what this strange prophet told him to do. But why was the prophet so interested in him? Don't think about it too much, the disembodied voice amusingly laughed inside Zhu Wei's mind. I am a collector of strange and weird things, but I have never seen anything as rare and interesting as you. It is only natural that I want to see just what you are capable of doing with your life, and to allow me to have my curiosity satisfied. I will, in return, teach you some things that are useful to you. Zhu Wei was unable to answer this Lan figure. He had no means to do so either, and if he spoke out loud, others would hear him instead. The commander was aware that something was going on right now, and he dared not interrupt the conversation between the prophet and the young man. So he just waited while antsy on the side. Although he had a great rank within the kingdom of Heping, he felt trepidation whenever it came to this prophet. If he wished, he could wipe the entire Heping kingdom from the face of the planet. Although humans did not fight one another, no one wished to provoke a terrible existence. In the middle of the continent, almost every influential figure owed this prophet a favor. To go against him was truly committing suicide.
Everyone return to your tents. You will have today off to look through the camp and familiarize yourself with the various locations, such as the dining hall, the infirmary, the bathrooms, and so on. Tomorrow, we will take you to the restricted area where our military-grade martial arts resources and other interesting items that only the strongest are allowed to enjoy are stored. And you, Zhu Wei, your task is to just follow Master Lan around. When he has finished his visit to our compound, you will be allowed some time in the restricted areas too. But for now, learn as much as you can from this great individual.
Zhu Wei grimaced, but he still bowed to acknowledge that he had heard the order, and then he dragged his feet towards Lan, looking at him with dismay written all over his face. Meanwhile, Lan grinned from ear to ear. When everyone else had left, Lan placed his hands on Zhu Wei's cheeks and started pulling them. A smile won't hurt, he said cheerfully, but Zhu Wei just scowled. He was not in the mood to smile at this strange and also rather dangerous prophet. Don't look so glum. I promise you I will help you become number one in this strange little camp that someone so optimistically named Genius Camp.
I don't need your help, Zhu Wei snapped back. He was not sure why, but something about this prophet made him mad beyond belief. A single look at him, and he could not help but feel a headache from the great smile the man had on his lips and the cheeky look in his eyes.
Oh, believe me, you will, Lan grinned back. I can also help you learn how to use the heritage ring on your finger, and I can teach you how to telepathically transmit your voice into the mind of your peers.
The prophet was tempting him with a lot of strange things, and Zhu Wei was shocked the more he heard. Although he was unsure of why this prophet had taken a liking to him, he would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. But he also knew that there was no such thing as a free meal in this world. "What do you want in return?" he asked while on high alert, and his eyes narrowed.
It's simple, Lan said with a grin. I want your dantian. I've never before seen such an amazing dantian that is shaped like a pearl. You are 1 in a trillion for having such a special physique. It is not a beast core, but it is not a normal dantian either. I want this for my collection. Zhu Wei's face turned pale, and he suddenly felt danger to his life that he had never felt before. Without a dantian, he would without a doubt become a complete cripple. But this man had requested his dantian so casually, as if it was something that could be traded away easily. Look at you, all scared. Lan began laughing again. I am just joking, he said as he waved his hand at Zhu Wei, who had begun to retreat backward. Although I am quite curious as to what it will evolve into. Will it become something formidable that I have never seen before? Or will you flop and become a useless genius that could not survive the test of time?
How should I know? Zhu Wei snapped back. You are the prophet here, not me.
That's true. Lan rubbed his nose and looked a little embarrassed. I am a prophet. He repeated the words, and his cheeky expression returned to his eyes, his lips once again blooming into a great smile. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes. He quickly understood that he was dealing with a madman. He was impossible to understand, and he would do whatever he wanted to do whenever he wanted to do it. Well then, Mr. Lan, please tell me what you wish for me to do now. Zhu Wei sighed and lamented his fate. There was no way for him to escape the task of accompanying this Lan guy, but he truly had no idea as to where things were, so he was useless as a guide. Well, let us stroll the area and get familiar with the dining hall and all those things that the commander mentioned first. Lan decided and started walking, not waiting for Zhu Wei to follow. While walking through the tent camp side by side, neither of them said a word. But by now Zhu Wei had understood that this dangerous man was not that dangerous as long as one did not oppose him. On the other hand, he was incredibly odd and hard to figure out. As they walked around in the tent camp, many of the geniuses came up to greet Lan. Some had a few questions, others just wished to curry favor with him. But strangely enough, Lan was not friendly at all. Although he was smiling at them, his face showed complete and utter boredom. He did not even pretend to listen to them. This strange change in behavior from how he treated Zhu Wei and how he treated everyone else puzzled not only Zhu Wei but also the other geniuses. Not many believed that Zhu Wei was special. Most knew that his advance was rushed and thought he had an unstable foundation. Some even thought he had cheated to manage to enter the genius camp. How the prophet treated Zhu Wei made the others jealous. They were anything but happy with his sudden rise to fame, but none of them dared to say or do anything about it right now, as it was clear that Lan favored him.
The two walked through the entire camp, and Zhu Wei was capable of looking for the things he needed to locate. He was now able to look around the area when Lan stopped in front of a tent. "This is our tent, huh?" he asked, and all color drained from Zhu Wei's face. They were in front of Zhu Wei's tent, but he had never in his wildest dreams thought he had to share it with anyone. It was not very large, and although it could hold both of them, it would be a tight squeeze. "You don't have a guest tent for yourself?" Zhu Wei asked with a trembling voice. "Don't know, don't care," Lan answered, and entered the tent that Zhu Wei had claimed to be his own, causing Zhu Wei to stand outside, trembling from anger. "Don't tell me he has fallen in love with me," Zhu Wei said through gritted teeth. But then a voice appeared in his mind. "You wish." Chapter 18. Compressed Voice Communication. Zhu Wei stood outside his tent, fuming with anger. He had intended for his last words to cause the crazy prophet to become self-aware and maybe even angrily stomp out of the tent when his sexuality was questioned. But it seemed that Lan did not care at all. Zhu Wei grumbled. His tent was just big enough for himself, and now that they shared it, there was almost no space for anything other than their beds. Zhu Wei looked appalled when he entered the tent and saw that Lan had not even found a second bed, but had occupied the one bed that was present in the tent. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhu Wei asked with a frown on his face when he saw Lan sitting on his bed as if it was only natural. "Oh, I am the guest, so it is only natural that this bed is mine. I mean, you would not request a guest to sleep on the hard ground for 2 weeks, would you now?" "If the guest is some weirdo like you, I wouldn't mind being impolite," Zhu Wei mumbled to himself, completely aware that no matter how low his voice was, Lan would hear it. Yet this time the prophet decided not to react to what the other said, deciding to just smile mischievously. "This is going to be a long 2 weeks," Zhu Wei sighed, not even bothering to lower his voice as he sat down on the cold, hard ground that was the floor of the tent. The only soft part of the tent was the bed, but fortunately one no longer had much need for sleep as soon as one stepped down the path of cultivation. As long as one meditated and absorbed qi from the surrounding air and refined it into one's own qi, then one could remove all fatigue from the body. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei decided to ignore Lan and instead focus on his training completely. He understood that as long as he was unable to break into the Earth Warrior rank, he would not be amongst the strongest in the genius camp. In that case, he would not get the best rewards and resources. His aim with being in the army was to become an entity that everyone had to respect. But the only way to become such a person was to train diligently and have access to the materials and resources that the genius camp had to offer. Right now, he was at the lowest rank of the genius camp, which meant that he would receive the least resources every cycle. Although it would be a significantly higher amount compared to what the 9th layer ordinary warriors in the other division received, it was truly nothing compared to the top expert in the genius camp. "Well, since you are not going to pursue the fact that I took your bed, I will teach you the voice compression trick," Lan said magnanimously as he looked at Zhu Wei. Although Zhu Wei was unhappy with Lan, hearing this, he suddenly felt that learning this skill would make it worth it for him to give up his bed for the next 2 weeks. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and his back straightened. He perked up, and although he was not about to forgive what the prophet had done to him, he was not so stubborn as to say no thank you to something so obviously practical to him. "Got you interested for once?" Lan laughed, his eyes once more shining mischievously, and Zhu Wei suddenly started wondering if he had been cheated. "Don't worry, I promised I'd teach you, so I will teach you." Lan laughed and seemed as if every little action Zhu Wei made truly entertained him.
You are a rarity. You would fit so nicely in my collection. Lan sighed again and shook his head. Well, for now, try and focus on your voice. Merge it with your chi as if you're coating a bubble, and send it towards me. Zhu Wei looked at Lan with confusion. Compress his voice? How was he supposed to do that? Lan shook his head. You are supposed to be a heaven-sent genius, for goodness sake. Try thinking a bit.
I am thinking,
Zhu Wei protested, but his voice was a bit weaker than before. If he had some kind of starting point to go off of, he would understand what Lan meant, so he could not help but feel inadequate for the first time since he set off on the path of cultivation. Well, I guess it is because no one here in the kingdom of Heping has the ability to do so. I will help you, so don't worry. Even if your comprehension was as bad as an earthworm's, I would still not give up.
Why, thank you for comparing me to an earthworm.
No worries. Now, what you should do is to think of the sentence you want to say. Then guide a stream of qi into your mind and then project it towards the person you wish to speak with.
You could have given me that explanation from the start, Zhu Wei grumbled.
It would not have been fun if I did that, now would it?
Lan grinned, but Zhu Wei just snorted at his obvious amusement.
Still, Lan was teaching him how to compress his voice, so he stopped complaining. Instead, he attempted to do what Lan had told him and sent a message to him.
Can you hear me?
Was what arrived, which made Lan look at Zhu Wei with a smile on his face that grew larger by the minute. You managed to successfully transmit a message already on your first attempt. Not bad at all, Lan praised. The sound was very uneven, and some of the words were loud, while others were silent. You will need to balance the qi so that it is even with every single word. Lan suddenly looked serious as he began explaining things to Zhu Wei, taking the younger man completely by surprise. Zhu Wei listened intently and nodded his head solemnly. He was going to try his best and sent another sentence toward Lan. Much better this time, he praised. Once again. And like this, most of the day went by. Zhu Wei had been capable of transmitting a sentence right away, but to balance the qi and make the sound natural was something he found was a lot harder than he had expected. Okay, you have learned it now. Lan nodded his head with satisfaction. It took you a few hours, but for you to learn it so fast shows that your comprehension is not bad. Still, it is not great either, as I had to explain to you what you were to do, and you could not figure it out on your own. Zhu Wei smiled wryly and shook his head. No one would have been able to understand his first way of describing the technique, but things were different now that he understood it. Well then, why don't you lead me to the dining hall? Lan asked. They had spent most of the day wandering the tent camp and had stopped by their tent, where Lan taught Zhu Wei how to compress his voice.
Do you think they are distributing food this late?
Zhu Wei asked, frowning. The sun had already set, and it was past dinner time. But on second thought, Zhu Wei recalled that Lan was an esteemed guest. Zhu Wei could not imagine them saying no to him. While Zhu Wei viewed Lan as a weirdo and a madman, it was clear that everyone else revered him.
Tell me, you are not a real prophet, are you?
Zhu Wei sent to Lan, which made Lan laugh, but the man did not answer the question. Instead, he just smiled at Zhu Wei. In Zhu Wei's eyes, Lan was an extremely skilled martial artist, but he was not a prophet. He was able to observe things that others did not notice, but this was not enough to call him a prophet. Seeing that he was not going to answer the question, Zhu Wei just snorted and came to the conclusion that Lan was indeed a fraud, and he was good at what he did.
Since you won't answer that question,
And what about your collection? Which kind of things do you collect? Zhu Wei asked. In fact, Zhu Wei was practicing his ability to converse through the mind, and since he had no other person to talk to, he had no option than to strike up a conversation with Prophet Lan. Lan finally seemed interested. His eyes burned with excitement, and he stopped in his tracks, turned towards Zhu Wei, and the biggest, happiest grin the younger of the two had seen appeared on the lips of this older man. I am collecting anything rare. That can be beast cores, herbs, minerals, ores, treasures, pills. Everything that is rare is of value to me. Why have you taken an interest in my collection? Have you decided to become a part of my collection now? When Zhu Wei heard this, he shook his head silently. I am not going to become a part of your collection, he said seriously. This time he was not using the compressed voice because Lan had not done so either, and his response made the prophet seem disappointed. Let us go and get something to eat, Zhu Wei said again, and started walking towards the dining hall, this time leaving Lan to follow him. However, Lan took one step, and suddenly he was next to Zhu Wei once more. It was as if he had compressed space itself and teleported. This was done so casually that Zhu Wei, who was watching him, realized that the man was without equal among the ones he had ever met or heard about. Zhu Wei and Lan made it to the dining hall. They could smell the scent of food in the air, and when they arrived at the dining hall, they found that it was filled with youngsters. When Lan and Zhu Wei entered, everyone turned around to see who it was, and many of the expressions were filled with jealousy. The dining hall was a tent like the others. There was a kitchen in one end of the tent, and in the other end was a tall podium where the commander and various captains were seated around a large table with benches. On the ground in the middle were also many tables and benches for the geniuses of the genius camp, and they were all filled to the brim.
Mr. Lan, please come sit with us, the commander requested, and Lan nodded his head as he went to fetch a tray of food before heading to the commander's table.
Zhu Wei knew that the invitation was not extended to him, so he too went to get a tray of food, after which he started looking around the tables. It was not until the final table that he found a spot to sit. But as soon as he sat down, he felt everyone staring at him with anger and jealousy in their eyes. What made this weakling think he was better than them? What made him so special that Prophet Lan went out of his way to take care of him? Everyone was completely convinced that Lan was a prophet and that he knew things that no one else knew. As a result, they also thought that he had noticed something in Zhu Wei's future that made him a special figure. These geniuses had never before been stepped over by anyone else, and now they felt that a weakling beneath their strength was doing just that. Zhu Wei was used to being hated, so he did not do anything special. He just started eating his meal and completely ignored everyone else. Seeing his complete and utter lack of reaction, some of the stronger experts clenched their fists with the desire to put him in his place. But whenever they thought about it, they would glance at Lan and stop themselves. Their vengeance could wait until the prophet had left. Chapter 19. Dining Hall. He is doing it on purpose, Zhu Wei mumbled to himself. I bet he is doing all of this on purpose. He wants me to suffer. He wants me to be hated by all of them. I bet he is having a whole lot of fun right now, Zhu Wei continued, but he refused to look at Lan and his smug face more than necessary. He poked the food with his chopsticks and could not help but praise the quality of the food that they were provided in the genius camp. The meal consisted of meat from fierce beasts alongside different medicinal herbs and roots. These medicinal herbs and roots were so weak that one had to eat an astronomical amount to see any actual change in one's cultivation. However, when eaten in a meal,
These limited portions of energy would spread through the body and assist in supporting the foundations and make them even steadier. Zhu Wei had eaten food like this at special occasions, but to eat it daily was simply wasteful. Were they given special treatment today since it was the first day, or was the genius camp wasteful with their resources? The kingdom of Heiping was a poor country. Thus, it should not be able to provide the soldiers with such luxurious food every single day. So Zhu Wei, completely ignorant of whatever was happening around him, ate every single last bite on the plate. When he finished his meal, he went back with his tray to the people behind the counter that had delivered food to him before. Without waiting for Lan, he headed straight back to his tent. As he exited the dining hall, Zhu Wei saw a whole group of experts waiting for him outside. All of them glared at him and looked around to see whether or not they could find Lan. But Lan was not present, and one of the geniuses left the group unnoticed and stood at the entrance to the dining hall, keeping an eye on Lan. "You are on your own this time, kiddo," Lan's voice sounded in Zhu Wei's mind. "You will get stronger, or you'll get beaten to a pulp. Either way, you will learn something." "Is this another one of your teaching lessons?" Zhu Wei sneered back with his compressed voice, and Lan's laughter rang through the entire area. No one knew what he was laughing about apart from Zhu Wei, who furrowed his brows. His eyes narrowed, and he could feel the killing intent within him growing dangerously out of control. "He is doing it on purpose." Zhu Wei shook his head with annoyance.
"What did you just say?" someone asked when they saw Zhu Wei's reaction, but Zhu Wei just looked at him as if he was looking at trash.
"I was not speaking to you," Zhu Wei snapped at the genius in front of him.
The genius that was standing in front of him was a one-layer earth warrior. When he looked around him, he saw that everyone present were at the first layer, apart from 2 at the second layer. Although he could deal with first-layer earth warriors easily and could tussle with someone at the second layer, there were simply too many experts surrounding him right now.
"When in doubt, flee."
Zhu Wei quickly made up his mind. It was clear that Lan wanted him to face off against the entire genius camp, but Zhu Wei was aware of his own shortcomings and simply activated Forbidden Rush. Having activated his movement technique, he could easily sidestep the attacks that suddenly rained down upon the location where he had been standing moments before. Their attacks had been delayed by a few seconds. It was clear that they had not channeled the attacks before they suddenly saw him vanishing into thin air, and thus their attacks also hit nothing but the location where he had been standing.
"He vanished!" someone exclaimed,
but the others just looked at him as if he was an idiot. It was clear that he had vanished. There was no reason to mention it.
"It seems his uncle valued him greatly and gave him an outstanding movement technique," one of the 2-layered earth warriors said as he stroked his chin.
"You guys are better off not trying to make things difficult for him like this," a voice sounded from behind, and the others turned around to see a 3rd-layer earth warrior behind them.
"We cannot accept him. He is a simple ordinary warrior, and he is close to the prophet from the central of the continent. He will become cocky if we do not teach him a lesson. We cannot accept him as he is. He is a shame to our genius camp."
"Do you think the prophet fell for his handsome looks?" So many of the experts called out at the same time, and the 3rd-layer earth warrior that had appeared behind them just shook his head smilingly.
"I never said that we could not teach him a lesson. I merely said that we could not do it like this. For instance, if he is wounded during practice, no one can say anything about it. If he were to encounter an accident, then who is to be blamed? What if he were to encounter a fierce beast or a deserter in the arena? What good is his movement technique then? Fleeing can only work so far. I heard that one could bribe the gatekeepers of the arena to rig the matches. We have to do things like this," the 3rd-layer earth warrior continued. "He is highly revered by the prophet, and his uncle is Zhao Lei. We cannot afford for him to know what happened."
The truth was that this young man was just as tired and against Zhu Wei as the others. But he was also aware that it was impossible to get rid of Zhu Wei without Zhao Lei knowing what was happening if they didn't move covertly. Since that was the case, he might as well share his many thoughts on how to get rid of him with this group of people. If he were lucky, one of them would do just what he had given as an example, and then he would be rid of a troublesome person.
"You fled fast." The annoying voice of the prophet Lan appeared in Zhu Wei's mind once again when he had fled from the group of youngsters. This time Zhu Wei was incapable of answering him. He was simply too far away, and he growled in annoyance at knowing that the next couple of weeks would be filled with conversations with this madman who wanted to pit him against the world. Zhu Wei arrived at his tent and entered it before he sat on the ground and sighed as he looked at the bed which he had given up for the next 2 weeks. The ground was cold and hard, but fortunately he was no longer a mortal, which meant this level of cold could not make him sick. Just as he entered his tent, Zhu Wei finally felt a calm descend upon him. The killing intent and urge to fight, brought about by the overwhelming number of people he encountered and fled from before, was suddenly gone. He knew that he had no chance to defeat the group of experts, but he had still felt an urge to do battle. He had felt an urge to kill every last one of them. Although the reason they disliked him was because they felt he had been praised too much and given too much credit, and was almost overshadowing them despite actually being the weakest amongst them rank-wise, was something that he could understand. He also knew that if one were to rank them on battle strength, then he was far from being the lowest ranked. In the Genius Camp, there were a full 54 third-layer Earth Warriors, 173 two-layer Earth Warriors, 3 ninth-layer Earth Warriors, and remaining 9,734 were one-layer Earth Warriors. Zhu Wei would at least be ranked in the top 100 if he were to fight them, and he understood this. He also knew that although Lan had not seen him fight, this strange prophet had already gauged his strength completely and knew exactly how strong he was and what he was able to do.
"No more thinking about him. It makes me so angry," Zhu Wei muttered as he slowly emptied his mind of thoughts. As his mind was emptied, he focused solely on his breathing, on the energy all around him, and on how he drew it into his body. He rotated this energy through his meridians and absorbed it into his strange and unique dantian with every cycle. The evening turned to night, and Zhu Wei was completely lost in his cultivation. He did not even pay attention to the mad ramblings of Lan that came from time to time. In fact, he paid it so little mind that he forgot what had been said the moment he heard it. Lan seemed to sense that Zhu Wei was cultivating, and as a result he stopped bothering Zhu Wei. As for Lan's true purpose, no one seemed to understand it. That night, Lan was busy drinking and chatting with the upper echelons of the recruitment camp, while Zhu Wei was cultivating. Although Lan did not return to claim the bed, Zhu Wei had already taken the payment for leaving the bed untouched the next 2 weeks. So even if Lan were to find a tent on his own, Zhu Wei would stay on the floor for those 2 weeks. When one made a promise, one had to keep it. As the sun rose in the sky, Zhu Wei awoke from his meditation. His eyelids lifted, and he looked straight into the smiling face of Lan, who was so close that their noses almost touched. A shriek of surprise escaped Zhu Wei's lips as he scrambled backward, completely taken by surprise. He had not sensed Lan. Even now, when he looked at him, he could not sense him. If it was not because he could see him right in front of him, then he would not have known that he was there. This was a state that Zhu Wei had never seen anyone achieve before. Even the heavenly warriors were incapable of completely hiding their presence, and this display of might made Zhu Wei extremely tense and uncomfortable.
"Rested well?"
Lan asked with a smile on his face that kept blooming. The uglier Zhu Wei's face became, the happier Lan seemed to be. Lan then turned around and left the tent. Wash up fast. We are going to the dining hall, and then we will find a field where I will teach you a few moves. Hearing this, Zhu Wei was all of thrilled, troubled, and annoyed. He knew that this was an expert with the kind of strength he had never seen before, and as such to learn a skill from him would be truly magnificent. He was troubled because of their relationship. Would he really teach him a skill out of nowhere, or would he want something in return? It was hard to say. Maybe he would even ask for Zhu Wei's dantian again. Just the thought alone made Zhu Wei grimace. Finally, he was annoyed. No matter what, he could not bring himself to suddenly be fond of Lan. Lan was truly troublesome. He did things so differently, and he was a royal pain in Zhu Wei's behind, constantly doing all in his power to enrage him. Still, the annoyance was quickly overpowered by the interest in whatever it was that he wanted to teach him. Without realizing it, a small smile had crept up on Zhu Wei's face. Let us go and get some food then, Zhu Wei said with a grin to Lan, and the two of them went together to the dining hall once more. Chapter 20. Fake Snake. Just like the previous day, Zhu Wei was eating on his own while Lan joined the captains, generals, and the commander at the podium that was at the opposite end of the kitchen in the dining hall's tent. The food was not as extravagant as it had been the night before, but it was not much worse either. There were almost no mortal plants or meats in the meal. All of it was beneficial to cultivators, to increase their cultivation base, to purify their bodies of pill toxins or imperfections, including various plants to strengthen the body itself. Zhu Wei ensured that he ate every single last bite on his plate before he rose from his seat and went outside the tent to wait for Lan. Usually he would never wait for that madman of a prophet, but since the latter had promised to teach him something today, he was secretly feeling excited. After seeing how easily Lan had taught him how to compress his voice, he felt that Lan was a great teacher. Although he had many shortcomings, he did have a great ability to teach Zhu Wei. As Zhu Wei waited, he had expected that the other geniuses in the camp would single him out again, but to his big surprise, none of them even spared him a glance. Something that made him feel much more comfortable. Being ignored was something he was used to, and this was something he found strangely comfortable, since he genuinely did not like it when they paid too much attention to him. Waiting for me? I feel special and grateful. Are you perhaps finally willing to join my collection? Lan's voice sounded next to Zhu Wei. This time it was not low, and it was not compressed either. A group of geniuses was present, and their eyes bulged, their jaws dropping and their heads shaking as they stared at Zhu Wei and Lan, waiting to hear whatever the answer was. Their shock came from hearing Lan asking whether or not Zhu Wei wanted to join his collection. Was this esteemed prophet collecting humans? Suddenly, some of them felt sorry for Zhu Wei. Was this prophet really such a person? In that case, had they not been fortunate to avoid the attention of this prophet? The female geniuses in the genius camp, albeit few, were just as shocked. Some of them had harbored dreams about becoming his sweetheart and entering the center of the continent together with him. Zhu Wei was aware that Lan was doing all of this on purpose. Zhu Wei felt that the prophet wanted to destroy his dignity throughout. Why don't you stop this already? Zhu Wei sighed and shook his head. He was annoyed, but for some reason his killing intent was no longer rising. Well then, follow me, Lan said as he started walking away from the many staring geniuses. Zhu Wei shook his head. Lan was aware that Zhu Wei knew the truth about him, that everything he did was for the sake of causing problems.
Still, this is entertaining, Lan said out loud as he chuckled, not caring about Zhu Wei hearing him at all, towards which the latter just sighed. I better learn something good from this, he said, uncaring of whether anyone heard him or not. As they reached one of the fields outside, they saw that everywhere they looked, experts were training. There was no one close to them, and they could train on their own, but others would be able to observe them. This'll do, Lan chuckled and looked at Zhu Wei. Display your attacks. Attack me with everything you have. Zhu Wei, not needing to hear this twice, instantly used the Forbidden Rush movement technique to lessen the distance between him and Lan. Azure Light Finger. The Azure Light Finger shot out and headed straight for Lan while Zhu Wei followed up. The next moment, Zhu Wei had already traversed the distance between his original position and Lan, arriving right next to the prophet and sending out a shattering mountain palm. The Azure Light Finger hit Lan straight on his chest, but nothing happened. His clothes were not even dusty from the two attacks that had successively landed in the same spot. Zhu Wei knew that Lan was strong, but to not even be able to leave a single speck of dust on Lan's clothes was shocking to the extreme. If those two attacks cannot do anything, then let us try something else, Zhu Wei grinned, finally feeling energized as he let go all of his troubles and submerged himself completely in the feeling of fighting Lan. Although Lan was not doing anything at all in return and just standing there, allowing all the attacks to land on him, Zhu Wei still felt much better after letting go of it all. Zhu Wei, who had realized that neither his shattering mountain palm nor his Azure Light Finger worked, quickly changed to the sacrificial stab. The sacrificial stab was able to sacrifice the soul of any person that was killed with this attack. But when he created a sword from inner might, he found that sacrificial stab was also incapable of even scratching the prophet's clothes. After trying everything he had at his disposal, time and time again, Zhu Wei found that he could not do anything to Lan. So he came to a standstill back at his original position. He was breathing heavily as he had used attack after attack, depended on his forbidden rush repeatedly, and also executed his profound technique, the inner might. Not bad. You have some very strong attacks, Lan praised him. Your attacks are all superior, except for one of them which is profound, if I am not mistaken. Zhu Wei nodded his head but said nothing. Well, they are great. I guess you got them from the heritage ring on your finger. And tell me, who gave you this heritage ring? My uncle. His name is Zhao Lei, and he is a primordial beast hunter of the kingdom of Heping. He is the kingdom's pride and joy. I see. Lan smiled, but his smile was not friendly as usual. Instead, it was rather cold and cynical. So, it was Zhao Lei. Do you know, Uncle? Zhu Wei could not help but ask, and Lan started laughing. I know him, he said with a mocking smile. I should have known you were related to him, he said after a bit of contemplation. How would you describe my uncle? Zhu Wei could not help but ask breathlessly. He wanted to know much more about his uncle, but it was hard when he did not know where he was or what he had been doing the last half year. The Zhao Lei I know is a fake snake, Lan said after thinking about how to say it. A fake snake? Zhu Wei frowned. The Zhao Lei he knew was someone he cared for deeply, someone whom he loved and someone who looked at him with tender and gentle eyes. Even when he was trash, his uncle had never looked down on him. He had always been sincere, always done his best. How could such a person be considered a fake snake? You can't talk bad about my uncle, Zhu Wei defended Zhao Lei after thinking of this, and Lan looked at him with pity. Don't worry, you are a fake snake too. Fake snakes tend to flock together, he said, followed by laughter. Well, enough about that. Your ring is a treasure that I want to get my hands on, but I have no use for it. When one refines a heritage ring, one needs to use the blood of the person it is for. Only the person whose blood is imbued within the ring can use this heritage ring. So even if I got my hands on it, it would be useless for me. Zhu Wei listened intently, but part of his mind was shaking from knowing that Lan referred to his uncle as a fake snake. Was there something that he did not know about? Zhu Wei did not know, but he was more determined than ever to realize what it was his uncle was hiding from him. Still, a part of him was listening intently to Lan and his explanations. A heritage ring contains a large amount of skills and abilities that can be passed on. To get your hands on these things, you need a certain strength. Let me have a look at your ring, Lan requested, but Zhu Wei hesitated. Well, you can also give me your hand, Lan joked. I do not mind observing it when it is on your hand, but then everyone will truly start to believe that you are interested in men. It is all your fault, Zhu Wei sneered, but he felt much more calm about it and took off the ring and handed it to Lan. Lan observed the ring for a long time before handing it back to Zhu Wei. This is made of a beast bone, he introduced. A bone of a primordial beast. In fact, not just any primordial beast, but a ruthless cinder tiger. They control fire and are not easy to deal with. Their bodies are massive and their strength and speed out of the ordinary. They are some of the most dangerous primordial beasts out there. This ring has been made with your blood and such a bone. It is able to contain a whole lot of abilities and skills. From what I can see, you should be able to unlock it once every time you advance a grade. So you already opened it once when you were an ordinary warrior, and next time you can open it will be when you are an earth warrior, which is soon. Then you should be able to open it at Sky Warrior rank and Heavenly Warrior rank. Of course, you can also open it when you reach the Knight and Saint ranks.
Knight and Saint ranks? Zhu Wei asked curiously, and Lan looked at him in an appalled way.
Right, you are from this poor and uneducated country. I always forget that.
Enough with your trash talking of this place. Just tell me about it, Zhu Wei said impatiently, and Lan laughed.
You want to know? Too bad you are too weak for now. When you become an earth warrior, I will tell you the truth about it.
So you think I will become an earth warrior while you are here? Zhu Wei asked curiously, and Lan just shrugged his shoulders.
Who knows? Well, now I will help you, Lan said with a smile. Your shattering mountain palm, your inner might, and your azure lightfinger are not bad, but you can increase the strength of all three. Your forbidden rush is already pretty much completed as it is with your current ability. You will not be able to improve that one much, but you can improve the other three. Just leave it to me. Lan had a maddened expression in his eyes and a manic grin on his face. Zhu Wei shivered when he saw this, but he said nothing. He wanted to become stronger, and getting Lan's help would expedite that. Zhu Wei had never had a proper teacher before. He had been incapable of cultivating initially, and now that he could cultivate, he had been left alone by his uncle. To gain pointers from an expert who had transcended the limits of the kingdom he lived in was indeed a great opportunity. Although he found him annoying, mad, and saying things he disliked, Zhu Wei still felt that he could learn a whole lot from this prophet.
Chapter 21. Earth Warrior. Lan truly did as he had promised. He and Zhu Wei spent the rest of the day where Zhu Wei continuously released one attack after the other, only to be told by Lan how to make the flow of qi within his meridians change. Zhu Wei learned how to enhance the strength of his attacks further. He learned how to control the accuracy of the attacks better than before, and how to control how much energy he wished to use on the attack. He was learning how to control the flow of qi within his body perfectly. Previously, he had been using full power every single time he released an attack, but now he could fully control that strength. "You are learning fast," Lan praised him with a grin on his face. "Now on to the last thing I'm going to teach you today. I will teach you how to overdraft your energy," Lan said seriously. Lan's usual manner of joking and teasing was suddenly gone, replaced by a solemnness that made Zhu Wei observe him seriously. "I hate fake snakes, but for some reason, you happen to be a deviant in this case," Lan said. "You are interesting, and you have a Dantian I want. So please remember what I am about to teach you is something that you can only use when you are in imminent peril. This is something you can use if you are sure you will die, as the overdraft is very bad for your body and meridians. Still, it is a life-saving measure, so I will teach it to you." Lan then began teaching Zhu Wei how he could absorb more energy from his Dantian in a short period of time. The amount would be too much for his meridians to handle, and they would start breaking apart if he did it for more than a short moment. Zhu Wei began to do as Lan had instructed him, yet he was stopped moments after. "I told you only to do it during imminent peril, and now you were about to do it right away? Isn't that a little premature?" Zhu Wei realized that Lan was correct and paused. "If I can't try it, then how can I know how to do it?" Zhu Wei asked curiously, but Lan just shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "It's all about knowing the theory and then hoping for the best." Zhu Wei was a little perplexed as he looked at Lan. "So I will not know if I am capable of doing it, and since I cannot try it, all I can do is hope for the best?" Zhu Wei understood that trying it out now would be a very bad idea. If he ended up wounding his meridians and body, it would take him an extended period of time before he healed. In that case, he would be incapable of reaching the Earth Warrior rank soon, and even less likely to learn other useful skills from Lan. "Okay, teach me the basics, please." Zhu Wei finally reached the conclusion that it was better to know about it than not knowing about it. "It is not that difficult," Lan explained. "Force your qi to leave your Dantian in a faster and larger quantity. You will need to be able to control the amount of qi you use before you can do it, but I already taught you how to regulate the qi flow within your body. When I told you how to limit the amount of qi you send out, you just do the complete opposite and request for more qi to be transferred through your meridians." Zhu Wei contemplated a bit as he sat down. He limited the amount of qi that roamed his body and felt how he became sluggish. He then increased the flow of qi within his body from a small drizzle to a steady stream, and he instantly felt the difference. "Oh, I see." Zhu Wei nodded his head as it made sense to him. He finally managed to understand what it was like, but he also understood that it would be dangerous to attempt it, which is why he stopped right away. "See? It is not so hard, is it?" Lan asked with a smile, and Zhu Wei completely forgot that he was cross with the prophet and gave him a beaming smile to display his happiness and gratefulness. This trick, although not tested and tried, was clearly a useful trick that could one day save his life. "That was it for today," Lan declared as the sun had begun setting in the sky. The other experts were also leaving the field with their tutors, and Zhu Wei suddenly realized that the entire day had gone by in a flash. "We skipped our midday meals, so we will need to go and get our dinner now," Lan said as he started moving towards the city of tents once more. "Tomorrow, I will teach you something fun," the prophet said with a mysterious smile on his face, and Zhu Wei could not help but look with big eyes filled with focused impatience. He had already learned so much from Lan, but he could learn even more? This was truly a blessing. Even if everyone thought he had become the plaything of this mysterious and rather odd prophet, Zhu Wei did not mind, as he was getting the most insightful training that he had ever before experienced, and he could feel himself progressing by leaps and bounds. The rest of the evening went on as the day before. Lan was gone most of the night before he arrived in the tent and claimed the bed while looking at Zhu Wei, who was in the midst of his training, and nodded his head in silent praise. The energy in the air was disrupted by Zhu Wei's constant absorption of some of it, and slowly it got more and more chaotic as Zhu Wei absorbed more and more into his body while his dantian kept swelling and shrinking in rapid succession as it absorbed the energy. The azure gleam given off by his dantian was getting stronger and stronger. Soon it no longer looked like a pearl, but more like an azure bead. This azure bead was now more than twice the size it had been when Zhu Wei started his cultivation that night. On the bed, Lan looked at Wei, and a smile spread across his lips. "Well done, brat," he praised with a low voice. "Seems like I did not need to give you a helping hand this time. Your ability to cultivate is far beyond anyone else I've seen, and even my uncle could not match your speed." Zhu Wei did not hear anything that Lan said, as he was too busy consolidating his foundations, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The entire energy in the surroundings was filled with turmoil, and from this, others could also sense that someone was breaking through. The more curious people in the tent city decided to exit their tents and follow the energy to the epicenter of where it was most chaotic to see who was breaking through. They were curious to know, as they had to know if another monster of the third layer had appeared in the camp. When they arrived at Zhu Wei's tent, they all looked at one another and frowned. Knowing that Zhu Wei was residing within the tent, all of them were suddenly feeling complicated. Some of them were relieved by the fact that it was Zhu Wei. He would at most become a one-layer Earth Warrior, making one more Earth Warrior emerge in their camp. But if it had been someone who reached the third layer rank, then it would have been much different. Others were not too comfortable about it because they knew that as an ordinary warrior, he had the strength of an Earth Warrior. Yet now that he had become an actual Earth Warrior, who was to say that his strength had not multiplied greatly? Zhu Wei was completely unaware of the audience he had attracted outside the tent. He was solely focused on his cultivation base and the consolidation of his new realm. Lan had long since noticed the people that had come to scout Zhu Wei, but after seeing that he was not being disturbed, Lan quickly relaxed again. The group quickly dispersed. No matter what they thought about Zhu Wei breaking through, all of them realized that they could do nothing about it, and all they could do was return to their own tents. The rest of the night passed, followed by the sun rising in the sky. Yet Zhu Wei was still absorbing the qi from the surrounding air wantonly, as if his body was an empty reservoir that was being filled with water. The sun rose to the middle of the sky, shining down on everyone, but Zhu Wei showed no intention of awakening from his meditation. It was not before the sun was starting to set again that Lan could feel how the absorption of qi was slowly dwindling down to a reasonable level. Zhu Wei opened his eyes, and a beam of light shot out from within. A breath of foul air escaped his lips. "Well done! You made it to Earth Warrior already!" Lan praised him while clapping his hands. Zhu Wei, forgetting that he was not too keen on this prophet, sent him a beaming smile and nodded his head. "Thanks," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lan looked at him, seemingly contemplating something. "Well, I was going to teach you about the different ranks when you became an Earth Warrior, so I'll tell you about it now," Lan decided. "I was planning to teach you something awesome, but considering that it is already getting late, I have a feeling that it is not the most suitable time to go to the fields. We will simply not have enough time. Your body should be nourished from the qi you absorbed into your flesh and body, so going to the dining hall tonight can be skipped."
"But it is filled with medicinal properties," Zhu Wei complained. "I need them to increase my strength, especially now when I have just reached the Earth Warrior rank."
"Open your mouth," Lan ordered, and hesitatingly Zhu Wei did as he was told. Lan licked his fingers, and a small red bead-like thing entered Zhu Wei's mouth and went straight down his throat, almost choking him in the process. Just as Zhu Wei was about to cough, he felt that the small bead transformed into liquid and fell down his throat, into his stomach, where a wave of heat started radiating through his body.
"What's this?"
he asked in amazement as he felt the impurities in his body being eradicated by this heat, burnt to a crisp and forced out of his system. It was a scarlet corpse pill, a pill that is concocted from corpse grass and blood ginseng. It is very mild in nature, and this one had a purity of 100%, so you don't have to worry about pill toxins. Since you turned into an Earth Warrior, you should just barely be able to consume it." Lan spoke as if it was natural for him to hand out medicinal pills of such caliber like candy, but Zhu Wei was horrified. Pills were a rarity in the kingdom of Heping, and especially pills of 100% purity. To randomly give away such pills like this was enough to shock him, but at the same time he started to feel grateful to this prophet.
"Maybe I misjudged you at the start," Zhu Wei said with a small smile on his face, but Lan just grinned.
"I can give you much better stuff if you promise to join my collection," he tempted, but Zhu Wei just shook his head wordlessly.
"You said that you would tell me about the different ranks that come after the warrior ranks?" The younger man changed the subject elegantly, to which Lan chuckled before he began to explain. Chapter 22. Becoming a Dragon.
"It is quite simple," Lan said with a chuckle. "Above the warrior ranks are the knight ranks. Ordinary knight, earth knight, sky knight, and heavenly knight. After knights come saints, ordinary saint, earth saint, sky saint, and heavenly saint."
"And after saints?"
Zhu Wei held his breath as he asked, but Lan just laughed. "After saints? Who knows? Heavenly saints are as rare as ice in the desert, and to reach even above the heavenly saint rank is simply not something that people have been able to achieve in millennia. It is all legends about what is above."
"What is your rank, then?"
Zhu Wei asked another question that had confused him for some time. To think that not even his attacks could cause dust to appear on his clothes, he had to be magnificent. "What rank do you think I am at?" Lan answered the question with yet another question and smiled slightly. Looking at Lan, Zhu Wei could guess that he was not going to answer the question in a straightforward way, so he took a moment to contemplate.
"I do not know about the strength levels of the various ranks," Zhu Wei said tentatively, "but I have a feeling that you are very highly ranked. I have an impression that you are way stronger than any other creature I have ever met before."
"Creature, you say?" Lan could not help but laugh at that, and Zhu Wei embarrassedly rubbed his nose.
"I mean, I once saw someone I believed to be a primordial beast, and she was very strong, yet you seem way stronger than her. I would guess that you are a saint of some sort."
Instead of answering the question, Lan laughed again. Someone you believe to be a primordial beast? Why so? Zhu Wei did not hide anything and told Lan the entire story, after which Lan frowned. So that's their game. He shook his head and looked at Zhu Wei, who seemed very confused and looked at the prophet while unsure of what the man was thinking. Never mind. You are fortunate to have encountered a primordial beast and lived to tell the tale. He laughed again, and Zhu Wei nodded his head, paying no more attention to the prophet's comment. Well, it is too late now to go train, so go get some rest. Consolidate your foundations a bit more, and then we will go out tomorrow. I have something very peculiar to teach you. It has to do with your Azure Dragon scripture. Zhu Wei gave Lan a long glance, but he did not say anything to him, and instead he just nodded his head and sat down on the ground once more, focusing on absorbing more energy from the surrounding air and converting it into qi within his body. The night quickly passed, and as the morning broke, birds sang in the sky and the sun was rising in the sky. Lan and Zhu Wei left the tent together, completely ignoring the many strange glances that the two of them were getting, both having their own thoughts and completely ignorant of what others might think about them. It is time for us to get some food, although I gave you something very nutritious last night. It cannot replace real food, and you haven't eaten for days as you were consolidating your newfound realm. As soon as Lan spoke, everyone perked their ears up to hear his words, yet they were so suggestive that some of the girls blushed and others almost vomited. Zhu Wei sighed. Enough of that chatter. They are already thinking the worst. No need to keep making them believe that I am into men. You know, I might even think the worst. Your reaction is so dull. At least everyone else is reacting amusingly. So you were doing this to be amused? Zhu Wei asked with a sigh, and Lan just shrugged his shoulders. If I didn't do it for fun, then what other reason could I possibly have? Whatever, Zhu Wei sighed. Just stop it now. I do have a sweetheart. It would be a shame if she heard about me cheating on her with some lame prophet. Oh, you have a sweetheart? Lan suddenly got interested. Tell me about her. What is she like? A bright light shone in Zhu Wei's eyes as he thought back to Wang Zhaoyun and the very short time they had spent together, and about the promises they had made to each other. Her name is Wang Zhaoyun. She is a wayfarer, and although it is difficult for us to be together, I swore that I would become a strong enough partner for her family to approve of me. Lan suddenly started laughing, and he was laughing so much that he clutched his stomach with his arms and almost doubled over. Zhu Wei had gotten used to his strange behavior, so he said nothing, but he just stood there staring at him with a dull, distant gaze. Sorry, Lan said as he wiped a tear from his eye. It's just, you want to make the wayfarers accept you. That is rather hilarious. Zhu Wei felt anger rise in his chest as he heard this. He glared at Lan. Why is that amusing? He asked, but Lan just continued giggling uncontrollably. Well, you know that wayfarers are against marrying out of the family because they will lose their bloodline. Lan laughed. But you have a special physique, so it should be fine if you ever manage to produce some offsprings. Zhu Wei was confused, annoyed, and slightly angry as he went to get a tray of food and moved to a vacant bench. Contrary to his expectations, Lan sat down with him on the bench, but the prophet was still not entirely done giggling. Zhu Wei ate his food with his head down, and everyone else had decided to stay away from the prophet. Although they knew he could teach them many things, they could not help but be scared about what he might ask in return. Just look at the pitiful Zhu Wei. Although he had gotten great benefits, which everyone credited to Lan, They also all were of the impression that he was now the plaything of a prophet. As they finished the food, the two walked towards the fields surrounding the tent camp again, and here they found a place where there were not many other cultivators. "Your cultivation technique is quite different from normal techniques," Lan started to introduce. "It originates from the azure dragons, and dragons are the kings amongst beasts. This specific scripture is increasingly rare, and as far as I know, only 2 copies exist in the entire continent. So for you to be able to cultivate, it is truly marvelous. When you cultivate the azure dragon scripture, you will be able to transform yourself into a dragon forcefully."
"I can transform into a dragon?" Zhu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. "But does that not make people think that I am a primordial beast?"
"Don't worry, it is like the wayfarers and their abilities. If anything, they will think you are a wayfarer."
"I see."
Zhu Wei had never seen the wayfarers fight, as he only knew that their bloodline would be activated when it came into contact with the blood of a primordial beast. But as to what changes happened, none of his books had ever specified it. Zhu Wei nodded his head.
"In that case, I would love to learn it," he said excitedly. He had read about dragons before. They were indeed the king of beasts. To gain the strength of a dragon, even if it were just a part, would make his body stronger than any other cultivator. To be able to transform into a dragon, would he even be able to soar in the sky then?
"Well, I say that you can become a dragon, but the truth is that you will at most be able to shapeshift a part of your body for some time. Like at the beginning, I will teach you how to make your arms transform. I think that is the limit for you for now. But don't you worry. As the time goes by, you will become more familiar with it, and then your ability to transform will also increase. Who knows? One day you might become a real dragon."
Zhu Wei's eyes shone with excitement. "Please teach me," he said breathlessly. Although he hated primordial beasts more than anything, he could imagine his strength rising to heavenly proportions if he managed to become a real dragon. In that case, he would be able to face the other primordial beasts at equal footing in terms of natural gifts. He would be able to face them equally and even overpower them, as everyone knew that dragons reigned supreme.
"Okay. Use your cultivation technique," Lan ordered, and Zhu Wei did exactly what he had been told. Although his uncle had told him to never show this technique to anyone else, Zhu Wei understood that since Lan had already realized which technique he was using, it was useless to try and hide it. Instead, he should take all the assistance he could get to increase his strength, which was why he rotated the technique freely, making qi roam his meridians. "Well done. Now visualize the arm of a dragon while you are doing this."
"A dragon arm?" Zhu Wei frowned. He had never before seen a real dragon. But suddenly a picture spawned in his mind, a picture of a dragon arm that had impaled the chest of some man. When the picture appeared in Zhu Wei's mind, he was incapable of seeing who the arm belonged to, and the face of the man who was impaled was also completely blurred in his memory. Suddenly, a sharp spike of pain appeared in his mind, a pain so intense that he could not help but cry out and double over on the grass. His hands were cradling his head as he rocked back and forth, trying to make the pain less unbearable. But it was impossible, and moments after the entire world turned black as Lan's hand had descended and caused him to lose consciousness.
"So he has taken your memories too," Lan muttered, his face suddenly turning soft. He then bent over and lifted up Zhu Wei and started to make his way back to the tent city. Others had noticed that something strange was going on. Some had even heard the scream Zhu Wei had released, but no one dared near him, apart from the higher-ranked members in the recruitment camp.
Esteemed prophet, allow us to carry this lowly one to his tent,
one of the captains said as he went towards Zhu Wei and Lan. But Lan just glared at him, and the captain instantly retreated. It was clear that he was not going to let anyone else take over the task of tending to this young man. When they were back in the tent, Zhu Wei was being placed gently on the bed, and Lan sat by his side. "You remind me of myself," Lan sighed. "Perhaps that is why I want to help you. Your past is not much better than my own, but hopefully your future can be brighter. Now, should I break the spell that holds his memories hostage, or should I let him experience them little by little?" Lan contemplated for some time. "I think I will leave them for now," he decided. Then he waited for Zhu Wei to awaken so that he could be told what exactly he had experienced. Lan picked up a single blue pill and dropped it into Zhu Wei's mouth. "Well then, now you should wake up soon," he said, and leaned against the bed as he relaxed. 2 moments later, Zhu Wei rightfully awoke. His face was pale, and his body trembled, but he was no longer in pain. "What happened?" he asked, a perplexed look on his face when he realized that he was in his tent once more and no longer out on the grassy fields where they had been training before. "Well, I was hoping you could tell me that," Lan gave with a slight smile. Chapter 23. Heritage Ring. "I imagined a dragon arm," Zhu Wei said while frowning. "I saw something, but I can't recall what it was." He shook his head. "A dragon arm?" Lan mused for a bit of time, but then he shook his head. "Don't worry about it," he said after a bit of consideration. "I will show you what a dragon arm looks like," he said, and a book suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was clear that Lan had a storage treasure of some kind, and Zhu Wei was curious about what it was. Seeing his curious demeanor, Lan chuckled, but he did not explain anything. Instead, he opened the book on a certain page where there was an azure dragon. "Azure dragons," he introduced, "are the kings of dragons, a type of beast that one has to respect for their strength and also upright behavior." "A primordial beast can have an upright behavior?" Zhu Wei asked curiously, and Lan smirked. "Just because they are beasts does not make them that much different from humans." "They kept us as livestock and slaves for centuries, so I would not consider that upright behavior." Zhu Wei frowned, but Lan just laughed at him again, something Zhu Wei had gotten very used to over the past few days. "They are as upright as humans," Lan snickered. "Don't you use diviners to enslave beasts now? Don't you eat fierce and primordial beast meat whenever you get the chance? Use their silk and hide to make clothes, their bones and cores to make weapons, lights and other necessities?" Zhu Wei suddenly gasped. He had never thought about it like this before. What the beasts had done to the humans were now doing to the beasts. "This needs some consideration," Zhu Wei said with a thoughtful expression. He had always thought their cause had been righteous in his mind when he wanted to become a primordial beast hunter. But these beasts were, in fact, also just forced to act the way they did by their nature. "It won't change anything," Zhu Wei finally sighed. "I am a human, so obviously I should side with the humans, protect them, and defeat as many primordial beasts as possible. The only thing is that I will now be more realistic about them. I cannot hate something that just follows their nature like this, since I am not different from them." Lan nodded his head in praise at how easily Zhu Wei accepted the mentality of the beasts, but he said nothing more and handed the book to Zhu Wei. "Look at this dragon and tell me what exactly it looks like," Lan ordered, and Zhu Wei nodded his head.
"It looks like a dragon. Dragons have many shapes, such as turtles and fish, but the majority of them are snake-like with 4 legs, 2 front legs, and 2 hind legs." Zhu Wei said what he had read about dragons in books, but then he looked at the picture. There was a snake-like dragon. "Azure scales." Zhu Wei was deep in thought, and as he thought about the front legs or arms of an azure dragon, azure scales started to sprout from his skin, coming from within the skin and breaking through, layering themselves all over his lower arms and fingers. His fingers also changed as claws emerged on the fingertips in lieu of simple nails, becoming thicker and merging into only 3 claws. His arms grew in size, and Zhu Wei could feel how he became much stronger than before. The qi that flowed through his veins became denser, purer, and seemed to completely change its nature, while his physical strength alone rose to double or triple of what it had been before, and this was after only transforming his arms. Zhu Wei stared in shock at his arms. It had been so simple to transform them. It was as if it came naturally to him to switch to the dragon arms. "This is because of your azure dragon scripture," Lan praised. "Although it should not be very difficult, you are quite skilled to be able to do it as fast as you did." Zhu Wei felt a hint of pride in his heart and was very satisfied with his accomplishments. "You know, you have to be careful and only use this in life and death situations," Lan warned him. "Although many would assume that you are just a wayfarer or cultivating some sort of beastly scripture, some will notice it as being dragon arms, and then you might be captured for the sake of stealing your scripture. It is very rare and incredibly powerful after all." Zhu Wei nodded his head after musing over Lan's advice. It was true that he was not unique when it came to being capable of transforming part of his body into that of a primordial beast, but the ability of being able to completely transform into an azure dragon had to be kept secret. "Well, don't look that troubled," Lan grinned. "Here in the genius camp, even if you only rely on your shattering mountain palm, your azure light finger, your forbidden rush, and your sacrificial stab, you are still above the others. You have not fought anyone since you became an earth warrior, so we do not know how strong you are compared to the other geniuses. But don't forget that you just broke through to the earth warrior rank. You have the ability to unlock the heritage ring once more, and then you will be able to get your hands on new techniques. Do you want to open your heritage ring now? Or do you want to wait until tomorrow and we do it early in the morning and look through the skills available and pick a few to train?" Zhu Wei contemplated and then looked at Lan. "Let us do it now," he said, incapable of hiding the eagerness in his voice and the excitement in his eyes. "Okay," Lan agreed. He, too, was slightly curious about what exactly this Zhao Lei, the leading figure of Heiping Kingdom, had left behind for his nephew. Zhu Wei took a deep breath and moved slightly to settle into the position in which he was sitting. He then reverted his arms to human arms with but a single thought, and then he looked at the ring on his hand. Withdrawing a single thread of qi from his pearl-like dantian, Zhu Wei guided it through his meridians towards his hands, where he made it leave his body and enter the ring on his finger. As soon as he did that, the tent shone with an azure light and holograms of 5 different abilities appeared in front of him. "Arcane Fist,
a profound martial technique which allows the user to punch in an elusive, mysterious manner that seems to make their fist vanish. Sometimes it produces extra fist imprints, and other times it vanishes from sight. Very hard to block, can only be used in close quarters combat. Seed of Mirage, a profound martial technique that allows you to grow a spectral seed made of chi. Each seed takes 3 breaths of time to grow, and when they have fully grown, they become a clone which can attack on its own with a strength depending on how much chi has been inserted into the seed. The clone knows all attacks that the owner controls. Heart of Fire, a profound martial technique that allows you to burn 1 drop of heart blood essence. Increases one's strength 3-fold for a period of 30 breaths of time. After the duration of the drop of heart blood essence ends, one will instantly feel fatigued and seriously injured. Zhu Wei paused and looked at Lan. "What is heart blood essence?" he asked curiously.
Everyone has 3 types of blood. There is the ordinary blood, which you will spill randomly when injured. Then there is the blood essence, which is very hard to restore and increase. And finally is the heart blood essence, Lan began explaining. If you use some of your blood essence, it will restore itself over time. But if you use heart blood essence, you will need to use outside help in the shape of medicinal plants to restore it. The heart blood is very precious. But if the question is about dying or using a drop of heart blood, then use the heart blood, Lan specified. Using your blood essence can boost your strength for a very short amount of time or increase the power of a specific attack if you merge the blood essence into the chi and then launch said attack. Using blood essence will make you tired and exhausted, but your blood essence will restore itself if you leave it be for long enough. Your heart blood essence is, unfortunately, much more difficult to restore. I know of a few medicinal plants that can help, but they are far beyond your reach right now.
So this Heart of Fire is another life-saving ability, Zhu Wei mused as he nodded his head. It would be a great ability to learn, but it is not the most important one of them for now. So let us see what else this ring's got. Mind Infestation, a superior martial technique that allows the user to invade and penetrate the mind of one's opponent. Superior ranked ability, but has the potential to reach profound stage levels of power if the user has a strong soul. The ability depends fully on the user's soul to succeed. Kick of Forgotten Kings, a profound martial technique that allows the user to be imbued with the might of the Forgotten Kings and unleash their strength in a powerful kick, can only be used in close quarters combat. Zhu Wei had read the final one of the abilities out loud as his eyes glistened with excitement. All 5 of these techniques sounded amazing.
So now that we have looked at them, which one would you like to begin with? Lan asked, his eyes not displaying any of his innermost emotions.
Zhu Wei was left guessing as to whether or not he was impressed with the quality of the abilities he had been given. I don't know, Zhu Wei said seriously as he looked at the 5 abilities once more. I think that the most beneficial one for now would be the Seed of Mirage, he said thoughtfully. I already have a palm attack, and while the Shattering Mountain Palm is only a superior martial technique, it is without a doubt still better than what most cultivators here in the Kingdom of Haping have access to. Because of this, I would postpone learning the Arcane Fist for now, Zhu Wei concluded. Then we have the Heart of Fire. While it is a very promising life-saving ability, I would rather rely on my transformed arms for now since I have already mastered that. Mind Infestation is very interesting, Zhu Wei continued, but I have no clue as to how strong my soul is.
And since it completely depends on the strength of one's soul, it might be better to focus on those I know will for sure strengthen me. Finally, we have the Kick of Forgotten Kings. That one is also very interesting, he concluded. I currently have no kicking arts, and thus it could prove to be very useful. But for now, something about the Seed of Mirage calls me.
So, I understand that you want to focus on the Seed of Mirage first, followed by the Kick of Forgotten Kings? Lan asked, and Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, thinking about the pros and cons of both before he nodded his head. Great! Lan exclaimed happily, and Zhu Wei felt a calm descend upon him. He had decided which skills to focus on first, and now he had a full 9 layers through the Earth Warrior stage of time to perfect these 5 abilities. It should be possible. I already taught you everything about the Forbidden Rush, the Shattering Mountain Palm, and the Azure Lightfinger, so from tomorrow onwards I will drill you in the Seed of Mirage until you perfect that one too.
Chapter 24. Soul Crystal. Zhu Wei felt excited. Although Lan's training method was rather Spartan, it was also proving to bring many benefits to him. Lan was a tough but very skilled teacher. He would drill the abilities so hard into Zhu Wei that he could do them even during his sleep. The following day, they went to their special location on the field. Once more, Lan began to explain how to best understand and use the ability. He did this every time.
The Seed of Mirage focuses on the word mirage. The mirage is based on illusions, and it spans over many different types of attacks. One can hide in the illusions and cover all tracks of oneself, making it so that no one can sense that they are there. It is possible to use the mirage to change the appearance of a person, and it is possible to make people see things that are not there. Your Seed of Mirage is creating a mirage, creating a replica of something out of nothing. As such, it is a very high-ranked ability among the category of skills that use mirages, as it enables you to create something real from nothing. It creates real copies that can attack and not just confuse. Lan introduced the mirage to Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei listened intently and made sure that everything Lan said was forever engraved in his heart so that he would not forget it in the future, and that his abilities would continue to improve. The Seed of Mirage is an ability where one creates a seed from Qi. The stronger one is, the more seeds one can create. And at the same time, one could also determine how strong it would be by how much Qi was provided to it. The strongest the copy could be was half of his strength, but the Qi used to create such a figure was equally high. The first attempt of the seed that Zhu Wei made was thrown out, and both Lan and Zhu Wei were eagerly awaiting the 3 breaths of time for the seed to sprout, only to see that nothing happened. They both felt rather anticlimactic as they had watched the seed with bated breath, only to see it dissipate into nothingness. Lan laughed at it, and Zhu Wei felt rather embarrassed, but then they began anew. The Seed of Mirage was harder to understand than what he had expected. The first seed that successfully sprouted turned into a blur that also dissipated into thin air, as it could not hold its shape. After trying for half the day, Zhu Wei was capable of creating a figure that lasted for 5 breaths of time before it could no longer hold its shape. Although it was a short amount of time, the clone was already capable of sending out a few attacks. Every attack it sent out was aimed at Zhu Wei so that he could get a feel for how powerful the attacks were and how much Qi he should send into the seed. At the start, he had sent so little Qi into the seed that it was incapable of sprouting. After that, He slowly adjusted it and found that the more qi he added, the longer it lasted and the stronger the clone was. As time went on, Zhu Wei became more and more proficient at creating the seed, and he found that the clone would act according to his own thoughts without a need to command it. It was completely loyal, did exactly what it could to work with Zhu Wei's own plans, and he found that it complemented his fighting style quite a bit. It took 3 days for Zhu Wei to finally get it under control. During these 3 days, they were at the field from early morning to late evening. Many an expert had glanced at them to see what exactly they had been doing, and they were curious as to what exactly Zhu Wei was being taught by the prophet. Even the upper echelons of the army were curious. Some of them even felt slightly sour in their hearts for not being given the same attention. Although the youngsters knew about Lan being a prophet from the center of the continent, they did not know exactly how strong he was or how outstanding his reputation was. They were very well aware of what he could do, however. They knew he could topple kingdoms and destroy empires with the wave of his hand, and now he was patiently teaching a random youngster. Zhu Wei continued to study the seed of mirage for a few days more before he felt that he had grasped the technique. Having been able to understand a technique in just a week was incredibly fast. During this week, Lan had been Zhu Wei's sparring partner. After Zhu Wei had gotten a good understanding of how much power the clone had depending on the qi he used, he and the clone had fought against Lan in an attempt to get used to the coordination between himself and the clone.
"I only have a few days left here," Lan said as the night drew close and they were walking towards the dining hall. "You have already learned the seed of mirage, which you can use as you please. Your next ability to learn is the kick of forgotten kings. Then you will be fully prepared for whatever comes your way," Lan assessed. "You will have your azure light finger for ranged attacks, your shattering mountain palm for close quarters combat. You will have forbidden rush as a movement technique, and seed of mirage as an auxiliary technique. For weaponry, you have inner might, and you will have kick of forgotten kings as a leg attack." Zhu Wei nodded his head. When he learns the kick of forgotten kings, he would indeed become an all-rounded martial artist. The only thing that he would be lacking was a spiritual attack, one like the mind infestation, but that one required spiritual energy or soul power. Because of that, Zhu Wei was not sure if he was suitable to learn it. "I will gift you one last thing," Lan said as he sighed. "You will have to owe me a favor for this, though," he continued. "The thing I will give you is a soul crystal. Soul crystals are crystals that resonate with one's soul. The brighter the light is, the stronger your soul is, and the more spiritual power you possess. This soul crystal can be used multiple times, and it is very sturdy. Just don't break it, and you should be able to have use of it for quite some years," he continued, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. His heart was heavy. He knew that this had to be a great treasure, but Lan still gave it to him. "If you feel bad, then become a part of my collection," Lan snickered, but Zhu Wei just snorted. He had no interest in becoming the property of someone else. Lan shrugged his shoulders and did not mention it any more. Instead, he tossed a small, transparent, faceted gem towards Zhu Wei, who caught it a bit awkwardly, fearing that he might drop it. "Okay, now add some of your spiritual power to the gem," Lan said, and Zhu Wei did as he was told. The gem started glowing with an azure light, and it became brighter and brighter until they were blinded by the bright light of the gem. "Your soul is definitely strong," Lan said with a perplexed look. "But I should have guessed as such. as special physiques often require a strong soul, so it makes sense for you to have such a strong soul. You can use spiritual energy to overcome many of your opponents, he said smilingly. With this amazing result, I would even suggest that you try out the mind infestation before you learn Kick of the Forgotten Kings, Lan decided. The next couple of days, we will focus on the mind infestation, and you will continue to train it while I am gone, until you have it under control and can kill someone with only a glance, Lan said, and his words caused Zhu Wei's eyes to widen in surprise.
Is the mind infestation that great? He asked, remembering that it was ranked as a superior grade technique with the potential to become a profound technique.
Yes, Lan nodded his head seriously. If your soul is strong enough and you have a usable technique, you will be able to make others fall into a deep slumber or even extinguish their soul. It is difficult to fend off an attack from a cultivator with great spiritual power unless your martial heart is extremely calm and determined, or your own spiritual force is stronger. You are one of the cultivators with a naturally strong spiritual force, but your martial heart is still being tempered as you are not aware of just what your goals in life are yet. You do not know your own martial path, and thus the shape of your martial heart is still in its infant stages. Zhu Wei nodded his head. He had some goals in life, but he understood that he needed to temper himself to grow a martial heart. Zhu Wei wanted the soul crystal so that he could assist Lu Jiru and Shen Mu later on with their own soul power. If they had strong spiritual power, then he wished to teach them the mind infestation. Although Zhao Lei had left the attacks for him, he believed sharing it with his best friends was acceptable. He was worried about them. While it is true that the mortality rate of the genius camp was equal to the other camps, he felt that his chances of survival were much higher than theirs, so he wanted to help them as much as he could. Because of that, he promised himself that he would go to visit them soon and see if he could teach them the mind infestation. If he could not, he would think about some other ability to impart to them. Lan smirked as he saw Zhu Wei in deep thought, but he said nothing. The prophet just waited for him to finish his thoughts.
I want to learn the mind infestation, Zhu Wei said after a bit of time, and then he hesitated to continue, but Lan nudged him on.
What's wrong? He asked.
You have had the soul crystal for a long time. How come you did not want to reveal it to me until now? You could easily have done so back when we were planning the order in which I learned my new skills from the Heritage Ring, and when we talked about the Kick of Forgotten Kings being the next skill I practice.
Lan's one eyebrow rose in surprise when he heard the question, and then he nodded his head. Makes sense that you are wondering about this, he said. A soul crystal is very important and very rare. I only have around 20 of them, Lan said. My decision to give one to you is based completely on your comprehension. If you were able to learn the Seed of Mirage before I was gone, I would help you examine your potential in regards to spiritual power. But if you did not have the necessary talent, then I concluded that it was better for you to not attempt the spiritual energy attacks. They require not only great spiritual energy, but also a great amount of comprehension, Lan explained. I did not want to give you any pressure, so I said nothing. But you made it in time, so I will gift you the soul crystal as intended, and you can spend the next couple of days to gain an elementary insight into mind infestation. Zhu Wei understood this and nodded his head. He then kowtowed to Lan.
Thank you so much for all your assistance, he said with sincerity. You have been my first teacher, and I will forever remember your care and consideration in my heart.
When and if I get strong enough to repay your kindness, I will walk over a sea of flames and cross a mountain of knives if need be. Chapter 25. Guinea Pigs. Seeing Zhu Wei's humble behavior, Lan snickered. His eyes blazed with amusement, but he said nothing to destroy the mood. Zhu Wei felt very complex emotions. He could not wholly forget his original hesitation when it came to this prophet, but at the same time he had been a benefactor to Zhu Wei. When someone showed him such kindness, even if Zhu Wei felt that he had some secrets that made him incredibly dangerous and someone to stay away from, he could not help but display his gratitude. He would also make sure to repay this gratitude later on when he was strong enough to be relied upon. But he was already starting to fear that he would be told to go collect some rare materials for him in some god-forsaken place where he was too lazy to go himself. Still, Zhu Wei knew how much the assistance he had been given meant to him, and thus he would go herb hunting without complaints if it ever came to that. Zhu Wei rose again and sighed. He could see that Lan's eyes were gleaming with excitement, but he had no interest in knowing why the prophet was having so much fun or what he was planning. Instead, he sat down and contemplated the mind infestation spiritual technique and tried to figure out the tricks, the difficult passages, and the theory behind it. Instead of cultivating that night, he spent all the time trying to understand the mind infestation technique. Lan did what he usually did during the night. He laid down on the bed and slept through the night. It was clear that cultivating was not a priority for the prophet anymore, and as to why, Zhu Wei had multiple theories. One was that he was so strong that it did not matter any longer, as he could not reach a higher realm. Another was that he had reached a realm where even when he slept, his body would naturally consume the energy of the surrounding air and convert it into qi. Zhu Wei had long since decided not to worry about Lan's decisions and training. By putting his mind to the task at hand, he managed to gain quite a few insights into the mind infestation spiritual technique by the time morning arrived. "We will stay in the tent today," Lan declared as they awoke to the sound of birds in the sky and the scent of breakfast from the dining hall. "In the tent?" Zhu Wei asked curiously, and Lan nodded his head. "Mind infestation is a spiritual martial art, a technique that depends on your mind and your soul. When you practice such techniques, it is paramount that you are in quiet and calm surroundings, or it might backlash and wound you in the process. The field is good for training physical techniques," Lan said, "but when it comes to spiritual martial arts, it is important that we find a calm place first. In this camp, the most secure place is in the tent." Zhu Wei nodded his head in approval. After thinking about it, he understood the reasoning and could not wait to get started. "Okay, we have no one to attack," Lan contemplated. "If you try to use a spiritual martial art on me, it will cause a backlash and seriously wound your soul, if not kill you, since my soul is many times stronger than yours at the current point in time. Well, for now, you need to learn the difference between spiritual power and qi," Lan began. "I already described what spiritual energy is. It is the power of your soul and mind. The more you use it, the more mentally exhausted you will become. It will be restored when you've used it, but you run the risk of corrupting your mind if you use too much. If you want to become a strong spiritual martial arts user, you will need a steady martial heart to keep you from becoming corrupted. Although the use of spiritual martial arts is very difficult and has quite a few requirements, it is still a good idea for you to learn mind infestation. Although your martial heart is still growing, you are not weak, and your determination is great. You shouldn't be corrupted by one single spiritual martial art. Zhu Wei sat down and searched inside of himself. He almost saw a full picture of himself from the inside. He saw his meridians, his dantian, and his head. He could see the gleaming azure qi running through his meridians, and then he found a golden light that had gathered in a ball in his mind. This ball of golden light was growing larger at one moment and smaller at another. When Zhu Wei tried to spread his senses, he saw that the golden light started turning into halos that spread from his body and out towards the rest of the surroundings.
Oh, so it's like this, Zhu Wei muttered. He then focused on sensing Lan, who was right there next to him, and he felt how this golden energy gathered around Lan. So everything that has to do with my senses, everything that has to do with my mind, is spiritual energy. I found my reserves, but how do I use it? Lan said nothing. He just sat there watching Zhu Wei with a small smile on his face and a calculating look in his eyes. Zhu Wei was unaware of this calculating look that flickered in Lan's eyes, just as he did not see the smug smile that crossed his face.
Naive child, far too naive, Lan whispered as he looked at Zhu Wei, and his words caused Zhu Wei to startle awake.
Did you say something? Zhu Wei asked. He had been too focused on his spiritual energy to hear what the other had said, but he was sure that Lan said something.
Oh, don't mind me, Lan smiled. I just thought that the weather is great today. Anyway, how is it? Have you found your spiritual energy?
Zhu Wei frowned but nodded his head. I found it, he said. I was trying to figure out how to convert it into energy to be used, though. I can understand how to make it when I am using my senses and other things like that, but I do not know how to actively ask for it to work.
It's simple, Lan explained. With a simple thought of yours, it should be responding. The reason it hasn't done so is that you are too obsessed over it, so it is overloaded. Try sitting down and emptying your mind. Then find a suitable target in the camp and try using the mind infestation against them. The further away they are, the better it is, Lan explained. The further away, the weaker the attack will be, and many won't even be affected by the attack. But you will get used to it and get a feel for the attack. Later on, when you use it against someone close by, you will know how to do it.
Lan smiled, and Zhu Wei nodded his head hesitatingly. Is it okay to try it on random people in the camp? He asked, a little confused. Using someone as a guinea pig without their permission was not his style, but Lan had said they would not even notice it, and he could learn from it. As long as they did not notice or experience any discomfort, it could not be considered too bad, right?
Just do it. They will be fine,
Lan ensured and encouraged Zhu Wei, and he finally nodded his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He spread his senses and noticed how his spiritual energy was floating out of his body in waves of golden light. It came into contact with one expert after another, but Zhu Wei remembered that Lan had ordered him to pick someone far away, and thus he continued to send out his waves of spiritual energy until he got a complete understanding of how far his range was. He could spread his senses to a full 500 meters around him, sensing every living being within these 500 meters, and although he could not hear or see what they were doing, he could pinpoint their location. Zhu Wei found many experts in his range, but he picked a young one-layer earth warrior that was located around 475 meters away from him. This expert had a strength similar to his own. His stature was similar to his own, and his defense was suitable. Zhu remembered the mind infestation and all the insights he had gotten during the night of contemplation. He knew that he would be able to invade the mind of his opponent if they were close to one another, and that he should be able to take over. He sent out a stream of spiritual energy that penetrated the mind of the young man who he had targeted. And the moment the spiritual energy penetrated his head, Zhu suddenly felt as if he could stir the mind of his target. He could just sense the possibilities. He could sense that if he wished, he could take over the mind of this expert and control him. He could roam through his memories, and he would be able to put him to sleep, or even cut off his dantian, break his meridians, and make him commit suicide by self-detonating the dantian. Zhu was scared when he realized how much power he had over this other person, so he instantly cut the connection between them. In all this time, it was as if his soul had been split in two. Half of it had been in his own body, and he was able to control it as he wished, and the other had been in his target, but he was deeply shocked.
"I thought you said they would not notice anything," Zhu hissed at Lan, who just shrugged his shoulders. "He won't notice anything," he said with his carefree attitude. "He will just feel dizzy for a bit. It cannot be helped since you are much stronger than the target you chose. You have to at least go against the third layer Earth Warriors before you are able to see any resistance." Zhu grumbled, but he also felt rather powerful. He could not help but feel excited about this mind infestation. "Does it work for fierce and primordial beasts as well?" he asked breathlessly, and Lan contemplated for a moment. "It works against anyone who has a soul," he said with a decisive nod of his head. "If you are against someone who has a soul, then you can use your mind infestation. Some beasts have really low spiritual energy, whereas others are specialized in spiritual energy, so you need to be careful about what you are attacking. But you can try it when you feel sure of yourself," Lan warned him. Zhu understood it naturally. If he encountered a fierce beast specializing in spiritual energy, he would be in for a serious battle, one that he might even lose. While he had strong spiritual energy, Zhu understood that he did not specialize in spiritual martial arts, and thus he would be at a disadvantage if he encountered one who specialized in it. "Well, try again," Lan encouraged him, and Zhu chuckled while shaking his head. Lan clearly did not care about what happened to the other experts in the camp. "I would even suggest you try and make your next target fall asleep. It is a harmless joke after all." Lan grinned, and Zhu found himself completely shocked by these words. "Is that not a little bit too, wrong?" Zhu asked, and Lan just grinned. "No," he said. "Have these geniuses ever done anything for you?" Lan asked, and put a lot of pressure on the word geniuses to make Zhu understand that he clearly did not mean that they were geniuses, and Zhu shook his head. Although many of them had been ignoring him completely, a few had been interested in him, but no one had tried to make friends with him. "Since that is the case, why not just use them as guinea pigs? It's not like they will be harmed."
Chapter 26. My Darling. Hearing Lan describe it as such, Zhu could not help but agree. Although many of the experts were completely ignoring him, a few were even rather hostile. "I guess as long as they aren't harmed," Zhu said hesitatingly. He truly wished to try out mind infestation, so much so that his reasoning had gone a little out of the window. Seeing how easily Zhu agreed, Lan snickered, but he said nothing, and Zhu once more sat down and reached out with his senses to find another target. At the start, he did nothing more than enter their minds, and slowly adjusted to the feeling of his soul being parted in two. He never stayed in the minds of his targets for more than a few moments, as they were completely vulnerable in that state. Soon, a rumor started spreading through the genius camp about the young experts spacing out for a short moment, completely unaware of what was happening. Zhu Wei then went further and started using his ability to put them to sleep, making his targets fall asleep while they were in the middle of walking. The rumors were filled with confusion and surprise, but when they asked the captains and the commander what was happening, they soon found out the cause for their strange experiences. Someone was cultivating a spiritual martial technique, but as to who it was, they would not say. Everyone was enraged. All the one-layered earth warriors experienced falling asleep while randomly walking through the camp, and the more people Zhu Wei practiced mind infestation on, the better and better his control became. Soon, the day arrived where Lan had to leave. The entire genius camp had gathered together to say their farewell. Some were filled with indignation, others with disgust, and some with disappointment as they looked at this prophet. It was clear that Lan knew exactly what every single person was thinking, but he was unfazed by it as he turned to the commander and cupped his hands. "Thank you for allowing me to stay here for some time," he began, stating his farewell. "I am hesitant to leave. While I was here, I found something precious, something that I wish I could take with me, but I understand the rule that everyone must participate in the army." Lan sighed and shook his head with a depressed expression on his face. "My darling Zhu Wei, it will be so hard to be without you in the future, but look after yourself. I will eagerly await the day you finish your military service. Then I hope you will come to the center of the continent to find me." Hearing Lan speak, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines, Zhu Wei included, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. It was clear that Lan had every intention of keeping this silly masquerade up until he was gone. However, although it annoyed Zhu Wei to no end, he still felt that he owed Lan a debt of gratitude, and thus he said nothing to make him lose face in front of the whole group of people. Seeing him being quiet, the others' eyes almost bulged out, and the girls were blushing. It was not every day they saw such a heated love story being enacted right in front of them. "Well then, I am off," Lan said. And right after his voice had appeared, he vanished into thin air. It was as if he had teleported. A slight ripple in space could be felt by the commander, but no one else could even sense this ripple, and some of them rubbed their eyes, unable to believe that he had vanished right in front of them. The commander smiled wryly. He knew that the strength of this man was so shocking that not even primordial beasts would fight him. As soon as Zhu Wei saw Lan vanish, he turned around and left. He had now learned a whole lot of things from Lan, and amongst others, he had learned how to perfect his shattering mountain palm, his azure light finger, and his sacrificial stab. He had learned how to transform his arms in accordance with the azure dragon scripture. He had learned the seed of mirage, learned how to create copies of himself, and he had learned the mind infestation. Alongside this, he had also learned how to control his strength, control his chi flow, and take control over the attack he was executing. He had also been taught a few life-saving abilities. All in all, Zhu Wei understood that he had learned a lot from Lan, and his strength was now more than double what it had been when he had met this annoying prophet. "Time for me to learn the kick of forgotten kings," Zhu Wei thought to himself. "But first I have to claim my resources and the things that were promised to me by the commander when Lan leaves. I am still ranked last. Although I have broken into the first layer of the Earth Warrior rank, I have not challenged anyone yet," Zhu Wei mused to himself as he walked back into the tent city. The middle of the tent city was where the genius camp was located, and it was also the location of all the other tents that contained all the things usable for the geniuses. There was the arena where one could battle against fierce beasts, deserters, and criminals. There was a tent that contained martial techniques. There was a tent containing medicinal herbs. The dining hall was located in the middle of the genius camp, together with the baths and the latrines. There were also training fields with dummies made from black gold, only available for the members of the genius camp. There was also a tent called the Contribution Point Tent. One could gain contribution points in specific ways. The easiest way was that one would be given a specific amount of contribution points every month, depending on one's rank. One could also gain contribution points from participating in the arena or challenging the higher-ranked experts on the Genius Camp ranking. Having a breakthrough to a higher level also granted you contribution points. These contribution points could be exchanged for medicinal herbs and martial arts techniques. A few shops within the inner city of the capital also accepted contribution points as a currency, so that one could buy armor and weaponry. But the price was rather exorbitant. Zhu Wei went to the contribution tent first. Here he found a captain who had the task of looking after the tent.
"Name?" the captain asked, as he looked into a big book that was right in front of him, and Zhu Wei answered right away. The captain flipped through the book before he found a page where it said Zhu Wei. "You have broken through to the Earth Warrior rank. This gives you 1,000 contribution points," the captain said. "Apart from that, you have 500 contribution points from passing the test to join the Genius Camp, and finally you will get 300 contribution points for your current rank in the Genius Camp rankings." The captain hesitated for some time before he opened his mouth again. "You can rent a high-ranked martial technique for 500 contribution points, a superior for 5,000 contribution points, and a profound for 10,000 contribution points," he started explaining. "These techniques are gained through the blood, sweat, and tears of our soldiers, and thus they are hard to get your hands on. But if you do not have martial techniques, then you will die soon. Even if you have the strength, it is useless if you cannot use this strength. I would suggest that you do not use your contribution points for now and save them up so that you might be able to buy one superior skill when you are about to leave the camp next year." Zhu Wei cupped his fists and thanked the captain before he completely disregarded what he had said. It was not that what he had said did not make sense, but Zhu Wei had his heritage ring and was able to pull out a wide array of abilities whenever he felt like it. Currently, he had techniques that could save his life and make him a serious opponent for even the third-layer Earth Warriors. But what he needed from the contribution points was medicinal herbs. He wished to increase his strength as much as possible. Although he was not going to rush it, he was still not going to be slower than necessary. Since this was the case, he went straight to the tent that sold medicinal herbs. The tent city was bustling with life, and the other geniuses had also gone back into the tent city after seeing Lan off. But this procession of experts all made space for Zhu Wei while looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. Zhu Wei completely ignored them, but before he could reach the tent that sold medicinal herbs, he was blocked by a group of youngsters.
"Your protection has left," one of them said with a voice that dripped with enmity. "Back in the capital, do you remember crippling a young man who had done nothing to you? All he did was riding the streets and minding his own business?"
Hearing the way it was being described, Zhu Wei snorted but said nothing. He just crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the speaker. The speaker was a one-layer Earth Warrior. He was a youth, like all the other ones present in the camp, but his stature was also very average. He was not too tall, neither too short. He was wearing silk made by fierce beasts, but when looking closer, Zhu Wei saw that it did not seem to have any supplementary effects. He had an arrogant expression on his face, and it was clear that he was a noble-born youngster from the capital who looked down on everyone and did not know the difference between heaven and earth. Others saw what was happening and came to a stop to see how it would play out. That was when someone suddenly took a step forward. "Please don't cause trouble for young hero Zhu Wei," he said with a smile on his face.
"Young hero?"
The arrogant person snorted at the word, but he then seemed to choke on the words when he realized who it was that spoke.
Of course he is a young hero, the person who interrupted continued to speak casually. Our esteemed crown prince has acknowledged him as a friend, and we all know that he only acknowledges dragons amongst men. He is the only family member of primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei, and a dragon does not father dog sons. It is clear that he is no ordinary individual. If this was not enough, then we all know that this young man has a special physique. Just look at him. In little more than half a year, he has already managed to break into the Earth Warrior rank. Now tell me, if that is not the stuff heroes are made of, then what is it? Zhu Wei felt that this person was praising him excessively, as if he had some other purpose, but he was not about to say anything. For now, he was not in the mood to fight anyone, so even if this person had an ulterior motive, it was better than engaging in a battle with the group of experts that had blocked his path. Zhu Wei just stood back, his arms crossed over his chest, as he curiously observed what was going on, as if it had nothing to do with him. The others were also observing what was happening with increasing intensity. They were curious as to who exactly would win this verbal sparring. Chapter 27. Forgotten Kings. The guy who had blocked Zhu Wei's path snorted.
A dead genius is not worth anything,
he said casually, as if he was planning to kill Zhu Wei, but hearing his comeback, Zhu Wei just snickered. It was not only him, but the guy who came to his aid seemed pleased. So you plan on killing the only living relative of primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei? Are you sure that you and your family will be capable of withstanding his wrath when he realizes that you caused his death? I also would like to say that he is a person of significance to the prophet from the center of the continent who just left. If the prophet finds out that you killed his, special friend right after he had left, do you think that he will just stand by and watch? Do you think you and your family can shoulder the extinction of our country? The more this person spoke, the more worried everyone else became, and they started looking at one another with hesitating looks. Was Zhu Wei truly that dangerous? Not because of himself, but because of his background? That could not be right, as they were all noble-born members of the capital. They were used to being the ones above all others, but now they had to lower their head to someone who was not even on their level? Some were unhappy with this. Others were unreconciled. All of them understood that this person who had appeared out of nowhere was exaggerating, but everything he said were possible situations. It was no secret that Zhao Lei doted on his nephew. Even the noble-born from the capital knew this, and that killing Zhu Wei would incur his rage. Although no one knew how Prophet Lan would react if Zhu Wei was killed, there was a chance that he would fly into a rage, as it was rather obvious that he had been very fond of this youngster. And the crown prince had also displayed his stance at the banquet a few days back. He would protect this youngster if he had to, so if Zhu Wei died, he was likely to be the first to execute the ones behind it to appeal to Zhao Lei. Thinking of all these things, the faces of the men who had blocked Zhu Wei turned pale, and their limbs trembled slightly. But they had mounted the tiger, and it was not easy to get off again.
Zhu Wei crippled my cousin when he had done nothing wrong. In the middle of the streets of the inner city, my cousin came riding casually, minding his own business, when suddenly this Zhu Wei attacked him, only to get crippled by his own panicking horse. He must have used some sort of forbidden technique to assault his horse, and then caused this so-called accident to occur. The cousin spoke with a loud voice, and from time to time people would glance at Zhu Wei to see how he was taking these accusations. Yet Zhu Wei just stood still, leaning on one leg and having his arms crossed over his chest as a small smile played on his lips. Zhu Wei understood that he did not have to defend himself this day. The person who had jumped in had to be one of the crown prince's followers, whose task was to ensure that life was as simple for Zhu Wei as possible, while making the latter know that he could thank the crown prince for this calmness in his life.
This was also why his helper had mentioned the Crown Prince as one of the first protectors of Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei had to admit that the Crown Prince was doing rather well. He was skilled and quite shrewd to come up with such a plan, but Zhu Wei had a better impression of him because of it.
It is a shame I cannot openly support him, since it will show where my uncle puts his allegiance, and I cannot do that for him, Zhu Wei muttered to himself. The Crown Prince was someone he had come to respect and acknowledge. He knew how to conduct himself and how to reel in people. Oh well, there is no reason to stick around anymore, Zhu Wei continued. While the two people who were facing off against each other began another round of verbal sparring, Zhu Wei slipped off to the side and left the two to do what they wished to do. He then made his way into the tent that sold medicinal plants and other items that could help improve one's cultivation base. Looking around, Zhu Wei started to consider what to do. I cannot make herbal concoctions any longer, he sighed. I am not sharing baths with a whole group of men, and it's not very convenient to sit in a concoction in the middle of the shared bathroom. Since that is the case, then I have to focus on herbs that can be consumed directly. I haven't consumed any medicinal herbs directly since it is limited how much of the energy I can absorb from each plant, but now it seems that I do not have much of a choice. Zhu Wei went to the counter and contemplated for a moment longer before he started speaking to the patient clerk that was in charge of this medicinal plant tent. I would like to buy 10 rising mountain dew flowers and 5 stalks of corpse grass.
Please wait a moment, the clerk said with a nod of his head. That is 1,050 contribution points. The rising mountain dew flower costs 100 contribution points each, whereas the corpse grass costs 10 contribution points a stalk. Zhu Wei nodded his head and handed over his plaque where his contribution points were recorded in. Moments after, the clerk handed it back, together with a few jade boxes of the most common jade make, and placed it all in a few paper bags. Having received the items, Zhu Wei cupped his fists and turned around to leave. He had no reason to stay in the middle of the tent city any longer. Instead, he needed to return to his own tent and start consuming the medicinal herbs. Zhu Wei took a different route on the way back to his tent. He smoothly avoided the big group of people that had been arguing about him and managed to return to his tent without any problems.
So, rising mountain dew flowers raises one's cultivation base. The energy within it will be converted into qi that one can claim as one's own. Unfortunately, it is impossible to consume much of the medicinal properties within the herb because of the nature of human bodies. There is one other option, though, to withdraw a bit more energy from each of the herbs, and that is to eat it together with a bit of corpse grass. Corpse grass cleanses the body, but it also mildens the medicinal properties of other herbs, which is why it is used in so many medicinal formulas. Eating a full stalk of corpse grass is too much and will prove detrimental to my foundation, but half a stalk of corpse grass alongside 1 rising mountain dew flower should let me bring out half of the medicinal properties within the plants. Zhu Wei had gotten used to talking with Lan the last 2 weeks, but now he realized that he was all alone. Yet he still spoke to himself slightly while getting ready to consume the medicinal pills. Zhu Wei sat down with his legs crossed and his palms resting in his lap, 1 rising mountain dew flower in one hand and half a stalk of corpse grass in the other. He then steadied his breathing slowly, closed his eyes, and found inner calm. He felt how his entire body slowly relaxed. All his muscles, which usually were taut and ready to spring into action at every moment, were now soft and relaxed. His breathing became steady and deep, and his body became heavy. It was not before he reached a stage just before entering a trance that he lifted the 2 herbs to his mouth and bit the petals of the rising mountain dew flower and stuffed the half a stalk of corpse grass into his mouth.
He felt how the flowers at first were coarse to chew on, but as he chewed on them, he felt them turn into a liquid stream of energy that entered through his throat and into his meridians. His entire body felt hot, not a burning hot, but a pleasant sensation. The qi was white in color, yet as it roamed through Zhu Wei's meridians and ended in his dantian, he could see with his inner eye how it gained an azure gleam. The azure color must be because I am studying the azure dragon scripture, Zhu Wei mused. Everyone else I have seen have white qi, and the qi that I consumed from the rising mountain dew flower was also white. I guess the azure dragon scripture truly is as rare as Uncle and Lan said. Having consumed one rising mountain dew flower, Zhu Wei felt a rise in his cultivation base. It was not amazing, but it was still rather good, considering that this improvement had come about due to eating just one medicinal plant. I shouldn't eat more plants until I digest this fully, Zhu Wei decided. If I get too much outside energy without integrating it perfectly, then my foundations will become unsteady, and that is something I cannot afford to do. I can consume one herb a day, but since I already consumed the herb for today, I guess it is time for me to contemplate the kick of forgotten kings. Zhu Wei began cultivating the kick of forgotten kings. The first night was spent contemplating on the ability, and after that he spent every day at the martial arts training field practicing the ability on the black gold dummies. At the start, not many were interested in his training, but as time went on and they realized how magnificent the attack was, more and more came to watch him train. Zhu Wei did everything he had been taught by Lan when training, and soon he was capable of fully controlling the ability. It was not before then that the other people in the genius camp realized that Zhu Wei was a force to be reckoned with. The second and third layer ordinary warriors were all worried now that he had learned such a strong skill. His next aim was to challenge them and take over their spots in the rankings. Fortunately for them, Zhu Wei did not seem to have this in mind, and instead he went to find the commander. "Commander, sir," Zhu Wei greeted the commander with his fists cupped. "I have learned a new skill and would like to train it against real enemies. Could it be possible for me to use a few enemies in the arena?"
"A few?"
the commander asked with surprise. Usually one of their geniuses would only fight one opponent in the arena at a time, but it seemed that Zhu Wei had something else planned entirely. He nodded his head. "I fought one before, but now I would like to fight a few stronger experts. I need to challenge myself, and if I want to truly gain some experience, then I have to go through life and death battles. There are no forests anywhere close to camp where I can go and hunt fierce beasts, so my only option is to fight in the arena." Chapter 28. Suicide.
"Are you sure that you don't want to just challenge one opponent and then spend some time to digest and ponder on said fight, rather than start another battle right away?" the commander asked with some confusion, but Zhu Wei shook his head. "I need something to pressure me, and to do that I would like to face at least a few people. I would like to face either 4 or 5 experts in a row, or have a fight against 3 opponents at once." "3 at once? No, not an option at all."
The commander was horrified. He was of the opinion that Zhu Wei was clearly suicidal to even think about fighting more than one enemy at a time. Zhu Wei just shrugged his shoulders. "I got a lot of life-saving abilities and treasures from Lan," he said casually, putting all the responsibility on Lan. "I learned quite a few abilities when he was here, and I should be able to hold my own against 3 Earth Warriors," he continued to explain, but the commander was impossible to sway. "Okay, since that is impossible, allow me to fight a few monsters one by one." Zhu Wei was also not just going to give up just like that. "I am sure that I will be able to survive." The commander started sweating.
He could sense that Zhu Wei was unbending in his request, but at the same time he understood that if he accidentally got Zhu Wei killed, then quite a few people would come after him. "Why don't we do it like this?" Zhu Wei finally sighed. "I will fight one opponent. After that opponent dies, I will take a 5-minute break, and then I will say whether or not I am fit to continue fighting. If I am not in a good condition, I will stop, and if I am, I will keep fighting." The commander's eyes started shining with light.
"That is not a bad idea," he exclaimed. "We will do it like that. You can enter the arena tomorrow morning. By then the opponents will have been prepared."
Zhu Wei nodded his head and cupped his fists. Although it was not exactly what he had wanted, it was not a bad solution, and he would be able to test his strength against real opponents in a proper life-and-death battle. Although it had only been Zhu Wei and the commander within the tent discussing the possibility of Zhu Wei fighting in a tag fight of opponents, the commander still had to tell the staff in the arena about the things that they had to do, and thus the rumor about his impending battle spread through the entire genius camp, stunning many. Some were apprehensive and filled with confusion as to why Zhu Wei would fight so many people at once, while others nodded their heads and seemed to understand that Zhu Wei was finally about to start shining. A small group of people looked forward to his misfortune as they did not believe in Zhu Wei's abilities. However, as time had gone by, more and more saw Zhu Wei as a mysterious figure with immeasurable strength. This was especially so for those who had seen him practicing the kick of forgotten kings, alongside those who recalled how Lan had given him special attention and knew that the two of them had been training in the field for almost 2 weeks.
"He has never actually displayed his strength," one of the experts said. "He had to display it to enter the genius camp, but none of us got to see it back then. And now, after entering the camp, he is at the lowest of positions, never challenging anyone, so we haven't seen his prowess."
"It is as if we are to see a dragon emerge, see a genius being born," another expert said. "He will emerge victoriously and challenge 3 experts." "That's a load of crap," another expert interjected. "He can at most handle 2 challenges in a row."
No, I believe he will prevail over 5 opponents."
More and more people pitched in their own opinions and thoughts of how long they thought Zhu Wei could last, and a betting pool suddenly emerged. The pool only dealt with gold pieces, and you could not bet more than 10 gold pieces. The more battles he won, the higher the odds were, and the more one would get paid out. Although some people thought he was able to win 3 battles, not many bet higher than that. The arena was used around once every month, but not more than that, as these geniuses tended to rather challenge other geniuses than jump willingly into life-and-death battles. As the morning broke, many experts gathered in the arena way before Zhu Wei even arrived. The ones who had arrived first were all the 3rd-layer warriors. Although they knew that their rank was above Zhu Wei, none of them dared to take him lightly and wished to know exactly how strong he was. Then came the smarter ones in the lower ranks, the ones who could use their guesswork to deduct that Zhu Wei was no ordinary individual and wanted to see his strength for themselves. Amongst these people came a few who wished to see him being torn limb from limb, but not many of those appeared at the arena, as they had sensed the atmosphere and knew that something was amiss. Zhu Wei casually did what he did every morning. He went to wash and consumed a rising Mountain Dew flower alongside half a stalk of corpse grass. He then sat down until all the energy had been changed into a steady stream of qi that permeated all of his body. Only then did he stop his meditation and head towards the arena. By now, a tense atmosphere had covered the blood pits. They had never experienced something like this before. Even many of the captains and the commander himself appeared at the arena to oversee what was happening. As Zhu Wei arrived, everyone noticed how calm and collected he was.
He strode forward as if he had no care in the world, and his eyes were completely glued to the arena platform as he ignored the roar of excitement that came from the audience. Zhu Wei looked at the arena platform and slowly moved in through the formation that was integrated into the stage. He then noticed how all sounds were blocked out. All that he could hear was his own heartbeat and the sound of his feet hitting the ground before he came to a standstill.
I am here to test my abilities, Zhu Wei muttered to himself. Since that is the case, I will need to try out the mind infestation first. All I have done so far is making people fall asleep, but I need to remember what Lan told me. Be careful with using mind infestation against fierce beasts.
Zhu Wei gestured to the staff overseeing the blood pits that he was ready. A moment later, the figure of a human appeared in front of Zhu Wei. When Zhu Wei looked at his opponent, a snicker appeared on the youngster's face. A human, just what Zhu Wei needed. This human even seemed to be a simple criminal, a one-layer earth warrior.
I guess they have decided to change the usual idea of having a random opponent and instead start with the weakest, Zhu Wei mused as the criminal locked his eyes on Zhu Wei and snickered maliciously.
A mere one-layer earth warrior wants to defeat me? He laughed. I've killed multiple one-layer earth warriors before. Killing an inexperienced genius like you is simplicity itself.
Zhu Wei said nothing and just stood there as he reached out with his senses. Mind infestation. The ability was launched, and the charging criminal suddenly came to a standstill. His eyes were vacant, and his body suddenly slumped to the ground.
Let us try to see how it is to kill like this, Zhu Wei contemplated, and took control of the criminal's body, compelling him to self-detonate his own dantian. The explosion of his dantian was strong. It was the dantian of a one-layer earth warrior after all, and his entire body exploded into bits of flesh, blood, and bones that were strewn across the entire stage. The gory sight made many of the onlookers turn pale.
"That's a spiritual technique," someone finally exclaimed, and everyone suddenly remembered the rumor about experts randomly falling asleep in the middle of the camp. Seeing how this man had his dantian exploded, those in question suddenly felt very lucky that all they had experienced was falling asleep.
Such precise control!
The commander slammed his hand into the armrest of the chair on which he was seated, and his eyes shone with excitement.
He used a simple spiritual technique and managed to get rid of one person that fast.
The commander praised him again.
So let us see how he does against a fierce beast.
It was clear that Zhu Wei had not used much energy in the final battle. The criminal he was up against was an ordinary opponent, so it was natural for him to not have a very strong soul. 5 minutes passed, and Zhu Wei gestured towards the staff that he was ready for the next opponent, after which a fierce beast appeared in front of them. This fierce beast was close to 5 meters long, and it resembled a lizard. It was green and had scales all over its body. Its 4 legs were sturdy and thick like logs. A slithering tongue left its mouth as if to taste the air. It had a spiked tail, which had 7 different spikes on each of the sides, and they were very sharp. Its red eyes were glued to Zhu Wei, and it was clear that this beast was ferocious, filled with anger and hatred towards humans for holding it captive. Now that a young person had appeared in front of it, the fierce beast was clearly ready to rip him to shreds, but Zhu Wei also knew that it might not have the chance to do so. The beast was equivalent to the strength of a one-layer earth warrior. However, although it had superior strength to its human equivalent, Zhu Wei was cut from similar cloth. His body had a strength far superior to that of a one-layer earth warrior. The beast did not waste any time. It rushed towards Zhu Wei with its mouth open, displaying 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Zhu Wei did not use the mind infestation against this beast. He was worried about what Lan had said. Instead, he too rushed forward. He wanted to see who could come out on top if they were to compare physical strength. This beast had no high intellect, but the closer it got to Zhu Wei, the worse it felt. It was clear that it was filled with contradicting thoughts and emotions, but it did not stop its advance. Zhu Wei sent out a palm that did not contain any special ability, just his raw strength. When it came into contact with the fierce beast suddenly trembled, and fear filled its ferocious eyes. The beast had used all its strength, but it tried to shrink back in that moment. Zhu Wei could feel the fear in the fierce beast, and he could feel that this beast was trembling. Zhu Wei frowned, but the beast retreated after their collision. It retreated further and further away from him, as if it feared him more than anything else. Suddenly, when it saw the dangerous gleam in Zhu Wei's eyes, it let out a wail and lifted its spiked tail and dragged it over its own throat, killing itself in the process. Blood spilled down from the neck of the beast, and its eyes seemed to shine with a light of reverence before they dimmed. Everyone on the stage was silent. The fierce beast had committed suicide, a sight they had never before seen or expected to see. What was happening? Chapter 29. Bloodlust. Zhu Wei had previously seen the fear in other fierce beasts' eyes, and knew that they would avoid him when they had the chance, but to see one commit suicide right in front of him shocked him to the core.
"What happened?" someone asked.
"He must have used another spiritual technique and taken control of the fierce beast,"
someone answered hesitatingly. Even the commander was frowning, and finally he reached the same conclusion as the speaker from before. That fierce beast had committed suicide. It had to have been done by Zhu Wei somehow. Zhu Wei's eyes glittered. He knew that he had done nothing. What is it that scares them to the point of killing themselves? Zhu Wei wondered to himself. I don't think fierce beasts are this horrified in front of a primordial beast even. So why are they so fearful of me? I have already been examined by a diviner and a prophet. It's clear that I am not a primordial beast. But what am I then? Zhu Wei shook his head and decided not to dwell on it too much. Right now he was in a life-and-death battle. If he were too preoccupied, he would fall to enemies he usually did not hold in high regard. Having decided not to think about it any longer, Zhu Wei's mind descended into complete concentration again. He sat down for 5 minutes and pretended to be restoring his energy. But the truth was that he had not used any so far, and thus he just sat down and contemplated the fights. The third battle was about to begin, and Zhu Wei looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. This time it was a deserter, the same category as the enemy that Zhu Wei had faced back when he had been taking the trial to join the genius camp. Zhu Wei observed his opponent. So far he had faced 2 opponents where both battles had had some sort of unknown factor to them. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei did not dare slight the opponent in front of him. Each individual had their strengths, and this expert was likely to also have some hidden strength. If Zhu Wei allowed for him to use it, then it was likely that the fight would drag on and he would spend more energy than needed. Since this was the case, as soon as the deserter appeared on the stage, Zhu Wei launched the Forbidden Rush movement technique. Azure Light Finger. An azure beam shot through the arena and headed straight for the deserter who, with a shocked expression, tried to avoid the beam by throwing himself to the side. Right at that moment, Zhu Wei appeared in the air right above the deserter who had thrown himself sideways and was losing his balance. Shattering Mountain Palm. The palm descended with an azure gleam to it. The power of this palm made the air tremble and cracking sounds could be heard. Zhu Wei descended like a god of death. The deserter could feel nothing but his heart tremble when he lifted his arms and covered them with chi to protect himself. Unfortunately, this was far from enough to stop the shattering mountain palm after Zhu Wei had perfected the ability together with Lan, and the sound of arms breaking could be heard, followed by the deserter being slammed into the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his eyes bulged out in shock. Zhu Wei used the Forbidden Rush movement technique to once more vanish into the thin air, and then he emerged right next to the deserter. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. This time his legs swept out and landed squarely on the chest of the deserter. More blood sprayed from his mouth as the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The man's body was forced into the arena ground, and soon the eyes that were filled with shock and disbelief slowly turned dim. Life had left the deserter after only 2 attacks. It had been an overwhelming victory, and Zhu Wei had displayed 2 abilities that were of at least the superior rank. The audience was quiet, and everyone was reeling in shock.
"I thought he specialized in spiritual arts," someone muttered, and as the words left his mouth, an uproar exploded on the stands. Zhu Wei had truly shocked them all with his display of raw power and ruthlessness. What scared them even more was that, unknown to Zhu Wei, a sinister grin had spread on his lips as the blood had splashed onto the stage. With a final glance at all the gore that was on the stage, Zhu Wei sat down and started cultivating. This time he had used a bit of his energy to dispatch the deserter as soon as possible, but not enough to truly be of an issue. Still, to ensure that he was at peak condition for each battle, he did not waste time, and 5 minutes had quickly passed before he stood up, his eyes blazing with the will to do battle, and his lips curled in a cruel smile as he wished to kill. He wished to kill everyone that he could find on the arena floor. He wanted to test his skills, and he was even more so eager to smell the scent of blood. Zhu Wei felt it again. His body was boiling as if it was on fire. He could not stop before he got to fight, but another part of him was calm and collected, observing everything that was happening. This calm and collected part of him was capable of stopping the bloodlust if it pleased, but Zhu Wei wanted to try his best. He wanted to let go and fight, to test his limits and to see how far he could go. What was his strength equal to? Thinking like this, he allowed for the bloodlust to take root, but he still kept an eye on it, ensuring that it did not cloud his judgment, that he did not go berserk. 5 minutes went by, and Zhu Wei stood up once more. His eyes were clear, but a malicious gleam could be seen within. Then a figure appeared on the platform once more. This time it was a second-layer Earth warrior, a human. "Criminal or deserter?" Zhu Wei mumbled to himself. "I don't know," he finally concluded. "I better assume it is a deserter." He grinned and flicked his hand. Qi gathered in his palm, and suddenly a razor-sharp sword appeared in his hand. A real sword had to balance sturdiness with sharpness. Although they wished for the blade to be incredibly sharp, it might not be possible due to it breaking after a clash or two. But Zhu Wei's sword was made from qi. It was different from a sword made from metals and could be as sharp as one wished for it to be. Zhu Wei once more depended on Forbidden Rush and flashed into the wind. His figure was elusive and near impossible to catch a glimpse of. It was as if he was teleporting around the entire stage, appearing here and there for a short moment in time. The eyes of the human opponent constricted when Zhu Wei appeared right behind him. He could not see him, but he felt a sudden and very intense feeling of danger. He dodged to the side without thinking of what to do, fully relying on his instincts. Just as he did, he felt something sharp slice down past his throat and instead embedded itself in his shoulder. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing Zhu Wei's clothes red, and even a few drops landed on his cheek, running down, looking like bloody tears.
These bloody tears mixed with the sinister grin on his face made him seem completely insane, and everyone who watched the sight in front of them shuddered in fear. Even the commander was worried about the display of ferociousness that seemed almost bestial. Zhu Wei flicked his hand, and the sword that he had created vanished, causing even more blood to spray from the wound. Instead of relying on the forbidden rush, Zhu Wei just called forth another sword and slowly stepped towards the wounded human enemy. Clutching his wounded shoulder, the human got to his feet and retreated as fast as he could, but with every movement he made, more blood dropped onto the ground. His face was pale, and his body trembled. He could feel the killing intent in Zhu Wei was constantly growing, and it felt as if he was up against a primordial beast that had transcended the strength of the Heiping kingdom. He felt despair. He felt so much regret for having been a criminal in the past, and he felt like weeping, but no tears appeared on his cheeks. Zhu Wei smirked as he took the final step towards the criminal. With a casual slash of his sword, the criminal's head went flying in the air. Zhu Wei coldly looked at the rest of the body as it slumped to the ground, a fountain of blood spraying out from the neck. Zhu Wei gave a final glance at the body before he found a clean piece on the platform and sat down, starting to meditate. Once again, he had not spent a whole lot of energy, but he understood that the next battle would be harder. Therefore, he needed to be as prepared as possible. The commander was torn. On one hand, he wished to allow for Zhu Wei to continue this bloodbath. He wanted to see where the limits lay with this youngster that was so obsessed with killing. But at the same time, he feared the bloodlust that could be seen and felt when it came to Zhu Wei. Bloodlust was good in battle. It allowed for one to use all of one's potential while frightening and intimidating others. Unfortunately, it could grow too dangerous and take over the control of one's mind, turning them into senseless killing machines on the battlefield, not caring for friend or foe, just slaughtering through anything that comes into sight. Whenever the commander looked at Zhu Wei, he saw a cold and callous person who enjoyed slaughter. But he also saw someone who was still in control. It was clear that he had not lost himself to the bloodlust, but was using it to improve himself.
Zhao Lei, what exactly have you done to this child? The commander muttered under his breath. He is merely a 15-year-old child, but he is already much more terrifying than most soldiers in the army.
Fortunately, no one heard those words, but they had all felt the killing intent that was billowing out from the arena. Those that came into contact with it felt their bodies tremble and their faces turned pale. It was as if they had been dropped into a bucket full of ice-cold water. 5 minutes went by in a flash, and then it was time for the next battle to commence, where one more fierce beast appeared on the stage. Zhu Wei looked curiously at this fierce beast, curious as to what exactly it would do to him. Was there a limit to how strong a beast could be before his unseen power would no longer frighten them? He looked straight into the eyes of the beast and saw how it cowered in fear, trembling as it retreated backward while crouching low with a growl.
Interesting, Zhu Wei muttered to himself. Very interesting, he continued. Maybe I need to attempt my mind infestation anyway. It might backfire, but if it does not, then I might be able to get some clues as to why it fears me.
Zhu Wei had been worried about the beasts being specialized in spiritual energy and the soul, but he understood that if he wanted answers, then he needed to take a risk. Taking a deep breath, he launched the mind infestation. Chapter 30. Unconscious. The fierce beast crawled away from Zhu Wei until it reached the formation wall and could get no farther. As it felt the mind infestation reach out for its mind, it had the choice to struggle, but instead it instantly allowed Zhu Wei to access its mind. Zhu Wei went through the beast's memories. It had been in a beast horde roused by a primordial beast and had been severely injured but not killed. When the fight had ended, they had taken it prisoner and kept it in a cage until it was healed, after which it fought against other experts in the genius camp. This beast had an average level of intelligence, but it had no reason to fear Zhu Wei. It was as if there was a deeply ingrained instinct within it that told it that Zhu Wei was someone that should not be touched. Zhu Wei sighed. His more calm side could sense the suffering the beast had gone through time and time again while being captive. Thus, he decided to put it out of its misery.
Fierce beasts do not have a dantian that they can self-destruct similarly to the humans. Instead, they have a beast core. Zhu Wei thought for a moment. It seems that beast cores are very different from dantians and much more sturdy. No wonder that they are being used as a treasured material in almost everything in our everyday lives. But to execute this beast, I wonder how to do it, Zhu Wei pondered. He then controlled the beast's body and compelled the creature to slice its own throat with its claws, but nothing happened. The throat was protected by thick skin, and although the claws were sharp, they were not sharp enough. Zhu Wei could feel the onset of a headache from using his energy too much. Although the beast did not fight back, the mental connection itself still consumed his spiritual energy. Withdrawing from the mind of the beast, Zhu Wei launched the Forbidden Rush movement technique and appeared right in front of the beast that was still dazed. The beast, in a frenzied panic, tried to retreat, but it already had its back against the wall of the formation, so it was incapable of getting further away. Shattering Mountain Palm. The palm descended on top of the beast, but instead of avoiding it, the beast rushed towards the palm, not protecting itself with chi or anything. It twisted in the air and revealed a small patch of soft skin that was located just at the side of the temple. The shattering mountain palm landed right on this location. Zhu Wei could not help but wonder why exactly this beast was so eager to accept death. Blood sprayed from the mouth of the beast and tears of blood fell from its eyes. The beast kept staring at Zhu Wei. Even in death, there was no ferocious or hateful expression in its eyes, just reverence and wonder. Zhu Wei instantly sat down. He then understood that it was impossible for him to restore his spiritual energy as soon as he wished, since it slowly restored itself, and that it would require time. I won't be able to rely on spiritual energy in the future, Zhu Wei commented to himself as he stood up again once the 5 minutes had passed. Perhaps I was too rash. I want to fight as many opponents as possible, but this tag team is wearing me down. My chi is untouched, but my spiritual energy is already running low. On the other hand, the experts I am up against now are all much stronger than the ones I faced before. Although I have a strong soul, their souls are likely as strong, if not stronger. Relying on the mind infestation will not be easy. I have yet to use the Seed of Mirage, and the opponents I face have not seen my fights, so they don't know of my abilities. I guess it is time to try strength against strength. Having said this, a new figure appeared on the stage. This time it was a human, but this human seemed very cautious as he lifted a single sword in his hand. He did not charge at Zhu Wei. Instead, he took a stance that allowed for him to both advance and defend at the same time. Zhu Wei praised the criminal, but it was not enough against him. Time to test that mirage out, he mumbled as he conjured a seed of mirage, which he tossed onto the stage. No one seemed to understand what this ball of chi was, and although his opponent observed both Zhu Wei and the seed, the former was not advancing. Zhu Wei was not in a hurry either. He just stood there, casually looking at the deserter while waiting for his seed to sprout. As it did, it took the shape of a second Zhu Wei. It even wore clothes identical to Zhu Wei's red robes, and its hair was tied with a red ribbon and had a hairpin similar to the one Zhu Wei was wearing.
The hair of the two fluttered in the wind that easily bypassed the formation, and they moved at the same time. Their speed was the same, and they seemed to try a pincer attack against the deserter. Since their timing had to be completely in sync, Zhu Wei needed to be slower than he usually was. But both he and the clone simultaneously used the forbidden rush technique. Although they were slower than Zhu Wei's peak, they were fast enough to make the heart of the deserter clench in fear. He was capable of avoiding one of the two attacks, but he had no faith in avoiding both.
"The copy might not be able to attack," the deserter mumbled, "but which one is the copy?"
It was simply impossible to tell now, as the two had moved at a speed much faster than expected. When they arrived, the deserter went with his gut feeling and jumped backward, away from the real Zhu Wei, which revealed an opening for the copy to unleash a kick of forgotten kings in his direction. The kick connected with the waist of the deserter, and the deserter shot out like a kite with a broken string. Although the copy had used a profound ability, it was, after all, a copy, and the attack contained at most 20% of Zhu Wei's strength. Although the deserter had been kicked far away, he had sustained no serious injuries, and no bones had been broken despite the throbbing pain in his waist. His eyes were vigilant, but a look of surprise and relief flooded his eyes. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, narrowed his. Zhu Wei understood that his copy did not have the strength that he himself wielded, but he had hoped for a bit more damage than what had happened. But fortunately, the copy did not hesitate. It continued to pursue the deserter. Although the deserter did not fear the damage done by this copy, he feared getting entangled with it, and that Zhu Wei would arrive while he was occupied. Zhu Wei did not waste his time observing the deserter and the copy struggle, no longer trying to hide his speed. When he vanished all of a sudden, the deserter's eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Rushing down to the copy and the young man, Zhu Wei did not hesitate for even a moment. On the way, an azure light finger sliced down through the air, causing the hairs on the back of the deserter's neck to tremble. He threw himself to the side, once more receiving an attack from the copy to borrow from the impact and create some distance between himself and Zhu Wei and his clone.
"Delay. I got to delay. He is only a first-layer Earth warrior, a whole layer beneath me. I will be able to get rid of him if I just hold on."
Zhu Wei was easily capable of guessing the thoughts of this person, and his eyes shone dangerously. "I won't die," he said casually as he came to a standstill in the middle of the stage, just looking at the deserter who was also trying to be as far away from Zhu Wei as possible. Zhu Wei did not do anything. He just stood still. Shortly after, a seed of mirage sprouted. The third seed of mirage also appeared, alongside a fourth and a fifth. These seed of mirage copies were the weakest versions Zhu Wei could make, all four of them with equal strength, but together with Zhu Wei and the first clone, they posed a serious threat to the deserter. Zhu Wei had spent a lot of chi to create these 4 additional seeds of mirages, but there was no time limit to the duration of these mirages. He could dismiss them, and they were capable of getting destroyed by damage. They could also vanish after using too much of their chi, and every attack they performed drained the chi they were made of. But for now, they were all of great use to Zhu Wei. He did not expect them to finish the battle for him, but their numbers alone were enough to cause problems for the deserter. Moments after, all of them launched the Forbidden Rush movement technique. Forbidden Rush did not use much chi, as it relied on the wind and one's comprehension of wind, but it still required some. The clones could use Zhu Wei's abilities, and their comprehension was equal to Zhu Wei's as they were connected to him through the mind. However, at the same time, they did not have the strength to push their speed to Zhu Wei's level. Still, to a single second-layer Earth warrior, it was impossible to see the movements of the original Zhu Wei, but he could just slightly glimpse the copies. Even then, seeing 5 of them rushing towards him, he felt worried and sick. One attack numbed him, but if he was hit by 5 of them at the same time, there was no telling as to how injured he would be. He backed up as far as he could until a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Just as he tried to escape, a palm descended through the air. Shattering mountain palm. Zhu Wei, far from showing alarm on his face, brandished a cruel smile as he shifted his weight, almost imperceptibly, and redirected his palm through the air. The deserter was hit squarely in the back and staggered forward, the hit having sent him off balance. Not missing the chance, Zhu Wei's body merged with the wind as he vanished from behind the deserter and appeared right in front of him. He then drilled his fist into the pit of the deserter's stomach, after which he delivered a follow-up blow to his back as he was doubling over. After the shattering mountain palm, Zhu Wei delivered a series of blows. Although they did not contain any martial arts technique, they had strength far superior to a one-layer earth warrior. And when these attacks landed on the deserter's body, he felt as if a carriage had slammed directly into him. His eyes rolled to the back of his head. He was not dead, but he had lost consciousness. Everyone in the arena kept quiet. They were witnessing true life-and-death battles, and it was natural for one party to die, but when knocked unconscious, the opponent was often left alive. Zhu Wei, however, had not been treating his enemies in any good way. All of them had experienced a sinister and grim end. When Zhu Wei looked at the unconscious deserter, there were no feelings of remorse, no feelings of guilt, and no feelings of pity in his expressions. All the people in the audience watched with bated breath as they waited for Zhu Wei to decide what he was going to do with this unconscious person in front of him. Chapter 31. Crimson Devil. Zhu Wei looked at the unconscious deserter in front of him, and then he picked up the sword that the latter had dropped on the floor and slowly walked towards him. Everyone held their breaths. All eyes were on Zhu Wei as he grinned and lifted the sword above his head before slashing it down, separating the head from the body of the deserter. The head rolled on the ground. The eyes were closed and blood sprayed from the headless neck. Zhu Wei looked on with a smile on his lips that caused the hearts of the present people to constrict. Some of the blood even splashed on Zhu Wei's red clothes, but it was hard to see it as his clothes were already red. Having finished the battle, Zhu Wei looked at the many observers with a cold look. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his gaze was like an overwhelming attack on the soul of the person he looked at. The ones his gaze landed on felt as if their bodies had frozen rock solid. At the same time, they also felt as if their souls were trembling and ready to ascend to the heavens, leaving their bodies for eternity. They all were filled with the thought of standing in front of a demon that had spawned from hell. This was not human behavior. The bloodthirst and obvious enjoyment from killing was so demonic that they feared Zhu Wei more than ever before. Even the third-layered experts were worried. So far, Zhu Wei had easily dispatched all his opponents. Would he be able to continue? When they were at his cultivation rank, they were incapable of doing what he did now.
"He is the Crimson Devil of the Haping Kingdom," someone suddenly muttered, and the others nodded their heads.
"He fights so cold-heartedly that you'd think him inhuman," another agreed.
"Do you think he chooses to wear red clothes so that you cannot see the blood that splashes back on him?"
someone asked, and many looked thoughtful upon hearing this suggestion.
He is going to be either our biggest hero or the worst calamity for our kingdom, another voice said.
On the balcony, the commander shook his head.
Everyone knows what this man has gone through. His family got massacred by a primordial beast, and he saw his entire village getting murdered right in front of him. Episodes like these changes a person. The endless battling that we go through in the army changes a man, whether he likes it or not. No one knows if these experiences awoke something that has been sleeping deep inside of him. This young man has a devil in his heart, but at the same time, all warriors do to a greater or lesser extent.
No one is truly good or evil. That includes Zhu Wei and me. What happens is that we arrived on the battlefield with a strong mind, mentally sane and prepared to do battle. We then fight with a ferocity that can drive a man mad, slaughtering beast after beast and criminal after criminal. It is at this point we start wondering, who is the real us? Is it the desperate one on the battlefield fighting with all they've got, drenched in the blood of our enemies? Or is it the calm and collected person who stays at home in the time of peace?
The commander was quiet, but everyone on the balcony had heard him, and all of them shuddered. Were they likely to become like Zhu Wei, a cold-blooded killing machine that found pleasure in seeing the warm blood trickle down the enemy? Zhu Wei snorted when he saw the scared impressions on everyone's faces, and sat down to meditate. This time he had used quite some energy, but he had 5 seeds of mirage that were surrounding him. Although he was incapable of restoring the energy spent to summon them immediately, they still protected him. Zhu Wei took a deep breath. He had not regained any of the energy he had used, and he was about to face a 3rd-layer Earth Warrior. He felt his blood run cold. His killing intent soared, and his will to do battle could no longer be controlled. His dark eyes were like the sea in the dead of night, filled with murderous intent, and it was as if this intent was permeating through the 5 seeds of mirage, causing them to be just as dangerous to look at as Zhu Wei was. A figure appeared on the stage. It was a 3rd-layer Earth Warrior, and from his appearance, Zhu Wei could guess that he was a criminal. He carried himself with a haughtiness that a deserter would never have. Deserters lived on the edge. They were hunted down by the army and beasts alike, having nowhere to seek refuge. Only those that left the country had a chance at survival. But with the strength one could gain in the kingdom of Haping, it was not easy to survive in the rest of the continent.
1 against 6? The criminal called out, filled with unhappiness. I thought you army folks were eager for a fair battle, and now you want me to fight against 6 kids? He glared at Zhu Wei and the seeds of mirage, when he frowned all of a sudden. Wait, they're all the same kid, and they are a 1-layer Earth Warrior. Don't tell me you threw them here for me to kill them as I please. The criminal laughed out loud. Sure, I will grant you your wish. I will kill him like I killed the last kid that challenged me. The commander's face was ugly. He knew this criminal. He had already killed 4 geniuses of the genius camp. Why on earth had he been summoned? It was the man who brought the prisoners from the dungeons up onto the platform that decided the matchups, and to have picked this criminal meant that the person in charge of picking experts was against Zhu Wei. He might even be trying to directly make things difficult for him, maybe even killing him. The commander frowned, but when he looked at Zhu Wei, he did nothing more. The young man was blazing with intent to fight. His 5 clones were eager to engage in battle. When one looked at them, it was like looking at a group of wolves that had starved for days and finally found a sizable prey. Grins were all around the faces of the young man and his copies. All of a sudden, all of them vanished from where they were, as all of them had simultaneously activated the Forbidden Rush movement technique. As they all vanished, the criminal finally started to seem as if something was wrong. He had a hard time locating the many fleeting shadows, and when he noticed one of them, he did not know whether or not this was a copy or a real person, making his heart jolt with fear. He had just spoken such brazen words, claiming that he would kill the kid, but right now he was not even capable of touching him. Kid, I don't believe your strength is as great as your speed. Let me stand in instead of your parent and teach you some proper manners to not ask for more than you can handle. The criminal refused to give up just like that,
But then he felt an overwhelming killing intent that previously had been scattered suddenly intensify, and the person that had been running around suddenly stood still right in front of the criminal with his 5 copies right behind him.
What did you just say?
Zhu Wei sneered, his first words since he had entered the arena. His eyes were filled with a dense hatred that had not been there before, and the smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a sneer. Zhu Wei did not have parents, and the only one he considered his parent was Zhao Lei. Hearing this criminal say that he would stand in his parents' place was the same as saying that Zhao Lei had not done a good job as a guardian, and this was something that caused a great animosity within Zhu Wei. No one was allowed to question Zhao Lei. No one was allowed to criticize him. The criminal stuttered and tried to say something, but he felt that he had just descended into hell, that hell's watchdog was standing right in front of him, ready to gobble him up at any moment. The killing intent was dense, and it kept climbing. Zhu Wei took a step forward. With each movement, his momentum was growing stronger and stronger. His rage was also clear to see on his face, and his hand was trembling. With a flicker of his hand, a sword appeared within it, but just as he reached the criminal finally seemed to have regained his senses. With a horrified expression on his face, he panted loudly and widened his eyes in fear.
"What are you?"
he exclaimed as he was pressed against the formation wall.
"I thought we had a chance to fight back. This is straight-out slaughtering. I demand justice from the army. This is not acceptable."
While he was roaring on the top of his lungs, Zhu Wei and his copies took one step closer after another. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and Zhu Wei had one too. His reverse scale was the ones he held dear, and Zhao Lei was exactly one of these people. Zhu Wei had already sentenced this person to death. He did not care about the fact that the criminal was a 3rd-layer Earth warrior while he himself was only a 1-layer. All that mattered to him was to slaughter this person. Zhu Wei's eyes were like slumbering embers, not fully lit aflame, but filled with hatred and anger, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this, the criminal was wondering what he had said that could have caused this person to transform into the devil himself like this. Not rushing, Zhu Wei took one step after another towards the criminal. He lifted the sword in his hand and slashed out. The criminal scrambled to the side and his legs were trembling, but then he gritted his teeth.
"I am not going to be able to avoid all his attacks," the criminal said under his breath. "But he is 2 layers beneath me in strength. He might be able to hit me, but if I use my chi to protect myself, his attacks should not be able to wound me. No matter how intimidating he is and how dangerous he might seem, he is still only a 1-layer Earth warrior."
The criminal was continuing to tell himself that things would be much better, that he was safe if he just defended himself using his chi, and that Zhu Wei was weaker than him by a few layers, and thus would not be able to break through his defense. The protective layer of chi managed to fully cover the criminal's body just as the sword came into contact with it. Zhu Wei had not held back. He had used his entire strength, and the sharpness of the sword was so frightening that some of the girls in the audience closed their eyes as their faces paled. The criminal felt a sudden feeling of pain and agony in the arm that he had reached out with to block the sword. However, when he looked at his palm, he saw a deep cut in his hand, a cut so deep that the bone was visible. This hand had been protected by both his chi and the bodily strength he had from being 2 layers above Zhu Wei, yet he still experienced some serious pain and injury.
"How?"
The criminal was livid with anger and filled with disbelief.
"How can you wound me? I am 2 layers above you. I am using my chi. You cannot defeat me. I am stronger than you."
The criminal was going mental. He had defeated a few geniuses of his own rank previously, but now he was being defeated at the hands of a weaker expert. Was this even possible?
"Take back what you said," Zhu Wei said, his voice dangerously low. "Don't ever say that you are my parent again."
His expression then turned to one of insanity as he laughed out loud.
Oh well, what does it matter? Dead men tell no tales.
Chapter 32. Fighting Ends. The madness on Zhu Wei's face made the entire crowd fear him. At this point, even the captains felt that they were looking at an insane madman. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, completely ignored the many looks and advanced toward the man with sinister laughter. His killing intent had reached a plateau, and his anger could no longer fuel his rage and potential anymore. His fighting ability was at its peak, but together with this sudden strength came a wanton consumption of qi. Zhu Wei had let reasoning fly out of his mind. Instead, consumed by the desire to kill this expert in the most painful way possible, he no longer thought rationally and forfeited any considerations for later battles. Everyone could see that when the criminal had mentioned his parents, the young man had gone insane, and his murderous thoughts had soared to the heavens. All of them knew Zhu Wei and the fact that he had no parents, and thus they were not too surprised about his reaction. But they now all kept in mind to never insult the Crimson Devil's parents, or even mention them in front of him. Their eyes were glued to Zhu Wei as he fought against the criminal, and when they saw how the wind picked up, affected by the chaotic qi, and how his hair whipped about in the wind, they all felt as if they witnessed the emergence of a different person. All of them had seen Zhu Wei before. He had been calm and casual. He had never before done anything that could warrant such behavior. Amongst the audience, quite a few were feeling worried about what could have happened if they had acted on their impulse to make things difficult for Zhu Wei. In the arena, Zhu Wei was fighting against the criminal. He had used the overwhelming killing intent to make the criminal panic and render him incapable of fighting back, which gave him the advantage. However, the longer it took, the more used to the situation the criminal became, so his will to survive caused him to fight back. When he began retaliating, it was simple attacks at first, but soon their fight became more and more intense as the killing intent had less and less of an effect on him. Zhu Wei used the forbidden rush and the sword created from the inner might techniques to their limits. His 5 copies were flying in the air in an attempt to confuse the criminal. It was clear that they did not have sufficient strength to injure the criminal, so trying to do that would be futile and a waste of energy. Since that was the case, Zhu Wei had decided to use the group of copies as a way to confuse the criminal instead. Although the criminal had regained his composure and the ability to fight back, he was not able to see the difference between Zhu Wei and the copies when they were moving fast while using the Forbidden Rush movement technique. This was his trump card, and also the reason why he still held the upper hand. Zhu Wei could use his superior speed to evade all damage altogether. On the other hand, getting hit just once would seriously injure him. Still, he fought as if he did not really care for any injuries he might sustain. He fought as if all that mattered to him was killing the opponent regardless of the loss. He was like a rabid dog, fighting back with everything he had. Suddenly, at some point, Zhu Wei was like a blur in the air and headed straight for the criminal. The audience could not see Zhu Wei's actual figure, and even the figures of his copies. All they could see were black blurs flashing by, and on the other side was the criminal with his clumsy movements as he tried to avoid the attacks. Zhu Wei suddenly came to a standstill, which allowed the audience to see that he had not come out of it completely unscathed. His body had wounds all over, and his clothes had become disheveled. But his wounds were nothing compared to the wounds that the criminal had been inflicted with. He had multiple cuts all over his body, and many of them were very deep. Blood dripped from all the wounds, dyeing the clothes of the criminal almost black. Standing and staring from across each other, the criminal and Zhu Wei were filled with hatred, but the criminal was also feeling fearful. Zhu Wei was like a beast, completely filled with hatred and no reasoning.
Let us end this, Zhu Wei growled as he rushed forward again, and the sword in his hands was like a snake of lightning that swept down from the clear sky. While he was attacking, the criminal also seemed to gather all his focus and qi in a last-ditch attempt at killing Zhu Wei. The qi shrouded the criminal like a thick protective layer that tried to block the sword that was descending upon him. At the same time, he punched out with his fist. The palm connected with Zhu Wei's abdomen just as the sword sliced through the protective layer of qi and lacerated the body of the criminal. The qi sword dissipated into his body and traveled through his meridians, destroying them from the sudden influx of chaotic energy. As the meridians ruptured due to the invading qi, the criminal felt agony so deep he couldn't describe it with words. Blood started oozing from his nose, ears, and eyes. He stumbled forward and opened his mouth, only to have blood bubble out. He shrieked in pain before collapsing on the stage. Zhu Wei had been thrown backward by the fist that had connected with his abdomen, and he too had thrown up a bit of blood. He pressed his hand against his side, feeling as if his organs had been shifted out of place. His face was pale, and he felt as if his entire body had been ripped apart from the hit. Zhu Wei had been fully focused on attacking, so although his body was sturdier than any other first-layer Earth warrior, it was not enough to bridge the gap between the first and third layer. Zhu Wei had used almost all of his qi in the wanton attacks he had rained down on the criminal in an attempt to break through his defenses and wound him for good. It was in a desperate moment he had disregarded all his defenses to ensure that his final attack would land, and when it did, he too had taken serious damage. Now his final qi was made into a sharp sword once more, and Zhu Wei went towards the criminal slowly. The criminal was not unconscious, but he was riddled with wounds, one more serious than the other, and it was impossible for him to move. Zhu Wei dug the sword into the criminal's hand and twisted it. "So, you were going to teach me instead of my parents?" Zhu Wei sneered. He lifted his sword, watching the blood well up from within the wound, and then chopped down, cleanly chopping off the criminal's legs with a cold expression on his face. After that, he severed the criminal's arms and looked on as the criminal slowly bled to death. While watching the criminal bleed out, he said nothing. He just stood there, observing him. The wind picked up, and Zhu Wei looked into the sky, after which he sighed. He shook his head instead of sitting down and waiting for another battle to begin. He left the formation and the arena, walking back to his tent where he sat down and started thinking back on the fights he had had. At first he had realized his killing intent and allowed for the wildness within him to shine through because he thought it would make his fighting skills better than they were when he was cool-headed. But he realized now that it was not the case. "I am way more emotional when the killing intent has free rein," he mumbled to himself. "It affects my fighting style, and although it allows me to explode forth with more power than usual, I completely forget about regulating my energy consumption, which makes me last for a shorter time. If I were to fight a battle with a cool head, I am able to properly make use of my qi, but I am also unable to display the same ferocity and the same amount of strength. I guess each battle is different, and depending on the battle I am fighting, I will have to determine if it is feasible to release the killing intent. Although I could overwhelm the third-layer criminal with my killing intent and make me gain the upper hand, I fear that if I had faced him without it, I would have long since been defeated. The third-layer expert is my limit. I will be able to fight someone at the third layer, but if they are a genius at the third layer, then all I can do is rely on my overwhelming strength and forbidden rush movement technique to flee." Zhu Wei nodded his head and started cultivating. He had reached a deeper understanding of the different skills he commanded and of himself, and now was the best time to gain enlightenment.
While Zhu Wei was busy cultivating, the rest of the camp was filled with a bustling atmosphere, and everyone was talking about what they had seen in the battle.
He is the Crimson Devil, no two ways about it. That man is too inhuman to be one of us.
Did you see his red clothes? He must wear red so that the blood of his enemies does not show when it splashes back on him. Did you see how he tortured the final person? I cannot believe that he is only as old as we are. I have never even killed someone before, but this lunatic already murdered a whole group of people, and they were even stronger than him.
Did you see his fights? They left my heart growing cold and my body shivering.
Although he is a bloodthirsty killer, I cannot help but wonder if he will be a good comrade or not. I mean, look at him going on a killing spree in the middle of a beast horde. He will make it safer for the rest of us, but what if he gets so blinded by his killing intent that he cannot distinguish foe from friend? I really don't know if it is good or not for him to join us.
The entire camp was bustling with conversations like these discussing the battles. Those who had seen the battles retold what had happened to those who had not seen them, and many of the stories became more and more ferocious and out of hand the more they were spread. Zhu Wei was referred to as a real devil lord, and no one referred to him by name any longer. Everyone now called him the Crimson Devil. Those who had enmity with Zhu Wei cleverly managed to hide this enmity, and those who wanted to reel him in for the sake of establishing a better connection between their families and Zhao Lei's all tried to get closer to him. The days went by slowly. Some people sent messages home to inform them about the battle between Zhu Wei and the captive beasts and humans, and the Crown Prince also gained knowledge about the fights. His lips rose into a grin, and he nodded his head when he got the message.
It seems that trying to reel him in was a good decision. Showing friendship to him will become one of the better things I have done.
He nodded his head, very pleased with himself. Chapter 33. Group of Geniuses. Time slowly went by in the genius camp. The geniuses spent all their time training together with the captains, learning survivability and about the different fierce beasts and primordial beasts that they might encounter. When they had spare time, they would be either at the training ground practicing their skills, challenging one another to gain better cultivation resources, or spending these resources to buy martial arts. Some bought raw materials, but sparingly, as they wanted to save up their points for martial arts techniques. Although the families had a few techniques that were outstanding and their younger generation had learned one or two of these skills, it was nothing compared to the allure of a profound or a superior martial arts technique. Having one more ability was the same as having more versatility in battle situations, which made it easier for one to survive. Zhu Wei was different. He did not find any interest in the martial arts skills because he had gotten quite a few from the heritage ring that his uncle had left behind for him. As a result, he spent all his points on raw materials. He soon found that although he was ranked lowest of all in the entire group, his cultivation base was skyrocketing due to the assistance of the herbs he had purchased with the contribution points. Although he could gain more points if he challenged someone above him, he had no urge to do so. Currently, he had plenty of points, and he got more every month. It was enough to sustain his use of herbs, and challenging the other geniuses was something he would rather avoid for a certain reason. Zhu Wei had realized that the more he fought, the harder it was to keep the sudden urge to kill at bay. The more he fought, the more it broke out, and it was starting to change his entire view of society and other people. Zhu Wei had always been a gentle person. He wanted the best for his dear ones, and although he did not care about the others, he was not so cold-blooded as to wish that they would die. Unfortunately, things were changing within him. When he encountered someone who was annoying him, that could be someone who was slow in the dining hall queue or someone who bumped into him when they were walking in the city of tents, Then an urge to kill them would flare up within his body. On top of that, the urge was so strong that he had to use every last iota of his willpower to extinguish it again. He could feel the killing intent smoldering within him. It was changing him, and it was making him feel worried and a little scared of himself. Was he trustworthy? While Zhu Wei pondered this, he also knew that these feelings should be easier to control if he grew stronger. So he threw himself and all his focus into cultivating and enhancing his strength. Zhu Wei was not the only one who was giving it their all. Everyone in the genius camp was training hard, and slowly the months went by. After 2 months, Zhu Wei had managed to break into the second layer of the Earth Warrior rank. After another 3 months, he had reached the third layer. Another 3 months following this, and he was amongst the 7 fourth-layer Earth Warriors in the entire camp. Zhu Wei was still at the bottom of the rankings at his level, but everyone in the entire camp considered him the strongest. When he was a 1-layer Earth Warrior, he had been capable of killing a 3rd-layer Earth Warrior. So how absurd was his strength now? Ever since back then, when he was a 1st-layer Earth Warrior and fought multiple times in a row in the arena, Zhu Wei had not fought against any living being. No one was silly enough to find faults or problems with him either, and he had not joined the arena again. The summer had turned to fall, fall had turned to winter, and winter had turned to spring. Zhu Wei had almost been at the camp for a full year, and during all this time he had soaked in all the knowledge related to survival on the battlefield from the captains. He had spent many days in front of the black gold dummies training his martial art techniques and had managed to perfect all the abilities he had received from his heritage ring. He had already perfected the Seed of Mirage, Kick of Forgotten Kings, and Mind Infestation earlier. But he had also managed to learn and perfect the Arcane Fist and even gained an understanding of the Heart of Fire. Every time he became stronger, he would also spend time focusing on his old skills, the Forbidden Rush movement technique, the Shattering Mountain Palm, and the Azure Lightfinger, and ensure that they properly scaled with his strength, optimizing the usage of said strength. Although it had almost been a year since the fight against the criminals in the arena, Zhu Wei's title as the Crimson Devil had stuck. And sometimes people would lament about how magnificent and bloody his fighting had been. Every time someone was in the arena, they would be compared to the Crimson Devil. If someone claimed to be the strongest, they would be reminded that the Crimson Devil existed, and they would quickly stop. Zhu Wei was aware of this fact, but he said nothing about it. He simply did not care about how the others viewed him. During this year, Zhu Wei had often gone to visit Lu Jiru and Shen Mu. Both of them were in the 9th-layer Ordinary Warrior camp, unable to break through to the Earth Warrior rank. And although Zhu Wei sometimes gave them some of his medicinal plants, they were still far from their breakthrough. In the Genius camp, Zhu Wei was a loner. He did not do anything to start a friendship with any of the other young geniuses, and the others felt he was unapproachable, making it impossible to connect with him. Many of them had been told to try and reel him in, become friends with him, or at least make him owe them a favor so that they could use him or his uncle in the future. Unfortunately, everyone who tried was met with an ice-cold look in Zhu Wei's eyes and an unapproachable attitude. It was simply impossible to become friendly with him, and none of them were as thick-skinned as Shen Mu had been and clung to him no matter how grumpy he was.
These people are not interested in me, Zhu Wei sighed to himself and shook his head. What they want is the power my uncle possesses and the potential I am showing. I do not wish to be someone else's tool, and even less do I wish to become a burden to uncle. Although I might be a little lonely, I would rather be lonely than succumb to these fake people. Having reached this conclusion, Zhu Wei once more focused fully on cultivating. Like this, the year eventually passed. The summer soon arrived, and with the summer everyone gathered at the fields outside the camp.
Here the commander looked at the 9,000 geniuses that had remained alive. 1,074 had died during this year in the genius camp. They had all died from fighting in the arena. Although the majority had managed to survive the arena battles, a few had not been that lucky.
"This is the end of our recruitment camp," the commander announced with a strong voice that spread across the entire arena. "You have spent some time learning how to survive. You have learned about primordial and fierce beasts. You have fought bravely in the arena battles, a place where you have also lost comrades. This was the place where you all were to build friendships, and you have now become a strong battalion. But this is just the beginning," the commander spoke, and everyone was silent as they listened to his words. "You will now be placed in groups of 5. The 5 in these camps will be brothers and sisters, your family and those you can entrust with your lives. In a battle, you will fight side by side with these 4 people, and you will be willing to trade your life for theirs. Fight as brothers, fight like sisters, fight as a family. Don't let anyone injure the dear ones around you. You will be given 3 days of spare time. After these 3 days have come to an end, you are to depart the capital together with General Zhang. The primordial beasts never hesitate to fight us, and the beast hordes are increasing. You will be needed to fight together with last year's genius camp at the northern taiga."
Zhu Wei felt a sudden rush of emotions within him. He came from the northern taiga, a small town called Lingyun Town. Maybe it was even possible for him to return to his birthplace and see what it was like this day today. Could it help him regain his memories? Could it perhaps allow for him to feel like a complete person again? He did not know, but he had some hope. However, now was not the time to think about it. The commander started calling out the names of the groups that were teamed together, and Zhu Wei was amongst the middle of the people that were called out. He found himself in a group of 5, where 2 were 1-layer earth warriors, 1 was a 2-layer earth warrior, and the last was a 3-layer earth warrior. The 3rd-layer earth warrior was named Tinalynge. The 2nd-layer earth warrior was a woman named Song Yuyan. The 2 1-layer earth warriors were named Zhaozhi and Gu Dising. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Tinalynge spoke with a smile on his lips, and he extended his hand to greet all of them. He was a head taller than Zhu Wei. His hair was tied on top of his head with an elegant coiled dragon hairpin. He had 2 sharp eyebrows that resembled swords, and his eyes were clear and sharp. His facial features were pleasant to look at, and his lips were arched in a pleasant smile. Tinalynge was dressed in a beautiful sky-blue robe that was made from fierce beast silk. It was adorned with silver embroideries of clouds. His hand, which he had extended to greet them all, was cool like porcelain. The skin was pale and beautiful. All in all, Tinalynge was very pleasing to the eye. He was a young master of the capital. Song Yuyan had blushed slightly when she took Tinalynge's hand, and she nodded her head as she introduced herself. She could be considered pretty, but Zhu Wei, who was a friend of Lu Jiru, found her a little lacking. She was not ugly, and she had some features that made her cute, but she was not a country-toppling beauty. Fortunately, she was a 2nd-layer earth warrior, and this alone showed that she was well above the average genius in the genius camp. One should not underestimate her because of her somewhat ordinary appearance. She too was wearing a dress made from fierce beast silk, and her colors were purple. She had a beautiful hairpin in her hair that accentuated her beautiful eyes. Zhaozhi and Gu Dising both introduced themselves as well. Zhaozhi wore clothes made of hide from a fierce beast. He was the biggest of them all, his body bursting with energy, and he had swelling muscles. He was also the only one in their group who had short hair. His eyes were wild, and a grin was spread across his lips. He could not remove his eyes from Song Yuyan. The final person in the group was Gu Dising. He was a quiet person, and the only one in the group who did not wear clothes made from a fierce beast. He was a commoner who had outstanding talent, and his biggest wish was to become a guard of one of the major families as soon as he had managed to survive the military time. Having introduced themselves, all four turned to look at Zhu Wei with expectant eyes. They were excited to hear the Crimson Devil introduce himself. Chapter 34. Armor. Zhu Wei sighed. He was not sure he would be a benefit to this group of people. In fact, he was certain that when a fight breaks out, their group will become one of the most troubled ones in the entire battalion. Still, he understood that it was important to have a cordial relationship with these people, and thus he gave a quick introduction of himself.
Pleased to meet you all. I am Zhu Wei, the nephew of Primordial Beast hunter Zhao Lei. I am a 4th layer Earth warrior.
He had nothing else to say, but he could see that his group had many things they wanted to ask him. Tinalynge laughed in a friendly way when he saw that Zhu Wei had introduced himself, feeling a little relieved. Zhu Wei was legendary for not wanting to get to know anyone, so just the fact that he had introduced himself was already a great accomplishment.
As I said before, I am the young master of the tea family within the capital,
Tinalynge said again, and the others listened to him attentively.
I would suggest that we go to the capital now. We have 3 days to get to know one another, and in these 3 days I suggest that you stay at my tea family's mansion. We can get to know each other better there, and I would like to host a banquet so that we can mingle and become good friends.
Zhu Wei frowned and was about to say that he was not willing to stay at the tea mansion until he saw how the others were filled with excitement, with a shine in their eyes, and their body language indicated that they could not wait to go to the tea mansion. When he noticed their eagerness, Zhu Wei did not want to be the one to burst their bubble, so he sighed and nodded his head, reluctantly agreeing to go there. He knew that this Tinalynge was anything but an ordinary individual. To reach the 3rd layer of the Earth Warrior rank showed that he was a very talented young man, and he even knew how to make these people he met for the first time today follow him unconditionally with only a few words.
This is the most dangerous type of person,
Zhu Wei concluded after seeing how Tinalynge conducted himself. Together, the group returned to their tents, packed the few belongings they had, and left the tent city. They would not be coming back here, as their year as recruits was over, and now it was time for them to become genuine soldiers. On the way to the capital, Tinalynge spent the time talking with everyone in the group. However, whereas Zhao Zhi, Gu Desing, and Song Yuyan did everything in their power to answer all his questions, Zhu Wei stayed quiet and alert. He walked at the back of the group, a few steps behind the others, and one could almost begin to doubt whether or not he belonged to this group of experts. Zhu Wei did not care. Although Tinalynge had tried to engage in conversation a few times, he quickly smiled wryly and gave up. He quickly came to the conclusion that the Crimson Devil was as much of a loner as the rumors said. Tinalynge clearly wanted to have a good relationship with Zhu Wei, so he slowed down and walked side by side with Zhu Wei.
You know, we should all go to the Golden Chambers, he said, as if he had just been hit by a bright idea. We should get our hands on some armors. We are not able to become soldiers if we are not wearing armors.
Everyone nodded their heads, all apart from Gu Desing. He was nervously fiddling with his clothes. Seeing his actions, everyone could guess that he did not have the money to purchase fierce beast armor. But Tinalynge laughed out loud and slapped him on the shoulder.
Don't worry, Brother Gu. I will pay for the armor for all of us. My tea clan might not have many things, but money we have in surplus. I can at least afford a piece of armor for each of us. Do not decline me, any of you, he said magnanimously. I am looking at this as a future investment. We are a team. We rely on one another, and we have to be able to turn our backs to each other, knowing that our brothers and sister will guard it unconditionally.
The The speech made everyone, apart from Zhu Wei, look at Ti Haolong with a feverish reverence in their eyes. But Zhu Wei just snorted in his heart. Although Ti Haolong had done all of this for the sake of the team, and although he seemed heroic, Zhu Wei had noticed that he had constantly glanced at him to check his reaction. Was his every move an attempt to get Zhu Wei on his side? Even if Zhu Wei did not want to become his supporter, he understood that he would be seen as Ti Haolong's brother no matter what. They were in the same group, and thus their relationship had to be good. Ti Haolong clearly wanted to use this to his advantage, and Zhu Wei could not blame him. At least he was trying to build a genuine relationship with him, but he still did not want to accept it, as his acceptance also indirectly meant getting his uncle's favor. Zhu Wei was in deep thought while walking, but he had to admit that Ti Haolong was correct when he said that he needed to get his hands on a set of armor. He also needed to get at least one more set of clothes, as he would be traveling the kingdom in the future. As a result, he did not decline when Ti Haolong suggested that they went to the Golden Chambers. Their group was not the only one on the way towards the capital. Every single group of the recruits was on its way to the capital, and chatter could be heard everywhere. Gu Desing was quiet and listened attentively to the others as they spoke, while Ti Haolong told the rest of the group everything he knew about the army and how it worked. Zhu Wei listened as well, but he was not as eager as the others. He had read many books about the army and knew more or less everything that Ti Haolong was saying. Soon, the horde of recruits reached the capital. All of them entered the outer city, and here the recruits started spreading. Many of the lower-ranked recruits, which were 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th layer ordinary warriors, spread out through the outer city, looking for inns or finding a home of one of their comrades to stay at while waiting out the 3 days before it was time for them to depart for war against the Primordial Beasts. Others continued on to the inner city, mainly the nobles and the higher-ranked experts. While most headed back to their mansions, Zhu Wei followed Ti Haolong and the others towards the Golden Chambers. "I am sorry for rushing you," Ti Haolong apologized, "but we need to keep in mind that everyone is going to be needing armor. As a result, we need to hurry and get our hands on it first." Gu Desing, Zhao Zhe, and Song Yuyan nodded their heads seriously. "We need our armor fast," they agreed, and all of them rushed towards the Golden Chambers. As they entered the building that sold fabrics and clothes, Zhu Wei recognized a few people from his last visit, and they seemed to recognize him too. However, they also recognized Ti Haolong. Moments after, the manager of this shop appeared out of nowhere.
"Young hero Zhu Wei, young master Ti Haolong and your friends, it is a pleasure for us to greet you in our humble shop," he said with a bow. "We assume that your group just finished the recruitment training regimen and you are here for some armor for each of you. Please tell me the specifics, and I will ensure that they are made promptly."
While the manager spoke, another 3 groups appeared in the Golden Chambers shop, all of which were clearly young masters that were as eager to buy their armor as Ti Haolong. When they noticed that a group had already appeared, they could not hide the sour look on their faces, but they quickly turned to the servants that had come to get their order. Zhu Wei stepped forward. "I am looking for a piece of armor made with the exterior parts of a red-scaled earth dragon horse," he said with a stern voice. "I am aware that the red-scaled earth dragon horse is a fierce beast with a diluted bloodline of a dragon. Its scales are obviously red, so is its hide. I want the armor to be made from the hide and the scales of this beast. I am also looking for 3 sets of robes made from a great fireworm silk." The great fireworm was one of the most famous fierce beasts when it came to silk. It was a creature that produced red silk that had the element of fire imbued into it. This silk was incredibly expensive, and only the richest could afford to wear it. Hearing that Zhu Wei wanted 3 robes made from that silk, Ti Haolong's face dropped. But when he saw Zhu Wei taking out his purse, he felt a little better, but also insulted. He had promised to pay for the armor of all his brothers. But he had also understood that even he would have money problems if all of them wanted armor on the level of the red-scaled Earth Dragon Horse. The manager smiled as he saw Zhu Wei withdrawing his purse and instantly led him to the counter where he paid the price of the items. And then he was led into a small room where a woman started measuring his figure. He had experienced this last time too, and now he just casually stood still, allowing for the woman to measure his arms, legs, waist, and so on. After finishing, Zhu Wei saw that the others were being measured right at that moment, and he received a token from the manager.
You can return tomorrow to pick up the finished products. I promise that they will have been made to the best of our ability, and that they will be beautiful but also sturdy and a great assistance in a fight.
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He then found a place to wait for the other 4. While he was waiting, more and more people arrived in the shop. Although it was a rather sizable shop, it was soon filled to the brim with young experts that had arrived to commission some armor. As Ti Haolong and the others finished, the group gathered outside once more. All of them had their tokens in their hands, and their eyes were glistening with excitement. Especially Gu Desing was excited. He had not only gotten a set of armor, but Ti Haolong had also bought a set of fierce beast silk robes for him.
Now let us return to my family mansion. Ti Haolong laughed happily. I would be honored to host a banquet for my newfound brothers and sister. I wish to show my sincerity and give us a chance to become closer.
Zhu Wei said nothing against it. Following that, all of them headed towards the Ti mansion. The Ti family was rather significant within the capital. Their family had many officials in the court, and they had quite a few strong cultivators. As they reached the mansion, a whole group of servants was waiting outside. When they spotted Ti Haolong, they all bowed deeply.
"Greetings, young Master Haolong. Greetings, young Master Haolong's friends," they said in unison.
Chapter 35. Straight Talking. Zhu Wei was surprised when he saw how the maids were waiting for them, and even more so when he entered the mansion and was led to the dining hall where a feast had been prepared. Although Zhu Wei was surprised, his face did not display any of his emotions, while the others did nothing to hide their surprise, which made Ti Haolong chuckle. He then lifted his sleeves and showed off a braided cord around his arm with a small bead placed within it.
This is a communication device, he introduced. It is a thing that allowed me to inform my family that we were on the way and have them prepare a meal in advance. These communication devices are very rare. Ti Haolong continued the explanation, and his face grew stern all of a sudden, his eyes solemn. Only a handful exist within each of the noble families, and they are guarded as treasures. Only the important members are allowed one of these devices, and I was only granted one because I had to go to the recruitment camp.
Zhu Wei almost snorted. Was Ti Haolong not indirectly stating that he was an important member of the Ti family this way? But when he thought about it, he had to admit that it made sense. A family had to put value on the members that showed promising potential, and to have made it to the genius camp showed that he had talent. Finishing his time at the genius camp as one of the few third-layer Earth warriors showed that he was very much above the rest of the geniuses, only overshadowed by a few figures. When such a genius emerged, it would be strange for the family not to consider him important in their ranks. And Ti Haolong also had a way of manipulating people. During this time, everyone in the group, Zhu Wei included, had already agreed that Ti Haolong was their leader. He was the one in charge of their group, despite not being the strongest, and this in itself was quite a feat. But Zhao Zhe, Song Yuyan, and Gu Desing had given him their full support, and they would follow him blindly in the future, and had placed all their faith in him knowing what was the best for their group. Zhu Wei had conceded the position of leader to Ti Haolong simply because he could not be bothered to step up and take over. He also knew that he would not be able to unite their team with his apathetic and uninterested personality, and worse, when fighting, he would not be able to keep a cool head and properly call the shots. The night was spent with all of them eating their fill at the feast. While Song Yuyan, Zhao Zhe, and Gu Desing were busy narrating their entire lives to Ti Haolong, Zhu Wei was smiling as he listened to all three, despite the bombardment of personal information. Zhu Wei could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. His impression of Ti Haolong was a scheming and shrewd person, but right now he was patiently listening to everything these people had to say with a smile on his face, and even the right comments at the right times. Zhu Wei had to commend him for his way of accepting anything that was being said to him. He was hospitable, friendly, and attentive to their every need. He showed genuine interest in what they had to say, and he was happy to assist in anything he could assist with. At the start, Ti Haolong had tried to pull Zhu Wei into the conversation, yet after being met with single-sentence answers and an apathetic expression, he quickly understood that it only made the conversation among the group awkward. So he decided to focus on making Zhao Zhe, Song Yuyan, and Gu Desing feel better. Zhu Wei had nothing against Ti Haolong and the others, but he did not know them either. He was always cautious when it came to forging new relationships. He had already experienced it once, people trying to reel in his uncle through him, and it wasn't as though his early experiences were any help in making him socialize with others. The thought of it alone made him recall nothing but the memories of being hurt by others. He was socially awkward when it came to strangers, and his only friends were Shen Mu and Lu Jiru. He had never really learned how to behave amongst other people, and he genuinely preferred being quiet and just listening to the others talk. He wanted to know what they had to say. He wanted to listen and learn about them so that he could slowly get an impression of what kind of person they were. So far, he was able to see that these 4 people were good people. They had an urge to distinguish themselves in the army, much like himself, and their age was very similar, so they had a lot in common. Zhu Wei ate his fill, drinking the wine and listening to the conversations. The more he listened, the more comfortable he became. He was no longer on high alert, and he too knew that if he wanted to make things work in the future, then he needed to be good friends with these people. Ti Haolong was shrewd and calculating, but he was not a bad person. He showed genuine interest in the others' lives. Although Ti Haolong might have some ulterior motives towards Zhu Wei concluded that even if he were not the nephew of primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei, the former would have behaved the way he was behaving now. What Ti Haolong truly wished for was to be the leader of their group. If he could lead their group, he would be getting the most honor if their group managed to stand out in the future. However, at the same time, he would also take the blame if they did badly. Zhu Wei was not interested in taking command. He just wanted to fight and distinguish himself so that he, in the future, could become a great primordial beast hunter. As the night continued, Zhao Zhe got drunk from drinking too much wine. Song Yuyan was also slightly drunk, but she quickly switched to fruit juice when she felt that her cheeks were turning flushed. And Gu Desing, who had never before experienced a feast like this, had drank and eaten so much that he had collapsed under the bench, snoring loudly. Eventually, only Ti Haolong and Zhu Wei were sober, with Song Yuyan to the side. They looked at one another, their eyes clear and their faces both sprouting smiles. It was clear that now they needed to have a serious talk. "You are the strongest in the group," Ti Haolong began, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "That I am," he agreed. "Your personality sucks," Ti Haolong continued, and Zhu Wei nodded his head again. "That I cannot argue with," he said. Ti Haolong was surprised when he heard this reply, but then he burst into laughter. "I actually have nothing against you," Ti Haolong chuckled. "I respect your strength, your talent, and your fierce fighting style. When you fought in the arena, I was there watching, and I was surprised to see such bloodthirst, such inhumane fighting methods. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this world only has room for the fierce. To be honest, I kinda envy you.
Your ability to go berserk like this is astonishing. Your talent is heaven sent, and your special physique is once in a million. I fear that you are the kind of person that cannot succumb to anyone, incapable of listening to orders. Ti Haolong continued. I cannot control you, but I can ride on your coattails and gain fame. Our group will, in theory, consist of 4 people who work together, and 1 person who sweeps through the battlefield like the embodiment of war itself, killing everywhere he goes and ensuring that no one survives. Zhu Wei said nothing. He knew that he was capable of keeping his killing intent under control, but he also knew that the killing intent was constantly growing, and that he needed an increased cultivation base to be able to keep it in check. Since this was the case, he did not mention anything about the fact that he could, in fact, if needed, fight in a cold, callous way devoid of emotion, much different to his fierce and emotional display from earlier. Our group is a group of misfits, Ti Haolong continued. There is no need to mention you, but if we look at me, my strength lays in planning and preparation. This is great in many situations, but not so much when you are facing a bloody beast horde. Then you need to be able to think on the spot and make difficult situations. I have a wealth of experience from climbing the ranks of my family to back me up as the leader, but truth be told, even I wonder if I am suitable for the role. Ti Haolong gave a self-mocking smile and shook his head. Well, either way, I am better than you. He sighed after a bit of thinking, and his conclusion just served to make Zhu Wei chuckle. It was true that although Ti Haolong had some faults and shortcomings, they were much better than the ones Zhu Wei had. Although you don't speak much, and although you are seriously antisocial and lacking in every aspect when it comes to knowing how to act when being part of a group, you are not a bad person, Ti Haolong said after a bit of silence. And Zhu Wei could not help but snort. Was he praising him or insulting him? It was hard to say. I dislike you. No, I envy you. But I also revere you, look up to you, and wish to befriend you, Ti Haolong finally said. And then he laughed out loud. I must have been drinking more than I thought I had, he muttered after a bit of time, and Zhu Wei smiled wryly. We can be friends, Zhu Wei said after a bit of time. After all, we have already opened up to each other and shared some wine. We understand one another. Although we are different, we can still be friends. Be friends. Ti Haolong paused after muttering the 2 words, his mind abuzz with thoughts that only he knew. But slowly, a splendid smile grew on his lips. We can be friends. Of course we can. We start as friends, fight side by side. Our trust in one another is not something that is built in one day. It is something that we will nurture slowly. All of us will have a brotherly connection for life when the 10 years are up. We will face dangers, brave life and death situations, but only by relying on each other will we have a chance at survival. We are friends from today onwards, so in the future, you can call me brother. Ti Haolong smiled, and then he swayed a little before his face slammed against the table, his snoring resounding in the hall. Seeing this, Song Yuyan giggled. She was still slightly tipsy, but it was not so much that she had lost control of herself or in any way had become incapable of separating truth from fantasy. She had listened in on their conversation casually, and she had been surprised by how frank Ti Haolong had been. Yet even more surprised when Zhu Wei had acknowledged them as his friends. She understood that this was a great development. She then looked at Zhu Wei, who was seated opposite from her, and raised her glass. Zhu Wei, my friend, I apologize for not toasting to you with wine, but I fear the prospects of getting drunk. Since this is the case, allow me to give a toast for our newfound friendship with fruit juice. Zhu Wei said nothing, but a small but warm smile was evident on his lips as he lifted his cup and clinked it against her cup. To our newfound friendship, he too said before emptying the cup in one go and slowly sliding down from the bench,
as drunk as the other 3 men.
"Oh my," Song Yuyan giggled a little more before sipping her fruit juice and shaking her head in amusement. Chapter 36. An Invitation. The following morning, all of them woke up with a headache. They had either been sleeping on the hard ground of the banquet hall or laid across the hard table, so their entire bodies were aching slightly from the uncomfortable positions. As they awakened, all of them, apart from Zhu Wei, had a sheepish expression on their faces. Although Zhu Wei felt rather embarrassed too, he did not show it on his face. Ti Haolong, who now looked very unkempt with untidy hair and crumpled clothes, cleared his throat.
"Please, follow me. I will lead you to the chambers you can use for the next 2 days until our first deployment as soldiers. I imagine that we will not be using our rooms much," Ti Haolong continued, "so I suggest we prepare and tidy ourselves a little before we head out for the Golden Chambers shop again. Given that a day has passed already, our armors should be finished by now, yes? I am sure you are all as eager as I am to see the finished product in preparation for the war against the Primordial Beasts and their hordes."
The others nodded their heads. It was obvious that all of them needed to change their clothes and freshen up. Their hair was a mess, strands had loosened from their buns and framed their faces, and their clothes were wrinkled and not very suitable for them to wear in public. It was easy to smoothen out the fabric of the fierce beast silk, but although they were capable of doing so, the clothes still reeked of wine and food. They clearly needed to be cleaned. Zhu Wei was led to a small but cozy set of chambers. It had a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. He headed straight for the bathroom to freshen up, tidy his hair, and wash his face. He quickly untied the red ribbon that held his hair in position and allowed for all of it to cascade down from the top of his head, after which a smile appeared on his lips. Zhu Wei's hair was long and lush. It was black like a raven's feather and had the same shine to it. With experienced hands, he once more gathered the hair up on top of his head and tied it with another ribbon. This second ribbon was, like the first, made from the same kind of silk as his fierce beast robes. He then stripped out of his clothes and washed himself before he adorned a set of the clothes he had worn when he first entered the capital. Although they were not made from fierce beast silk, they were still better than wearing something that smelled of wine and food. He then washed the clothes and activated the flame in the clothes itself, watching as the flame danced on top of the fabric. It was hot enough to burn anyone who tried to touch it, but it also made the water dissipate into steam, vanishing into thin air. Having dried his clothes, Zhu Wei was about to change into them again when he decided to keep them for when he was about to march out of the city. He was likely to be treated to yet another, albeit smaller, feast today, too. As a result, it was possible he would end up drunk once more, which would make the clothes smelly again. Although it was easy to clean them, doing so would also wear down the silk. The more often it was cleaned, the more worn down it would become, especially the silk that Zhu Wei had picked that had the element of fire. This element would become destroyed upon too many washes, whereas it would not have mattered if he had picked fierce beast silk with a water attribute. This was also why the water attribute silk was in higher demand than its fire-type counterpart, despite being less luxurious. Fire-type silk was more volatile and could perform better in fights, but it was also more fragile. Most nobleborn within the capital wore clothes that had been created from water or ice-attributed fierce beast silk. Ti Haolong was like the others. His robes were made from fierce beast silk with the water attribute. The water attribute was not so powerful, but fierce beast silk, regardless of attribute, was a layer of protection by itself. Furthermore, even if the water silk did not grant you the ability to directly attack, its utility in creating water orbs and slowing down the enemy was not to be belittled. After having freshened up, all of them met outside the tea mansion, and Ti Haolong raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw what Zhu Wei was wearing. It was not until now that he understood why he had purchased more robes. He simply did not have enough of them so far.
Together, the group made their way towards the golden chambers. At the same time, they all chatted with one another. Despite Zhu Wei being silent throughout, none of the others felt that the silence was oppressive. Instead, it was comfortable. Song Yuyan was smiling mysteriously, while Ti Haolong walked with light steps and behaved as if there were no problems whatsoever. Becoming friends with Zhu Wei was a benefit for both him and his family, and he could not help but feel gratified about how last night's talk had gone. Zhu Wei was the same. He had acknowledged the others in this group as his friends and genuinely viewed them as such. This made him feel warm and fuzzy in his heart. For someone with so few friends, he had now gotten 4 more. Although he was not ready to consider them brothers or sisters just yet, even he was looking forward to fighting by their side and one day becoming martial siblings with them. Without saying anything, Zhu Wei vowed to do everything in his power to ensure that no harm came to these 4 people, that he would do everything in his power to protect them. This was quite different from Zhu Wei's usual thoughts of just improving himself and becoming stronger and stronger. He wanted to display his might to the wayfarers and get the acknowledgement of Wang Xiaoyun's family, but now he also wished to protect these people.
9 years, he muttered to himself. After 9 years, we will become brothers and sisters. Although he had spoken slowly, his words had been heard by the others, and their hearts blazed with pride. When they walked down the street, they saw how every citizen of the inner city would look at them curiously. They heard them talk about the new batch of experts going to the recruitment camp that was about to begin soon, and they also spotted an increasing number of groups of noble-born youngsters, a year younger than them, streaming into the city. When they arrived at the Golden Chambers, they found that there was a whole queue outside the entrance. Many were here to pick up their armors, while others had come to purchase fierce beast silk robes. Last year, when Zhu Wei had come to the capital, there had been a lot of disturbances, and a lot of situations that had caused the entire capital to gossip about what he had done, about his talent, and about his special physique. Yet it was different this year. No high-profile figure had emerged from outside of the capital, and everything was rather peaceful. After picking up their armors and robes, the group went to a restaurant to eat a meal while chatting and discussing their next actions. I suggest that we use my family's martial art grounds and have a few bouts against one another. We need to know each other's strengths and shortcomings so that we can assist one another when we are fighting side by side, Ti Haolong suggested, and the others nodded their heads. It was indeed a good idea. If they wanted to trust in one another, they first needed to know how they fought. However, just as they returned to the mansion, a flustered servant came looking for them.
"Young Master Haolong," he called out frantically. "We have been searching for you all over the inner city," he complained,
but Ti Haolong did not get insulted by this sudden outburst. Instead, he smiled and placed a hand on the servant's shoulder. "What is wrong?" he asked curiously, and the servant displayed a cushion he had in his hands with a letter on top.
"This came from His Highness the Crown Prince's palace. It was addressed to you, young master. We obviously dare not open such important information and could only scurry around the inner city looking for you."
Ti Haolong's face alternated between excited and worried as he slowly reached out to pick up the letter. He then opened it and read it, and the more he read, the more puzzled he became. "It is an invitation," he said after a bit of time. "An invitation to join his banquet tomorrow night. It will be our last night in town, and he is hosting a great banquet for the ones who just exited the recruitment camp, and also for the young geniuses that are going to enter the recruitment camp this year." Ti Haolong frowned. "It is not unusual for His Highness the Crown Prince to hold such banquets, but it is the first time I have heard of him inviting both the new and old recruitment camp geniuses. What exactly is he planning?" Although Ti Haolong was speaking to himself, the others could hear his words and understood that the invitation was no ordinary one. "Should we join?" Song Yuyan was nervous. If Ti Hao Long was not certain as to what the aim was there a chance for it to become dangerous? However, after a bit of time, Ti Hao Long's smile returned to his lips and he nodded his head. We ought to show up. He had made his decision. This is His Highness the Crown Prince. If we do not show up, we will be insulting him since he personally sent us the invitation. Also, if we want to know what is going on, the best way to figure it out is to actually participate in the event. Zhu Wei nodded his head. What Ti Hao Long made sense, but he still felt rather odd, as if there was something that he could not fully put his finger on, but he knew something was off.
Oh well, it is just another banquet. Zhu Wei sighed and shook his head as he mocked himself. Since when have you been afraid of a banquet? He asked himself, and he understood that no matter what, he had to go and see what was going on. With Lu Jiru and Shen Mu's current situation of being affiliated with the Crown Prince, they ought to also be there. He continued his contemplation. And I have not seen them for a long time. It would be fun to catch up with them again and hear how they are doing. Zhu Wei did not have a communication device, so it was not possible for him to contact those two friends of his whenever he wished. He had to visit them in an old-fashioned way. Everyone in their group was filled with mixed emotions. Ti Hao Long was puzzled as to what the Crown Prince was doing. Song Yuyan was slightly worried. Gu Desing was very excited as he had never had the chance to even see royalty before, and Zhao Zhu was rather collected about it all. Zhu Wei had a feeling of discomfort, but at the same time he also wanted to know what was going on. Well, for now, let us go to the training field and do some sparring. I suggest we try training with our armors on, so that we can get used to how it is to move with them on. Having said that, all of them headed back to the back of the mansion where the training grounds were located. It was time to learn one another's fighting styles. Chapter 37. Unexpected Visit. Again! Zhu Wei called out with a domineering voice as the four others were thrown through the air, landing heavily on the ground a few meters away. They jumped to their feet and looked at one another, hesitating slightly before they nodded their heads and charged at Zhu Wei, one from each direction. Zhu Wei activated the Forbidden Rush, and then he swung around, sending out 4 palm strikes. These palm strikes did not contain any mystical martial arts technique, but the power of Zhu Wei's physical body was enough to send them all tumbling back as if they had run directly into a wall. Zhu Wei moved with grace and elegance. He was not overtaken by the murderous air or any menacing grins as if he was fighting to kill. Instead, he was calm and collected. Again! He yelled again, and the 4 once more got up from the ground, charging at him. All of them were armed, and none of them held back their martial arts techniques. However, Zhu Wei was a higher rank than them, and he also had the benefit of a stronger body than the average 4th-layer Earth warrior.
Zhao Zhu, Gu Desing, attack first. Take his attention. Song Yuyan, sound waves to confuse. Get ready to attack.
Zhao Zhu used a saber to attack, and Gu Desing used a sword similarly to Ti Hao Long, who called the shots, and Song Yuyan was using a guqin as a weapon. A guqin was a weapon in the zither family. It had 7 strings and was rather large. It was a feminine weapon, a weapon that mainly attacked through sound waves. This group had at first thought that Zhu Wei was joking when he said he would face them all bare-handed and without using any martial arts techniques. But after having pounced at him a few times and being smacked to the ground every time, their strategy had changed drastically. Now all of them were truly enlightened. Zhu Wei was much stronger than all of them added together, and if they wanted a chance to injure him, or at least touch his clothes, then they had to work together. Zhu Wei chuckled when he saw their determination, but it was not that he looked down upon them, nor was he starting to release his killing intent. The reason he chuckled was that he had never before trained with others, so the experience made him happy. Zhao Ju and Gu Desing had wasted no time to do what Ti Haolong had called out for them to do, rushing towards Zhu Wei with their saber and sword lifted in the air, a stream of qi on the weapon's blades. These two had also managed to get their hands on some martial arts techniques from the genius camp, their techniques, respectively, enhancing the saber and the sword. "Sword soaring the heavens!" Gu Desing yelled out as he jumped and descended through the air, not protecting his body at all and focusing all his strength on his attack.
"Killing all foes!"
Zhao Ju exclaimed as the attack Killing All Foes activated, and the saber shone with light stronger than when it had qi inserted into it. This light almost blinded the others as a killing intent roared out from the saber. At the same time, the sword in Gu Desing's hand seemed to turn into a flood dragon that was rushing towards Zhu Wei. Both attacks were formidable, but it was not enough to make him feel threatened. Zhu Wei nodded his head in approval, though. To have been able to train these skills to the point that they had proved that they were anything but ordinary. They truly deserved their titles as geniuses of the Haiping Kingdom. Having sent out two fists that collided with the sword and the saber, Zhu Wei was forced a few steps back. Both of his hands were completely numb. He could not help but praise his newfound friends even more. When Zhu Wei was pushed back, Ti Haolong suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swung the sword in his hands and chopped down towards Zhu Wei's shoulder. Ti Haolong seemed to be alone, but when he attacked, Zhu Wei felt the sudden pressure bearing down on him together with a few notes of the guqin that Song Yuyan was playing on. Song Yuyan was a supportive character. She was strong as the others because she was an earth warrior, but her fighting style focused on enhancing her comrades. She could increase their strength, enhance their speed, and also disturb others with her sound waves. Zhu Wei could feel that Song Yuyan was trying her best to confuse him, slow him down, and affect him with her playing. It required all of Zhu Wei's attention to keep a level head and properly engage Ti Haolong. Ti Haolong had appeared just as Zhu Wei had been forced to take a few steps back, with the support of the tones that were creating sound waves, increasing Ti Haolong's speed and strength, and at the same time also causing Zhu Wei to slow down. Zhu Wei lifted his arm. He retracted it and punched out with all his physical strength. Zhu Wei did not dare to meet the blade head-on, but what he did was hit the side of the blade, causing the weapon to be flung out of Ti Haolong's hands. Zhu Wei's other hand was thrown out, and his punch caused Ti Haolong to be shot backward. Everyone was breathing heavily. Zhu Wei was smiling, but his clothes were a little disorderly from the battle.
"Well, this is just the beginning."
Ti Haolong stood up and dusted his clothes off of the dust that had gathered on them after he had been pushed to the ground. Zhao Ju, Song Yuyan, and Gu Desing all went toward Zhu Wei and Ti Haolong. Their faces were smiling, all of them feeling rejuvenated.
"Well, we do not have more time to train," Ti Haolong sighed. "We should probably wash up or we will be late for the Crown Prince's banquet."
Everyone nodded their heads. They needed to have both their clothes and themselves cleaned before it was time to enter the royal palace. They had been working up a sweat. Even Song Yuyan, who had just spent time as a supportive character in the match previously, supporting them with her guqin, was also sweating. The group was exhausted, but all of them felt energized and happy. Their group was becoming much tighter-knit, and they were able to talk with one another about random things as they went back to the mansion and their own rooms. All of them felt at ease with one another, and none of them felt any pressure or discomfort any longer. As Zhu Wei closed the door to his chambers, a smile was evident on his lips, and he was feeling casual and free. "Young master is feeling pleased with himself." An alluring female voice appeared in the room, and the previously calm and casual Zhu Wei suddenly became tense and turned to look into the room with caution. There, right in the middle of everything, was the woman in black. Her face was no longer hidden behind the hat and veil. Instead, it was on display. Her hair cascaded down from her shoulders, framing her face and glistening in the sunshine that shined in through the windows. The color of her hair was silver, like the rays of moonlight that descended during the night. Her eyes were blue like ice, and Zhu Wei could not help but shiver when he felt her eyes land on him, the woman's lips curling into a mocking smile as a gleam of insanity and madness appeared in her eyes. "Zhu Wei, I have waited a long time to see you," she said, and dragged the word long as she gracefully stood up from the chair she had been sitting on.
"I bet,"
Zhu Wei answered. He was worried. This was the primordial beast that had caused no end of trouble for them on the way to the capital, and now she appeared in the middle of the T mansion, but no one seemed to even realize she was there. The T family was not a large noble family when it came to cultivators, but they still had one heavenly warrior in their family. Yet even he was seemingly incapable of sensing this woman who had appeared in his room. "No need to sweat like this," the woman chuckled with her voice so low that Zhu Wei had to strain his ears to listen to her. "I will not harm you," she continued. "Why don't we strike a deal?" she asked curiously, but Zhu Wei just snorted.
"The last person that struck a deal with you got killed by your own hands. Do you think I am foolish enough to make the same mistake?"
"Oh, you knew?" The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise and wonder, but there was a mocking tone to her voice. "Well, it does not matter if you do not wish to make a deal with me. I have other means to get what I want."
"Is it not dangerous for a primordial beast such as yourself to be in the midst of the capital, where the experts are numerous as the clouds in the sky?"
Zhu Wei knew it would have been for the better to not ask such a question, to acknowledge that he knew that this woman was a primordial beast, but he was genuinely curious. Also, the woman knew that he knew. What was the loss of asking? "To these experts, I am a young woman from the center of the continent," the primordial beast chuckled. "I am here on a self-tempering journey. They will do anything to ensure that I do not get insulted, aggravated, or in any other way troubled. They would never believe that this young miss is actually a primordial beast."
"Why are you telling me this?" Zhu Wei frowned. "I am loyal to the humans, and I will tell them the truth. Your cover will be blown and you will be hunted forever."
The woman started laughing out loud. "This kingdom of Haping wants to hunt me." She giggled as if she had heard the funniest joke of the year. "I guess I should introduce myself. I am Chu Huayin, but most humans know me as the Ice Harpy." She introduced herself. When she did, Zhu Wei's face turned pale.
"Ice Harpy?" he asked fearfully, and the woman nodded her head proudly.
"I am from the center of the continent, and I am only in this part of the continent for one single purpose. But telling you that seems wasteful, as I would have to kill you afterward." The woman looked genuinely sorry about that fact, but Zhu Wei could see more and more madness swell within the eyes of the woman. Whenever she looked at Zhu Wei, although she contained it well, there was a killing intent so strong that Zhu Wei did not know where such hatred could come from.
"Why are you really here?"
Zhu Wei asked after a bit of time. He had accepted that this was likely to be his end, considering how much hatred was hidden within the eyes of the woman. But she just shrugged her shoulders. "I wanted to see what you looked like. Nothing special, it seems. For another expert to strike a deal with me to kill you kept me curious about your personality. Now that I have seen you, I have to agree with him. You are definitely a disgusting character." As she said the last words, the woman suddenly took a step forward, causing Zhu Wei's entire body to tremble and tense up. Yet moments after, she vanished into thin air. It was as if the steps she had taken had caused her to step into another world. Chapter 38. Pure Yang. Zhu Wei was left behind, puzzled by what had happened. The woman wanted him to die, no doubt about it, but she had not lashed out and had instead hidden her killing intent deep within. She had even tried to make a deal with him. But what had he done to warrant such hostility other than being human when she was a primordial beast? Was it perhaps because his uncle, as a primordial beast hunter, had killed numerous of her friends? If so, why had she not killed him instantly, rather than try to convince him into striking up a deal with her? Zhu Wei was puzzled. She had vanished with a flash, as if she had never been there in the first place before he could figure anything out. Although this deeply shocked Zhu Wei, he quickly washed and changed his clothes while cleaning the robes he had been wearing before. Wearing a new set of robes, Zhu Wei had spent the entire time contemplating what had happened. But no matter how much he thought about it, it was impossible for him to come to any conclusions. When he exited the room, he was still thinking about it, and it was not before Ti Haolong and the others came to greet him that he parked it at the back of his mind.
She might have just visited to mess up my peace of mind, Zhu Wei mumbled to himself. She might have realized I knew what and who she was, so she wanted to warn me. I can't very well tell everyone that she, some miss from the center of the continent, is a primordial beast, especially not with the strength she has. If we attempt to capture her, we will definitely bring misfortune upon ourselves. But what happened to Zhao Yun and her family members? They were hunting the ice harpy. She is here, looking just fine, but I haven't heard a word about Zhao Yun since then. Zhu Wei was starting to feel worried. Although his time with Wang Zhaoyun was short, and one could consider his emotions for her pure infatuation and superficial, they were not so simple to him. When he met her, he lost his heart at that moment, and his emotions were genuine. He truly had no space for any other woman than her, yet now there was a chance that she might have encountered some mishap. On the other hand, it was also likely that the wayfarers had not managed to locate the ice harpy. With her cultivation base, it would be impossible to find her unless she wished to be located.
Brother Wei? Ti Haolong looked at Zhu Wei with curiosity. Zhu Wei shook his head as he smiled back.
Don't worry, I was just thinking about a few things. Do not be surprised.
Zhu Wei grinned and waved his hand.
We cannot afford to let His Highness the Crown Prince wait.
That's true, Ti Haolong agreed, his head nodding, but his eyes were still searching Zhu Wei. It was clear that something had happened that had caused him to be surprised or shocked and descend into deep thought. But what could possibly have happened at his tea mansion? Zhu Wei said nothing to give him an idea, so Ti Haolong did not ask any questions, but their group was rather silent as they moved towards the Crown Prince's abode together. As they arrived at the residence, they were once more greeted by a group of guards of the Sky Warrior rank, all of which looked dignified as they observed these youngsters with pride. Although they were from various factions, they were still all to become part of the army. They would all become important figures for the kingdom, whether they survived or not. If they survived, they would likely become either sky warriors like themselves, maybe even heavenly warriors. On the other hand, if they did not survive, they would become heroes of the nation, the ones who had given the ultimate sacrifice for their homeland and their citizens. These people deserved all the respect that they could get. Because of this, these children were looked at with respect. Although they had no choice but to enter the army, they were still heroes of the nation. As they entered the building, they could hear the sounds of a zither that played alongside a lute. There were women who mingled in between the tables of the many people, catering drinks and snacks to the many visitors, and there were geniuses from all over the country, but those from the capital were a majority. As they entered, their names were called out by a herald.
Young hero Zhu Wei, Young Miss Song Yuyan of the Song family. Young Master Ti Haolong of the Ti family. Young Hero Gu Dising. Young Master Zhao Zhu of the Zhao family.
Song Yuyan, Ti Haolong, and Zhao Zhu were all of the noble families within the kingdom of Heiping. Hence, they were referred to as either young master or young miss. Gu Dising and Zhu Wei were not nobles, which was why the herald had to refer to them as young heroes. As soon as Zhu Wei's name had been introduced, everyone in the room turned silent and looked towards the entrance of the chamber. Everyone had heard rumors about this young man. He had one of the most menacing nicknames in the history of the human army, Crimson Devil, and he was rumored to be inhuman. The ones present were all geniuses in their own right. They had heard about Zhu Wei through connections or had personally witnessed his gruesome display of fighting in the arena. Zhu Wei had already become a living legend in the recruitment camp, but now he was even more than a legend. Many of the young experts that were supposed to enter the recruitment camp this year also looked at Zhu Wei curiously. They had only heard about him from others, and thus they had a hard time fully understanding whether or not his strength was genuine, or if it was just some rumor that had grown. Many of the geniuses that were present saw themselves as peerless talents, so they had a hard time putting others in their eyes, especially the people that came from outside of the capital. Zhu Wei was special. He had a special status because of his uncle, but he was also said to be inhumane while fighting, a bloodthirsty, murderous personage who could only be described as the Crimson Devil. Such a description, for those who had not seen the fight, seemed as if it was exaggerated, as if it was a rumor that had been blown out of proportion.
Young Hero Zhu Wei, the Crown Prince, was the first to step forward. It is our honor that you attend our banquet today, he said smilingly, and just as he stepped forward, Zhu Wei's pupils contracted into small dots. Right by the side of the prince was the black-clad young woman with silver hair and ice-blue eyes. When she saw Zhu Wei, she smiled and lifted her cup in a silent greeting, her actions causing the Crown Prince to be stumped for words. My lady, you know our young hero Zhu Wei? He asked hesitatingly.
Zhu Wei, who knew of her real nature, was curious as to how she was going to answer. I know of him, she laughed with a pearl-like laughter. We have encountered each other 3 times now, once in Chang'an City when I was roaming through the countryside, once here in the capital, and now the 3rd time. One has to admit that there seemed to be some sort of fate tying us together. Having said this, the woman winked at Zhu Wei, who forced a smile in return. He now understood why she had visited him earlier. It was to warn him. She had displayed her capabilities and made him understand that no one in Chang'an City were her match. If he called wolf and everyone got ready to fight her, it was likely that not even the capital would remain standing, that the streets would turn into rivers of blood, and that every single citizen would be slain.
My lady, it is my honor to meet you again, Zhu Wei said sarcastically before he turned his attention to the Crown Prince once more. Your Highness, this one feels fortunate to be invited to your esteemed banquet. You are all geniuses of the nation, dragons amongst men, phoenixes soaring the skies. For this kingdom to have such promising talents, we are very fortunate. The Crown Prince smiled, and it was clear that he was serious about what he said. Now do not stand on ceremony. All of us are friends here. Do enter and mingle with the other geniuses. I am sure that a few of them recognize you from previous encounters.
Saying this, Zhu Wei looked around, and truthfully, so he encountered experts from the recruitment camp. But he also noticed a face that he had not thought he would see. This was the young master he had met the first time he arrived in the capital, and he was rather pale when his eyes landed on Zhu Wei. Lu Jiru and Shen Mu were both next to the Crown Prince.
It was clear that they were his loyal subjects, loyal followers, and were regarded rather highly by the Crown Prince. What made Zhu Wei sigh a breath of relief was knowing that if the Crown Prince had only valued them because of their connection to Zhu Wei, they would never have managed to reach the position they had now. To reach that position, they had to display their own ability, and the Crown Prince had deemed them worthy of his time and trust.
Young hero Zhu Wei, how could you ignore me like this? Chu Huayan came toward Zhu Wei, her hand still elegantly holding a cup of rice wine, her face blossoming into a great smile of an innocent girl, and her demeanor that of a young girl in love.
Why would he have the honor of getting the attention of this woman? Someone muttered, just loud enough for others to hear.
I hear he is into men. That prophet from the center of the continent took a fancy to him.
Another joined in, and for once Chu Huayan's eyes displayed utter surprise, after which they turned dangerously dark.
You,
she said as she pointed at the man who had previously spoken.
What did you just say?
The man trembled slightly when he saw the enraged expression on the woman's face, but he cleared his throat and said with a loud voice,
You should not fancy this young man. He is already taken. In the training camp, he was very close with Prophet Lan from the center of the continent.
Chu Huayan was filled with disbelief, her entire face contorting with shock as she slowly turned and looked at Zhu Wei. She then moved faster than anyone could see. Within a moment she was standing next to Zhu Wei, and her nail had cut his arm, from which blood dripped down. Completely ignoring the others, Chu Huayan slid her finger down the cut, and afterwards lifted the finger to her lips and tasted it. Only then did her expression relax.
You!
She turned around and looked at the man who had spoken before.
Don't speak nonsense. His young energy is still pure, so it is impossible for him to have been together with anyone.
Zhu Wei was shocked by her actions. She was definitely not moving for the sake of saving his reputation. She was genuinely scared of him having been with the prophet. The young man who had said that Zhu Wei was gay was stumped for words. He had been present back when Zhu Wei and Lan shared one tent and seen how they had behaved. He had even heard how Lan had called Zhu Wei his darling and asked for him to come to the center of the continent. Was all this just for show? Chapter 39. This I Vow. Zhu Wei was as puzzled as everyone else present, though his reasons were completely different. The many spectators were of the impression that this young woman was infatuated with Zhu Wei, and that she had feared that the love of her life had been gay, but Zhu Wei knew better. The killing intent that Chu Huayan had shown in their last encounter was not for show. Zhu Wei was certain that this woman wished to rip him to shreds at any given moment. So the infatuation that the others saw was clearly just a method to get close to him. Why was she so interested in him? Why was she in such a panic when she thought he was into guys? It was clear that that had been no act, but rather her actual emotions, as she had moved almost with a frenzy. She had not cared the least about her reputation by cutting his arm and tasting his blood. It was strange indeed. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei grumbled about the fact that he had been cut. Her nail had cut him as if he was made from tofu, and she had not cared about his well-being at all. Furthermore, how was she capable of determining whether or not he had pure yang energy within him by simply tasting his blood? Zhu Wei was certain that even if he tasted his own blood, he would not taste anything else other than the metallic taste of blood itself. Chu Huayan's face, which previously had an expression of extreme anger and malice, turned calm once more.
Please don't spread false rumors, she said to the man who had said that Zhu Wei had long since lost his purity, that he had given himself to the prophet. Young hero Zhu Wei is a true dragon amongst men.
Why would he fancy another man? She asked coquettishly, as if she was a young woman that had been wronged. Everyone was rather unsure of what had happened. Only a few experts, the Crown Prince and Ji Haolong included, were frowning and looking at Chu Huayin with distrust. Everyone else had long since dismissed her violent reaction as mere jealousy. Zhu Wei knew that talking with this ice harpy about the wayfarers would be unwise. He could possibly reveal her true identity this way, but then he would run the risk of revealing the fact that he cared for someone among the caravan of wayfarers that Wang Zhaoyun belonged to, which would lead her to unleashing her fury upon them. It was clear that she hated Zhu Wei. That hatred would extend to anyone he cared for, and thus they would become easy targets. Zhu Wei was not willing to see this, so he kept his mouth shut about the wayfarers. Then a thought hit him. The strongest person he had met was without a doubt Lan. Although this Chu Huayin was strong, she did not seem as strong as him. So, was it possible for Zhu Wei to perhaps get some help from an unexpected front? Just as Zhu Wei was about to proclaim his rather dubious love for Lan, he stopped. Chu Huayin suddenly turned around and looked at him. Her eyes were sharp like two swords, and she seemed to be trying to swallow him with her eyes alone. "Do not even think about that," she said with a warning voice. "Lying to me will do you no good. Now be a good boy and accompany me," she ordered. Zhu Wei, who had schemed to put Lan and Chu Huayin up against one another, could only breathe out and shake his head. The words he wanted to say were forever buried in his chest.
"Please enjoy the evening," Zhu Wei said to his four newfound friends before he allowed Chu Huayin to drag him with her towards a remote corner. There were a few places to sit down, and the ice harpy sank herself into the soft cushions once she took a seat, after which she patted a cushion next to her. "Sit," she said. However, although a warm and soft smile played on her lips, Zhu Wei could sense the murderous air behind it. He had no choice but to sit, and he felt exhausted. This woman would not leave him be, but she would not talk straight either. "So, are you close to Prophet Lan?" Chu Huayin asked after a bit of time. Zhu Wei, who now knew that lying would get him nowhere, just shrugged his shoulders. "We spent 2 weeks together," he said, and then the ice harpy nodded her head.
"Makes sense," she said. "He has always had a peculiar attraction to the odd and strange, the rare and the abnormal."
"Well, thank you,"
Zhu Wei said dryly, clearly understanding that he was the one being described as odd, strange, rare, and abnormal. "It was not a compliment," Chu Huayin said smilingly. Zhu Wei said nothing as a maid approached them, bringing with her snacks and drinks. Both Chu Huayin and Zhu Wei accepted a cup of rice wine and a few snacks that they placed on the table that was next to the cushions. The maid went away shortly after. Neither spoke for some time, just drinking the sake and eating snacks. "You know I will kill you one day, right?" Chu Huayin suddenly said. "I hate you. I hate you more than anything else in this world, so you will have to die by my hands. I want to savor the feeling of hunting you. I want to experience you being in despair. I want you to beg for mercy before you die." Chu Huayin's eyes had an insane gleam to them, and her voice was getting lower and lower, as if she feared that someone would listen in on her abrupt confession. Each and every single word was filled with malice. Her eyes were lit with madness, and her lips were curled into a sinister smile that seemed to already feel the pleasure of torturing him throughout.
"I don't believe that you can,"
Zhu Wei said hesitatingly, almost surprised at the discovery he made, and his words caused the smile on Chu Huayan's lips to freeze. Her maddened eyes looked at him.
"Why not?"
she asked with a raspy and hoarse voice. "If you could kill me, you would have done it already. I know you hate me, and when we were alone in the Tea Mansion, you could have killed me with no one being the wiser as to what had happened. You could have killed me at any time in Chang'an City, and all the blame would have been on the Li family. On the way here, we encountered beast hordes and bandits, no doubt roused by you, but even then you did not kill me. So even when you dream of killing me, you clearly want to do it more than anything else. Even now you wish to kill me. Why don't you just do it? Could it be because of Uncle?" Zhu Wei was speaking lowly too, ensuring that no one heard them. When Zhu Wei mentioned his uncle, Chu Huayan's face changed. She grimaced and looked away. "Don't mention this ever again," she said through gritted teeth and stood up. "I better go and greet the Crown Prince again. Being with you is such a bore," she continued, and then she walked away, vanishing into the crowd of people. Zhu Wei stayed in the corner for a bit of time. "It seems that Uncle is not as weak as a heavenly warrior," Zhu Wei muttered to himself. "For this woman to fear him, he might even be a saint." Zhu Wei was unsure. He had never before seen anyone above the initial 4 warrior ranks, but he understood that it was not as simple as it seemed. Still, this woman had feared his uncle, so was the hatred she felt for him also due to his uncle, or was there some other reason? Zhu Wei was deep in thought for a long time before he shook his head and smiled wryly. With the information he had, it was simply impossible for him to be able to reach any conclusions. Since he could not do so, thinking about it was a waste of time. Downing the rest of the rice wine in his cup, Zhu Wei left it on the table and started mingling with the many geniuses in the hall. All of the ones from the last year's genius camp looked at Zhu Wei with a mixture of reverence and fear, while the ones who were to go into the following year's recruitment camp were filled with curiosity and burning with an urge to battle him. Unfortunately for all of them, he was at the 4th layer of the Earth Warrior rank, a rank way above any of them. This meant they did not even have the qualifications to challenge, and none of the 4th layer Earth Warriors from the previous year's recruitment camp were silly enough to challenge him either. They knew of his might. Challenging him was the same as asking to have their faces slapped in public. The rest of the banquet happened without a hitch. Many of the younger geniuses spent most of their time on the stage that had been prepared, sparring against one another and displaying their skills. The older geniuses all chatted and did their best to build friendships and find comrades. They all understood that now it was the time for them to enter the real world. It was time for them to engage in frenzied battle for the land, its people, and its resources. In their coming life, they would encounter beast hordes time and time again, so the more friends they had, the more people were likely to assist them in the war. With more allies, they were also more likely to survive. Tinalynge had also spent the entire night chatting with one captain after another, trying to get new allies and good friends. Everyone knew that Zhu Wei was in Tinalynge's group, which meant everyone had been polite and friendly towards him. To be able to fight with Zhu Wei would prove beneficial to them all. It was well past midnight when Zhu Wei and Tinalynge reunited with Zhao Zhu, Gu Dixing, and Song Yuyan. Together, they headed back to the Tea Mansion. Just as they were about to leave, Chu Huayan appeared again. She was beaming at Zhu Wei this time. "We will see each other again soon," she promised, and waved her hand delicately at Zhu Wei as they withdrew from the party. For most of the time on their way back, no one spoke. But as soon as they had left the royal grounds, Tinalynge looked at Zhu Wei and asked with a low voice, "That woman, she is not a good one. Do you truly know her?" "I have encountered her a few times," Zhu Wei acknowledged,
But I dislike her as much as she dislikes me, he continued. We both wish to kill each other with a hatred that I cannot really explain. She hates me to the bones, but the feeling is mutual. Just sharing a room with her today has made me feel uncomfortable. Zhu Wei was not overreacting. His uncle was a primordial beast hunter, and Zhu Wei wished to become one too. He truly wanted nothing more than to kill this ice harpy, but he also understood that he did not have the strength to do so right now. In fact, the entire capital did not have the power to deal with her, and thus he had stayed quiet. But in his heart, he had already decided that there would be a day when he would kill this ice harpy. He would never let her kill him, but one day he would become stronger than her and kill her. This he vowed to himself while walking back to the tea mansion. Chapter 40. Collision. The time had gone by fast, and it was now the day for them to gather once more with the rest of the recruitment camp. This time, it was not only the genius camp that was gathering, but it was also the entire recruitment camp. All of them had been gathered at the designated military post. Here, the commander and all the captains were standing on a podium and looking down at them all.
"Welcome!" The voice of the commander boomed in the crisp morning air, and everyone stood straight as they looked at him, all with various expressions on their faces. Some were worried, others eager. They were about to enter into a stage of their life filled with endless battle. It was also time for them to accept that not a lot of them would be capable of surviving.
We are now sending the groups out to various locations to hold our stand against the beasts. The entire genius camp is to be sent to the northern taiga. This is the most dangerous of all the areas, but risk and reward go hand in hand. Geniuses, you will encounter both fierce and primordial beasts. These beasts will claim your lives, but those who survive will become stronger and stronger. One of ours will be avenged with 10 of theirs, and slowly you will get the upper hand in the exchanges. As long as the strongest and most dangerous primordial beasts stay within the innermost regions of the taiga, then you are safe.
The unsaid words were making everyone shudder. If one of the old monsters from the innermost regions came to visit them, they would not survive, even if they had 9 lives like a cat. Zhu Wei felt his blood boiling just thinking about it. He wanted to do battle. He wanted to kill beasts. He wanted to begin the time in the military. He wanted to forge a name for himself and become a primordial beast hunter. He wanted so many things. But he knew that to start it, the first step was to protect the northern taiga. The other experts were placed in other locations. Some of them were danger regions, but none of them as dangerous and large as the northern taiga. The following day, all the geniuses were ready to set out. They were eager to display their might and flirt with death when a frantic messenger arrived.
My lords, there is a beast horde coming this way. It is larger than any other horde I have ever seen. It has beasts equivalent to heavenly warriors, and they are numerous. They are being led by the ice harpy. We got a small glimpse of her earlier. She was in her primordial beast form, and she was flying through the air gracefully like a winter breeze. They are heading straight for the capital. The messenger dared not come with any suggestions as to how they could protect themselves against this beast horde, so all he did was report back what they had seen.
Everyone, get in formation!
The commander, who was in charge of the recruitment camp, suddenly yelled out, his voice cutting through the entire campground before he sent a few orders through the communication device on his arm. Within moments, the entire capital was in an uproar. The heavenly warriors from the various families donned their armor, brought their personal guards, and all the mercenaries within the city also got ready. The rumor of the beast horde spread like wildfire. Within moments, all knew about it, and every man and woman who cultivated stepped into their armor.
Move to the capital!
The commander ordered the entire group of recruits towards the capital once more, which was the location where they would fight. The recruits were now real members of the army. There were many of them, and they were stationed on top of the walls of the capital. The stronger sky warriors and heavenly warriors were waiting on the outside of the walls for the beasts to arrive. If the rest of the group were to enter the fray on the ground in front of the capital, they were likely to be wounded or even killed by the shockwaves of the fights of the higher-ranked cultivators. Everyone waited patiently. Zhu Wei stood together with Ti Haolong, Song Yuyan, Zhao Ju, and Gu Desing. They had all worn their armor and the fierce beast silk robes. Everyone held their weapons with sweaty palms. Although they had fought frequently, from time to time experiencing real fights in the training camp, they could not be compared to the battle they were about to experience. Only the arena could provide something similar, but even so it was not the same. In the arena, the cultivators could focus on one single opponent, yet here, it was a free-for-all. At one point, they might be 2 or even more cultivators to kill one beast, but similarly, they might be sieged by a group of beasts, forced to fight more than one at a time. Realizing this, everyone was nervous. But while Zhu Wei was nervous, he was also feeling the urge to do battle burn within him. His killing intent was rising to the skies, his face turning manic, and a sinister smile spread on his lips as he clenched his hands into fists. When Zhu Wei had been a year younger and this killing intent and urge to fight had roused within him, he was capable of staying clear-headed if he wished. However, now, as time had gone by, he found himself having more and more problems staying calm and collected. His personality was changing. He was not as reserved any longer. He was becoming cold and casual towards anything and everyone. Only a few people caused him to behave differently. Only a few people made him consider them as real friends, and he was willing to do anything for the sake of his friends.
"If you face too many beasts, come to me," Zhu Wei said beneath his breath to his friends in the group. "I will help you kill any beasts that might gather around you. I should be able to hold my own against a beast that's stronger by 1 layer." The others nodded their heads. They knew that Zhu Wei was serious about helping them, and they felt gratitude in their hearts. They were eager to start the battle now. They felt that with the menacing Zhu Wei on their side, they would be able to defeat anyone that might come their way. A whole group of heavenly warriors had gathered at the front of the capital, and behind them were the sky warriors. All of them were veterans who had gone through multiple life and death situations. They had battled their way through mountains of beast corpses and waddled through rivers of blood. Now they were ready to face one more beast horde. Their everything was given to battle against these beasts that were emerging in the distance. Everyone on the city walls held their breaths. At first, they had thought themselves safe as they were such a distance away from the heavenly warriors and their battleground. They were on top of the city walls, and it was impossible for the beasts to climb the walls, especially with an army of superior cultivators beneath it. However, when they looked at the horde that was approaching, the hearts of many youngsters sank. The sky was black. It was clear that amongst these beasts were a large amount of flying beasts. These would without a doubt attack the ones at the top of the walls, and they would attack with all that they had. Looking at the horde, there was at least 1,000,000 beasts rushing their way, and around 200 of these beasts were equivalent to a heavenly warrior-ranked expert. 10,000 were equal to the Sky Warriors, and the rest were in the various ranks of the Earth Warrior and Ordinary Warrior stages. In front of the beast horde was a Primordial Beast flying. When looking at this figure, everyone lost their breath at the beauty. It was a beautiful harpy. Her feathers were white and blue like ice, and her facial features were as if the most beautiful fairy had descended from the heavens above, and her silver hair billowed in the wind. "I recognize her!"
Someone cried out, and others were starting to feel the same way.
Speak! Where is she from?
The commander heard the outcry and appeared within moments to question the person.
She was at the Crown Prince's banquet. She used the alias as an expert from the center of the continent. She was oddly interested in Zhu Wei.
This person was incredibly cunning. He was from the genius camp, and he was of the 4th layer of the Earth Warrior rank. He was said to be the 2nd strongest expert in the entire genius camp, defeated only by Zhu Wei according to the rumors, and this was something he had a hard time accepting. The commander frowned when he heard the words before he turned and looked at Zhu Wei.
Do you know her?
He asked.
Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders. I have met her 3 times, he said honestly. Once back in Tiankong City, where she purchased a fierce beast at an auction, once here in the capital, and then again at the banquet. When we were heading to the recruitment camp, our entourage was stopped by groups of fierce beasts. We even encountered a beast horde and bandits. It seems that this woman must have had a hand in everything. Less than half of us arrived here.
This woman seems to have taken an interest in you, the commander said. What is your relation to her?
She said she wanted to kill me, Zhu Wei said dryly. She claimed she hated me and that my death would be by her hand.
It is his fault that the beast horde is coming, someone yelled, but the commander just snorted. She is a primordial beast, he said with disdain in his voice. It is only natural that she hates humans. She might have taken this young man as an excuse to launch an attack, but the truth is that she and we will always be facing one another. We will never be able to live while the other survives. As a result, we should be happy that they have brought themselves to our doorstep.
The commander spoke loudly, and everyone could hear what was being said.
We will now kill the beasts. Show no mercy. Have no second thoughts. These beasts are vile. They are the tools of the primordial beasts to kill us. A retreat is not an option. Behind these walls are our dear ones, our loved ones. Should we fail, then their lives will be forfeited, and they will become the livestock of these beasts once more.
Fight! Someone yelled, and soon everyone was yelling at the top of their lungs in an orderly fashion. Fight! 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 It was like a drumbeat, and even the nervous and worried youngsters were being inspired by the atmosphere and started to gather their courage and their fighting spirit. They had something to fight for. They had something to protect. The commander nodded his head in approval when he saw the light in the young men and women's eyes and felt how their spirits were raised, filling with an urge to protect what they held dear. The beasts had now arrived, and there was no time for them to steel themselves anymore. It was like a massive wave rolled over them, threatening to drown them all in moments after the collision.
Chapter 41. Brother.
Beasts were everywhere on top of the walls. Wails and screams started to sound out together with a metallic scent of blood. No one had time to look out for their comrades. It was everyone on their own. Even Zhu Wei was surrounded by a large group of beasts, all of them trying their best to kill him. An epiphany then struck Zhu Wei. Was the reason that these beasts had feared him not because of the primordial beast, the ice harpy? Had she made these beasts act up? And if she had, what was her purpose in making it seem as if the beasts were scared of him? These beasts around him were at least not the slightest bit scared. They attacked with unmatched fierceness, and they swarmed all of the martial arts cultivators on the walls and those outside the wall. The flying beasts were all of a strength ranging from ordinary warriors to earth warriors. Not only did they innately have superior strength, they also had the advantage in numbers. At every moment, someone died or was crippled in the fight. Their careers as a soldier ended right then and there in their first real battle. But although the beasts had been like an avalanche that had come crashing down onto them, the humans were slowly starting to show just why they were able to overtake the beasts in the first place. The coordinated attacks of the 5-man groups ensured that they could stay alive once they rallied together. And although they were besieged from all sides, they were able to withstand it for the time being, sometimes even killing a beast. Zhu Wei had been separated from his group. He had been standing a bit away from them, and this small distance alone was enough to force them apart when the beast horde arrived. At least Song Yuyan, Zhao Ju, Gu Desing, and Ti Haolong were together and had their backs facing one another. This way, they too were able to sustain themselves. While they were busy surviving, Zhu Wei was feeling more and more energetic. The smile on his face grew more and more brilliant as his armor, which was already red, became black from the coagulating blood as he slew one beast after another. Zhu Wei did not care at all. Blood soaked his clothes, and rivers of blood were blossoming beneath him. Beasts were flooding towards him like a massive wave, but all the other humans had wisely withdrawn. Everyone who saw him only saw a butcher who killed a beast with every attack, none of them containing any profound skills or magnificent weapons. Simple palm strikes and kicks were all that were necessary for him to cause the beasts to suffer such devastating fates. It had to be said that the beasts that besieged Zhu Wei were all beneath him in rank, and thus did not pose any serious threat to either him or his friends. But even so, he was not going to let them go. Anything and anyone who came within reach of Zhu Wei had a pitiful end. Zhu Wei ripped the wings of a flying beast that had descended from a higher altitude, and a cry resounded past the throat of this beast. Another one was kicked in the head, causing the skull to fracture and the beast to die on the spot. A third was struck by a palm right on the chest, causing the ribcage to explode and puncture the heart, resulting in the beast's instant death. "Bring it on!" Zhu Wei's eyes were blazing. His body was soaked in blood, and even his face had blood drops dripping down the cheeks. A laughter erupted from deep within Zhu Wei, which reverberated through the entire battlefield. The joy Zhu Wei felt when he was fighting could not be explained. The feeling of having fresh blood on his hand was liberating. It was as if he could die at any moment, that when he took someone's life, he also acknowledged that others could take his. It was in these moments that he was feeling most alive. When flirting with death, he was no longer feeling dull or cautious. He let it all go, and could fight with a ferociousness befit only for madmen, exuding a bloodlust that made him seem inhuman. There were a lot of experts on the city walls. Although the beasts were everywhere, a few of them caught a glimpse of Zhu Wei. When their eyes landed on this person who stood on a mountain of corpses, laughing like a madman as the blood gushed down from beneath his feet, they all felt their bones grow cold and a shiver that ran down their spines. All of them were feeling relieved that this man was on their side and not a foe to battle. Stronger and stronger beasts appeared on the battlefield. The weakest had been sent first to overwhelm their side and to waste their energy, but the beasts with strength equivalent to ordinary warriors had all been slain. At this point, Zhu Wei had still not used any of his qi. Beasts with strength similar to those of the earth warriors arrived at the top of the wall. Zhu Wei's eyes glowed with excitement at the sight. Amongst the surviving experts, many of them also understood that the brief calm they experienced right now was but the eye of the storm. They had fought against some of the beasts, but the most dangerous part was still ahead of them. In this pause where no wind blew, no beasts appeared, and no sound could be heard, all of the experts on the wall noticed Zhu Wei and the mountain of corpses that was lying slain around him. The fact that his clothes were soaked with blood, the blood that had run down his cheek, and the homicidal grin on his face. It was at this point that many realized that Zhu Wei was indeed a crimson devil. It was a nickname fitting for him. He was a true devil. He was simply inhuman, and even more bloodthirsty than even the beasts. He was exactly like the old legends of the devils and demons. Zhu Wei snickered and suddenly started transforming his arms. He had found that he was enjoying the feeling of ripping apart his opponents. He had enjoyed seeing the blood spray everywhere, as well as disfiguring and killing creatures with his hands alone. A barely sane part of him also wished to test his dragon arms. This was a method he had been taught by Lan, but it was a method specialized to his Azure Dragon scripture. The eyes almost popped out of the eyes of the experts on the wall when they saw the azure scales that started to break through the skin on Zhu Wei's arms. They stared when they saw how the fingers turned to claws, how the nails became razor-sharp and frightfully long. The entirety of his lower and upper arms shimmered with an azure gleam, the scales similar to the clear blue sky. These beautiful scales made everyone hold their breath. They all knew what it meant to be able to transform into a beast. Only wayfarers and primordial beasts had this ability. But now, Zhu Wei was capable of doing it too. He was no wayfarer, that much was certain. But he was not a primordial beast either. So what could he be? Zhu Wei completely ignored the many strange gazes that he was being given, and he snorted in contempt when he saw a few people's eyes light up with malicious thoughts. It was clear that they were ready to make him out to be a primordial beast, ready to do all in their power to get rid of him. Zhu Wei knew that the ability he controlled came from his Azure Dragon scripture, but he was not willing to tell anyone about this. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at the many beasts that were coming towards them. Seeing how Zhu Wei's face changed from having just released a snort to reverting into that manic smile of his, and how the disdain in his eyes turned into excitement, the rest of them followed suit and looked at the sky, taking a deep breath. The next wave was upon them. The flying beasts were all equivalent to ordinary and earth warriors. There were no sky warriors amongst the flying beasts, something that puzzled Zhu Wei, but he did not bother too much with it right now. All he wanted was to kill as many as he possibly could. Zhu Wei's arms were eye-catching and domineering. They ripped even the earth warrior beasts to shreds. Some of them were clawed to death, others were ripped apart. Some were crushed under the weight of his fist, and yet others were struck down. Zhu Wei was using the Forbidden Rush movement technique to the fullest, and he was displaying his ability to kill one beast after another, easing the pressure on many of the other experts. Although many had seeds of doubt growing in their minds after seeing the scaled arms, none of them said anything as they felt grateful for the breathing room. Zhu Wei glanced into the air and noticed that the ice harpy was hovering in the air, not participating in the battle, which was something that relieved him. If she decided to take part in the battle, the tables would be turned on the humans, and their main heavenly warrior experts would be slain in a heartbeat. The Sky Warriors and the Heavenly Warriors were all engaged in a deadly battle against various beasts of similar strength. Zhu Wei was puzzled as to what the Ice Harpy's plan was. She could not possibly be leading a beast horde to its death for nothing, could she? There had to be some sort of ulterior motive behind it, right? A part of Zhu Wei was worried for the human side of the war, but he was not capable of much else than pushing this worry to the back of his head and instead focusing on killing the beasts that came at him.
"We are almost there. Hang on a little longer," the commander's voice boomed on the battlefield, and Zhu Wei finally looked around to see that it was not only beast corpses that littered the ground. Human remains were also aplenty. There were also many wounded beasts and humans on the grounds who had slim chances to survive whenever the shockwaves from some of the battles reached them, with the occasional human or beast smashing into them after an exchange with someone from the other side, and so on. Zhu Wei was wondering what had happened. The beasts that had landed on the wall were at most of the 4th layer of the Earth Warrior rank, all of them the same strength as him. The battles slowly died out on the wall, but Zhu Wei continued to flutter like a leaf in the wind, ripping more beasts apart.
He was relieved to find that the transformation of his arms required little to no chi for some reason, even less than he used to sustain his forbidden rush movement technique, which also used barely any energy. Zhu Wei then noticed that many were looking at him with doubt, not only the ones on the wall, but also the ones on the ground. The higher-ranked experts looked at him with worry and uncertainty. Suddenly, just as everyone looked at Zhu Wei, the ice harpy gave a snicker, descending from the heavens at a rapid speed. She was so fast that no one was capable of reacting in time. When she was right in front of Zhu Wei, her talons locked around his shoulders, and she flew into the air with him before he had the time to answer. Intense pain shot through his body as the talons dug into his flesh. Blood started seeping out through where the claws were embedded on his shoulders. "We have to flee, brother. It is no longer safe here," the ice harpy yelled out just as she flew away, ensuring that her voice was by no means suppressed and that everyone present would hear her words. Chapter 42. Intricate Trap. "Brother?" The same question exited everyone's mouth at the same time, including Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei started struggling only to realize that he was in a tight grasp and that he would not be able to free himself. Rather, every time he moved, he caused extra wounds to open on his body. Zhu Wei's killing intent started soaring to the heavens. He understood what the ice harpy was planning, which made him feel a burning anger rise in his chest. "Who was your brother?" Zhu Wei sneered at Chu Huayan, who just snorted in reply. "If it weren't because I want them to hate you as much as I do, then I would have never called a disgusting human like you my brother." She grimaced as if it truly was the most disgusting thing she had ever experienced. Zhu Wei was puzzled. "Why not just kill me then?" he yelled at her, feeling utterly powerless. But he did want to at least be able to control the terms of his death. He was not willing to be tortured to death by this woman, so he was already starting to rotate the chi in his body with the intent to self-detonate his dantian, seeking to kill himself and possibly her in the process. "You want to die?" the ice harpy screeched aloud, laughing. "Why don't I help you? If you survive this, then you will be the enemy of both beasts and humans alike. This is truly gratifying." Chu Huayan laughed out loud, her voice tinged with madness. Suddenly, her claws released their grip on Zhu Wei's shoulders, causing him to fall through the air. Chu Huayan had carried him far into the sky, and they were now very far away from the capital. So when he fell, Zhu Wei realized that it would be impossible for him to survive this fall unless he could lessen the impact somehow. He had looked down and saw that they were so high up in the sky that everything beneath him looked like ants. They were on top of a forest, but every tree seemed to be so far away from him that he could reach out and grasp them. He felt the wind against his head as he plummeted to the ground, and although he was falling fast, the forest seemed to stay far away from him. He activated the forbidden rush movement technique and started to merge with the wind. Unfortunately, his body was rather wounded from the talons that had been piercing his shoulders, leaving behind large, bleeding gashes around them, so he couldn't perform at his peak. As he fell, he managed to slow his descent enough to drift down almost like a leaf that fell from the sky. His falling speed diminished drastically, but he was still falling towards the ground, towards a massive forest. And the closer he got, the harder it was to control the forbidden rush movement technique due to his wounds, meaning his descent to the ground started picking up in speed again. Zhu Wei was losing a lot of blood, and his head was spinning. He lost consciousness the moment before he reached the crowns of the trees, losing control over the forbidden rush movement technique as he plummeted through the canopies without anything to cushion his fall. One branch after another slowed his fall, but these branches were large, so although they were shaking and creaking, they did not fall or break from the impact.
With only the first hit, he broke a few ribs, and the second one caused him to get a concussion. When he finally was laying on the ground, his entire body was riddled with cuts, bruises, and some gaping wounds that were bleeding profusely. Zhu Wei awoke to a hammering pain in his entire body. Only then did he remember what Lan had told him about the Azure Dragon Scripture's shape-shifting ability, to not use the dragonization on his arms, since it could cause a misunderstanding. It was he himself who made it possible for Chu Huayan to take advantage of the other experts' doubts, to proclaim that they were brother and sister.
Now it is clear that they will see me as a primordial beast.
Zhu Wei grimaced and then hissed in pain.
If they don't assume that I am a primordial beast, then they will at least assume I have sided with the beasts. This is a great plan, you damned bird woman.
Zhu Wei gritted his teeth and tried standing up, only to realize that his body would not listen to his commands. Instead, he dragged his sore and wounded body to the foot of a great tree, where he sat down and started circulating the qi within his body to slowly heal the wounds. At the same time, in the capital of Haiping, the entire army was in an uproar.
The Crimson Devil was too inhuman. It is only obvious for him to be a primordial beast. I should have guessed it before,
someone muttered, and others nodded their heads.
His clothes were so soaked in blood that they had turned black. This is not something a human can achieve. He is a monster. I wonder why he infiltrated our army, though. What were his plans? Another pondered.
If he was a primordial beast, then why did he fight for us?
Someone asked tentatively, but he was quickly glared at by the others, so he ducked his head and kept the questions about what really happened to himself. The commander's face was ashen. His eyes filled with unreconciliation when he saw how many people the human side had lost. After making a head count of the dead, he lifted his head and roared to the heavens.
We lost so many experts in this battle,
he began to speak soon after. His voice was injected with enough qi to be heard at the furthest ends of the capital to ensure that all could hear what he was saying.
These experts were new to the battle, but this was also the biggest battle we have had for a very long time. To have their first battle against such a beast horde is truly unfortunate. As to why these beasts have decided to strike at such a strange time, we do not know.
Suddenly, a gleam appeared in the commander's eyes. He almost smirked, but just before the smile appeared on his lips, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, scratching his cheek, and straightened his face. At that moment, he looked like a cunning old fox that had everything within his grasp, and he seemed as if he was well aware of what was happening. In fact, he did not seem to really care about the massive losses they had gained. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. All of this lasted for less than a moment. It was impossible for those who noticed the strange expression on his face to fully grasp what they had seen. And before they could comprehend it, the commander continued his speech, stressing each and every one of the next words.
We lost many of our comrades, but there is one man who can never be forgiven. Zhu Wei, the traitor of humankind. We will start a hunt to kill him. He is much more dangerous than the deserters. He is far more shrewd than the normal primordial beast. We do not know whether or not it is a primordial beast who has pretended to be Zhao Lei's nephew after killing the real one. In fact, I assume it is. We all know that Zhu Wei's entire family was killed by a primordial beast, leaving just him alive. This was likely a way to con the hero Zhao Lei and make him believe that his abnormality was his nephew. He has tricked the hero of our nation, and I would believe he has done so for the sake of killing him. We cannot let this youngster live. He is a terrifying primordial beast. We need him to die. Genius Camp members, follow me.
Having said this, the commander left the battlefield, and everyone from the genius camp followed behind him towards the old tent camp.
I have a special task to all of you, he announced. All of you have to give chase. We will turn the entire country upside down and send a message to all other neighboring kingdoms with a portrait of him. We will not allow for him to slip through our net, and we will only rest when his head is severed from his body.
The commander ordered the execution of Zhu Wei as simply as if he was trying to kill someone else. Many were puzzled. Was this truly the right way to go about things? Was Zhu Wei not innocent until otherwise proven? Had the ice harpy not just tried to frame him? Although many questions swirled in the minds of these experts, none of them spoke up. If the commander had made his decision, then it was likely that he had a reason to do what he had done. In fact, not many cared about Zhu Wei. He was but a tool to get close to Zhao Lei, and he might even be a hindrance since everyone knew that Zhao Lei only had eyes for his nephew. Many of the geniuses were eager to start hunting him. They had never liked Zhu Wei, and now that he was less fortunate, they were finding pleasure in another's misery. Only a handful of the experts present were deep in contemplation, Ti Hao Long being one of them. Things did not add up, but they could do nothing. All of them were just recruits, whereas the commander was the leader of all new and old recruits, with decades of experience under his belt. Going against him was simply impossible, and all of them could feel that the general mood was not in Zhu Wei's favor. The group of geniuses was quickly reorganized. Many of the teams had lost a member or two, resulting in them being mixed up once more, after which they were sent out to search for Zhu Wei. In truth, this was a desperate measure. In fact, no one knew how strong the ice harpy truly was, and since they had left together, one would assume that they were still together. But the commander was blinded by rage.
When you find them, send a message back to us instantly. We will then dispatch our primordial beast hunters.
The commander managed to once more hide a smile on his face as he sent them out on their mission, and all of the geniuses split into their groups before they spread out to begin the hunt of Zhu Wei and the ice harpy. Another thing which puzzled many was how the commander dared send the genius camp. Was Zhu Wei not currently being protected by the ice harpy? If he was, then it was suicide to throw all of these experts to find him, unless perhaps the commander knew something the others did not. While the geniuses rushed in the same direction that Chu Huayan had flown, Zhu Wei was sitting still under the tree, directing the qi flow through his veins by meditation. He was shocked to find that his regeneration speed was much faster than he had expected. It would take him at most 1 month to be fully healed, something that was completely unbelievable considering the seriousness of his wounds. Zhu Wei's soul energy was constantly spread out to the limit on vigil to see when someone arrived close to him, and he could sense that many beasts came close. But as soon as they caught a whiff of the scent of blood from him, all of them turned tail and ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction.
I should have listened to Lan,
Zhu Wei complained to no one in particular.
I just had to get caught up in the moment and display my azure dragon arms. I could not contain the excitement and allowed my bloodlust to get the better of me. Now I am definitely seen as a deserter, if I am lucky, a conspirator with the primordial beasts if I am somewhat unlucky, and as a primordial beast if my luck is all the way down the gutter.
Zhu Wei shook his head, but then he got dizzy and grunted.
I hate her. I want to kill her,
Zhu Wei growled. He felt the anger rise within him again. He felt betrayed. His heart felt as though split into 2 parts, one part telling him that he should rush back to the capital and explain that it was all just the ice harpy playing games with him, and another part telling him that it was now too late. His life had been turned upside down, and he felt powerless. He had lost all power to control his own life, and he was now on the run.
Beasts and humans alike would kill him if they got the chance to do so, and he knew that there was no one who would support him anymore. The despair of the situation crept up on Zhu Wei. He started to understand what it truly meant to be all alone against the entire world. Previously, he had been alone because he had wished for it. But now that he was forced down a road of solitude, he felt the weight of having let his uncle down weigh heavily on himself.
"Will I ever see Uncle again?" he muttered to himself as he felt his eyes sting with tears. "Will he believe me? Or will he think that I had something to do with the primordial beasts? Will he also come to hunt me like the others?" "No, Uncle will believe me." Zhu Wei clung unto the final hope he had, and tears started dropping from his eyes. "I can never become a primordial beast hunter now. Instead, I am likely to be grouped together with the enemies of the kingdom. I don't know where to go. What am I to do with my life from now on?" Zhu Wei's voice was trembling, and he truly felt all alone against the entire world. "What can I do now? What am I to do? Should I just go back and let them pass judgment on me, hope that they will be lenient?" "It's all that damn bird's fault." Zhu Wei felt the anger rising within him again. The sadness and despair was pushed aside by the anger and the indignation. "If she had not done all of this, then I would have been fine. For how long has she been planning this? And to think that I thought she couldn't kill me. How full of myself I am," he snorted. "She can kill me as easily as she wishes to, but there are things worse than death. How am I to ever face Uncle now? Will Uncle even believe me, or will he believe the others? Will he also begin hunting me from now on? Will I ever be able to gain fame and recognition? How will I make Zhao Yun's family acknowledge me when I am known as someone in cahoots with the primordial beasts?" Zhu Wei sighed as he felt hopelessness wash over his body. How was he supposed to do anything now? His aim of becoming a revered primordial beast hunter had been ruthlessly destroyed by some random action from Chu Huayin. Zhu Wei suddenly felt completely listless. All his dreams, all his plans, everything had been destroyed by Chu Huayin. "I guess what I should do now is go to Lingyun Town," Zhu Wei sighed to himself after a bit of time. "First, I need some sort of goal. At least I have gold coins and money on me. I should be able to manage this trip. But I need to disguise myself somehow." Zhu Wei thought deeply about it. "When I reach the northern taiga and the Lingyun Town, my wounds should have completely healed, and then, depending on what I find, I can start on a new path. Although one path is shattered, others open up. If all goes bad, I will go to the center of the continent and find that phony prophet. He told me to find him, but then again he might betray me in a heartbeat if he learns of the bad name I have now." Zhu Wei was indecisive about his future plans. There seemed to be negatives and benefits to everything he could do. "I guess I should understand myself before trying to understand someone else," Zhu Wei muttered to himself. "The primordial beasts were said to have killed my family. I want to see if this is truly the case. I cannot remember anything at all about what happened in the past. All I remember is the days together with Uncle. If I want to move forward, then my memories must be a good tool to understanding myself and the situation I am in." "Okay, first Lingyun Town," he decided, and struggled to get to his feet. "Then I can see what to do afterward. For now, I have to know of my roots." Chapter 43. The Meadow. Zhu Wei was filled with righteous indignation and anger towards Chu Huayin. The longer he walked, the more upset he became. He was not only upset with Chu Huayin, but he was also very upset with himself.
giving up on his rational thoughts and allowing himself to let go of his sanity and use the dragonized arms to fight in a battle where he was surrounded by experts who knew very little about the different transformations of other cultivators was by no means a smart move. A skill like the Azure Dragon scripture, which aimed to imitate the most amazing beast of them all, the Azure Dragon, was easily misunderstood in the uneducated lens of the Heping Kingdom. Even in the center of the continent, people would be worried if they saw it.
The bloodlust might be good for fighting, Zhu Wei said through gritted teeth.
His entire body was aching. The wounds, although no longer bleeding, were still deep and immensely painful.
But even if it makes it so that I can fight better than others, I am also more likely to not think straight, Zhu Wei sighed. When I fight, I am to leave my bloodlust as the last means to protect myself. I will rely on my rational thoughts at all other times and reserve the instincts as the final resort.
The battle Zhu Wei had been in had changed him and his view of himself. He never wanted to just be a frenzied killing machine. He did not want to let it all go. He wanted to be able to keep himself under control. Zhu Wei's demeanor had changed. He was moving as if he had the entire world on his shoulders. He was listless and dispirited. He felt lost. Everything he had strived for had been lost in such a swift change of events, and now he was stuck in a hopeless situation where he did not know what his next step would be. Zhu Wei had his items with him in a bag. They had been on their way towards their military stations when the beast horde had surprised them, and thus they had all their things with them when they started fighting. Zhu Wei had been fighting with his bag on his back the entire time. When Chu Huayin had grabbed him, the bag had remained on his back. Now that he was back on land again, free from Chu Huayin, he looked at himself. His robes were tattered and destroyed. His armor was not much better off. The spalders had been punctured multiple places by Chu Huayin's sharp talons in her true form. Other cuts and tears had appeared in the collision with the trees and their branches. Zhu Wei sighed when he saw the state of his clothes. He reached into his bag to find a new set of clothes. He took out another set of clothes made from fierce beast silk, but then he paused and hesitated before shaking his head and stuffing it into the bag again. He then took out a set of black clothes that Manager Su had given him when he left Tiankong City. These clothes were a lot less remarkable than the red robes he had been wearing in the capital. He was going to travel through the kingdom of Heping after all. If a rumor of some noble-born youngster wearing robes of fierce beast material were to spread, then the army could easily guess that it was him. Zhu Wei grimaced in pain as he changed his clothes from the robes to the clean black suit. Although a few scratches could still be seen on his face, all the serious wounds were now covered. He could not help but lament slightly that he did not have a bamboo hat to cover his face, but he had to make do with what he had. Zhu Wei would have burnt the clothes to dust if he could, but these robes were made from a fire-attributed fierce beast, and normal flames had no effect on them. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei just left the tattered and blood-stained clothes on the ground and started limping away from the tree under which he had found slight respite and shade for a short while. The qi continued to wander through his meridians, slowly making adjustments and improvements to his condition. It was nourishing his bones and organs, healing his fractures, and ensuring that his body would be even stronger than it had been before when he had fully recovered. Previously, the qi had only been in his meridians, but now it was passing over into his flesh, entering his organs, entering his bones, and simultaneously strengthening all parts of him. If he were to survive, then he would have an even sturdier body than before. This sturdiness was not outwardly visible, but it was a bone-deep transformation that changed nothing about his slim and lean figure, instead making his bones as strong as jade. Unfortunately, this was a process that would take quite some time. His body was exhausted, and his chi, although initially vigorous, started revolving through his meridians at a gradually slowing pace. The wounds required an inordinate amount of chi, so there was little left for everything else. Zhu Wei shambled along on his journey for a few hours before he was forced to sit down and take a break. He simply had no more chi in his body, no more energy to continue walking on, and the last few steps had been on sheer willpower. His body in such intense pain that each and every step caused his eyes to blacken. Taking these final steps, Zhu Wei decided to sit down. He knew that if he collapsed, it was highly likely that he would never awaken again. As such, his only possible option was to sit down and slowly absorb more energy from the heavens above. Zhu Wei had exited the forest and was now in a small meadow. He could hear the river not far away, and he could sense the dew in the air, descending and laying itself like beads of glass on the grass. This meadow was empty of all traces of humans. In fact, ever since Chu Huayin had dropped him above the forest, Zhu Wei had seen no other living creature. The beasts avoided him. Even the small bugs did so. Zhu Wei started to feel as if he was the only living being in the entire universe. The meadow that he had landed in had a small purple mist running through it, and Zhu Wei felt comfortable as he was in it. The chi in the air was denser than any other place he had been at, and he greedily absorbed all the energy that he could, feeling how he slowly was rejuvenated. His body became lighter, and the wounds started to close rapidly. The speed with which his condition was improving was many times faster than it had been before. His fractured bones started to mend themselves, and the open flesh wounds on his body started to close at visible speed. Zhu Wei was shocked. He knew that this was without a doubt not an inherent ability of his unique physique, but rather the purple mist drifting through the meadow. From a glance, if one did not look at the purple mist, one would think that it was an ordinary meadow, but the mist made it much more mysterious. Zhu Wei's chi reservoir was being filled rapidly. His body was being enhanced, and even his meridians widened and became much more sturdy, able to transport a larger amount of chi through his body. Zhu Wei stopped in the meadow for a full day, just sitting still and allowing for the energy to flow into his body in a steady stream.
This is great. Zhu Wei felt relief. If I stay in this meadow for a few days, I will be able to recover to my peak, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, right as he said that, he caught a glimpse of a massive beast that was looking at him from the surface of the river that was not too far away from him. The moment the beast noticed his glance, it vanished without a trace. In that brief instance, Zhu Wei estimated the creature's rank to be around the heavenly warrior levels through his senses. Zhu Wei broke out into a cold sweat. Was this mysterious meadow the territory of this frightening beast he had caught a glimpse of? If it was, why would it allow him to stay here calmly and absorb the purple mist? One has to know that the purple mist was a natural treasure of some kind. It was able to increase his body's innate talent and capabilities within just a day, and it also bolstered his chi regeneration. It was the ideal place for cultivation, but this purple mist energy could not be unlimited. To share it with Zhu Wei was absurd. I better not linger around. Zhu Wei made a swift decision. He was not willing to take the risk of provoking the beast to attack him because he wanted a share of the pie. Although aware that this would prolong his period of convalescence, Zhu Wei understood that his condition would be in a much better state than it had been a day prior before his arrival at the meadow. Zhu Wei saw a group of bamboos close by. Although he was in a hurry to leave, he decided to spend some time to create a bamboo hat that could hide his features while traveling towards the northern taiga. Although he had not met any humans so far, he was not so naive as to think that it was possible to get to the northern taiga without meeting another person.
These people would definitely recognize him if the army came searching and spread wanted posters with his mugshot, and all he would invite to himself was a witch hunt on his way to the northern taiga. His hands were skilled as they neatly created the bamboo hat. He put it on, obscuring his features from view, after which he gave a slight bow in the direction of the river, towards the hidden beast. For some reason, he felt no hatred towards this beast, even though it was clearly a fierce beast of certain strength. Instead, he felt gratitude towards it for letting him use the purple mist without interrupting him. Zhu Wei then muttered the words he had heard the commander say back in the training camp. "We are neither good nor evil. We are no different from the beasts, and as long as the humans and beasts are at war, the fights will continue on, with neither side holding the advantage and no clear victory in sight." Zhu Wei still felt hatred towards beasts. He was, after all, human and had grown up with a strong animosity towards the beasts. However, for the first time ever, he did not wish to become a primordial beast hunter. He just wanted to become stronger, so strong that he could make his uncle proud, so strong that Wang Zhaoyun's family would approve of him, so strong that he could get his revenge on the ice harpy, so strong that he would never be in danger of being killed again. The further away Zhu Wei walked, the more he started to feel invigorated. So what if he could not join the army? So what if he could not become a primordial beast hunter? Originally, he was trash, not worthy of being alive, but now he could cultivate. Originally, he was not able to become a primordial beast hunter or join the army. But with every step, he was more energized. He was himself, free from any restraints. So what if others thought he had mingled with primordial beasts, and so what if they thought he was one himself? What mattered was that his conscience was pure, and he would explain himself to all that mattered to him. The rest could gossip as much as they wanted for all that he cared. Chapter 44. Grasslands. Zhu Wei was unaware of how his mental state had changed from when he entered the purple mist to when he left it. When he entered it, he had been hopeless and ready to give up everything, even to the point where he would not struggle if the army ever managed to catch him. When he left, he was invigorated. He felt energized, and his mental state was different. It was as if he had gained clarity in the short time he was in the purple mist, as if his mind was clearer now, and that he had put everything he had chased in the past behind him. This was no small change. It was the same as taking everything he had wished for so far, all his goals and all the expectations he had of himself, and throwing it away. He now understood that the most important thing was to be true to himself. What others meant and thought mattered not. Although he would be chased, he was not willing to let go, nor was he ready to plead forgiveness for having done nothing wrong. As long as he was true to himself, he was able to stand tall. As long as he was true to himself, he would continue onwards. The purple mist he had entered had recreated him. Not only had it entered his body and changed his body structure, innate talent, and meridians, it had also entered his mind and made him much more clear-headed. As to what this purple mist was, Zhu Wei did not know. He was certain it was some sort of natural phenomenon, and that it was a rare treasure, but nothing more than that. It was not until later that he understood just how lucky he had truly been. Leaving the meadow, Zhu Wei looked back at the purple mist with a final, longing glance, but he knew that he was pressed for time. Since he could guess that he was from the town of Lingyun, others would be able to guess the same. The army would definitely deploy some of their forces around the remains of the city to keep a lookout for him. As he left the meadow, he found a small, dusty animal trail that traveled through the grasslands. This animal trail was clearly used by migrating beasts, mortal and fierce beasts alike, but no such beasts showed themselves when he traversed it. The grasslands had grass up to 2 meters tall. It was a dangerous area, and Zhu Wei understood that he was in the eastern administrative region of Heping. The grassland was a large area of the eastern administrative region of the Kingdom of Heping. This area was known as a danger zone because of the many beasts that lurked in the tall grass. But some still ventured through it. Bandit groups were known to roam the areas as they could have some semblance of peace from being persecuted by the army here, and the only thing they had to worry about were the beasts. Mercenaries would also roam the grasslands in an attempt to hunt down beasts or look for treasures or herbs. Zhu Wei was not here for those purposes, but he quickly understood that it was a dangerous area. Although the beasts seemed to leave him alone, the humans were unlikely to give him the same courtesy, so he became increasingly alert. He spread his spiritual energy to the limits to sense the surrounding areas, but he did not encounter anything. One has to know that the grasslands covered a large area. It was bordered on the south, west, and east by forests, and only the northern region was occupied by human civilization. Because of this, most of the humans who entered were in the northern part of the grasslands, and Zhu Wei had entered it from the southeastern side. He only had a few days ahead of him before he would be able to make it to the northern side of the area. Even so, he was still on high alert. Previously, he had behaved brazenly and rushed. He had not thought things through, nor had he thought of the consequences. But now it had changed. Every action had a counteraction. Every single gesture would cause a reaction from others, and now that he had understood this, Zhu Wei also understood that he had to be careful. He could not let anyone trick him again. Zhu Wei tentatively continued forward. He was careful and calm. Suddenly, after 3 days, his spiritual senses reached the first humans he had seen in a while. It was a group of 3. All of them were in the tall grass off the beaten path, lowered over a beast corpse. Zhu Wei wisely decided to enter the opposing side of the beast trail. He did what he could to avoid them, and he kept vigilant. It was as if Zhu Wei could see them, but it was impossible for him to hear what they said. It was clear that the 3 of them were engaged in a discussion. Zhu Wei managed to get past them without being noticed. Since then, Zhu Wei encountered quite a few experts. Most of them he managed to avoid by taking a detour, but some of them were not that simple. Zhu Wei had to run away quite a few times. In those cases, he would enter the depths of the tall grass, not caring whether he would encounter a beast. While he had no qualms fearlessly hiding in the grass like this, those he encountered were not eager to follow him, condemning him dead from his risky tactic. Almost everyone was eager to kill him, the bandits and the mercenaries alike. If he died in this desolate area devoid of human life, no one would investigate the cause of his death. Rather, it would be blamed on the beasts. Since they could avoid responsibility, why not try to earn a bit of extra money from attacking humans and beasts alike? Beast corpses contained much wealth, but so did humans. While the beasts had to be dismantled in order to be sold first, the humans were walking bags of money. Zhu Wei was a single person. His strength was only that of an Earth Warrior, even if he could fight equally with a 5th-layer Earth Warrior, and maybe even remain undefeated against a 6th-layer Earth Warrior if they were one-on-one. However, these mercenaries were all in groups, and they were all on average a 5th-layer Earth Warrior or higher. Fortunately, Zhu Wei had the Forbidden Rush movement technique. Although he was slightly hindered by the large grass, he was still able to move faster than the other experts, and managed to flee for his life. The closer and closer he got to the northern area, fewer people started attacking him, mainly because there were witnesses to see what was happening. Zhu Wei's face was hidden beneath the bamboo hat. Although some people found it peculiar and a little eccentric, no one questioned him. Zhu Wei left the grasslands and stepped into a dusty road. This road was filled with experts moving to and from the grasslands. There were caravans of apothecaries and herb gatherers who came from far away to harvest rare materials and herbs that were growing exclusively in the grasslands. There were not many rogue cultivators in the kingdom of Haping. This was because every youngster was expected to spend 10 years in the army, and when they finally ended their service in the army, they would become guards, mercenaries, or even become lords in the various towns. Traveling the world alone was not something many experts did, so the sight of Zhu Wei walking the streets alone while wearing his bamboo hat caused quite a few people to glance at him a few times before they continued onwards on their journey. Zhu Wei did not care at all about these people's attention that was on him. Instead, he continued to move further and further north. He would stop in the smaller towns and villages and listen to all the gossip he could come across while paying a few silvers for a room overnight and some good food. He never took the bamboo hat off while speaking with people. While many were curious as to why he wanted to hide his identity, many guessed he was hiding from someone or something, but no one truly wanted to figure out what exactly he was hiding. The rumor about Zhu Wei had not made it that far either, so no one had heard about the newfound primordial beast that should have appeared in the capital of the kingdom of Haping. "You fled quite far," a voice suddenly sounded leisurely from behind. Zhu Wei could not help but sigh when he heard it. He knew this voice all too well. "How long? What makes you think that you and your group is capable of stopping me if I wish to leave?" Zhu Wei asked. Neither of them breached the subject of whether or not he was guilty. Zhu Wei had always considered Tinalynge to be a smart person, and thus this person would also know that he was innocent. Anyone who could think for themselves had reached this conclusion, but his fate had been sealed by the commander who had lost his sanity after the fight. "You should be proud. You are known as one of the most wanted primordial beasts within the entire kingdom of Haping," Tinalynge tried to joke, but the joke was rather dull and no one laughed. "Like the ice harpy has her nickname, you too have been given one, the Crimson Devil. We are the first group to head towards the cold north. Everyone else headed south, since that is the direction the ice harpy went when she fled with you. But we will quickly be overtaken by the real primordial beast hunters." Tinalynge sighed. "There is a bounty on your head now. The primordial beast hunters do not really care whether or not you are a real primordial beast. As long as they can make money from you, they will be happy." Tinalynge shook his head depressedly. "Well, we are incapable of capturing you," he said as he spread his arms helplessly. "We have intercepted you, but from here on we cannot do much else. You are the Crimson Devil, a bloodthirsty creature that will do anything to eradicate your enemies. If we make a move, we are likely to lose our little lives, and thus we will stay our hands." Tinalynge knew that their group was superior in numbers, but he, a third-layer Earth warrior, was the highest ranked in their group. They simply had no chance of defeating Zhu Wei, even if they tried to capture him. But from what Tinalynge had said, Zhu Wei could sense that he never had thoughts of doing such in the first place. "We will report to our superior tomorrow that we saw you," he said after a bit of time. "But I cannot do more for you. Live well and leave the kingdom of Haping as soon as you can." Zhu Wei smiled wryly. He was not able to leave just yet, but he understood that he had to do so eventually. Now that he had run into Tinalynge, his pursuers would know that he was going north, and then it would be easy to guess where exactly he was heading towards. As Tinalynge had said, the primordial beast hunters did not care about their target's circumstances. All they wanted was the bounty that had been placed on his head, and now they were starting to move. The road ahead was no longer a safe or relaxed trip. It would be a trip fraught with danger, where the enemy was so overwhelmingly strong that Zhu Wei had no chance to withstand it should he get caught. Chapter 45. lightning sparrow. Zhu Wei and Ti Hao Long looked at one another. One's features were hidden beneath a bamboo mask. The other stood confidently in his white robes, looking dashing and giving off the air of a young master fresh out of the capital.
"We might meet one day again," Zhu Wei said before he turned around and fluttered in the wind like a leaf, leaving with his fastest speed and traveling as far as he could with the forbidden rush movement technique. While traveling, Zhu Wei's heart was warm, but he was also worried. He had known Ti Hao Long for a short time, but this person had already done him a huge favor by not contacting the primordial beast hunters the moment he located him, and instead warned him about the forces that were coming for him. Zhu Wei knew what this meant. If anyone from the group betrayed him, Ti Hao Long would suffer unspoken hardships. He might even be seen as someone who colluded with beasts. There was no doubt that Song Yuyan would keep quiet, and so would Gu Desing. But Zhao Zhu and the new person that Zhu Wei had never seen before, and who had looked at Zhu Wei with a hostility that was clear in their eyes, were unpredictable factors. They were firm in their belief that Zhu Wei was a primordial beast, and they poured all of their hatred for him through their eyes when they saw him. Now that they knew that Ti Hao Long was friendly with him, they might even turn on him. "Since he risked his own neck for my sake, then I have to make the best of it," Zhu Wei said through gritted teeth. His wounds had fully healed, and the rush through the eastern administrative region of the Kingdom of Haping had strengthened him in more ways than one. But he understood that now he no longer had the time to relax. If he wanted to reach Lingyun Town, he had to rush it. He had to rely on the Forbidden Rush movement technique for the future, even if it would most likely give away his identity. Albeit careful of using it, he would have to risk it frequently from now on. "I got myself into this mess," Zhu Wei said to himself as he steeled his resolution. "I will get myself out of it too. I will leave the kingdom as soon as I have seen Lingyun Town. I cannot afford to let myself get caught," he continued with a determination evident in his eyes. "I have too many people who believe in me. Uncle will definitely know the truth considering that he gave me the Azure Dragon scripture. Lan, too, knows the truth. And I am sure that Zhao Yun will believe me when I tell her the secrets behind it. For these three people, I cannot allow myself to get caught." Zhu Wei motivated himself. "I might feel alone right now, but I am never alone. My dear ones believe in me, and I believe in them," he said as he continued to rush forward elegantly. He then neared a large city, one of the few cities that bordered the northern administrative region of the Kingdom of Haping. It was one of the most important trade points in the entire kingdom. When he saw the gates, he instantly came to a standstill. Guards were waiting at the entrance, checking the appearance of everyone who sought to enter the city. Some of them held a wanted poster in their hands, and they were eager to check everyone, their eyes shining with light. The guards were at most within the Earth Warrior stages, the highest ranked being a 7th layer Earth Warrior. But Zhu Wei knew that other, stronger experts would appear if he made a ruckus here. He therefore turned to leave, but unfortunately he had gotten too close, and one of the guards noticed him turning to leave.
"Hey, you there! Halt!" he called out.
Zhu Wei knew that if he truly allowed them to see his face, that he would be done for, which was why he executed the Forbidden Rush movement technique to the limits and rushed in the opposite direction. It was not hard to enter the northern regions of the kingdom, but Zhu Wei was now aware of the magnitude to which the kingdom wanted him dead. They had used their shadow crows to send pictures of him to all major cities.
"It seems that they just wanted an excuse," Zhu Wei muttered to himself while fleeing at his fastest speed. The 7th layered Earth Warrior was in hot pursuit, but he did not have a movement technique and slowly fell behind. He was constantly yelling into a communication device that hung around his arm, telling whoever was on the other end about the direction that they were traveling. This made Zhu Wei feel a sense of crisis. This person was likely a primordial beast hunter. If he was lucky, he was a sky warrior, but the likelihood was small.
It was most likely a heavenly warrior, as most primordial beast hunters were heavenly warriors. If a heavenly warrior was chasing him, Zhu Wei knew that even if he had the forbidden rush movement technique, it would be impossible to escape. It might even be impossible to escape from a sky warrior if he did not have a head start. So he ran with all that he had. He was floating forward with speed so shocking that the 7th-layered Earth warrior on his tail quickly understood that it was impossible to continue the pursuit, and thus he took the means to contact the primordial beast hunter of their trading city. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded, and a fierce beast descended from the sky above. The fierce beast was a tamed beast, and flying tamed beasts were the most versatile and also most expensive to come across.
What luck I got! Zhu Wei wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Although he could use the forbidden rush to move like the wind, how could he compare to a flying beast? The most depressing thing was that it was a lightning sparrow, a bird that was built for speed and agile movements. It was not large and was just large enough to bring one person on its back, and it was not great at battling, but Zhu Wei did not doubt that the person on top of the bird was brilliant when it came to doing the fighting, while the bird was skilled at doing the catching up with him.
Your friend, that kid from the Qi family, has been charged with treason, the person on top of the bird yelled out. He has been found guilty in aiding a primordial beast, and he is being sent back to the capital where he will have the death penalty. Don't you feel guilty? The person on top of the bird laughed as he saw the distance between them narrowing. He was like an overlord that had descended into the battlefield and had his enemy on a leash, completely under control. Zhu Wei gritted his teeth.
You are lying, he muttered to himself. How Long is smarter than that, he tried to convince himself. How Long would never let them catch him, and even if he is caught, what can I do? I need to escape first of all. If I manage to escape, I can get some information, but if I get caught, I can only share his fate. The person on the lightning sparrow laughed out loud as he saw Zhu Wei speed up even further.
It is hopeless, he chuckled. You will come with me back to the capital where we will keep you in prison. We have contacted a diviner who will come and tame you. If that fails, we will execute you as a person who colluded with the beasts. Either way, your life is forfeit. Why struggle so hard?
Zhu Wei did not answer. He just kept running. The more he ran, the more exhausted he became, but he understood that he had no other option. He used all his energy to run away. While running, he felt the same familiar killing intent rise within him. He felt how his head turned light, and he felt his blood boil. He wanted to kill the fellow behind him. He wanted to stop himself from fleeing and instead face off against this special person on top of the bird. But Zhu Wei kept a clear head. Although he had all the symptoms of the killing intent breaking through, he was not going to let it make him throw away his life again, and he kept fleeing in a straight line deeper and deeper into the northern administrative territory.
Kid, you run quite fast,
the person who was pursuing him laughed. He was still acting as if everything was within his control and going according to plan, and it made Zhu Wei frustrated beyond belief. The day turned to night, and Zhu Wei kept fleeing. He ran through many places, through forests and fields, past rivers and mountains. No matter where he went, the beasts rushed away from him, something that made the man on top of the lightning sparrow rather puzzled. While Zhu Wei was incapable of seeing the retreated beasts, the man could see them easily. Every time Zhu Wei got close, they would retreat and watch.
He must still have the scent of the ice harpy on him, the pursuer muttered. It is natural for fierce beasts to fear the stronger primordial beasts, and the ice harpy is without a doubt one of the strongest that have ever been born. If she left a mark on him or her scent, it makes sense that they will not attack him. She must value him greatly.
The pursuer's eyes were glistening with excitement, but Zhu Wei was feeling more and more exhausted.
He had run for a day without a pause, and it had caused him to use up almost all the chi in his body. Had it not been for the forbidden rush movement technique borrowing the force of the wind and being less resilient on chi, he would have been caught long ago. Zhu Wei felt his energy leave him, and hopelessness started to wear him down. He raised his head to the skies, and a resounding roar ripped its way past his throat and escaped his lips. It was a bestial roar that was filled with the most primal emotions of grief, indignation, and unwillingness. The moment the roar escaped his lips, the lightning sparrow faltered in the sky. It blacked out completely and plummeted to the ground together with its owner, both of them falling through the sky down to the ground. The primordial beast hunter on top of the lightning sparrow was a heavenly warrior, but after having met Lan, Zhu Wei understood that a warrior was but the beginning of cultivation, and even though they were strong in comparison to Zhu Wei, they were truly fragile when compared to other cultivators. The heavenly warrior that had been chasing him was capable of flying to some degree, but he was currently strapped to the bird, and even if he could fly, it was the very elemental stages of flight. He would never be able to catch up with Zhu Wei. He would only be able to soften his landing. He was not as fortunate as Zhu Wei either when it came to possessing a movement technique that granted him greater bodily control and speed. While strapped to the lightning sparrow, he plummeted to the ground, falling at rapid speeds, and his face was white from fear. Such a fall was likely to kill both him and his mount. Zhu Wei did not linger around to figure out if he died or not. He rushed away as fast as his legs could carry him. He ran for his life now that he finally had the chance.
I wonder if Chu Huiyin has done something to me which affects other beasts, he muttered to himself in curiosity. But he did not have the time to test it now, nor did he have any desire to figure it out. As long as the beasts stayed out of his way, he would stay out of theirs. What did matter to Zhu Wei, however, were the words that the pursuer had said. Was Qi Haolong truly in danger? Was this a trap to ensnare him, or had they truly decided to execute him for assisting Zhu Wei in escaping? He needed more information before he could decide on his future actions. Chapter 46. Repaying Kindness. Zhu Wei had been fleeing northwards this entire time. However, after losing his pursuer, he started changing his direction. He ran west for a long time, after which he finally started moving south again. He knew that he had to find information on Qi Haolong, but visiting human settlements included exposure and potentially drawing even bigger figures to himself. My only option is to return the way I came, Zhu Wei said as he sighed. I can get information when I reach the capital, if I manage to reach it in time.
Zhu Wei could not help but grumble.
I want a flying beast too. If I had a flying beast, the trip to the capital would be simple. Now that I don't, I have to walk through the same hardships as I encountered on the way here.
Just as Zhu Wei said this, a bird cry resounded in the sky. When Zhu Wei looked up, his face paled. A lightning sparrow was closing in on him again. This sparrow flew faster than it did previously, and thunder rumbled in the sky due to the speed with which it moved. It was clear that it had broken through from having a strength equivalent to the Sky Warrior into one of the Heavenly Warrior.
Damn it all!
Zhu Wei swore as he sped up his retreat. He had intentionally ensured that he had not been moving anywhere near other people, yet this beast had found him anyway, and was now catching up to him with a speed much faster than their last encounter. In front of him was a forest. This forest would be able to help him escape, but he was unsure of whether or not he could make it in time, as the lightning sparrow was simply too swift.
Why did it have to break through now of all times?
Zhu Wei could not help but grumble.
Is the goddess of fortune really that much against me?
He cried out, but he did not lower his speed, frantically running for his life.
Just as he could see the beginning of the forest and a slight trace of hope began to spread in his body, a claw suddenly and gently wrapped around his shoulder and lifted him into the air. "Let me go!" he cried out and tried wriggling out of the hold, but the bird held on to him with its claws and slowed down drastically. Another bird cry was issued, but it was not before now that Zhu Wei realized that the person who had been riding the bird previously had not said a single word. He felt puzzled. Said rider had mentioned and relished in Zhu Wei's misfortune, yet now he was quiet. This did not add up. However, when Zhu Wei looked upwards, all he could see was the lower body of the bird, which gently rode the wind towards some unknown land. "Where are you taking me?" Zhu Wei muttered, but the bird just happily chirped, as if it was replying to his question. They flew for 2 whole days, and during these days the bird held him gently in its claws, ensuring that he was not wounded. Zhu Wei had stopped struggling too. He had a strange feeling that there was no rider on top of this bird, as he had not heard any sounds other than the flapping of the bird's wings alongside the cheerful chirps that it released from time to time. At the start, Zhu Wei had been worried about where they were going, but the sight of the incredibly familiar landscape beneath him made him realize that he was now flying back the way he had walked previously. They were nearing the area where the ice harpy had dropped him, the speed with which they were traveling much faster than it had been when he had been on foot. Zhu Wei could not comprehend what the bird was thinking, nor was he able to communicate with it, but he still got the impression that the beast wanted to help him. Was this because he had the scent of the ice harpy, or was it because it genuinely wanted to help him? The bird was happy, there was no doubt about this. It chirped happily, and the claws that held onto him were steady and strong, but they did not stab into his flesh like Chu Huayan's talons had done. The bird had been quiet at the start, as if it was nervous and worried, but it made progressively more noise as they traveled, and eventually it started chirping non-stop. Zhu Wei could feel the happiness in the bird, and suddenly he had a thought. "Do you understand me?" he yelled, and the bird tweeted in return. "If you understand me, chirp twice." The bird chirped twice. Zhu Wei was stunned. This beast was a fierce beast. They were known to be of lower intellect than primordial beasts and humans. However, this specific lightning sparrow was quite intelligent. "Are you helping me? Chirp twice if you are, once if you are not." Again the bird responded to him with 2 chirps, sounding quite happy as it flapped its wings with renewed strength. "Can you take me to a forest close to the capital?" Zhu Wei asked again, and the bird nodded its head, an almost human reaction that shocked Zhu Wei. "Did you break the bond between you and your master? Chirp twice for yes, once for no." The bird chirped twice again. "Is it to show me gratitude that you are helping me now?" he asked again, and the bird chirped twice to show that it was. "Thank you," Zhu Wei said from the bottom of his heart. He had always thought that beasts were too controlled by their instincts, that they were evil and would kill on a whim. "Humans are no different," he said with a sigh. He had seen the ugly face of the primordial beast hunters that he had looked up to before. These honorable hunters were in fact not honorable at all. They were willing to do anything for the sake of money. They would even turn on their own kind. As a result, they had lost all of the respect Zhu Wei held for them. On the other hand, this lightning sparrow was showing him respect and gratitude. The one who was supposed to be his enemy for life was helping him to repay a debt of gratitude instead of trying to kill him. In fact, although this fierce beast was not created for the sake of fighting, it was able to kill him within a moment. It possessed the strength of a heavenly warrior after all. "Those who show me kindness, I will return to them the kindness 100-fold, Zhu Wei muttered to himself. Ever since he had been captured by Chu Huayan, he had felt the world around him change, and he changed with it. At the start, he had been filled with grief, remorse, and guilt. He had blamed himself for giving in to the killing intent and using his beast arms, allowing for the primordial beast, the ice harpy, to frame him. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that she would have done the same thing no matter what he had done, putting him in the exact same situation no matter what. Then he had understood that in this world there were no good or evil. There was only you and your companions against the rest of the world.
I will no longer judge anyone based on their appearances or races, Zhu Wei muttered. I might be able to find a friend in the most unexpected situation, he mused, looking at the sparrow above him. He knew that this sparrow was only helping him to repay him for having broken the chains that tied him to the primordial beast hunter. They had no long-lasting relationship, but they could still help one another this time. Zhu Wei arrived at the capital within 4 days, a speed so fast that no one could have imagined his advance being so fast. They arrived in a forest at the outskirts of the northern parts of the city walls, and Zhu Wei was placed on the ground for the first time in 4 days. The lightning sparrow had been able to fly for 4 days straight. It was exhausted, but it felt happy having broken the chain of karma that tied the two of them together. Zhu Wei bowed to the bird. Thank you for your assistance, he said sincerely.
He felt as if his mind had been muddled before, constantly brainwashed about how evil the beasts were, how they were the enemies that needed to be killed, and that they were without any emotions, controlled only by their urges. While Zhu Wei truly did hate Chu Huyin, he did not hate this lightning sparrow. The lightning sparrow had allowed him to see that just as every human was different, so were the beasts. While there were vile beasts that truly had no intelligence comparable to the humans and were completely controlled by their instincts, there were also those who were gentle and friendly.
I am not in a position where I can see the best in others, though, Zhu Wei mocked himself. I am the enemy of both humans and beasts alike, and it seems that I will not be able to make any new friends for a long time. Still, I need some information about Ti Hao Long. I am not sure what I can do, but I cannot do nothing. He is a friend, and I would rather die by my friend's side than run with my tail between my legs and let him down. Zhu Wei had reached a decision, and he would bet his life on it. Be careful not to be taken captive again, Zhu Wei said to the lightning sparrow. It once more nodded its head before it chirped one last time and swung its wings around as it turned before it vanished from the area. Zhu Wei stood still for a long time to watch the sparrow turn into a speck of dust in the distance. He then sighed. He found his fierce beast robes and dressed into them before he placed the bamboo hat on his head. Although it was quite rare to be alone and wearing a bamboo hat in the rest of the kingdom, it was really not that rare in the capital. Here you could find every kind of person in one place, and many of them wished to remain unknown. Previously, there had been a barricade at the entrance of the capital checking every single one for their facial features, but they had stopped doing that after hearing news of Zhu Wei's location. It was slowing down everyone's entrance into the city, and there was no way for Zhu Wei to return to the capital that fast unless he could teleport. No one ever expected that he would fly with a fierce beast that specialized in speed. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei could casually walk into the outer city, and he found a small inn where he found a corner to sit down. He paid a few silvers for some food and drinks and stayed there to listen to the gossip currently spreading in the capital. Many topics were being spoken about, but nothing of interest to Zhu Wei. It was not before an hour after taking his seat that the table next to him suddenly caught his attention.
Do you really believe that he is a primordial beast?
Someone asked with a snort, and Zhu Wei listened with interest while feigning uninterest. The ones speaking were two burly men. Both of them were wearing nice clothes, but neither's outfit were made of fierce beast silk or hide.
I don't think so, the other man replied.
Both of them spoke lowly, clearly clearly worried about someone overhearing their conversation.
From all the rumors that go around, it is as if they are forcefully portraying him as a primordial beast or someone in collusion with primordial beasts. But remember, he is said to have lived with the hunter Zhao Lei for so long. If he was truly one, would he not have noticed?
Chapter 47. Conspiracy. Zhu Wei was surprised that even some random cultivators and mercenaries were able to guess that he was not a primordial beast. But if that was the case, why were the upper echelons eager to make him out to be one?
"What do you know?" someone suddenly said from a table not far away. "They are using this as an excuse to take down Zhao Lei."
He spoke in a low voice, and he slowly moved towards the table.
"Take down Zhao Lei?"
one of the burly men asked with confusion, and the man who was coming towards them nodded his head vigorously.
"In this kingdom, when you think about the most illustrious person, who is it?"
"Primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei."
"Indeed. In most kingdoms it would be the king, or the emperor, or his princes. But here it is a measly hunter. He is not even nobility. It is the upper echelons of society who are certain that this nephew of his is a primordial beast, and they are hunting him with everything they've got under this premise. But in fact, what they want is to make this Zhu Wei out to be a primordial beast to lower Zhao Lei's reputation. They want to turn on him, make him less famous. If they could, they would have killed him outright for being more famous, more well-liked, and more powerful than the royal family. They might even accuse him of being an accomplice of the primordial beasts, as they did with his friend, that person from the Qi family."
Everyone in the restaurant felt enlightened when they heard this, but they also felt fuming anger in their chests. Although they had been whispering, the entire restaurant was now so silent that one could hear a pin drop, as everyone had been listening in on the conversation.
"But Zhao Lei is a hero of mankind. He has fought for humanity and has continued to strive to do the best for our kingdom. To be treated like this is truly disgusting,"
someone muttered, and many nodded their heads.
"Right now, Zhao Lei is out hunting primordial beasts, putting his life at risk. Meanwhile, the humans he is trying to protect are all trying to get rid of his only flesh and blood. I bet it was someone who colluded with the primordial beasts to do this. It has to have been planned. They wanted to get rid of Zhao Lei, so they made this plan long ago and leaked information to the Ice Harpy. How else is it possible for her to have done as she did? It is obvious that the primordial beasts hold a grudge against Zhao Lei. How can they even consider working together with his flesh and blood?"
Many started speaking at the same time, and all of them were at first slightly angered, but then they compared it to their own situation, and they became livid with anger.
"It is easy for the nobles to put all the blame on Zhao Lei and his family. They can do whatever they want just because of their heritage. They never risk their lives, yet those who do get treated like this? It is people like Qi Haolong who are true men, fighting for brotherhood, doing what they believe is right. Let us go spread facts about this kid's fate,"
someone exclaimed, and the others lifted their hands, shouting, "Yes!" After that, they all rushed out of the restaurant and split on the street. They went to drinking houses, gambling dens, pleasure houses, and so on, spreading out to tell the truth about Zhao Lei. Even now, the people in the outer city trusted Zhao Lei. They had more faith in Zhao Lei than they did the royal family, and they were willing to spread the news of him being mistreated, even if it meant that they would be punished severely. In fact, a few of them hoped that someone, and not themselves, would be punished so that they could claim that the nobility was doing everything in its power to kill the truth. Zhu Wei had stayed in the restaurant. His emotions were in turmoil. He knew that his uncle was a hero to mankind,
but to see how the average cultivator was willing to take his side that easily made him feel his heart swell with emotion. He was proud of his uncle, the man who had the power to cause such devotion amongst the common folk. Zhu Wei was deep in thought. He had always thought that the people up high had just wanted to get rid of him, but was there perhaps some other reason behind their actions? Was there perhaps a conspiracy against his uncle, such as these people had assumed? The ice harpy had appeared back in Tiankong City, and it seemed that every action she had made was against Zhu Wei. It made sense that she held a serious grudge against Zhao Lei, who had killed so many primordial beasts. Maybe she decided to take her revenge on Zhu Wei instead. Had she worked together with someone else all along, or was it all just a coincidence? Zhu Wei felt that he needed to know. If someone was going after his uncle, he truly wished to get to the roots of it and protect his uncle. The only downside was that he was too weak. Zhu Wei was simply far too weak to be able to get to the bottom of anything right now. He was not even able to save himself if he ran into a primordial beast hunter, but he still wished to do his best. After finishing his meal, Zhu Wei left the restaurant and headed towards the inner city. He found that Qi Haolong had been sentenced to death for aiding a primordial beast in escaping, and his execution was to be carried out 14 days after, as they had to wait for Qi Haolong to arrive at the capital first. Zhu Wei checked into another inn than the first one he had resided in a little more than a year prior, and he quickly went to his room. He had to figure out how to save Qi Haolong. In his room, Zhu Wei sighed deeply and sat on the bed. He had come this far, and he was now in the capital, but what could he actually do? Was it possible for him to somehow intercept them and release Qi Haolong? Zhu Wei did not doubt that if he succeeded in releasing Qi Haolong, he would flee the kingdom together with him and head for the center of the continent. Just as Zhu Wei was deep in thought, he heard someone knocking at the door.
"We brought you a meal on the house," a male voice sounded from outside of the room, and Zhu Wei jolted.
He spread his spiritual energy and sensed that the entire inn was crawling with experts, all of them of high rank, the majority being sky warriors.
He sighed. "Seems like I will be incapable of rescuing Haolong now," he sighed. As he spread his senses, he could see that the entire inn was surrounded, and there was even a group of experts flying in the air on fierce beasts. He knew that he was done for. "I apologize, Uncle," he continued to talk to himself. "I was incapable of protecting myself, and now they will likely come after you. Whether or not they did it intentionally, they will use this to get rid of you. I hope you never return to the Haping Kingdom, which is filled with ungrateful bastards." Zhu Wei was seated on the bed and looked at the door. He did not even move to the window to attempt to escape, because he knew that a large group of cultivators was waiting for him outside, and an escape from here would be impossible. Since this was the case, why not just wait casually for them? They had claimed that he was a primordial beast, so they would not kill him right away. Instead, they would try and tame him with the help of a diviner. Zhu Wei called out, "Stop pretending already. Just come in." A rustling sound could be heard from outside the door before it was kicked in, and a group of cultivators swarmed into the room, their eyes vigilant and their faces contorted with hatred. "Primordial beast spawn!" someone yelled, and was about to spit on him when Zhu Wei used the forbidden rush to move away. His movements were elusive and elegant. He avoided the spit. The expert who had tried to spit at him was quickly slapped on the back of his head by another expert. "What do you think you're doing?" he exclaimed. "This kid has decided to come with us. As things are now, do you want to anger him? As long as he is docile, things are good. If he transforms back into a beast, then who knows what kind of danger we have to face?" Zhu Wei just stood at the back of the room with his arms crossed over his chest and gave the speaking experts a rather annoyed look. Did these experts truly believe he was a primordial beast? Then again, they were members of a noble family,
so it was likely they would believe anything said by their ancestors.
Now, come with us.
The one who had berated the other expert behaved neither politely nor arrogantly. He was, on the contrary, very neutral. Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders and followed them. He was surrounded inside a pack of 20 sky warriors, 19 on the ground in a formation around him, and 1 in the sky. From this, one could see just how difficult it was to get one's hand on a flying fierce beast. They had made it to the castle, a place where Zhu Wei had been twice before for some business. Yet this time he was not heading towards the Jade Palace, nor was he heading towards the Crown Prince's chambers. Instead, they were going towards the prisons. They had marched through the majority of the inner city, and many had seen him. The captors had even walked a longer way to ensure that everyone knew that specifically their family had captured him. They had a crest on their chests, and although Zhu Wei did not know which family this crest belonged to, the rest of the city did. When Zhu Wei had reached the castle, the entire city was in an uproar, as news of his capture spread through the inner city to the outer city like rings in the water. His captors treated Zhu Wei rather well. None of them tried to torture him or make him feel humiliated, but they were not friendly either. It was clear that they understood that this case had to be treated with caution. Zhu Wei was assumed to be a primordial beast, but it was not certain that he was one. If he was not, then why could he transform his arms? If he was not, why would the ice harpy refer to him as her brother? Everyone knew that the ice harpy hated humans more than anything. She took great pleasure in slaughtering humans when she was bored. The city was bustling with life and rumors. People were arguing all the time about what they were going to do and what Zhu Wei's fate would be. The majority did not believe that he was a primordial beast, but no one dared to say it out loud. They feared retaliation from the nobles. Zhu Wei paid no attention to it at all. He knew that it was likely that there was no one who had worked together with the harpy, but they decided to act accordingly and use the timing of her stunt to their advantage. He was likely to be declared a primordial beast and then be executed. This way they could start their next move against Zhao Lei and take some of his fame and power away from him. Zhu Wei could not help but sigh as he stood in the cell he had been given, glancing about. He was still regretting his actions from before, but now everything was out of his hands. The only thing he could do was to wait and see what would happen. Chapter 48. Prison. Zhu Wei looked around the prison cell he had been given. It was almost completely barren. A bit of old hay that smelled as if it had started to rot was laying on the hard ground. The entire prison was filled with criminals and deserters, yet the fierce beasts were held elsewhere. "So they grouped me with the humans," Zhu Wei muttered with a wry smile. It seemed more and more likely that someone had started a conspiracy against his uncle rather than actually expecting him to be a primordial beast. Zhu Wei found a place on the ground with no hay and sat down. He had still not given up on surviving. He knew that his chances were slim, but he did not want to go down without a fight. Zhu Wei spread his spiritual energy far and wide to grasp the prison's structural composition. The cell he had been placed in was clearly made for earth warriors with a low amount of spiritual energy, because his senses easily penetrated the cell's mechanisms against the use of spiritual energy and started roaming the prison. He found that there were around 100 prisoners within the range of his senses, and all of them were quiet and in the middle of cultivation. There were 3 guards that patrolled the area. They were earth warriors of the 7th layer. Their strength was not overwhelming by any means, because the prison overseers and the guards themselves were certain that no one would be able to escape the heavily armed doors. Zhu Wei snickered when he noticed this and started to feel as if he might have a chance anyway. He located the first one of the guards and launched Mind Infestation. This attack let him easily enter the mind of the guard and find his weaknesses, his strengths, and it allowed him to control the guard. Zhu Wei was calm and collected. Although this was a life-and-death moment, he understood the importance of being calm and not overlooking a single detail. If he allowed his killing intent and the urge to battle take over, it was certain that he would never exit the prison. The guard made his way towards Zhu Wei's cell. He fiddled with his keys as Zhu Wei went through the memories of this guard to figure out which key it was that he had to use. This guard was informed Zhu Wei was assumed to be a primordial beast. He had trusted completely in the information he had been given. Zhu Wei snorted. He then compelled the guard to move closer to his cell, while at the same time observing the surroundings for any guards that might end up walking in on the scene. Zhu Wei made the guard open the cell. He knocked the guard unconscious swiftly, without killing him, as he had enough issues already. Killing even a mere guard could only worsen it, not improve it. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei used his mind infestation to make the guard fall unconscious for a few hours and started sneaking around the labyrinth that was the prison. He had his spiritual energy spread all around him for the sake of noticing all the changes in the surrounding air. His every sense was heightened as he snuck around. The prison cells were all closed by massive doors that no one could look through, which caused the other criminals to be incapable of noticing this sneaking escapee. Had they seen him, they would have without a doubt called out and alerted the guards out of jealousy. All of them wished to escape, yet the only escape that was from this prison was death. Zhu Wei snuck from one side to another in search of the entrance. The guards became more numerous the further he went, but Zhu Wei knew that hiding in the shadows alone was not enough. As he reached the entrance, he saw that 4 guards were placed here, all of them at the 9th layer of the Earth Warrior rank.
"Let us create some chaos, then," Zhu Wei mumbled to himself and found the keys he had taken from the unconscious guard. He then started unlocking one cell after another until at least 100 prison cells were unlocked. Zhu Wei did not open the doors, he just unlocked them. The loud clink could be heard by the prisoners, but they all assumed that it was a guard who was entering their cells with food or for some other reason, only to see that nothing happened. Zhu Wei snuck back to the entrance and hid in the darkness of a corner, eyes narrowed, and waited for the chaos to ensue. Some prisoners were rather fast at exiting their cells. However, they did so with caution, while others stayed within their cells for longer. Zhu Wei was patient. He noticed how many of the experts exited the cells and snuck around like him in their attempt to escape. None of them were bold enough to walk in the middle of the hallways, and all of them hid themselves to the best of their ability. Although they hid themselves, there were a few people who were noticed, and suddenly a loud whistle sounded in the prison ward.
"Prison break! Someone has escaped their cells!"
The moment the yell resounded, the 4 guards at the entrance of the prison exchanged glances. "The Primordial Beast!" they yelled in unison before they all, without double-checking their surroundings, rushed towards Zhu Wei's cell. Zhu Wei, who had been waiting for this, could not help but snicker slightly. Things were going according to plan. While no one had taken the clothes he had been wearing, they had taken his bamboo hat and his bag filled with herbs, money, and spare clothes. They had also taken his armor. While Zhu Wei would miss these things, he was not about to start looking for them. Instead, he slipped to the side as soon as he exited the prison and hid in another shade of darkness. He did not move too far, as he knew that reinforcements would arrive soon, and the further away he went, the more likely he were to run into them. Hiding in the shadows close to the prison was risky, but it was also Zhu Wei's only option. He could already hear the sound of running steps toward him, and he observed as sky warriors started entering the prison.
Zhu Wei planted 5 seeds of mirage, after which he made all 5 of his copies rely on the Forbidden Rush movement technique to flee in different directions. They would continue existing as long as they had chi to fuel them, and even if they ran to the center of the continent, they would not collapse. At the same time, they had a mental link to Zhu Wei, so he could sense them all the time, which allowed him to know whether or not they had been dispelled. Zhu Wei stayed in his hiding place and slowly started to climb the wall. He aimed to lay on top of the prison. As long as no flying beasts came by, he would be safe. Just as he started climbing, he noticed that the first one of his clones had been captured. The clone had made it just outside of the palace before it was apprehended. Zhu Wei could feel that the clone had not been killed. It had only been severely injured, and it was still capable of holding itself together. As such, it was clear that the person who had caught him had no intention of killing him. The second clone was caught in the middle of the inner city. This one was treated the same way as the first, and was also being moved back to the palace. One after one, the clones were captured and brought back, allowing Zhu Wei to understand that the capital was on a high alert. It was impossible to escape as things were now. All Zhu Wei could do was lay low and hope that he would be able to leave after some time. He managed to climb to the top of the prison and saw that everyone else was bringing the 5 seeds of mirage clones towards another prison, the prison for fierce beasts. Zhu Wei could not understand what they said to the copies. He could sense them, and they could sense him, but their connection was not strong enough to exchange sensory information so that he could see and hear what they could see and hear. Zhu Wei laid completely still while on the roof of the prison. He did not move at all. His senses were still heightened to their limits, and he caught whiffs of conversations whenever someone passed by below.
We don't know how he escaped. He is to be placed together with the fierce beasts for now. The security there is much better.
I heard that it was the Qi family that caught him. It was the Long family that found him. What are you talking about? It was the Wang family that captured him.
The discussion continued about who had captured Zhu Wei, even as the guards left the range of his senses.
I hear he is a primordial beast, but why did he not just transform and break his way out of the prison instead of relying on schemes and his wits to trick everyone?
You know nothing. If he made such a ruckus, he would have been caught instantly.
I hear that he has already been caught, though, so it does not make much of a difference.
Again, they walked out of the reach of Zhu Wei's hearing. In this manner, Zhu Wei waited for a few moments before the entire castle was in an uproar.
There are 5 Zhu Weis!
Someone came running from far away and told the guards at the Earth Warrior prison.
The Qi, Long, Su, Wang, and Zhao families all caught a Zhu Wei look-alike and were immensely proud of themselves as they marched towards the beast cage to lock him up.
The one who had come running was speaking with a hushed voice as he looked at the guards guarding the entrance.
The first ones to arrive were the Long family. They were all high and mighty while presenting a beaten-up Zhu Wei and demanded that he was kept securely in the future. Then, the Qi family came and displayed another beaten-up version. He snickered. Then came Su, Wang, and Zhao families with the same beaten-up version. All of them were completely stumped for words and filled with disbelief when they saw the beaten Zhu Wei that the others displayed. We don't know how many copies there are of Zhu Wei. Neither do we know if we have caught the right version, the guy continued to say. What we do know is that things have gone horribly wrong. Also, the outer city is starting to gather in groups that are demanding Zhu Wei's release. They claim it is a conspiracy to get rid of Zhao Lei, and they demand justice and a fair trial. A few people from the inner city have even joined them, and, just between us, I heard the manager of the golden chambers of the capital requested an audience with the king. I can only guess it was on behalf of this guy.
He isn't a primordial beast?
One of the guards asked in shock, and the one who had come running shrugged his shoulders.
I don't know, but there is some reason behind what the commoners are saying. Either way, there will be a riot soon, so prepare in advance. No matter who is right or wrong, we follow orders. So what if an innocent man gets killed? Innocent people die every day. I am sure the nobles have their plans, and if we wish to stay alive, we have to follow orders well. Anyway, I need to run, the man said, and ran away, leaving the guards to debate amongst themselves. Zhu Wei, who was on top of the prison and had heard everything, felt excited about hearing that the outer city was preparing a revolution. If they caused enough chaos, then Zhu Wei could use this opportunity to escape, and hopefully escape together with Tinalynge. Chapter 49. Sudden Changes. Zhu Wei was patiently laying on top of the Earth Warrior prison and waited for the day to come to an end. He was a cultivator, so laying in the same position for a long time was in no way a problem. There was no one flying in the sky, so Zhu Wei was temporarily safe. He continued to listen to everything that was discussed by the guards below. Although he eavesdropped for a whole day, the subjects all revolved around the same things: Zhu Wei's escape, Tinalynge's execution, and the riot in Outer City. After a few hours, Zhu Wei realized that it was impossible for him to get more information from these guards. But he could not move, so he just listened to what was being said. Sometimes a few experts appeared with news about the Zhu Weis that had been captured. The 5 versions of Zhu Wei had been trapped in one cage each. These cages were different from the cells of the prison, as in they were literally massive cages made from black gold. They were impossible to break as they would restore themselves every time they were damaged, and it was possible to see through into the cages to observe the ones trapped within. A group of sky warriors had been placed around the cages to observe the group of copies, waiting for them to dissipate so that they could find out whoever was the original copy. Unfortunately for the Sky Warriors, these copies were unresponsive and did not use any of their chi, resulting in them being capable of remaining intact for a few years before they would dissipate. Night descended, and the guards were changed. Zhu Wei climbed to the back of the prison and began climbing down. The city was still in chaos. Nobles were searching everywhere for Zhu Wei or more of his copies, but to no avail. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, was moving in the shadows. He was extra cautious and alert. Unfortunately, he quickly found that the inner city was filled with search parties in every corner, and the entrance and exit to the outer city was closed down. It was clear that the entire capital was on lockdown. People were searching far and wide, but Zhu Wei was confused as to why no one was using spiritual energy to search for him.
Is the center of the continent really that much more developed than the kingdom of Haping? Zhu Wei muttered to himself. I had not heard about spiritual energy before, but Prophet Lan taught me how to use it. It is incredibly simple, though. Zhu Wei mused about how no one seemed to use their spiritual sense to search for him, and that the prisons had had no protection against the spiritual sense either. Was this truly something they only knew in the central countries? Zhu Wei could not help but be surprised, but he found no other explanation. This discovery made him understand that Lan had truly helped him immensely. Although it was Lan who had taught him how to transform his arms into scaled, monstrous arms, he never blamed the prophet. Instead, he blamed himself for not listening to the warning he had been given. It took him an hour to move 50 meters, and the night was breaking into dawn by that point. Zhu Wei had not gotten far. His heart started beating fast. Would he make it to a safe location before the light returned and everyone would notice him? Suddenly, a loud screech sounded not far away from Zhu Wei, and he hurriedly tried to hide when he saw that the lightning sparrow appeared in the sky. It had arrived without any prior notice, and the speed with which it moved was so fast that when the people noticed it, it had already reached Zhu Wei. Once again, the claws gently grabbed Zhu Wei.
When it swept him up in its firm grip, the sparrow flapped its wings so fast that thunder rumbled in the sky. It sped far into the sky in an instant toward the forest outside the city. They soared through the air, their speed so fast that no one could catch up to them. Zhu Wei and the sparrow did not stop before they were at a mountain deep in the forest outside the capital. The bird landed on the ground after releasing Zhu Wei and chirped happily.
"You saved me again?"
Zhu Wei was perplexed. The thread of karma that connected them had already been undone, so it was acting out of kindness this time. The bird nodded its head in a human way.
"Tell me, can you do me one more favor?"
Zhu Wei asked tentatively. Although he did not wish to ask for assistance from someone else, he knew that he definitely needed this beast's support if he wanted to succeed in his upcoming endeavors. The bird cocked its head for a bit, as if it did not fully understand what Zhu Wei had asked of it. It chirped a little as it looked at him.
"Can you help me?"
Zhu Wei asked, and the bird suddenly seemed to understand him. It flapped its wings happily and chirped in a cheerful voice.
"In a few days, I need us to return to the capital," Zhu Wei continued. "The big group of houses," he added when he saw a doubtful expression on the eyes of the bird. "A friend of mine is going to be executed. I need to save him. Can you help me?"
The bird nodded its head solemnly. It was no longer cheerful, but instead serious. The day was bright as the two sat next to one another on the mountaintop, and Zhu Wei spoke of the plans to save Tinalynge. The bird would chirp twice whenever it understood what was being said, and once when it was confused as to what exactly Zhu Wei was explaining. Although only Zhu Wei was capable of speaking, the bird had a very high intellect, and it was capable of making itself understood. Zhu Wei and the bird planned all day long. As the time passed, it was soon evening. They were looking at one another as one would at a friend, and the racial differences did not divide them.
"There are another 7 days before it is time for Tinalynge to stand trial," Zhu Wei muttered. "But there is a chance that they will do it sooner rather than later, since they want to lure me out. So far, my copies from the Seed of Mirage are still active and sitting like good boys in their cages, but I think they have understood that the 5 copies are just that, copies. Since that is the case, they have to do what they can to lure the real one out, and their best bait is without a doubt Tinalynge."
Zhu Wei was partly speaking to himself, partly to the lightning sparrow.
He sighed. "I can't just return to the capital like that," he lamented. "After the last time, they are sure to have tightened the security. Trying to enter will mean that I will be caught."
The bird chirped happily, and suddenly its massive size shrunk to that of a small bird, similar in size to the mortal beast, the blackbird. Although the color of its feathers was still brilliant and blue, it was easy to mistake it for a bird you would often see in the gardens. The bird used a wing to point at itself, and Zhu Wei looked at it with astonishment.
"You will do the scouting?"
he asked, and it nodded its head happily.
"You are doing a whole lot for me," he continued, and although the reaction was hard to read, Zhu Wei could have sworn that the bird shrugged its shoulders. "Oh well, if you can get information on the date for Tinalynge's execution, then I will be incredibly grateful," he said.
Although Zhu Wei was not eager to take the help from others, he knew that he could not afford to be picky when it came to the life of a friend of his. To save Tinalynge, he would be willing to do almost anything. It was also rewarding to have a beast in the heavenly warrior rank assisting him. Zhu Wei was left behind as the bird shot out from the mountainside, heading towards the capital with speed so fast that it had already vanished from sight within a moment. Being alone, Zhu Wei decided to cultivate. He knew that it could take some time to get some information, so instead of worrying needlessly, he decided to spend his time cultivating. Worrying would do him no good anyway. As to how much time had passed before the sparrow returned, Zhu Wei had no idea.
Zhu Wei quickly turned serious when he saw the lightning sparrow in front of him. It had flown at its highest speed, and its eyes displayed worry and urgency.
The execution is starting soon?
Zhu Wei could guess what was happening just from looking at the sparrow, which nodded its head vigorously.
Let us go,
he exclaimed, and instead of being grabbed by the claws of the sparrow, he jumped onto the back of it after it returned to its original size. Together, the two soared through the sky in a hurry towards the capital. They made their way to the capital, and they could sense it seething with energy. They flew high in the sky so as not to be noticed and to see what was going on underneath them. The outer city was eerily quiet on this day, and the closer they got to the inner city, the more puzzled Zhu Wei became. Groups of outer city citizens had gathered in groups and were throwing stones at the inner city castle walls. They even engaged in tussles with the guards that they saw. The inner city gates were closed, even though it was in the middle of the day, and groups of outer city citizens were trying to break through the gates, all of them roaring and screaming while fighting with all their might. The guards were doing their best to knock them down. They dared not kill too many, as it could spark a true revolution instead of the current small-scale riot. Zhu Wei and the lightning sparrow easily passed the wall to the inner city and observed this place with caution and hesitation. The inner city was in turmoil. Some experts were here and caused problems, but the majority were all moving towards the central square that was right outside the palace.
So that's where they will execute him, Zhu Wei mused. We will fight in the sky first, Zhu Wei decided.
As they closed in on the square, they saw 3 experts flying in the air, all on fierce beasts equivalent to the heavenly warrior rank. These 3 experts paid no special attention to Zhu Wei. They knew that to have a flying fierce beast, one usually needed to be a primordial beast hunter. And when they saw it was the lightning sparrow, they already had determined who it was. Zhu Wei and the lightning sparrow were so high in the sky that the others could not make out his size or appearance. The original owner of the lightning sparrow had not dared to tell anyone that his beast had regained its freedom out of sheer shame, so none of the ones present were informed of it. The lightning sparrow casually flapped its wings and hovered in the sky, far above the others, as Zhu Wei looked down on the stage. No one was there yet, but it would not take long before they would bring Tinalynge out. When that time came, Zhu Wei would save him. Zhu Wei felt nervous. As he looked down, he saw multiple experts of various strength, but there were quite a few heavenly warriors. Although the lightning sparrow had similar strength, it was impossible to go up against this many alone. They had to rely on the lightning sparrow's superior speed if they wanted to succeed. Chapter 50. Escape. Time went by slowly. Zhu Wei was nervous and uncomfortable. So far, he had been okay because no one had come to contact him, but if any of the other primordial beast hunters felt like chatting with him, then his cover would be blown, and he would be incapable of saving Tinalynge. In fact, he might not even be capable of protecting himself. The lightning sparrow was also nervous. Zhu Wei could feel that its body was tense, and that it kept observing everything around them lest someone sneaked up on them. The time was slowly going by. Only when the sun was high in the sky did some activity begin on the stage. A group of law enforcers moved onto the stage, followed by an executioner and 2 guards that dragged Tinalynge with them. Tinalynge held his head high. He walked without hesitation. He looked at everyone present with eyes flaming with anger. He said nothing. He just walked forward. Walked towards the place where he was forced to kneel. A judge appeared on the stage and lifted a scroll from which he read out loud,
Tinalynge, disowned by the T family and judged guilty in colluding with a primordial beast. You are at this moment sentenced to death.
Tinalynge said nothing, but his eyes were blazing with anger. It was clear that he was not reconciled with what was happening to him, but he also understood that speaking with them was simply a waste of time. He could do nothing, but he would at least go down with dignity. Zhu Wei's eyes narrowed. "Not yet," he whispered as he saw how Tinalynge kneeled in front of the executioner. Everyone was quiet. All eyes were on Tinalynge, and that was when Zhu Wei struck. "Now!" he exclaimed, and the lightning sparrow shot down with such speed that thunder rumbled in the sky, and no one was prepared for it. The lightning sparrow reached out with its claw and grabbed Tinalynge within it before it beat its wings a few times and took to the sky again. No one noticed what had happened before it was too late, and the lightning sparrow was in the air with Tinalynge hanging from the claw. "You are not going past here!" someone screamed, and Zhu Wei looked up, only to find that their escape route had been blocked by 3 flying fierce beasts and their owners, the heavenly warrior primordial beast hunters. They had not wasted any time, their palms already sending attacks towards Zhu Wei and the lightning sparrow. But fortunately he had the lightning sparrow, which excelled at agility. It managed to barely dodge all the attacks, but it was not easy as the lightning sparrow was 1 against 3, and it was carrying 2 people. "Surrender, criminal!" someone yelled as he descended to attack Zhu Wei and Tinalynge again. Down on the ground, the onlookers watched with bated breaths. They had finally understood what had happened, but it was too late for them to respond. Now the only one standing in between Tinalynge and Zhu Wei's escape path were 3 heavenly warriors and their fierce beasts. Although the tamed beasts only had the strength of sky warriors, they were 3 against 1, and they had surrounded them. Attacks were raining down on them, all of which belonged to the superior category. The shockwaves of the attacks, although they did not hit them, caused both Zhu Wei and Tinalynge to turn pale. The lightning sparrow was hit by a palm strike from behind and was shot far into the sky, but it kept hold of Tinalynge and Zhu Wei kept his balance. The bird screeched, and suddenly wind started surging in the area. Big black clouds appeared in the sky, and a dangerous rumbling of thunder appeared. The lightning within the clouds descended with a clap and struck towards the experts, but they managed to fend it off fairly easily. The lightning sparrow had a few attacks it could use, but right now its talons were occupied by Tinalynge, so it had to use the most lethal but also the most energy-consuming attack it had. It had summoned a lightning storm, and although the experts managed to easily fend off the first couple of lightning bolts, they continued to descend and interrupt and harass the 3 primordial beast hunters. The lightning sparrow was injured. It had been heavily injured by the attack that had landed on it, as its defenses were very weak. Zhu Wei knew that the lightning sparrow was wounded, and his heart sank. It would be able to fly, but not at its highest speed. It would not be able to flee at a rapid pace. All it needed to do to escape was give up Zhu Wei and Tinalynge. But the bird chirped lowly with a voice that was filled with resolution. Although Zhu Wei could not understand the lightning sparrow's words, he could sense the determination and the decision that this sparrow had made. Either they made it to safety, or they died together. The sparrow suddenly threw Tinalynge into the air, shocking everyone present, including Zhu Wei, but then it turned into a blur and caught him on its back. Zhu Wei grabbed him reflexively, and the sparrow began their escape anew. "Hey," Zhu Wei said calmly after grabbing a hold of Tinalynge. "Hey," Tinalynge responded, perplexed at what had happened to him. Everything had happened so fast. He had accepted the fact that he would die on this day, and he did not regret his decision at all, as he was proud of having done what he felt was right. His family had done nothing to try and get him released. In fact, they had disowned him the very moment they heard about the rumor, leaving him to fend for himself, and he had lost all hope of salvation. Yet here he was. On the back of a lightning sparrow was Zhu Wei, who had risked his own life to penetrate into the middle of the city to save him. Tinalynge did not speak any words of gratitude. He just kept the gratitude in his heart. This man had saved him, and he had given him a chance to live on. This life was granted to him by Zhu Wei, and thus he was willing to start from scratch somewhere else. That was the genuine thoughts that went through Ti Haolong's mind when he looked at Zhu Wei. The three, 2 men and 1 beast, were all nervous as they saw the 3 heavenly warriors on their flying beasts closing in on them.
"Escape! No need to stay here any longer," Zhu Wei shouted.
Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of experts started rioting.
"Young hero Zhu Wei, we believe in you!"
someone yelled out. After this yell, more and more threw themselves into the battle. At the same time, a large group of experts from the gates of the inner city emerged. It was clear that all of them had come from the outer city. They had managed to break through the gates and were now flooding the area, ready to fight for what they believed in. They did not fight because they liked Zhu Wei. In fact, Zhu Wei was not important, but Zhao Lei was, and everyone was of the impression that he was being framed. They wanted to protect the hero of mankind, the man who had grown from being a simple cultivator in the kingdom of Heping to become the biggest hero of all time. They were willing to throw their lives away for him, as he was someone who had saved them multiple times. All of them were veteran soldiers, and they had all experienced multiple perils, of which many survived only because Zhao Lei had come to their rescue. He had not saved every single person in the kingdom of Heping, but he had saved many, far more than any other, and tales of his exploits had reached others, making them respect and revere this hero who took the time to save battalions of soldiers whenever he happened to be there. Moving against him was the same as moving against the citizens of the kingdom, and thus their eyes were filled with rage as they all threw themselves at the guards and law enforcers that they found around the stage. Although a big battle began on the ground, no one were in the mindset of killing one another. The rioting experts just wished to trash the law enforcers and the guards to show them their opinion about the matter. And the law enforcers were aware that if they started wantonly killing the citizens, then it was likely to turn into a revolution. While the 2 groups fought on the ground, Zhu Wei, Ti Haolong, and the Lightning Sparrow were being thrashed around in the air. The Lightning Sparrow was constantly evading attack after attack, using its acute senses to ensure that they were still not defeated. Yet it was weaker than the 3 heavenly warrior primordial beast hunters. It was starting to feel weakened. Zhu Wei and Ti Haolong looked at one another. They saw no hesitation in each other's eyes, and they even grinned slightly.
"Let us rush out," Zhu Wei said after a bit of time, and poured all his energy into the Lightning Sparrow beneath him, trying to replenish what little he could of its energy reserves. Ti Haolong did not waste any time and did the same, both of them aware that the energy that they could offer was very little when it came to a fierce beast, but it was better than nothing, and the Lightning Sparrow's speed started picking up again. The sparrow suddenly darted through a small hole in the encirclement of the 3 experts, and the 3 of them flew towards safety. Unfortunately, the heavenly warriors were very experienced when it came to such pursuits, and the very moment that Zhu Wei and the Lightning Sparrow shot out, a palm descended onto Zhu Wei. It was impossible for Zhu Wei to move in time. There was simply too little space for him to move. If he did move, the attack would land on Ti Haolong, and neither could possibly survive such a blow head-on. This was a heavenly warrior they were up against. Right then, Zhu Wei had decided to take the hit, using all of his chi to form a barrier in front of him. However, before he could react, he felt someone pull his shoulder backward, tossing him down onto the back of the bird so that he ended up laying down on his elbows rather than standing up.
"Idiot!"
Ti Haolong sneered. Everything was in slow motion for Zhu Wei. He fell so fast that he could not move, yet the thing that had happened in front of his eyes took forever. The palm strike descended onto Ti Haolong, causing his chest to cave inwards. Blood gushed out of his mouth and he collapsed onto the back of the bird. Although it looked as if it took forever to Zhu Wei, it had in fact all happened in an instant as the Lightning Sparrow shot past the other heavenly warrior. They had left the pincer attack and were now free to flee. but a sad chirp could be heard coming from the bird as they flew at a rapid speed towards the mountains again. While they flew, Zhu Wei quickly rolled the crumpled-up Ti Haolong onto his back, only to see that his chest had been destroyed. His rib cage had been shattered, and his heart was punctured by the many splinters. "No!" Zhu Wei felt his eyes moisten, and a low growl escaped his lips. "This can't be true. We escaped. You will survive," he growled out, partially to convince himself. "I am going to die," Ti Haolong said with much difficulty and with a raspy voice. "I am jealous of you, but I admire you. Thank you. You made me feel like I was worth something. You came to save me. I once said that I would make you call me your brother," Ti Haolong said with much effort, after which he coughed up more blood. "But I guess it is too late for that." Zhu Wei shook his head soundlessly as tears fell from his eyes. "You are my brother," he stated seriously with a sob, "and as your brother, I will make sure to avenge you." A slim smile appeared on Ti Haolong's face, and he seemed content. "Thank you," he said, before his eyes turned dim and his body limp. However, even in death, Ti Haolong held a gratified smile on his lips. Chapter 51. Departure. A roar split the heavens as Zhu Wei let out his grief. It was heart-rending and filled with sorrow. Zhu Wei did not have many friends, and Ti Haolong was someone he considered an equal. Ti Haolong had tried to save him. He had been someone who had managed to tear down the walls of Zhu Wei's heart despite the short time they had known each other. Zhu Wei felt a gaping pain in his chest. He had never before experienced a loss of such magnitude, and although he had lost his parents at an early age, he had no recollections of it, which did not hurt as much as this did. Ignorance was bliss, after all. Zhu Wei cried. He was filled with agony, and the lightning sparrow was also crying by his side, although the lightning sparrow did not know Ti Haolong. It could feel the grief in Zhu Wei and reacted to this. While the two, sparrow and young man, were lost in their sorrow of losing Ti Haolong, the capital was in an uproar. The flying primordial beast hunters tried to track down Zhu Wei, but they could not do so. It was impossible to find them, no matter how much they searched. All of them were aware that the lightning sparrow was incredibly fast. If it flew for a few days, it would be impossible for them to catch up. Due to this, they were searching half-heartedly. The city itself was turned upside down by the brawl between the outer cities and the inner cities' citizens. The palace guards were sent out to subdue the unruly bunch, and more than 1,000 experts were sent to the prisons to cool down. Although the royalty was unhappy with the reaction these people had had, they dared not risk a revolution, and thus everyone was released again shortly after daybreak the following day. Originally, the nobles had been split into two factions, one that had protected Zhu Wei and defended his case, and another that was against him, claiming him to be a primordial beast or a beast accomplice. Now that Zhu Wei had appeared on the back of a fierce beast, the group who had previously protected him was quite hesitant. The ones who had been against him were now voicing their concerns even louder than before, and even the capital that previously had revolted started to waver. Was this child truly a primordial beast? How was it possible for him to command a fierce beast if he was not? It was clear that he was not a diviner, so how had he gotten his hands on this famous lightning sparrow that every beast hunter knew was the property of someone else? Everyone was worried and started to second-guess themselves on their reactions. Had all of them been blinded by their respect for Zhao Lei, and had the prosecutor been right all along? Soon, as the facts started to dawn on everyone, the kingdom was once again united. All of them were of the impression that Zhu Wei had been a traitor, planted by the primordial beasts that had abused Zhao Lei and his kindness. After a few days, the ones who had initiated the riot were now the ones who were proclaiming their hate for Zhu Wei. The rumors about someone planning to execute Zhu Wei for the sake of besmirching Zhao Lei's public image was quickly left alone. No one spoke about it any longer, and everyone involved, although still reverent of Zhao Lei, could not help but sigh at how he had been tricked by the primordial beasts. After a few days, a company of 100 experts was gathered in the palace. They were commanded by Captain Yan Chao.
Your task will be simple. All of you will chase down the traitor that goes under the name Zhu Wei. He is to be killed on sight. He is to be executed with no questions asked. Your mission might take years. It might take you out of the familiar settings of the Heiping Kingdom. But never forget, you are hunting him because he is a primordial beast or an associate of the primordial beasts. He is our enemy, and he has caused serious damage to our kingdom. We need him dead. Do not return before he has died.
These were Yan Chao's orders, and his company of 100 men all nodded their heads in unison and called out, "Understood!" All of these men were experts that had long since reached the Earth or Sky Warrior rank. All of them had long since finished their 10 years in the army, but they had decided to stay there to make a career for themselves. This company was one of the strongest companies that the Kingdom of Heiping had available. Only a few were stronger, and this company consisted mainly of Sky Warriors. The day following that, the group left the capital and set out towards the direction that they had seen the lightning sparrow fly with Zhu Wei and Ti Haolong. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei burned Ti Haolong. He gathered his ashes and was at a loss for what he should do with them. Should he scatter them on the mountaintop? Should he scatter them over the capital? What was the right decision? He simply did not know, but after considering it for some time, he buried his ashes at the location where he had called him his brother.
We became family here, so although it is not the greatest memories, it is one I will never forget,
Zhu Wei muttered to himself.
I will have to leave the Kingdom of Heiping soon, but I swear to you that one day I will return, and when I do, I will ensure that they all pay for what they did to you,
Zhu Wei said, his words heartfelt. He truly wished for Ti Haolong to hear him, but he knew that Ti Haolong had long since entered the circle of reincarnation. He would never hear Zhu Wei's voice again. Sighing, Zhu Wei looked at the lightning sparrow.
This is where our roads will part ways,
Zhu Wei said as he gently patted the lightning sparrow's head.
If I travel with you, I will be easy to notice. Also, you have done so much for me already, so it is only fair that you finally get to enjoy your newfound freedom.
The lightning sparrow chirped with a bit of sadness, but its eyes were resolute, and it nodded its head. After this, it spread its wings and swept up to the sky, screeching out loud before it vanished into the distance. It was gone in a blink of an eye, leaving Zhu Wei all alone. Far away, in an unknown dark place, Zhao Lei was sitting in a lotus position, slowly inhaling and exhaling, trying his best to calm himself. While the room was lavish, there was an unmistakable heavy atmosphere around him, and it was clear that he was not there because he wished to be so. He was focused on cultivating and increasing his strength, when suddenly a laughter erupted in the room, and an alluring woman with silver hair appeared in the doorway. "Well, you seem to be spending the time leisurely," she said. He completely ignored her, continuing to cultivate. "I saw your little toy not so long ago," she continued, and this time her words caused a reaction. Zhao Lei was still quiet, but he opened an eye and glanced at her with a bone-chilling gaze. This did not seem to faze her, though, as she continued. There is a rumor that he has a relationship with that phony prophet, she continued. To this, Zhao Lei's eyes widened slightly. Don't worry, I already checked. He is still usable for us, so who cares what relationship he has with that old man? Anyways, I managed to cut him. I framed him, and now he is being hunted down for being a primordial beast. You should have seen them. She started laughing. I am not really sure if he is still alive, though. She seemed to be pondering something. I made sure he lost a whole lot of blood, and then I dropped him from a high altitude. Even if he is still alive, he will have lost at least a layer of skin, if not 2 or 3. Zhao Lei's eyes were alit with anger. Before the woman had time to react, he turned into a blur and appeared in front of her, arm raised. A flat hand placed a slap on her cheek, sending her flying into the room, so far that she slammed into the wall. When she fell to the ground, her entire face was swollen. Touch him again, and you will die, Zhao Lei said with a dangerously low voice. But Chu Huayin, who had a hand on her cheek, could not help but laugh as she spat out blood. You are a captive. Primordial beast hunter Zhao Lei, do you think that you would have been able to accomplish what you have without our help? Now it is time to pay back, and you stay like a good boy within this chamber until we allow you to come out again. It was clear that Chu Huayin was having fun, but although she spoke as such, her eyes were darting from side to side, showing fear in her expression. Zhao Lei snorted. You think that you guys are enough to defeat me? I am here because of our deal. I will honor my part. You will honor yours. But if I hear that any of you have killed him, then I will kill you all. And don't question me. You know I am capable of doing so. When Zhao Lei threatened Chu Huayin, her body shivered uncontrollably. She had an urge to throw herself prostrate on the ground, seeking to do nothing but admit her wrongdoings and beg for forgiveness. Trembling, Chu Huayin decided to escape the room. She fled with her tail between her legs. Zhao Lei snickered when he saw her leave. I know you hate him more than anyone else in this world, but I will not let anyone lay a hand on him. Even if he will hate me in the future, I will do what I can to keep him safe. I cannot afford to let him become the enemy of both humans and primordial beasts.